You almost didn't wake up at the start of becoming the villain. It's because the original owner was literally scared to death. At this moment, as you groggily merge with the original owner's memories, you are surprised to discover your extraordinary identity. This is because it's a world of high martial arts filled with spiritual energy. And your father is currently the strongest warrior in China. Your mother, on the other hand, controls the strongest business empire of the time. Your grandparents are almost mythical figures. And you are the only young master of this family, which essentially means you have a powerful background. But you become a super sycophant, all to chase after your middle school deskmate, who is also the female lead. Ignoring your family's objections, you insist on following her to the magical city for high school, yet you never receive a kind look from her. And the reason you collapsed on the bed, allowing you to travel through worlds, was because you witnessed the male and female leads being lovey-dovey, and in a fit of anger, you collapsed. Fully understanding the situation, you can't help but exclaim, as expected, a husky can't become a wolf, and a sycophant can't get into bed. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in your mind. Detected successful binding of the villain fate system. Opening the system for the host now. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the spiritual talent of the Thunder Super Sequence, awaiting the awakening of the Thunderous Might technique. 1 great item, Heavenly Blade Thunderclap, 1 destiny point. At 100 cultivation points, the child star was momentarily stunned. Such generosity. In the memories, spiritual talents are divided into sequences from 1 to 5. There is also a 0 sequence above that, but this super sequence is beyond the standard. However, with a name like this, it must be impressive. In this world, techniques are ranked from 1 to 9. How exhilarating! You have the qualifications to compete with that destined protagonist. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, revealing an extremely beautiful woman. As soon as she entered, her gaze met yours, and the sorrow in her expression instantly vanished. Young master, you're awake. She quickly set down the medicine she was holding and hurried over to you, checking you repeatedly. You've worked hard during this time, she said with a cold gaze. The woman's movements suddenly paused, tears glistening in her eyes. It's no trouble, this is what Yura should do. After merging with the original owner's memories, you actually feel quite guilty. Yara was brought home by your father when you were a child and has always been by your side. Until that woman, Lu Ruoyan, appeared, the original owner began to distance himself from her. Thinking of this, you hurriedly said, I won't do that anymore. The next day, when I got up, I thought, since I'm destined to clash with the protagonist, I naturally need to be prepared in advance. With a phone call, I arranged for an 8th tier expert and 5 7th tier experts from my father, the god of war, to arrive at the entrance of the magical city. Wow, he's so handsome. Is that guy from our school? And he arrived in a luxury car. That's Li Donghao, the young master of a prominent family in Kyoto. Ugh, isn't he just another sycophant? You're risking your life, kid. Even so, this isn't something we should discuss. If you get into trouble, don't drag me down with you. And you naturally know what they're talking about. It's not the first time. The more you think about it, the more you feel how embarrassing the original owner must have been. Xuanji, look inside the car. You should go back first. The woman with classical beauty blinked her big eyes at you. Do you really not need me to escort you inside? No need for that. I don't appreciate it. They aren't worthy. Though I know you're joking, which woman wouldn't be happy to hear her crush compliment her? Alright, I'll come pick you up this afternoon. Turning to the senior class 1 classroom, the previously noisy room fell silent, and everyone turned to look at you. Their expressions varied, but you ignored them and walked straight to the back row by the window. Boss, why are you sitting here? Aren't you supposed to be with Lu? This sturdy young man is your little brother at this school, Shikugang from the magical city. It's not surprising that the young master from a second-rate family is curious. The whole class felt puzzled, knowing that you had previously used countless means just to sit with Lu Ruoyan. When you just entered, Lu Ruoyan had already noticed, but he didn't even lift his head. It wasn't until you inexplicably sat in the back that it caused a slight stir in him, prompting him to look back. Hey, Shikugang again. By the way, boss, where have you been these days? When you weren't around, that kid named Luo Shanghang often came to bother Lu, but I chased him away. He looked like he wanted to praise me. Unfortunately, you're not the same as before. He'll come back, so let him. And from now on, don't worry about what Lu Ruoyan is called, you get it, sister-in-law? Boss, are you serious? Shikugang seemed to have heard something, as if it were breaking news, and he looked at you, almost wanting to write, "Are you trying to tear something?" On your face. He nodded and said, "Alright, I won't call you that anymore." Soon, it was midday, and a tall, thin man stealthily approached the entrance of Class 1. However, he was spotted by the sharp-eyed Shikugang. Boss, that kid is here. The woman with classical beauty also cast a cold glance in that direction. Name, Luo Xiangheng. Fate, destiny. Protagonist's spiritual talent, unawakened, no techniques, no golden finger, and bloodline observed on this panel. A cold smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of your mouth. As expected, it's you. You stood up and walked out of the classroom, leaving everyone stunned as you brushed right past Luo Xiangheng. Everyone in the class was shocked, knowing that if you had found out about this before, there would have been consequences for Luo Xiangheng. He was about to say something, thinking that Luo Xiangheng was about to get beaten again, but to his surprise, you merely glanced at him and then left the classroom. Lu Ruoyan noticed too. Although she felt puzzled, she was inexplicably happy, thinking that now there was no sycophant to hinder her pursuit of happiness. You hadn't walked far when a thought crossed your mind, and you turned back to look at Lu Ruoyan. Name, Lu Ruoyan. Fate, destiny. Female leads spiritual talent, unawakened, no techniques. At this moment, Luo Xiangheng thought you had changed your mind and immediately became tense, while Lu Ruoyan directly linked her arm with his. This made him feel elated, and he immediately shot you a mocking smile. But they couldn't have imagined that you simply sneered and turned to leave. As you walked away, you turned to Shikogang and asked, Shikogang, do you know anyone in this magical city who can get things done cleanly? Don't underestimate Shirku, he's not foolish at all. Otherwise, how could he have gotten close to someone of your caliber? After you said that, he understood immediately and quickly replied that their boss would ensure that Brat would die without a grave. Then, the two of them shoved their hands in their pockets and prepared to go eat. At this moment, you thought of something and asked the system in your mind, if I kill this destined protagonist, won't there be any backlash or misfortune? The reply from the system was no. However, destined protagonists have extremely strong luck, making it difficult for them to die directly. Confucius suggests suppression instead. This ensures that they cannot threaten the host while allowing the host to seize their opportunities. Moreover, most of the system's tasks are aimed at the destined protagonists, and by completing them, the host can gain more resources. After hearing the system's advice, you were indeed a bit tempted. You issued a system task to seize the bloodline of the destined protagonist, Luo Xiangheng, damaging his foundation so he wouldn't shine at the upcoming awakening ceremony. So that's how it is. He plans to show off during the awakening ceremony, huh? Well then, if he succeeds in that, it would be my failure as the villain. A few days passed uneventfully, and then one day, Luo Xiangheng came to the entrance of Class 1 again, waving at Lu Ruoyan, but this time he appeared even more swaggering. You naturally witnessed this scene, and just as you were about to turn your head, Chao Shangheng's gaze met yours, and he immediately revealed a smug grin. You also recalled a smile, but yours contained a hint of malice. Then you turned to Wet Pants and asked if he had found the person you were looking for. Wet Pants, who had been a bit drowsy, perked up at your words. He stated that they had found the boss and were just waiting for your order to act tonight. You turned again, looking at the backs of Luo Xiangheng and Lu Ruoyan as they walked away, smiling to yourself, let you laugh, will you? That night, Luo Xiangheng had just finished watching a movie with Lu Ruoyan and felt quite pleased. Without you in the way, he thought he had completely secured Lu Ruoyan without any threats. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the path he often took had been cordoned off, as if an accident had occurred, preventing pedestrians from passing. Sighing about this being the only unfortunate thing today, he turned and walked down a less traveled alley. As he entered the alley, several shadows lurking in the dark followed him. At this moment, as Luo Xiangheng walked further, the surroundings became increasingly quiet, which made him, who was usually afraid of death, feel a bit nervous. However, he hadn't walked far when several fierce-looking individuals suddenly emerged ahead, shouting. Luo Xiangheng instantly sensed danger and turned to run. But just as he turned around, he found that several people were standing there as well. Excuse me, gentlemen, I think you've got the wrong person, he said. The scar-faced man at the front grinned maliciously. We're looking for you. At this point, Luo Xiangheng's legs went weak, but he still stealthily reached into his bag, trying to call for help. But these men weren't fools. One of them raised his hand and shot out a flame that struck his hand as he was pulling out his phone. His phone was instantly destroyed, and Luo Xiangheng's hand was burned by the flames, leaving it in a terrible state. He screamed in pain, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Don't kill him, the scar-faced man ordered, and a group of people rushed up to surround him and began to go wild. At this moment, on the rooftop nearby, you stood with your hands in your pockets, coldly observing everything happening below, wondering if any changes would occur. After all, whenever the protagonist takes a beating, there will always be benefactors to help. System, how do I seize his bloodline? The host only needs to ensure that his minions are dead, the rest will be taken care of by the system. Just then, your phone rang, startling you and making you think something had changed. However, upon seeing the caller ID, you finally relaxed. Young master, why aren't you back yet? You won't let me come pick you up. You're not with some girl at a hotel, are you? Please, let me go. I beg you. Luo Shanghong's miserable cries answered her. This made her realize what her young master had been up to. I'm handling something. I'll be back soon. Just stay at home and behave. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoya felt warmth in her heart, thinking, good, I hope the young master comes home soon. You will wait for you. After hanging up, you turned around and noticed that things seemed to be nearing their climax below. By the time you reached Luo Shanghong, he was already lying there covered in blood, unmoving. You then raised your hand to touch his body, beginning to extract the bloodline of the star-devouring beast, with the progress at 1%, then 5%. The group of people beside you watched in awe, seemingly witnessing you extract something from the boy's body, not daring to speak. After all, Shirku had warned them that this person was someone even the Shir family wouldn't provoke. The progress moved from 5% to 60%, then to 70%. However, when it reached 70%, a female voice suddenly called out from a distance, Shanghong, where are you? You immediately recognized it as Lu Ruyan's voice. You didn't think much of it. At worst, you'd just deal with her too. But at that moment, the system suddenly prompted you that a 9th-tier master was rapidly approaching. That meant trouble, so you didn't hesitate to slip away with your people. The worst fear had come true. Whenever the destined protagonist was in danger, a benefactor would always appear. You had brought a few lower-tier goons with you, but unexpectedly faced a 9th-tier master. Fortunately, you had already extracted 70% of the bloodline, so he wouldn't be able to pull off anything extraordinary. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ruyan, accompanied by an old healer, quickly found the nearly lifeless Luo Shanghong. Shanghong, wake up! Granny Silver Hair, please save him! Lu Ruyan cried, her tears flowing like rain. The old healer hadn't originally wanted to get involved with the young man, but seeing Lu Ruyan in such distress, he couldn't bear it. Fine, let's save him. After a quick treatment by the old healer, Luo Shanghong's nearly fading breath finally stabilized. Thank you, Granny Silver Hair. By the way, miss, what do you see in this kid? Your family wants you to hurry to Kyoto. It seems the Chu family is about to break off the engagement with the Li family. The head of the family wants to see if you can help the Li family, who is a big shot. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan replied irritably, I'm not going back. They left me out in the world for over a decade, and now that they've just found me, they want to control my marriage? What kind of father does that? Besides, I already have someone I like. Seeing this, the old healer frowned slightly and continued, Miss, you haven't seen the young master of the Li family, have you? He is hailed as the one who will undoubtedly become the next generation's war god. His grandfather and father are both the strongest war gods. Lu Ruyan showed a hint of disdain, saying, but that hasn't happened yet. Besides, why can't Shanghong become a war god? Miss, please don't joke about such things. What he didn't know was that Lu Ruyan wasn't joking at all. In her heart, she believed Luo Shanghong could become the strongest person in the world. According to the original storyline, this indeed turned out to be true. Granny Silver Hair, please help me take Shanghong back first. Meanwhile, back at the villa, Su Xiaoya was lounging with her long, fair legs crossed on the sofa, reading. Upon seeing you return, she immediately got up. Young master, you're back. I've prepared dinner for you. Su Xiaoya sensed that you seemed a bit down, so she wanted to cook dinner herself to cheer you up. You then sat alone on the sofa, your long fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest. You had already checked Luo Shanghong's background. It was ordinary, and he couldn't possibly know any top-tier experts. That left only Lu Ruyan. With that thought, you took out your phone and dialed, get me all the information on Lu Ruyan, the latest and most accurate. You then thought about how this damn fate brought in a 9th-tier master just to save Luo Shanghong, and a surge of unnamed anger welled up inside you. Hey, old man, send me a powerful 9th-tier master, you said. The voice on the other end responded in confusion. Didn't I just send you a few people a couple of days ago? Isn't that enough? Not enough. I just encountered a 9th-tier master today. On the other end of the line, while he didn't understand how you got involved with a 9th-tier master, he wouldn't refuse your request since you were his precious son. Alright, just in time, Yi has returned. He's at the peak of the 9th tier, and even if he encounters an average stone tier, he can fight back. I'll have him secretly protect you. You knew that Yi was the leader of Li Jia and Yin Wei, usually by your father's side. With him around, your safety would be guaranteed. Otherwise, who knew what that damn fate would do? After a brief chat, you ended the call with your father. Su Xiaoya had already approached you, saying, Young master, dinner is ready. I made it myself. Although I don't know why you're unhappy, I hope you can eat away all your worries. Upon seeing her, you paused for a moment, then smiled happily. It felt nice. You sat cross-legged in the training room, planning to see if you could find a cultivation method that could be practiced directly in the system's store. In this world, one cannot cultivate before awakening spiritual talents. Does extracting 70% count as completing the task? If the host exceeds 50%, it can be considered completed. However, the more you extract, the richer the rewards. Would the host like to settle the task now? System reward settlement in progress. Congratulations, the host has received 1000 destiny points and the beginner level 9-tier dragon technique for cultivation. You also received 100 spirit pills of the 7th tier and 5 tickets for space fortune of the 3rd tier. You felt a bit displeased. You had nearly incapacitated the destined protagonist, yet the rewards you received were less than a standard greeting gift. The 1-tier technique looked somewhat decent. However, upon reviewing the details, you realized that this beginner level 9-tier technique, though it seemed low level, would absolutely shock the world. This was because it contained methods for cultivating without spiritual talent, which meant that in the future, human children could start cultivating at a young age. Currently, this method was lacking for humanity, as people could only start cultivating after awakening their spiritual talent at the age of 18. Thus, this seemingly small 9-tier technique was enough to excite all of humanity. Open System Cultivation. System Cultivation details, Host Level 5, Cultivation points available. Entry-level technique, Thunderous Might, and entry-level technique, Dragon 8 parts. Entry-level cultivation points completed. That's a bit pricey. After a brief consideration, you made your decision. Deduct 10 cultivation points. Entry-level cultivation completed. Deduct 5 cultivation points. Host level has been upgraded to 1st tier level 1. Is this spiritual power? Reached 1st tier level 1. You could already feel the power surging within your body. Alright, you still have 1100 destiny points. Let's do a draw, system lottery. 100 destiny points per draw. Congratulations, the host has won an AK-47, a Desert Eagle, and the 3-tier technique, 6-pulse Divine Sword. You were a bit speechless. Is this for me to play FPS? Even though you knew you weren't poor, you didn't expect such useless items. The other items were even more ridiculous. Adult toys and all sorts of nonsense had also appeared. Forget it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ruyan brought Luo Shanghong to her new residence and, relying on her family connections, found a famous healer to treat him. How's he doing, old sir? After examining Luo Shanghong, the white-haired old man frowned and shook his head. His bloodline is severely damaged, as if it had been forcibly extracted. It's a miracle he's still alive, but as for future cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan felt as if her heart was being torn apart. How could this be? He looked fine just a moment ago. The old man shot her a questioning look. Bloodline isn't just blood, it's a talent inherent within the body. Aren't you a miss from the Lu family? Didn't your family teach you these things? Lu Ruyan's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. She had been living an ordinary life outside and hadn't been exposed to such matters. If she hadn't been recognized recently, she wouldn't even have the qualifications to hire this healer. Is there any way to restore his bloodline, old sir? He can't become a waste, can he? The old man pondered for a moment and said, there are some methods, though they are not easy. Please, tell me. Lu Ruyan was on the verge of tears. I've heard that the Li family in Kyoto has a primordial flower that is said to be able to heal all injuries, even bringing back those on the brink of death. However, you wouldn't be able to request it, nor would your Lu family. The mention of the Li family in Kyoto made Lu Ruyan feel a sense of despair. She knew that even her Lu family had to curry favor with that powerful family, and she certainly understood she didn't have that capability. In the blink of an eye, the weekend was over, and the students returned to school, continuing their sprint towards the college entrance exams. That brat Luo Shanghong won't end up failing, will he? And Lu the school beauty looks like a fairy widow, huh? Someone said. You merely smiled and said, don't talk about this at school. Understood, boss. At that moment, a female voice suddenly called out from behind, Li Donghao, wait. You didn't need to look to know who it was. You acted as if you hadn't heard and kept walking. However, you hadn't gone far. You were stopped by Lu Ruyan, who said, I told you to wait. Can't you hear me? Looking at the out-of-breath beauty before you, you suddenly felt a bit of disdain. Who do you think you are, telling me to stop? Lu Ruyan was about to argue back when you interrupted her. Just say what you need to say, I don't have time for your nonsense. Feeling your cold attitude, Lu Ruyan suddenly felt sad. You weren't like this before, but there was no time to think further. I remember your family is quite powerful. Could you help me find out if there's a way to restore bloodlines? You just scoffed, so your little lover's bloodline is wasted, huh? Heh, no need to ask, there is a way, but I won't help. You didn't say this to gain anything, you just needed to create some conflict between him and Luo Shanghong. After saying that, you pretended to walk away. But upon hearing there was a way, Lu Ruyan couldn't let you leave. She bit the hook, pleading, "Please, save him." He immediately put on a pitiful look that seemed like he was about to cry. "I know you have grievances against me, but even if we won't be together, we can still be friends, right? You can still like me. I don't mind, just consider it helping me out." Wow, listen to this drama queen's words, you were left speechless. "I did like you before, but sorry, you're not worthy of being my friend. As for restoring the bloodline, I live at Villa No. 1 on Cloud Mountain. Think carefully about your past, and I might consider it. Time waits for no one." After saying that, you couldn't stand this drama queen any longer and turned to leave. Even if she really went, you wouldn't want to move a muscle for her. You'd only return if it was your good fortune. Your words left Lu Ruyan standing there, gritting her teeth in frustration. Li Shengtian had just walked a short distance when the system's voice rang out. "Ding, system task. Intercept the fateful protagonist Luo Yaoyang's important opportunity. Miss Bai Ruoxue of the Bai family in Magic City." Details: Miss Bai Ruoxue is about to awaken her first sequence ice-type spiritual power talent, but due to her naturally extreme bloodline, she is unable to cultivate and suffers from cold body ailments every day. In the original plot, Luo Yaoyang would coincidentally help Bai Ruoxue balance the extreme attribute in her bloodline, causing her to uncontrollably fall in love with him and gain the support of the Bai family, the first family in Magic City. Li Shengtian couldn't help but marvel at the protagonist's strong luck. What a coincidence! However, he was quite interested in this task. Since Bai Ruoxue had not yet interacted with Luo Yaoyang, he could not only weaken Luo Yaoyang but perhaps also recruit a little brother for the Li family in Magic City. He immediately began to probe information from Sherdang. To be honest, Sherdang's panel was quite ordinary with no highlights, the only comforting thing being his loyalty of 90. According to the system, below 60 means a stranger, 60 to 70 is still relatively unfamiliar, 70 to 80 means an acquaintance, 80 to 90 is basically trustworthy, and above 90 has a very low probability of betrayal, while 100 indicates absolute loyalty. By the way, there was also a Heart Unity Pill in the previous system gift package. The Heart Unity Pill, as the name suggests, can maximize the loyalty of the user towards the one who uses it, ensuring that all matters are considered first for the user. Subsequently, Li Shengtian went directly to the Shi family with Sherdang, and naturally, they were warmly welcomed by the entire Shi family, who certainly knew his identity. Li Shengtian had a conversation with Sherdang's father, Shi Men, the head of the Shi family, expressing his intention to support Sherdang and the Shi family, which made Shi Men very happy, his aged face flushing with joy during the conversation. Li Shengtian then asked Shi Men to arrange a cultivation room for him, and the latter promptly complied without further questions. In the cultivation room, Li Shengtian looked at Sherdang. "Shi Tu, you've been with me for 3 years now, right?" "Yes, boss, 3 years." Li Shengtian took out the Heart Unity Pill. "Take this, and from now on, you'll be my trusted confidant." Upon hearing this, Sherdang took the Heart Unity Pill without hesitation and swallowed it, not doubting it was poison or anything. Sherdang's panel instantly displayed that his loyalty had reached 100, with the words "never betray" following. Li Shengtian then asked the system, "This is reliable, right?" Reporting to the host, "It is reliable. Once loyalty reaches 100, there will be no betrayal, and loyalty will never decrease. This has been locked by the system." With the system's assurance, Li Shengtian didn't hesitate. He transplanted the starry sky-devouring beast bloodline to Sherdang, which moved the latter to tears, causing him to kneel and bow, unable to be pulled up. "All right, get up. Don't knock your head silly. If you want to thank me, just cultivate well. You'll be needed in the future." "Yes, boss, Sherdang, will never let you down." After that, Li Shengtian didn't go back to school. Luo Yaoyang wasn't there, so there was no fun in going to school. Was he really going to study seriously like those classmates? What a joke. Moreover, the information he had previously asked someone to investigate about Lu Ruyan had also been found. After reading it, Li Shengtian was quite speechless. Was it so blatant to send resources to the fateful protagonist? A girl from an ordinary middle-class family, after getting involved with Luo Yaoyang, was found by her real parents, and her family turned out to be the top-tier young family from the capital. At the same time, Li Shengtian found it somewhat interesting. Someone in the capital had spread the news that his engagement with Miss Lu was to be annulled, and other families in the capital wanted to use him to connect with the Li family, the Yang family included. Yang Lin, the head of the Yang family and Lu Ruyan's biological father, had been urging Lu Ruyan to return and compete for the position of the Li family's young master's fiancé, and he strongly opposed Lu Ruyan being with Luo Yaoyang. Lu Ruyan never expected that the person her father wanted her to curry favor with was actually him. At this moment, Li Shengtian already had a plan in mind, so he asked Yang Lin to stoke the flames for Lu Ruyan and Luo Yaoyang. Immediately, Li Shengtian made a phone call to the family steward. He was someone brought out by his grandfather, a veteran who had fought alongside his father in numerous battles, and all the younger members of the Li family had to call him Uncle Fu. "Young master, what can I do for you?" came the aged, hoarse yet kind voice from the other end of the line. "Uncle Fu, please discreetly inform the Yang family that our Li family is interested in an alliance through marriage." "Understood, young master." Although he didn't know what scheme his young master was up to this time, he simply needed to follow orders, a principle he had adhered to since following the old war god Li. After that, Li Shengtian dove back into the training room. No matter what, he couldn't fall behind in his cultivation. After all, the protagonist's luck was too outrageous, and becoming stronger was the only truth. At the same time, at Lu Ruyan's residence. "What? Qingwei, you must be joking, right?" Just waking up, Luo Yaoyang was left dumbfounded when he heard Lu Ruyan say that his bloodline was severely damaged, and he might not be able to cultivate in the future, or if he could, his potential would be limited. Although she didn't want to discourage Luo Yaoyang, Lu Ruyan felt he should know the truth about his situation. "It's true. The silver-haired granny from my family said it herself. She's a 9th-tier expert. How could she lie to you?" Luo Yaoyang stared incredulously at the woman before him. "Qingwei, what are you saying? What family? What 9th-tier expert?" Lu Ruyan sighed and then told Luo Yaoyang how her family had found her recently and about her background. After hearing this, Luo Yaoyang was even more incredulous, and a wave of desolation washed over him. Lu Ruyan was actually a young lady from the prestigious Yang family in the capital. Could he ever be worthy of her? Moreover, with his bloodline now crippled, he was completely useless. Seeing Luo Yaoyang like this, Lu Ruyan hurriedly said, "Yaoyang, it's okay, there must be a way to restore your bloodline. I believe you are the best in the world." With those words, Luo Yaoyang instantly regained his confidence. Yes, he must be very talented. As long as his bloodline was restored, he could surely become a dragon among men. By then, even the Yang family in the capital would be willing to betroth their daughter to him. "Qingwei, you're right." But then Luo Yaoyang was troubled again. "But can my bloodline really be restored?" "It can. As far as I know, there are already 2 methods. Originally, Lu Ruyan just wanted to encourage him, to let him know that there were always ways to recover, but she didn't expect Luo Yaoyang to dig deeper. "Really? What methods?" Luo Yaoyang seemed to see hope, but Lu Ruyan hesitated, fearing she might further discourage him. "Qingwei, just tell me, you're not lying to me, are you?" Lu Ruyan sighed. "One is the divine medicine from the Li family, the original flower, which can heal all injuries." Before Lu Ruyan could finish, Luo Yaoyang shouted excitedly, "That's great! Qingwei, can you use your family's influence to help me get it? They are all prominent families in the capital. The Li family would surely give your young family some face." This made Lu Ruyan feel a bit annoyed for the first time. He, a commoner, had no idea about the gap between the Yang and Li families. Why would they give her family face? Moreover, although she had feelings for Luo Yaoyang, they weren't even together yet, and he was so presumptuously asking to borrow her family's power? Thinking this, Lu Ruyan's tone turned slightly angry. "Our Yang family and the Li family are not on the same level. They won't give us face. Besides, my father strongly opposes me getting close to you. He wants me to marry the young master of the Li family. He definitely won't help you ask the Li family for the original flower." To her surprise, Luo Yaoyang shouted again. "What? How can it be like this? Your damn father is really too sycophantic, isn't he? Just because I come from an ordinary family, he looks down on me? Thinks I'm a good-for-nothing? Didn't you grow up in an ordinary family too? What marriage alliance? I think it's more like you're trying to curry favor with the Li family." Luo Yaoyang was ranting to himself, not noticing that Lu Ruoyan's face had turned somewhat cold. Cursing someone's biological father and belittling them together, who would be happy to hear that? Enough! Luo Yaoyang suddenly realized he had said the wrong thing. "I'm sorry, Qingwei, I got too worked up just now." Lu Ruoyan, thinking that she still had feelings for him, didn't pursue the matter. "So forget about the method of the original flower, and I've also given up on the other method. Let's find another way." Upon hearing that the other method was abandoned, Luo Yaoyang became anxious. This was about whether he could cultivate or not. How could he give up? What was the other method? Why did you give up? How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Lu Ruoyan felt even more disappointed in him. "You think you can just say let's try? Let me tell you directly, it's Li Shengtian. He has a way, but the condition is to sleep with me. Are you planning to let me sleep with him? That's got to be a lie. He must be trying to trick you. Don't believe him." Seeing Luo Yaoyang's reaction, Lu Ruoyan felt a bit better. It showed he still cared about her. But Luo Yaoyang didn't think that way. Everyone knew how obedient Li Shangtian had been to Lu Ruoyan before. Now that he was distancing himself, it was just jealousy. As long as Lu Ruoyan lowered her pride to ask him, he would definitely agree. It must be that Lu Ruoyan couldn't bring herself to ask him properly. Then let's think of another way. Although this argument ended like this, neither of them knew that they had both planted seeds of dissatisfaction in their hearts. Time flew by. There was only 1 month left until the college entrance examination, and all universities would hold awakening ceremonies the day after tomorrow. This made Luo Yaoyang, who still hadn't found a way to restore his bloodline, anxious and even led him to think of some crooked ideas. One day, he secretly took Lu Ruoyan's phone and found Li Shangtian in the contacts. Li Shangtian looked at the phone in his hand, feeling puzzled. Surely Lu Ruoyan wouldn't really agree to his request? What is it? Li Shangtian, it's me, Luo Yaoyang. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Li Shangtian's mouth. The Yang family hadn't put any pressure on him yet, and Luo Yaoyang was already anxious? Speak. Do you really have a way to restore the bloodline? I do. You should know the conditions. Luo Yaoyang gritted his teeth. Can't we change it? Li Shangtian hung up the phone directly. After that, Luo Yaoyang called a few more times, but he ignored them. As for why he didn't just block him, he was waiting for Luo Yaoyang to call again to sell Lu Ruoyan out. In Li Shangtian's villa training room, during this time of cultivation, Li Shangtian had already risen from level 1 to level 3. This made him feel that without a system, cultivation was really slow. It took almost 2 months to level up twice. Ding! Please, host, don't be so humble. In this world, a cultivator who can level up once in 2 months is already considered talented. You leveled up twice in 2 months without awakening your spiritual power talent. That already makes you a genius. Li Shangtian suddenly realized, oh, so I'm a genius too? Thinking about it, both his grandfather and father were war gods. How could his talent be poor? Baby, mommy's here. A gentle and melodious voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Then the door was pushed open, and a beautiful woman in a sky blue cheapao and a stunning lady in a black professional outfit walked in. The woman's slightly curled long hair draped over her shoulders, her captivating eyes filled with allure, and her sexy red lips were even more enticing. The professional outfit accentuated her perfect curves, and her long, shapely legs were wrapped in black stockings, her delicate feet resting in a pair of black high heels with red soles, exuding a queenly aura. Li Shangtian was left dumbfounded. It wasn't until the two women approached him that he snapped back to reality. Ahem, mom, sis, what brings you here? The beautiful woman immediately enveloped Li Shangtian in a bear hug. Darling, have you missed mommy? Missed you, so much. But mom, do you realize you're a 9th tier practitioner? I'm going to be suffocated. The beautiful woman quickly released him. Sorry, darling, I forgot. Li Shangtian's mother, Lan Yun, was the ruler of the largest business empire in Huaxia and also a 9th tier cultivator, capable of crushing Li Shangtian without using any spiritual power. And what about me? As soon as Lan Yun let go, his sister Li Wanshu, a stunning young woman, directly hugged Li Shangtian, pressing his head forcefully against her chest. Did you miss me? Missed you all. Li Shangtian hurriedly wriggled free. This time it wasn't suffocation, but he was about to be smothered. It was truly overwhelming, he could hardly breathe. The young beauty was Li Wanshu, his sister, though not by blood. Technically, she was a childhood bride arranged by his mother. However, Lan Yun had also said that Wanshu could pursue her own happiness, and if she couldn't find anyone, she could settle for Li Shangtian. Giggle seeing Li Shangtian's awkwardness, the two women revealed charming smiles. So, are the two beauties here to attend this young master's awakening ceremony? Of course. Mommy can't miss my darling son's awakening ceremony. I'm here to see if the stinky little brother is qualified to inherit our father's legacy. Li Shangtian immediately became arrogant. Just kidding, this young master's talent needs no words. This remark made the two women laugh again. The two beauties haven't had dinner yet, right? I wonder if I have the honor of dining with you. Li Wanshu smiled. Alright, I'll give you this chance not long after. The three sat at the dining table, enjoying a rare candlelight dinner, with the two women sitting on either side of Li Shangtian, who felt incredibly happy at that moment. Alright, you're not waiting for me to eat, huh? A loud voice came, and a rugged man in uniform walked over, looking strikingly similar to Li Shangtian, though his stubble suggested he hadn't shaved in days, yet it couldn't hide his handsomeness. Dad, you're here too? The man sat down next to Lan Yun and immediately grabbed her chopsticks to start eating. Your mother said it. How could I, as your father, not come to my son's awakening ceremony? Watching his father eat, Li Shangtian quickly called for another set of chopsticks. No one would expect the mighty god of war from Huaxia to have such poor table manners, but Li Shangtian felt happy. he always appeared distant to outsiders, but only his family could make him feel like a child. He wouldn't become estranged from his family just because he had an additional soul. The system had previously said that 2 souls had merged within him, and his feelings for his family remained intact. So for Li Shengtian, the experiences of his past life felt more like a long dream. Isn't it a problem for you not to guard the Black Great Wall? Li Aoshi waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, a day or 2 won't matter. Wait a minute. Li Aoshi suddenly sensed something was off with his son but wasn't sure. You, stretch out your hand. Li Shengtian was a bit stunned. Could he have discovered his anomaly? That couldn't be. The system said it was a complete fusion with no issues, but he obediently stretched out his hand. The 2 women beside them also did not understand what Li Aoshi meant. Li Aoshi grabbed Li Shengtian's wrist and then showed a surprised expression. You little brat, you've awakened? No, otherwise why would I still participate in the awakening ceremony the day after tomorrow? Then how come you're already at the first level, 3rd rank? Li Shengtian remained calm. He hadn't planned to hide it. He just thought that since his mom hadn't noticed, others wouldn't either. It seemed it was still his dad who figured it out. Oh, I figured out a method for attributeless cultivation before awakening my spiritual power talent, that's it. As he spoke, Li Shengtian took out his handwritten version of Introduction to Cultivation, but it only contained the most basic cultivation methods, lacking any medicinal combinations or the like. It was essentially a fragment, but for humanity today, it was incredibly precious. What did you say? Before awakening spiritual power talent? Attribute less cultivation? Li Aoshi, Lan Yun, and Li Wanshu were all shocked. The higher their status, the more they understood the value of those words. Li Aoshi snatched the Introduction to Cultivation from Li Shengtian's hands, flipping it open to examine it closely. He read for quite a while, during which Li Shengtian dared not interrupt, and the 2 women quietly watched Li Aoshi, eager to know the outcome. Ha ha ha, good, wonderful, as expected of my Li Aoshi's offspring. Ha ha ha, Li Aoshi suddenly laughed heartily. Honey, what's going on? What is this attribute-less cultivation? Lan Yun asked nervously. Li Aoshi hugged Lan Yun tightly. My wife, you've given me a genius son. Do you know? This Introduction to Cultivation of Tian'er, I can only describe it in one sentence. It can elevate the overall strength of humanity to a new level, perhaps even change the long-standing oppression of humankind. Li Aoshi was extremely excited, and after hearing his words, Lan Yun and Li Wanshu felt as if they were in a dream, utterly incredulous. The weight of the phrase, can change the human situation, was immense. Immediately, the way the 2 women looked at Li Shengtian was like gazing at a monster, filled with pride and honor. This was Lan Yun's son, Li Wanshu's brother. Li Aoshi calmed his excited heart and said to Li Shengtian, Tian'er, this thing is too important for humanity, but since you wrote it, are you willing to share it for everyone to cultivate? I originally planned to share it, just wasn't sure before. Now that you say it's fine, of course, I'm willing to submit it. Li Shengtian had intended to exchange the fragment of Introduction to Cultivation for more benefits. Submitting it to the state was no big deal. It was just a small foundational cultivation method. It would allow people to cultivate earlier and give humanity more combat power, which would not affect the Li family's dominant position at all. It was like the foundational cultivation methods in fantasy novels that everyone could practice, yet those powerful sects still stood tall. Why? Because what determines how far one can cultivate is not just time, but also talent, cultivation resources, and so on. A big family like the Li family had enough cultivation resources, and those with good talent but lacking resources would come seeking them. As long as the Li family's name remained, they would only grow stronger. Submitting this foundational technique would not only bring Li Shengtian into the sight of the higher-ups but also enhance humanity's combat power, allowing for a stronger resistance against alien races. Otherwise, if humanity were wiped out, how could Li Shengtian survive alone against the aliens? Ha ha ha, good boy, a real man. No time to waste, I will send it to the highest level of Huaxia right now. After saying that, Li Aoshi disappeared without a trace. Li Shengtian was left looking at the 2 women staring at him, feeling a bit uneasy. Mom, sis, why are you staring at me? Li Wanshu smiled gently, reaching out to pat Li Shengtian's head. As expected of my little brother, you're amazing. Lan Yun also hugged Li Shengtian. Baby, you are mommy's pride. Li Shengtian felt incredibly pleased at this moment. Is this what it feels like to be regarded as a source of pride by one's family? On the other side, as Li Aoshi presented the handwritten Introduction to Cultivation by Li Shengtian to the highest council of Huaxia, everyone was shocked. A technique that allows one to cultivate before awakening, a technique that could shake the world. When Li Aoshi revealed that this was written by his son Li Shengtian, the high-ranking officials of Huaxia were once again astonished. The son of the war god Li, who seemed to have just awakened this year, is only 18 years old? Genius, prodigy, these were the words the high-ranking officials of Huaxia could think of to describe Li Shengtian. In Kyoto, the Lu family. Lu Jinghua, the head of the Lu family and chairman of the highest council of Huaxia, had just returned home looking gloomy. At this moment, Lu Jinghua's wife, Hong Ling, his son Lu Rulong, and his daughter Lu Qingcheng were all waiting for him to have dinner. Seeing Lu Jinghua like this, Hong Ling thought he had been criticized. "Honey, what's wrong? Is it a work issue?" Lu Jinghua glanced at his wife, then looked at his own reflection on the phone screen, and then shot a fierce glare at Lu Rulong. "No, dear, you tell me, we're not doing badly, right? How did we end up with a son who acts like an idiot?" Lu Rulong was unhappy. "Dad, how do I act like an idiot?" "Humph, Li Aoshi's son just submitted a technique today that allows for attributeless cultivation before awakening, a technique that could change the human landscape, and he figured it out himself. The chief even praised him personally. Li Aoshi must be over the moon. Look at you." Lu Jinghua grew more and more agitated. "What? Are you talking about that kid Shengtian?" Hong Ling exclaimed in shock. Lu Rulong and Lu Qingcheng also felt a storm brewing in their hearts. "Otherwise, does Li Aoshi have other sons? I just can't understand why that kid has the right." Lu Jinghua was filled with envy and jealousy. The three of them calmed down a bit. Hong Ling knew her husband was comparing himself to Li Aoshi again. These two brothers had always been like this since childhood. "It's okay, dear, our Rulong isn't that bad either. Besides, Aoshi is a prodigy. Isn't it normal for Shengtian to be even more extraordinary?" "Exactly, Dad. What are you comparing with the Li family? Is there anyone in his family who isn't a prodigy?" Lu Jinghua thought for a moment. It seemed true. He had never been able to compare with Li Aoshi, and he was expecting his foolish son to surpass Li Shengtian. "By the way, Qingcheng, how's the engagement with that brat Shengtian coming along? I think it would be great for him to be our son-in-law." At this moment, Lu Qingcheng frowned prettily. "Ha, Dad, what did you say?" "I said, how's the engagement with Shengtian coming along?" I can." Lu Qingcheng thought for a moment. "Okay, I'll talk to Li Aoshi tomorrow and tell that kid to come back quickly." Lu Jinghua was naturally pleased that his daughter could be with Li Shengtian. Although he and Li Aoshi loved to bicker, they were truly brothers who had been through thick and thin together. His wife Hong Ling and Li Aoshi's wife Lan Yun were also good friends, so how could he not be happy? However, Lu Qingcheng was still puzzled in her heart. What's going on? In my previous life, Li Shengtian was always infatuated with that Lu Ruyan, even going so far as to sever ties with his family, leading to the decline of the Li family later on. What's happening now? Could it be the butterfly effect? What others didn't know was that Lu Qingcheng was actually a reborn person. She had planned to use her memories from her previous life to smoothly reach a realm above the 10th level, to withstand the impending disaster for humanity. But now it seemed that things were not developing exactly as she remembered. And Li Shengtian was undoubtedly the biggest variable, so she agreed with Lu Jinghua about the engagement. She wanted to see what was going on with this Li Shengtian. Meanwhile, the much-anticipated Li Shengtian himself was enjoying a warm dinner with Lan Yun and Li Wanshu after Li Aoshi left. Later, Li Shengtian found Uncle Fu alone and handed him the complete version of Introduction to Cultivation. He instructed him to start adopting young orphans from now on, to instill in them the ideology of being loyal to the Li family. After that, these orphans could be trained using this Introduction to Cultivation, along with the medicinal aids included, to cultivate them as early as possible. Li Shengtian's intention was to nurture the next generation of Dark Guards. The Dark Guards were a powerful force exclusive to the Li family, and the current Dark Guards followed the commands of Li Aoshi. Although Li Shengtian also had the authority to mobilize them, he still wanted to cultivate his own Dark Guards. Uncle Fu understood Li Shengtian's meaning. "All right, young master, I will arrange for dedicated people to handle this matter. The people you choose must be absolutely loyal to the Li family. Bring them to me after you select them." Old servant understands. After that, Uncle Fu took his leave. Li Shengtian trusted Uncle Fu completely, not only because they had fought side by side with Li Aoshi, but also because the system showed Uncle Fu's loyalty at a glaring 100. Later, Uncle Fu brought 2 8th tier and 1 7th tier experts. Li Shengtian checked their loyalty, all at 100, and entrusted the task of cultivating the Dark Guards to the 3 of them. Time flew by, and the awakening ceremony was approaching. At this moment, Luo Yayang, who had no clue about how to restore his bloodline, was burning with anxiety. During this time of extreme worry, the Yang family in the capital also learned through secret channels that the Li family intended to form a marriage alliance with them. This news greatly pleased the Yang family head, Yang Lin, who quickly sent someone to the Magic City to bring Lu Ruyan back. The responsibility fell to Lu Ruyan's cousin, Yang Junying. As soon as Yang Junying arrived in the Magic City, he had a conflict with Luo Yaoyang, mainly because Yang Junying looked down on Luo Yaoyang, the commoner. Thus, when they first met, they had a huge argument. If it weren't for Lu Ruyan's intervention, they might have ended up fighting. Yang Junying initially wanted to have someone beat Luo Yaoyang up, but considering that his cousin seemed to like this guy, he could only let him off the hook, though he would still mock him whenever they met. What made Luo Yaoyang even more upset was that ever since this cousin of Lu Ruyan arrived, she had stopped helping him find ways to restore his bloodline, which was of utmost importance to him. One day, Luo Yaoyang was still trying to curry favor with Granny Yin, hoping that this 9th-tier expert could point him in the right direction. However, no matter how he flattered her, the old woman completely ignored him, which made Luo Yaoyang resentful. He had just hit a wall with Granny Yin when he entered the living room and saw Lu Ruyan and Yang Junying chatting happily, which further ignited his anger. Xingwei, the awakening ceremony is almost here. Aren't you going to help me think of a way? Before Lu Ruyan could speak, Yang Junying interjected, Is Xingwei what you call her? My cousin will be the young mistress of the Li family in the capital. You, a pathetic loser, better get lost. Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Lu Ruyan shouted, Enough, can you two stop arguing every time you meet? It's really annoying, you know? Neither of them spoke. One was thinking about how he would need his cousin's support in the future and dared not retort, while the other was angry because Lu Ruyan did not side with him. Yaoyang, don't worry, I will definitely help you. You go out first. Junying and I are discussing some family matters. Lu Ruyan perhaps wanted to soothe Luo Yaoyang and separate him from Yang Junying to prevent them from arguing. However, in Luo Yaoyang's ears, this sounded like Lu Ruyan was trying to drive him away, and her promise to help him was just a lie, as he saw no action from her, only that she was happily chatting with Yang Junying. Luo Yaoyang, with red eyes and barely suppressing his anger, gritted his teeth and left. Afterward, Luo Yaoyang stayed alone in the garden for a long time, and it seemed he finally figured something out. He hid in his room, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Since your family has soared to great heights, don't blame me. If you won't help me, I'll find a way myself. Li Shengtian guessed instantly who was calling as he looked at the unfamiliar number. After all, no sales calls could reach him. Have you thought it through? How did you know it was me? Luo Yaoyang felt as if he was being controlled. That's not important. I just want to know if you've made up your mind. Sure enough, Luo Yaoyang gritted his teeth in anger and said, I promise you, I'll find a way to get her to you. Li Shengtian couldn't help but smile. Wise choice. I'll be waiting for your good news, and afterward, I'll help you restore your bloodline. After hanging up, Li Shengtian confirmed that Shadow was still lurking in the dark, which put him at ease. Otherwise, any changes in the situation would be hard to handle. As the sun set, Luo Yaoyang used the excuse of wanting to relax to persuade Lu Ruyan to accompany him to the movies, while also insisting that she leave Granny Yinsi at home to avoid any interruptions. The movie ended quickly, and Lu Ruyan smiled and asked, So, how about you, Yaoyang? Are you feeling better? For a moment, Luo Yaoyang felt a pang of regret, but it quickly faded. He had to think of himself. Feeling better, haha. Luo Yaoyang led Lu Ruyan further away, eventually reaching the back, but she followed along, feeling dizzy until they reached the back door, where she sensed something was off. Yaoyang, why are we here? I'm feeling really dizzy. Before she could finish, she collapsed. At that moment, several men in black entered through the back door and lifted Lu Ruyan into a car, with Luo Yaoyang following closely behind, fearing that Li Shengtian might play tricks. In the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, Li Shengtian was already waiting. He hadn't expected Luo Yaoyang to be so efficient. He had only agreed during the day and already brought Lu Ruyan that night. As for why they were in a hotel, with 2 women at home, he couldn't possibly bring someone back there. Was he looking for trouble? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A few men in black carried Lu Ruyan inside. Young master, we brought her, but this kid insisted on coming along. They glanced at Luo Yaoyang, who was staring intently at Li Shengtian. You can leave now. The men quickly exited, leaving only Li Shengtian and the 2 others in the large room. Throw her on the bed. Li Shengtian pointed to the luxurious bed. Luo Yaoyang felt deeply insulted, but since it had come to this, he couldn't let his impulsiveness ruin his chances with Li Shengtian. He could only grit his teeth and comply. In fact, it wasn't that Li Shengtian intended to insult Luo Yaoyang, he just found it dirty. You can go out now, or do you prefer to watch from the side? After placing Lu Ruyan on the bed, Li Shengtian said. Luo Yaoyang had no choice but to comply. He didn't want to stay there anyway. I hope you won't go back on your word, he said before fleeing the room. Ha! Li Shengtian sneered, then turned to look at Lu Ruyan on the bed. She was indeed a beauty. What a pity. Smack! Li Shengtian slapped Lu Ruyan's fair face, causing her to frown but not wake up. Smack, smack. A few more slaps turned one side of her face red, yet she still didn't wake. This kid really put in a lot of drugs. He then picked up the hot tea he had just brewed and splashed it on her. Ah! Lu Ruyan screamed in pain, finally waking up, dazedly looking around until she saw Li Shangtian and jolted awake. Li Shangtian, what have you done to me? Where's Yao Yang? Li Shangtian tossed the cup aside and sat down in a chair. Head, Yao Yang? Guess who brought you here? Impossible. Yao Yang would never do this. Li Shangtian was too lazy to waste words. He had no real thoughts about Lu Ruyan. Capturing her was merely to force her to sever ties with Luo Yaoyang. But after some thought, since he had already caught her, he picked up his phone and started typing. Before long, several women walked in and began to beat Lu Ruyan mercilessly. What are you doing? Let me go. I'm the young lady of the Yang family in Kyoto. Aren't you afraid my family will cause you trouble? But these people showed no signs of stopping. Before long, Lu Ruyan was already in tatters, her eyes vacant as she collapsed to the ground. Alright, that's enough. Let her go. Li Shangtian didn't want to kill Lu Ruyan. He was counting on her to take revenge on Luo Yaoyang. He stood up, walked over to Lu Ruyan, and kicked her in the face, which was already unrecognizable. So, are you still hoping for your Yaoyang to save you? I was wrong. Shangtian, I was wrong. Please let me go. Wuo tears streamed down Lu Ruyan's face like a dam bursting, but Li Shangtian felt no pity. He then ordered someone to bind Lu Ruyan, gag her, and toss her into a cabinet, before calling Luo Yaoyang over. Where's Qingwei? You brought her here yourself. Why should I care about her? Luo Yaoyang clenched his fists. You promised to help me restore my bloodline. Give it to him. A man in black took out a vial from a bag and handed it to Luo Yaoyang, who looked skeptical. Don't worry, I have no interest in deceiving you. I guarantee you won't have any issues when you awaken. Luo Yaoyang wanted to say more, but Li Shangtian impatiently said, take it and get lost. The men in black immediately forced Luo Yaoyang out. Lu Ruyan, left in the cabinet, was already crying uncontrollably. She never expected that it was truly Luo Yaoyang who had drugged her and sent her into this den of evil. She felt a deep pain in her heart, followed by an endless rage and resentment. Ding! The destined protagonist Luo Yaoyang has severed ties with the female lead Lu Ruyan. Destiny drops to 5,000. Let her go. Afterward, Li Shangtian notified Granny Silver Silk to come here. She looked at her young lady in this state, her heart burning with anger, but seeing Li Shangtian sitting casually with his legs crossed, she had to swallow it down. Lu Ruyan might not recognize her, but how could she not recognize the cold and handsome man sitting before her? It was Li Shangtian, the young master of the Li family himself. Not to mention her, even if the head of the Yang family came, they would have to swallow their anger. She just didn't know how her young lady had offended the young master of the Li family. If the Yang family had found out, he would surely fly into a rage, especially since they had recently learned that the Li family was interested in a marriage alliance with the Yang family. Now that the young lady had offended the young master of the Li family, that alliance was basically doomed. As Lu Ruyan was taken back by Granny Silver Silk, she had already cried herself into a mess. She couldn't understand why Luo Yaoyang had betrayed her. Weren't they supposed to like each other? Luo Yaoyang was completely unaware that he had been sold out and foolishly returned to Lu Ruyan's residence, planning to put on a tragic act, claiming that both he and Lu Ruyan had been drugged, but Lu Ruyan was nowhere to be found. As Luo Yaoyang stepped into the courtyard, he saw Yang Junying walking out with a dark expression. The moment he saw Luo Yaoyang, his anger flared. You bastard! How dare you come back? Grab him! The bodyguards around immediately sprang into action, restraining Luo Yaoyang. Yang Junying, what are you doing? Qingwei has been taken away. Shouldn't you hurry to find her? Luo Yaoyang shouted. Yang Junying quickly stepped forward and punched Luo Yaoyang in the face. Luo Yaoyang felt two of his teeth get knocked out and was about to curse when he heard Yang Junying speak. What are you pretending for? Isn't my cousin the one you drugged? Luo Yaoyang was stunned. He couldn't understand how Yang Junying knew, but soon he found out the answer. Two bodyguards held him down, forcing him to kneel, and sitting in front of him was Lu Ruyan, her face wrapped in bandages. At that moment, Lu Ruyan looked at the kneeling man, her heart filled with resentment and anger. Finally, she coldly asked, Why? Why do this? Luo Yaoyang, even if he was foolish, knew that his affairs had been exposed, and he simply vented his dissatisfaction. Why? The awakening ceremony is approaching, and my bloodline still can't recover. Yet you spend every day fooling around with that Yang Junying. You don't care about me at all. Then I can only find a way myself. I don't want to become a useless person. After saying this, Luo Yaoyang let out a sigh of relief. The stone pressing down on his heart finally lifted. Humph, such audacity. Granny Insi snorted coldly and suddenly struck out with a palm. Stop. Luo Yaoyang was so frightened that his legs went weak, thinking he was doomed, but Lu Ruyan suddenly intervened. Lu Ruyan felt very complicated inside. She hated Luo Yaoyang for betraying her, but ultimately couldn't bear to kill him. "You can go. From now on, we are strangers." "Miss, this person has committed such a grave mistake. How can we let him leave alive?" Granny Insi questioned from the side. "Am I the miss, or are you the miss?" Lu Ruyan was a bit angry. After spending time with Yang Junying, she felt increasingly noble, and what she once respected about Granny Insi now seemed like nothing more than a servant. "Yes." Granny Insi retreated to the side, but she was already dissatisfied with this new miss in her heart. As a ninth-tier powerhouse, even the family head would have to give her some face, yet this wild girl dared to speak to her like that. Moreover, she had offended young Master Li, the family head would make her pay for it. Thus, Luo Yaoyang managed to walk out alive from Lu Ruyan, but his heart was filled with anger. He did not believe he was wrong. Since Lu Ruyan had completely severed ties with him, he vowed to stand out and make Lu Ruyan regret her decision today. As for Yang Junying and that old woman, he would make them pay the price. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, the National Awakening ceremony had arrived. On this day, the Magic City No. 1 high school, where Li Shengtian was bustling with activity. In the school square, all the teachers, students, and parents gathered, with a tall tower in the center, the Awakening Tower. Teachers, students, and parents, the Awakening ceremony of Magic City No. 1 high school officially begins. Students whose names are called, please enter the Awakening Tower for your awakening. Class 5, Senior Year, Wang Ba. First sequence Wood System Class 3, Senior Year, Zhang San. Fourth sequence Water System Class 2, Senior Year, Lu Ji. Second sequence Weapon System. As the host called out names, students entered the Awakening Tower one after another. Those who had already awakened were either overjoyed or worried, while those who had not awakened were increasingly tense. In the VIP area, Lan Yin gently held Li Shengtian's hand. "Darling, don't be nervous, you can do it." Li Shengtian smiled. "Mom, I'm not nervous, it's you who's nervous." Li Wanshu beside them said, "Yeah, Mom, little brother can do it." Li Aoshi was not present. After all, the war god of Huaxia appearing in public would cause a commotion. "All right, Mom, relax. Let's see if any of my classmates have good potential." Class 2, Senior Year, Luo Yaoyang. As Luo Yaoyang's name was called, Li Shengtian was also very curious. With his protagonist bloodline damaged, could he still awaken a good talent? As for the potion given to him earlier, it was just an ordinary berserk potion, which could put the user into a berserk state during battle. Drinking it normally was no different from a stimulant, but it would damage the body. Luo Yaoyang trembled as he walked toward the Awakening Tower, feeling uncertain inside. He wasn't sure if his damaged bloodline would affect his spiritual talent awakening, nor did he know if Li Shengtian's potion would work. Recently, he felt quite energetic, but the awakening ceremony only happened once, so he could only brace himself. As Luo Yaoyang entered the Awakening Tower, the tall tower emitted a beam of light that shot into the sky. Luo Yaoyang, first sequence Beast Transformation System. As the host's voice fell, the audience instantly became lively. "Damn, the first sequence from our school has appeared. Who is Luo Yaoyang? I've never heard of him before. This kid's future is limitless." Lu Ruyan in the audience tightly clenched her hands, her expression very complex. It seemed that Luo Yaoyang's bloodline had been restored, but that was at her expense. Once Luo Yaoyang awakened his first sequence talent, he would soar to great heights. How would they face that in the future? "Baby, this Luo Yaoyang from your school has quite the talent," Lan Yin remarked, unaware of the situation between him and Luo Yaoyang. Li Shengtian wouldn't be angry about it. He just sighed at how absurd the protagonist's fate was. His bloodline was nearly wasted, yet he still had first sequence talent. What about his own intact bloodline? When Luo Yaoyang walked out of the Awakening Tower, his head was almost in the clouds. As he descended, he glanced over at Li Shengtian, but his gaze was soon drawn to Li Wanshu, looking as if his eyes might fall out. Li Shengtian naturally noticed this, his eyes narrowing slightly, an unprecedented coldness in them. "Brother, don't mind him, he's just a stray dog on the roadside." Li Wanshu also sensed Luo Yaoyang's gaze and, seeing her brother's reaction, knew he was angry, which made her happy. Who wouldn't want their favorite little brother to care? Li Shengtian didn't respond, but in his heart, he had already marked Luo Yaoyang for death. Last time, he laughed and caused his bloodline to be wasted. This time, what would he lose for looking around? Class 1, Senior Year, Lu Ruyan. Another beam of light shot up into the sky. Lu Ruyan, first sequence healing system. This also sparked a wave of cheers and discussions. "Brother, is this Lu Ruyan?" "Not that impressive, much worse than sister," Li Wanshu teased from the side. "Of course, how could she compare to my dear sister?" Class 1, Senior Year, Li Shengtian. "Go for it, baby." Li Shengtian strode towards the Awakening Tower. As Li Shengtian entered, the Awakening Tower suddenly shook violently, followed by a light that shot up into the sky, several times stronger than anyone before. The light seemed to burst out of Blue Star, shining into the universe. Inside the Awakening Tower. Ding! Host awakening in progress, awakening successful, super sequence lightning system, awakening successful, zero sequence fire system, awakening successful, zero sequence wind system, awakening successful, first sequence weapon system, sword. What the hell? Li Shengtian was a bit dazed. How come there were 3? System, explain this, it's urgent. Ding! Reporting to the host, the super sequence lightning system is granted by the system, the zero sequence fire system is inherited from your father. The zero-sequence wind system is inherited from your grandfather, and the first sequence weapon system, sword, is self-awakened. This is outrageous. Li Shengtian could only say he was not only a wallhanger but also a privileged child. Just as Li Shengtian was still confused inside the Awakening Tower, the outside had completely erupted. Damn, what's going on? This commotion is even bigger than those who awakened the first sequence before. I don't know, what exactly is happening? Meanwhile, Lan Yun and Li Wanshu were more concerned and worried. They didn't know what was happening inside. Compared to whether Li Shengtian could awaken a powerful talent, they hoped he could be safe and sound. The school and city leaders sitting on the high platform were also at a loss. The Awakening Tower was still emitting blinding light and shaking violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Everyone was fixated on the Awakening Tower, eager to see the extraordinary talent that was about to emerge. Why were they so sure it was a prodigy? With such a huge commotion, they wanted to see what was happening inside. Amid the expectant gazes of the crowd, the door of the Awakening Tower slowly opened, and Li Shengtian stepped out. At that moment, the audience held their breath, eager to discover what kind of talent Li Shengtian had awakened. Li Wanshu and her companion let out a sigh of relief. Just as everyone awaited the host's announcement of Li Shengtian's talent, the host in the distance was staring intently at the screen connected to the Awakening Tower, troubled. The symbols displayed on the screen were ones he had never seen in all his years of hosting awakening ceremonies, and he didn't know how to announce them. Just as he was about to contact the Awakening Institute for clarification, an old man appeared before him out of nowhere. "Let me take a look," he said. The host initially wanted to ask what kind of strength gave him the audacity to look, but upon raising his head, he was immediately drenched in cold sweat. "Director, why have you come in person?" At that moment, Li Aoshi, who had been hiding, also appeared. The old man then gestured to Li Aoshi. "The war godly personally invited me. How could I not come?" The war godly. The host felt as if he could barely stand. How could someone of such stature be in his presence? The audience erupted in excitement. The appearance of the director of the Awakening Institute was shocking enough, but now the war godly had also shown up. He was the strongest in Huaxia. At this time, the security forces prepared by the school sprang into action to maintain order, as the influence of the war godly was immense. The leaders who had been on the high platform hurried down. While they held a high position in this area of Modu, they were nothing in front of these two, especially the war godly. "War godly, Director Huang, why have you come in person? We haven't had the chance to properly host you." Li Aoshi waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not here to inspect or host anything. I'm just here to see my son's awakening ceremony. I brought old Huang along to take a look." The leaders seemed to have heard something astonishing. Li Shengtian was actually the son of the war godly. Everyone present was equally astonished, feeling it was unbelievable that the son of the war god was attending the same high school as them. They could brag about this for a lifetime. Seeing Li Aoshi arrive, Li Wanshu and Lan Yun did not approach to disturb him. They were both sensible women and would not seize the opportunity to show off. They understood that Li Aoshi had important matters to attend to. Li Shengtian also walked over, and the father and son exchanged a glance. "This is Director Huang of the Awakening Institute," Li Aoshi introduced. "Hello, Uncle Huang." Not bad, much more polite than your father," Director Huang said, stroking his white beard, seemingly pleased by the address. "Get out of here, when was I impolite?" "No, stop rambling. Quickly see what talent my son has. Such a commotion must mean it's extraordinary." Director Huang knew this was serious and didn't engage in idle chatter with Li Aoshi. The host, who had been scared out of his wits, finally reacted and hurriedly handed the screen to Director Huang. Everyone once again held their breath, waiting for the answer to be revealed. Director Huang examined the screen closely, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked up at Li Shengtian, his gaze akin to that of someone seeing a monster, then glanced at Li Aoshi, shaking his head in confusion. "What do you mean by shaking your head, old Huang? What is it?" Li Aoshi was getting a bit anxious. This old man was keeping them in suspense. Director Huang sighed and said, "Your Li family is truly filled with prodigies. Each generation surpasses the last." Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished yet extremely curious. Was Li Shengtian's talent actually higher than that of the old war godly and the war godly? What kind of monstrous talent could it be? Quickly say it, don't keep us in suspense. Director Huang, fearing that Li Aoshi might truly become impatient, thought of Li Shengtian's talent and solemnly announced, Li Shengtian. Fire element talent, 0 sequence. Wind element talent, 0 sequence. Swordsmanship weapon talent, 1st sequence. As Director Huang announced the end, the scene fell into silence. They didn't know what the 0 sequence was, but the light elemental talent alone was already a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy. Li Aoshi was so excited that his face turned red. Did others not know? He himself was a 0 sequence fire elemental, and his father was a 0 sequence wind elemental. His son, on the other hand, inherited both his and his father's talents. He also possessed the sword path talent of the 1st sequence. Good boy. Come back to Kyoto with me. This good news must be shared with your grandfather. Li Aoshi slapped Li Shengtian on the shoulder, causing him to gasp in pain. In that moment, Li Shengtian even thought about returning the slap and asking his father if he didn't know he was a war god. Did he think he could just play around with a slap on someone at the 1st level? But of course, he knew that Li Aoshi had held back, otherwise, a single slap would have been enough to turn him into a starfish. Li Aoshi then directly grabbed Li Shengtian and disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a few words for Director Huang about treating him to a meal next time. All that remained were the bewildered and shocked crowd. Phew, Mom, our tea honor is amazing, Li Wanshu said to Lan Yun, her stunning face unable to hide her happiness and pride. Of course, just look at who gave birth to him. Yes, it's still Mom's genes that are powerful. After a round of mutual flattery, Lan Yun pretended to be angry and said, these two dare to leave us here. Just wait until I get back to deal with them. The two then left the place. The crowd that remained later heard Director Huang explain what the 0 sequence was. He told them that the 0 sequence was above the 1st sequence, but since the awakening of spiritual energy, very few had awakened, which is why it had never been made public. This undoubtedly made them believe even more that Li Shengtian was a once-in-a-thousand, no, 10,000, 100,000-year genius. With such an incredible 0 sequence, he awakened 2 at once, along with the 1st sequence sword path talent. Wasn't that the definition of a genius? The Blue Star also had the internet, so the events at Magic City No. 1 high school quickly spread across the country. Shocking, son of war god awakens 3 unbeatable talents. Monster, a once-in-a-millennium genius appears at Magic City No. 1 high school. 2 0 sequence talents plus 1 1st sequence talent. Is the Li family's young master in Kyoto unparalleled? Various reports appeared online, sparking discussions among people, and Li Shengtian became a universally known prodigy. In the Lu family of Kyoto, Lu Qingqing sat on the sofa in a white silk nightgown, one snow-white thigh resting on the other, her wine-red wavy hair cascading like willow branches, while her captivating eyes were fixed on her phone screen. Li Shengtian, you truly are the biggest variable. Wind and fire dual element 0 sequence, sword path 1st sequence. This talent probably surpasses most alien prodigies. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. In the Yang family of Kyoto, in the conference hall, the family head Yang Lin looked at the news report, furiously smashing his phone to the ground, shards flying everywhere. I'm so angry. I really regret not directly bringing that unfilial daughter back. Now look, he has offended the young master of the Li family, and the young master has awakened such a monstrous talent. The Li family is about to soar, but the Yang family has nothing to do with it. The clan elders and important members of the family dared not speak up while Yang Lin was in a rage, but they confirmed in their hearts that Yang Lin was right, that Lu Ruyan truly did not know what was good for her, wasting their Yang family's bloodline. After the Yang family meeting concluded, in a secluded small courtyard, a woman dressed as a Yang family maid quietly entered a room. The woman opened the door, and the inside was so dark, with only a single window letting in a beam of sunlight, giving the room a hint of life. A beautiful woman was sitting by the window, reading a book in the faint sunlight. Her face was so pale, yet it contrasted with her vibrant red lips, and her slightly loose, old-fashioned clothes could not hide her graceful figure. Miss, that Lu Ruyan is finished. The woman lifted her gaze, her eyes calm as still water. What happened? The maid approached her, massaging her shoulders while recounting the news she had gathered. I heard that the head of the family has been trying to use Lu Ruyan to get close to the Li family, but Lu Ruyan has fallen for a commoner outside. Later, she somehow offended the young master of the Li family and got beaten up by him. The maid paused for a moment before continuing, and what's more, the young master of the Li family awakened his dual-element talent of wind and fire in the 0 sequence today, along with his 1st sequence talent in swordsmanship. Now everyone online is saying that he is a once-in-a-millennium genius. The head of the family was even angrier when he found out, saying that the Li family is about to soar while the Yang family will have nothing to do with it. Upon hearing the maid's words, the woman's calm eyes finally stirred with emotion. 2 in the 0 sequence, 1 in the 1st sequence? Is there really such a defying person in this world? In truth, The woman had never taken Lu Ruyan seriously, even though she was a legitimate daughter and she was merely a bastard child. At the time, she felt quite nervous when she learned that Yang Lin had found Lu Ruyan, but when she heard he liked a powerless commoner, she realized that Lu Ruyan was nothing special. But Li Shangtian, he was still so outstanding, always shining, while the maid noticed the woman had been silent for a long time and complained, "If only the miss could marry the young master of the Li family, you are so exceptional, why should you suffer in the young family just because you are a bastard? If you became the young mistress of the Li family, you would definitely be able to showcase your talents." The woman was taken aback at first, then angrily said, "Taozi, never say such things in the Yang family again." "Yes, miss." Taozi realized that if her words were known by others, it would bring trouble to the miss. While everyone was shocked by Li Shangtian's extraordinary talent, Li Shangtian himself had already been caught by his father and flown from the demon city to the capital. For a 10th-tier powerhouse like Li Aoshi, flying was as easy as drinking water, but for Li Shangtian, it was a torment. As soon as Li Aoshi set Li Shangtian down, the latter couldn't help but vomit. He was truly airsick, the sensation was too strange. "Ha ha, can't handle it? You still need to practice." Li Aoshi mercilessly mocked him for his embarrassing state. Li Shangtian could only sulk inwardly, "So you never took me flying when you were young, huh?" Soon, Li Aoshi led Li Shangtian to the foot of a mountain, and Li Shangtian naturally knew where this was. His grandparents lived up there. After retiring, the two elders wanted to enjoy a peaceful life, so they bought this mountain next to the Li family, building a house on it to escape the city's hustle and bustle. As Li Aoshi and Li Shangtian walked up the mountain, they showed respect for the two elders. Flying over the heads of two old heroes in Huaxia was considered very disrespectful, and if Li Aoshi was cautious, others would dare not fly over here. After walking for a while, they saw a courtyard halfway up the mountain, truly picturesque, with the courtyard nestled among the mountains and waters, resembling a fairy's abode, full of charm. The two approached the courtyard and pushed the door open to find an old man with white hair lounging in a rocking chair, basking in the sun, holding a fan in one hand. Yet, even such a leisurely action could not conceal the sharp aura emanating from the old man, as if he were a sleeping tiger. This was Li Shangtian's grandfather, the old war god of Huaxia, Li Jiangshan. "Rare guests, what brings you two brats to my place?" Li Jiangshan said casually, eyes closed, fanning himself. "Who has come?" As soon as the sound came from the house, an elderly woman with white hair quickly walked out. Despite the wrinkles covering her face, it was clear that she had been an extraordinary beauty in her youth. She was Sun Jingjie, Li Shangtian's grandmother. "Shire and Tian'er are here. Come in quickly, I just made lunch." Sun Jingjie was overjoyed to see Li Shangtian and his father, and hurried over to pull them inside. "Ahem, Mom, I won't eat. I brought Tian'er to see you too, and then we have to head back to the Great Wall." Hearing this, Sun Jingjie felt a bit forlorn. She and her husband had spent nearly their entire lives at the Black Great Wall, and now her son was following in their footsteps. When would it all come to an end? Li Jiangshan finally opened his eyes at Li Aoshi's words, revealing a pair of eyes filled with endless killing intent. "Tian'er has awakened?" "Yes," Li Aoshi nodded. Sun Jingjie took Li Shangtian's hand and patted it. "Our Tian'er's talent must be exceptional." Li Jiangshan also stood up, pretending to think as he walked over to Li Shangtian and patted his shoulder. "Let me guess, it must be the zero sequence, right?" Just as Li Shangtian was about to speak, he was silenced by a glance from Li Aoshi, so he could only nod and shake his head. Li Jiangshan glared fiercely at Li Aoshi. "You little brat, trying to create a sense of mystery for me, huh?" Li Aoshi just smiled. "Dad, why not guess again?" Tian'er's talent is now referred to as unparalleled in the world. Since the elderly couple did not go online, they were unaware of the outside world. "Oh, unparalleled?" Li Jiangshan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and Sun Jingjie looked pleased as well. It seemed Tian'er's talent was even higher than that of these two war gods. "I can't guess, just tell me. I really want to know what talent my dear grandson has." Li Aoshi no longer kept them in suspense. "He inherits your zero-sequence wind system, my zero-sequence fire system, and has also awakened the first sequence sword path." "What? 3 system talent? 2 zero sequences and 1 first?" Even the elderly couple, who had seen much in their time, were astonished. This was no genius, this was clearly a little monster. Soon after, Li Jiangshan pulled Li Shangtian to teach him the wind system techniques. If it weren't for Sun Jingjie saying to eat first, Li Shangtian would have likely started cultivating right away. Li Aoshi made an excuse to leave for the Great Wall and did not stay for the meal. The elderly couple did not insist. On one hand, Li Aoshi's time was indeed precious, and on the other, their dear grandson was the real treasure in their eyes. After enjoying a meal prepared by his grandmother, Li Shangtian was taken by Li Jiangshan to the mountain peak. "Dear grandson, I will teach you my strongest technique, the Cloud Sky Wind God technique. After that, I'll teach you some other techniques. But Grandpa can only teach you the wind system. The fire system will have to rely on your father. As for the sword path, we'll talk about that later. Come, follow my movements. For a long time afterward, Li Shangtian stayed on the mountain, learning the cloud sky wind god technique from his grandfather. Stars shifted, and the sun and moon rotated. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Luo Yaoyang encountered a beast transformation master and began learning from him. Although the Yang family criticized Lu Ruyan for her foolish actions, they still brought her back for guidance. Everyone was working hard to prepare for the upcoming entrance examination. After a month of study, Li Shangtian had nearly grasped the basics of the Cloud Sky Wind God technique. Cloud Sky Wind God technique, Subgod, Beginner, Thunderbolt, 1st grade, not cultivated, 6 Meridians Divine Sword, 3rd grade, Beginner, Cultivation Entry, 9th grade, Perfected. Looking at his techniques, Li Shangtian felt increasingly that he should suppress the destined protagonist more. Otherwise, without cultivation points, progress would indeed be slow. As for the level of the Cloud Sky Wind God technique, the system informed him that anything above 1st grade was considered subgod level, and this technique was originally a god level technique. However, since it was derived from an ancient book that his grandfather had deduced, it only reached subgod level. Li Shangtian had also asked the system if there was a way to complete the Cloud Sky Wind God technique, but the system only said that there might be a way to complete it among the rewards later. Good grandson, today you should go down the mountain and return to the family. Grandpa didn't expect your comprehension to be so high. In just 1 month, you've grasped the basics of the Cloud Sky Wind God technique. After all, Grandpa is getting old. Thus, Li Shangtian left the old couple's residence that day. Sun Jingjie looked at her departing grandson with reluctance in her eyes, while Li Jiangshan sighed. Alas, with great power comes great responsibility. With such talent, Tianer will ultimately have to stand on the front lines against the alien races. We are old now, we can only pray for the child's safety. In the capital, the Li family. A luxurious extended business car drove through the gates. The Li family's estate was comparable to a palace, with buildings that exuded nobility. Soon, the car stopped in front of the largest building, and Li Shangtian got out, feeling a wave of nostalgia for this long-lost home. Young master, the madam and miss are already waiting for you, said a tall, middle-aged man with graying hair and glasses as he approached respectfully. I understand, thank you, Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu elegantly bowed and replied, young master is too kind. Li Shangtian stepped into the hall and immediately saw the 3 women, Lan Yun, Li Wanshu, and Su Xiaoya. Lan Yun and Li Wanshu had returned to Kyoto and naturally brought Su Xiaoya along. They had originally been working but had specifically taken time off to welcome Li Shangtian back. Li Shangtian enjoyed a wave of thoughtful care, which made him think that if he weren't burdened with this damned fate of being a villain, living as a carefree young master would be quite nice. Unfortunately, fate was not on his side. In the Li family's backyard pool, Li Shangtian completely relaxed his body, floating on the surface of the water and enjoying this rare moment of peace. Recently, he had been undergoing intense training and was quite fatigued. However, the results were good. With his spiritual power talent, cultivation had indeed become much easier. He had risen from level 3 to level 5, mainly because he had previously focused all his energy on practicing techniques. Otherwise, he could have reached a higher level. Thinking about it, Li Shangtian felt it was about time to return to Magic City. That guy Luo Yaoyang had to be kept an eye on at all times. Although he had arranged for someone to watch, he still felt uneasy not being in Magic City himself. Young master. Su Xiaoya, wearing a sexy swimsuit that showcased her long legs and graceful figure, walked over barefoot, holding a fruit drink. Young master, the madam said that tomorrow is old master Lu's birthday, and she wants you to go over and meet your fiancé. As she said this, Su Xiaoya's tone inevitably carried a hint of disappointment, but she also knew her place. Being able to stay by the young master's side was already quite good. Understood. Li Shangtian naturally understood Su Xiaoya's feelings. Come over and feed me. Saying this, Li Shangtian swam to the edge of the pool, lying back with his head up, opening his mouth and waiting for Su Xiaoya to come and feed him. Coming the next evening. At the Lu family in Kyoto, the entire Lu family was decorated festively, with lights and decorations everywhere. The reception room was packed, and the Lu family was bustling with activity tonight. In the main hall sat an elderly man dressed in a red longevity robe, chatting with some people around him with great interest. Qingcheng, what do you think of that young master from the Li family? Beside her, Lu Qingcheng wore a black evening gown, revealing a delicate section of her white calf, her feet adorned with sparkling diamond-studded high heels. Suddenly being mentioned, she forcibly pulled her thoughts back and didn't know how to respond. It would be a lie to say she had no feelings for Li Shangtian. After all, even in her previous life, aside from having the title of Li Shangtian's fiancé, they hadn't really met much. She had only agreed to the engagement out of pure curiosity about how Li Shangtian would break free from his predetermined path. I don't know much about young Master Li yet. I want to spend some time with him first. The old man laughed. Ha, that's only right. My granddaughter must marry a good man. Although that kid from the Li family has exceptional talent, if he dares to bully you, this old man will personally go to Li Jiangshan and cancel the engagement. Lu Qingqing felt warm inside. Her grandfather had always spoiled her like this. The others could only smile awkwardly. Everyone knew that the Lu and Li families were old friends, but to speak ill of the Li family would likely lead to disaster. Grandpa Lu was joking. Although I, Li Shangtian, can't be called a gentleman, I certainly won't be a scoundrel. A bright, magnetic voice came from outside the hall. Everyone turned to look, and they saw Li Shangtian dressed in a formal black suit, striding in confidently. Many of them had never seen Li Shangtian before, but they all knew that this young master was a prodigy of the ages. Lu Qingqing looked up and thought to herself, he's quite good-looking. How did he end up being a sycophant in my past life? Grandpa Lu laughed. Ha, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just in time, you little rascal should get to know our Qingqing better. She said she doesn't know you well. Grandpa. Teased by her grandfather, even though Lu Qingcheng was a 10th-tier powerhouse reborn, her face flushed with embarrassment. Ding! Detected the destined female protagonist. Name, Lu Qingcheng. Spiritual power talent, 0 sequence fire, 0 sequence water. Realm, 1st stage level 8. Golden finger, 10th tier powerhouse reborn. Li Shangtian was momentarily stunned, then looked at Lu Qingcheng. He hadn't expected her to be the destined protagonist as well. He had thought that since she was his fiancée, she should be from his side or Luo Yaoyang's, but it turned out she was the protagonist herself. The rumors outside said she had the 1st sequence talent in both water and fire, which seemed to be hidden. Moreover, she was only a year older than him and was already close to the 2nd tier, which put some pressure on Li Shangtian. Seeing Li Shangtian staring at her, Lu Qingqing's face felt a bit hot. Hey, have you looked enough? Li Shangtian snapped back to reality, realizing he had lost his composure. Oh, I'm truly sorry. I was distracted by Miss Lu's stunning beauty. Oomph, you're full of nonsense. Lu Qingqing turned her head away, not wanting to deal with this scoundrel. Ha ha ha. Grandpa Lu and the others laughed, thinking that these two would probably become playful adversaries in the future. Afterward, Grandpa Lu praised Li Shangtian's extraordinary talent and continued chatting with others, specifically arranging for Li Shangtian to sit next to Lu Qingcheng. The two sat in silence, with Li Shangtian pondering the fact that Lu Qingcheng was the destined protagonist. The system had also mentioned that if Lu Qingcheng's protagonist fate were erased, she would merely be a person of fortune and would not naturally oppose Li Shangtian. There was a way to erase her destiny, which was for Li Shangtian to take her down. To be honest, Li Shangtian did not wish to be enemies with Lu Qingcheng. On one hand, she was still his fiancée, and on the other, their families were old friends. Grandpa Lu and Uncle Lu treated him well. Of course, there was also the fact that Lu Qingcheng was such a beauty, and with their engagement, it would be a pity to kill her. Li Shangtian had never considered himself a saint. He was quite fond of beautiful women. Meanwhile, Lu Qingcheng was thinking about how to find a way to change Li Shangtian so drastically. Their predetermined paths in the past life were too different. After sitting in silence for a long time, it was Lu Qingcheng who finally broke the silence. Is young Master Li just going to sit there? Truly, the demeanor of an extraordinary genius is quite grand. Miss Lu is joking. I, Li, am not an extraordinary genius. The so-called dual system 0 sequence and 1st sequence of one system are merely a 1st sequence more than Miss Lu. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, and her gaze towards Li Shangtian instantly turned unfriendly. What does young Master Li mean? I only have 2 1st sequence talents. Li Shangtian saw that she was still trying to act, and he gently sipped his tea. Miss Lu is indeed cautious, but there's no need to put on an act in front of me. Considering we are both part of the 0 sequence and bound by our engagement, it wouldn't be good for us to hide things from each other. At this, Lu Qingqing's tone turned somewhat cold. Li Xiao is truly skilled, but I also don't believe you have nothing to hide. Does Miss Lu think I possess a talent that surpasses the 0 sequence? Li Shangtian laughed. He deliberately concealed his talent for the thunder system that exceeded the sequence because it was too unbelievable. He had asked his father about it before, and his father said that throughout human history, there had never been a talent that surpassed the 0 sequence. If he were to reveal this, countless people would want his life. After all, those foreigners wouldn't want China to dominate alone. His intention in exposing Lu Qingcheng was not to show off but to warn her that even though she was a reborn 10th tier powerhouse, she couldn't control everything. It was also a way to demonstrate his strength, making her understand that sometimes she would need his help. What Li Shangtian didn't know was that Lu Qingqing's doubts deepened upon hearing the words surpassing the zero sequence. After all, she was reborn and knew that among the alien prodigies, those true geniuses possessed talents that surpassed the zero sequence. Moreover, a few outstanding individuals with super-sequence talents had emerged among humans, but unsurprisingly, they were all eliminated by the aliens through various means. The aliens could not tolerate humans having prodigies who could rival their top talents. Now, Lu Qingqing was very suspicious that Li Shangtian had awakened some kind of super-sequence talent, and combined with what she had seen during his awakening, it seemed increasingly possible. She herself also had dual zero-sequence talents, although she had intentionally suppressed them during her awakening. If Li Shangtian only had one first-sequence talent, it definitely wouldn't have caused such a stir. The two of them speculated about each other in their hearts, but in the end, it came to nothing, and it wasn't until the banquet ended that Li Shangtian left the Lu family. Lu Qingqing watched Li Shangtian's departing figure and thought to herself, this Li Shangtian is indeed not simple. He has not only escaped his original fate but perhaps also has opportunities one don't know about. Perhaps my plans will be much simpler with him. On his way back, Li Shangtian pondered how to win over Lu Qingqing. After thinking it over, he felt he should first deal with Luo Yaoyang. He couldn't take too big a step, or it would easily backfire. As for Lu Qingqing, she posed no immediate threat to him, so he decided to send someone to keep an eye on her. Although Li Shangtian himself didn't believe he could keep track of this reborn female warrior, and it might expose him, so what? He didn't believe the other party wouldn't take action. The Li family. By the time Li Shangtian returned home, it was nearly midnight. Li Wanshu, Lan Yun, and the others had naturally returned. But what puzzled Li Shangtian was that there were others in the house. Tianer, this is Commander Jing, who came specifically to see you. At the same time, the middle-aged man in military uniform, exuding a faintly fierce aura, stood up and extended his hand to Li Shangtian. Hello, young brother Li, I am Jing Zhonghua. Commander Jing, I've long admired you. Jing Zhonghua then said he was sent to present Li Shangtian with an honorary medal and expressed gratitude again for his submission of Introduction to Cultivation. He also explained to Li Shangtian and the others that it was because Li Aoshi had asked them to keep a low profile, which was why they hadn't publicly recognized Li Shangtian. Li Shangtian naturally understood this was to protect himself, otherwise, many people abroad would want him gone, so keeping a low profile was indeed the right choice. Commander Jing, is there anything else? Li Shangtian wasn't trying to rush him away, but Jing Zhonghua's hesitance made it seem like he had something more to say. Well, Jing Zhonghua hesitated for a moment. Young brother Li, I wonder if you would be interested in becoming our comrade? We have all seen your talent, and we truly need young people like you. Li Shangtian furrowed his brows tightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to contribute to the country and humanity, but his situation was indeed special. If he stayed in the army, it would undoubtedly give the destined protagonist enough time to develop while he could never escape his villainous fate. Commander Jing, I long to fight alongside my seniors and comrades to defend the Black Great Wall, but right now I lack that ability. I would prefer to enter the Spirit Martial Academy to improve myself. After saying this, Li Shangtian looked at the other person's reaction, but Jing Zhonghua did not appear as disappointed as he had imagined. It's all right, brother Li. We have considered this, so we plan to give you a military rank. You won't have to stay in the army, but there may be some tasks that will require you from time to time. What do you think? Then I will respectfully comply. If that was the case, Li Shangtian would not refuse. He was indeed a destined villain, but he was also a descendant of two distinguished figures from Huaxia, and he had to protect Huaxia's peace. Great, wonderful. Upon receiving Li Shangtian's answer, Jing Zhonghua was overjoyed and hurriedly brought over the box he had brought with him. Brother Li, oh no, it should be Lieutenant Li now. Here are your uniform and some identification. Not only Li Wanshu and the others, but even Li Shangtian himself did not expect to become a lieutenant so directly. Surprised as he was, he still reached out to take the box, thus shouldering the responsibility of coexisting with Huaxia. After that, Jing Zhonghua said he had to return to report and left directly. Li Wanshu, Lan Yun, and Su Xiaoya finally came back to their senses from the shock. They had remained silent out of respect for Li Shangtian's choice, but they truly did not expect the military to be so sincere. Li Shangtian stayed at the Li family for a few more days, planning to return to Magic City, as he had to keep a close eye on things there. Who knows when Luo Yaoyang's opportunity might arise? He certainly had to seize it. There was also Bai Ruoxue from the Bai family in Magic City. He had asked his grandmother if there was a way to treat such issues, and the answer was that she did not have that ability, but if he could find something to suppress the feminine aspect of Bai Ruoxue's bloodline, it would be fine. Before leaving Kyoto, Li Shangtian had one more thing to do, which was aimed at Lu Ruyan. Luo Yaoyang he would destroy, but could he let Lu Ruyan go? Kyoto, Yang family. Yang Lin was sitting in the lounge, troubled about how to connect with the Li family or how to make the Yang family soar. Head of the family, Li Xiao is here. A young man suddenly rushed in, interrupting Yang Lin's thoughts. Just as he was about to get angry, he recalled what the young man had just said. Who did you say came? The young man seemed to have run over, panting heavily. Li Xiao. Li family's Li Xiao. Yang Lin quickly got up to welcome him, but to his surprise, Li Shengtian had already walked to the door on his own, and the others in the Yang family did not dare to stop him. They all knew who he was. Stopping him would be courting death. Li Xiao, your presence is an honor. Please, come in for tea. Yang Lin greeted him with a beaming smile, and Li Shengtian merely smiled back. Head of the Yang family, there's no need for tea. I'm here today to find someone. Yang Lin instinctively thought Li Shengtian was looking for Lu Ruyan. Oh dear, Li Xiao, what a coincidence. Xingwei just returned to Magic City to participate in the entrance examination. By the way, Li Xiao, you must have some misunderstanding with Xingwei. If she has offended you in any way, please don't take it to heart. Yang Lin kept chattering on, but Li Shengtian didn't listen to a word and raised his hand to interrupt him. Head of the Yang family, you misunderstood. I'm not familiar with Lu Ruyan. The previous matter was because of a kid named Luo Yaoyang. It's already in the past, so there's no need to mention it again. Li Shengtian paused. I'm here to see Muyun today. Ah, Yang Lin couldn't believe what he was hearing. When did his illegitimate daughter get to know Li Xiao? What, is Muyun not here? Yang Lin quickly regained his composure, regardless of whether she was a legitimate daughter or not. Knowing Li Xiao was a good thing. Go, quickly call Muyun. No need, I'll go myself. Yang Lin wanted to say something more but was silenced by a glare from Li Shengtian. He was worried that if Yang Muyun had a good relationship with Li Xiao might feel displeased upon seeing her living conditions. Before long, Yang Lin led Li Shengtian to the small house where Yang Muyun lived. Upon seeing the shabby environment, even Li Shengtian frowned. Yang Lin felt a chill in his heart, thinking, not good, it seems Li Xiao really has a good relationship with Muyun. Miss, the head of the family has brought a man over. Inside the room, Yang Muyun heard Taozi's words, and her beautiful eyes turned cold. What does he want? Planning to sell me? At that moment, Yang Lin's voice came from outside the door. Muyun, Li Xiao is here to see you. Hurry and open the door. Yang Muyun was momentarily stunned, then a look of panic visibly crossed her pale yet captivating face. In all of Kyoto, the only person Yang Lin could refer to as Li Xiao was one. She quickly got up to open the door. She hated and even loathed Yang Lin, but today, the person she cared about had come. As the door opened, Li Shengtian was greeted by a frail figure. Her skin, which should have been fair, revealed a sickly pallor, yet even so, it couldn't hide the graceful figure beneath her loose clothing. At that moment, her eyes, which had seemed clouded, sparkled with light. Shengtian, Li Xiao, why are you here? The title she had imagined calling him countless times finally failed to escape her lips. Is it not okay for me to come and see you? I remember we used to be together from elementary to high school, but I haven't visited you since I went to the Magic City. Li Shengtian's tone softened a bit, as the system's 95% favorability had already informed him of the woman's feelings towards him. Moreover, they had indeed been inseparable in childhood, with Yang Muyun following him like a shadow until he went to the Magic City, after which they lost contact. He had been wholeheartedly devoted, while she probably feared he would look down on her. Head of the Yang family, you can go about your business. I'll chat with Muyun for a bit. Li Shengtian turned to Yang Lin beside him and spoke lightly. Alright, I won't disturb Li Xiao any longer. Yang Lin tactfully withdrew, and Taozi followed suit, while Yang Muyun remained stunned by Li Shengtian's earlier call of Muyun. Is it convenient to come in? Ah, of course, please come in, Li Xiao. Yang Muyun quickly stepped aside to let Li Shengtian in. Her room was not just a bedroom. Upon entering, there was a space resembling a calligraphy room. However, it was very simple, almost devoid of decoration, causing Li Shengtian to frown slightly. Li Xiao, my place is rather shabby, please don't mind. Yang Muyun brought over a cup of tea, lowering her head and not daring to look at Li Shengtian. Sit. Li Shengtian did not treat himself as an outsider, and strangely, Yang Muyun did not find anything amiss. I remember you used to chase after me calling me brotherly. Why have you become so distant now? Li Shengtian took a sip of tea, while Yang Muyun nervously gripped her cup. I was immature before, please don't take offense, Li Xiao. Have your guard step back, I didn't come all this way to bully you. Upon hearing Li Shengtian's words, Yang Muyun's heart sank. She felt as if Li Shengtian could see right through her. In reality, Li Shengtian had merely sensed a few people behind the house and guessed, based on the information from the Li family, that some of Yang Muyun's subordinates were remnants left by her mother. step back. She then looked apologetically at Li Shengtian. Li Xiao, Li Shengtian raised his hand to interrupt. I know, you've suffered a lot, so it's normal to be cautious. Surviving in the cracks of the Yang family with just these people, it's hard on you. Yang Muyun didn't know why her eyes suddenly felt sore, and then tears began to flow uncontrollably. She was a very strong woman. After so many years of torment, she had never shed a single tear, but the person before her was the one she loved the most. Li Shengtian didn't say anything, allowing her to vent her emotions. After finishing a cup of tea, Yang Muyun raised her tear-streaked eyes, her voice trembling. Li Xiao, are you here to watch me make a fool of myself? Li Shengtian tapped the empty teacup. I'm not that bored, nor am I cruel enough to bully a woman who likes me. What do you think? His words made Yang Muyun's somewhat pale face flush, but she couldn't find the words to retort. Then Li Shengtian took out a token and placed it on the table. Take this, you can mobilize some of the Li family's power to do what you want. Li Shengtian stood up and walked out. He paused at the door. By the way, from now on, just call me brother. Li Xiao sounds uncomfortable. With that, he disappeared from Yang Muyun's sight. After a long time, Yang Muyun dazedly picked up the token on the table, and tears fell like a dam breaking. Why? Why are you being so good to me? At that moment, Li Shengtian was already in the car heading back to the Li family, watching the system prompt that Yang Muyun's favorability had reached 100, a slight smile forming on his lips. Sincerity was the ultimate weapon with a woman who liked him. With a favorability of 100, Yang Muyun would never betray him. Letting her use the Li family's power would definitely not disappoint him. A few days later, the matters in Kyoto had been arranged, and Li Shengtian set off back to the Magic City. Just before arriving, the 8th-tier person he had left in the Magic City sent him a message saying that Luo Yaoyang had been making waves recently with his beast transformation talent from the first sequence. He had even found a 7th-tier beast transformation expert as a master, and it was said that the Magic City Spirit Martial Academy was interested in recruiting him. Li Shengtian hadn't paid attention to this before. Logically, with such a monstrous talent, an academy should have come to recruit him by now, so why was there no movement at all? Oh, Li Shengtian suddenly saw a message stating that he had gone to a newly appeared secret realm near the Magic City for training, and that his master hadn't gone with him. So, based on experience, Luo Yaoyang likely had an opportunity here. It seems I need to adjust my plans. I was originally thinking of dealing with Bai Ruoshu at first, but since that's the case, let's harvest some benefits first. Li Shengtian immediately arranged to head to the Starfall Secret Realm, the same secret realm Luo Yaoyan was heading to. Meanwhile, in the Starfall Secret Realm, a humanoid beast shimmering with star-like light points and a black-purple body was being besieged by a pack of wolf-type magical beasts. The purple-black beast was panting heavily from the relentless attacks of the magic wolves, its body covered in claw marks. Damn it! How can this pack of dead dogs not be killed? The purple-black beast surprisingly spoke human words, and if one listened closely, it sounded exactly like Luo Yaoyang's voice. Ugh! Luo Yaoyang's eyes gradually turned red, exuding a wildness like a magical beast. He crawled into the wolf pack like a beast, his attack style shifting from human-like fighting to beast-like clawing, biting, and pouncing. In no time, the originally dominant pack of magic wolves was slaughtered, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Roar! At this moment, Luo Yaoyang had completely transformed into a beast, standing on all fours and howling at the sky. Then he actually grabbed a severed limb of a magic wolf from the ground and began to chew on it, making a crunching sound. Ugh! Luo Yaoyang seemed to return to normal, looking at the severed limb in his hand and feeling his stomach churn, unable to hold back his vomit. What? What happened to me? Luo Yaoyang returned to his human form, staring in disbelief at his hands. He felt as if he had not been himself just now, as if his body had been controlled by someone else. It must be that I was too angry, right? The master said that those with beast transformation abilities might enter a berserk state when angry. I must have entered that state. Luo Yaoyang completely did not believe that he would really turn into a monster, so he forced himself to find an excuse. In fact, he also knew that even in a berserk state, those with beast transformation abilities could still control themselves, rather than completely becoming like a wild beast. Not far away, a figure in a black robe recorded everything and sent it out. Interesting. Li Shengtian, on his way, received the video. Watching Luo Yaoyan lose his mind in the video, he couldn't help but smile. Going berserk and turning into a beast, losing reason, and killing the woman he once loved. Tut tut tut. What an interesting script. After successfully deceiving himself in his mind, Luo Yaoyan continued to explore deeper into the Starfall Secret Realm. Originally, the Starfall Secret Realm was a newly discovered area. Only the outer regions were open for cultivators to explore, while the deeper parts were absolutely forbidden, as they had not been explored yet, and it was unknown if there were any dangers inside. But who was Luo Yaoyang? The destined protagonist? Would he follow the rules? Drink! As the last magical beast fell, Luo Yaoyan returned to his human form. Looking at the magical beasts he had hunted, a sense of pride and arrogance surged within him. Ha, my strength has reached a new level. I can be called a genius among the younger generation. Luo Yaoyan's gaze suddenly turned dark. Lu Ruyan, I will make you regret not being with me. And Li Shangtian, so what if you're the young master of the Li family? So what if you have the zero sequence talent? I will eventually trample you underfoot. The figure in the black robe, who had been listening to Luo Yaoyang's self-talk, was almost amused, but upon hearing this kid dare to insult the young master, he nearly couldn't help but kill him. Remembering the young master's orders, he restrained himself from acting. Then, Luo Yaoyang continued deeper into the secret realm. I don't know why I always feel something is drawing me there. Ha ha ha, it must be my opportunity. With this thought, Luo Yaoyang quickened his pace. At this moment, Li Shangtian was also rushing over at full speed, accompanied by 2 8th tier and 1 9th tier companions. Since the last time he had plundered Luo Yaoyang's bloodline, he had become much more cautious. The luck of the destined protagonist was simply outrageous. He didn't know what variables would arise this time, so he brought along more bodyguards for safety. Plundering the opportunities of the destined protagonist could also weaken their fate, making it easier to kill them. Of course, it was just about saving effort. If he really wanted to kill the destined protagonist, he could do it, but the cost would be much greater. Just like with Luo Yaoyang, could Li Shangtian directly call his father and let Luo Yaoyang live? Finally, after rushing and slowing down, Li Shangtian arrived at the Starfall secret realm, preparing to enter through the secret realm's entrance. Yes, such secret realms are strictly controlled, otherwise, if the magical beasts inside escaped, it would be a disaster for human society. Excuse me, are you young Master Li? A woman's voice suddenly came, like a gentle autumn rain brushing over withered yellow leaves, carrying a hint of barely perceptible fragility and tenderness, yet slightly hoarse. Li Shangtian turned to look, like a lily swaying in the wind and rain, though battered, still maintaining its untainted elegance. Her pale complexion resembled the thin frost covering the snow on a winter morning, exuding a heart-wrenching fragile beauty. Her slender eyebrows slightly furrowed, adding a touch of endearing sorrow. Those eyes, once bright like stars, were now veiled in a light mist. Who are you? In fact, Li Shangtian already knew the woman's identity. He just asked symbolically. He hadn't expected to encounter this woman here. I am Bai Ruoshua from the Bai family in the Demon City. Young Master Li probably hasn't heard of me. Bai Ruoshua smiled, her smile still beautiful and captivating on her pale face. So it's Miss Bai. Are you here to train in the secret realm too? Bai Ruoshua shook her head. Li Xiao, you may not know, but due to my bloodline and talent, it has become very difficult for me to cultivate. It's just that an elder in my family found a fortune teller who said there might be a way to heal me in the Starfall secret realm, so I came to take a look. I see. Li Shangtian thought to himself that the fortune teller might have some skills. Perhaps Bai Ruoshua would meet Luo Yaoyang in the secret realm and receive treatment. Is it convenient to go with you, Li Xiao? Bai Ruoshua proposed, and Li Shangtian naturally agreed, thinking that if she went alone, she might end up with Luo Yaoyang, but following him would not give Luo Yaoyang a chance. Then Bai Ruoshua entered the secret realm with Li Shangtian. Along the way, Li Shangtian noticed that this woman looked like an ice goddess, yet she spoke quite a lot, mostly about her bloodline and talent issues, and how extraordinary Li Shangtian was. Ah, Li Xiao, am I talking too much? Bai Ruoshua actually wanted someone to talk to, but in the Magic City, even the young masters and ladies from other families dared not say much to her. Today, she finally met someone of a higher status who could talk to her, and without realizing it, she spoke too much. If Li Shangtian was displeased, it wouldn't be good for the Bai family. It's okay, I don't mind. Bai Ruoshua looked at Li Shangtian's smiling face and inexplicably blushed. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed throughout the Starfall secret realm, attracting everyone's attention as they looked around for the source of the noise. Whoosh! Following that, a pillar of light shot up into the sky and vanished, but everyone could feel the power contained within it. A treasure has appeared. Hurry! The cultivators in the secret realm quickly stopped what they were doing and rushed toward the direction where the light pillar had disappeared. Ha, it seems we are lucky, Li Shangtian said to Bai Ruoshua. In his heart, he was clear that it was most likely Luo Yaoyang who had caused this. He then stepped toward that direction, and Bai Ruoshua hurriedly followed. Perhaps this is my chance for treatment. Damn it! How did such a commotion happen? Isn't this attracting everyone? At that moment, Luo Yaoyang looked at the giant mountain that had appeared before him and couldn't help but curse. Luo Yaoyang had just followed the feeling that had drawn him here. It was originally just an ordinary mountain, but when he arrived, it seemed like he triggered some mechanism, causing the mountain to suddenly collapse and reveal its giant beast-like form. There! Luo Yaoyang suddenly noticed that there seemed to be an entrance at the gaping maw of the giant beast, so without thinking, he rushed in. Following that feeling, Luo Yaoyang knew that the object was getting closer to him. Finally, at the chest of the giant beast, he found a sparkling large stone, and his bloodline seemed to boil with an extreme desire to obtain that colorful stone. Meanwhile, Li Shangtian and the other cultivators had already surrounded the mountain. "Look, there's an entrance. The treasure must be inside." The speaker rushed into the cave first, with others following closely behind, fearing that the treasure would be snatched away by someone else. "Li Xiao, aren't we going in?" Bai Ruoshua was a bit anxious, as there might be a treasure inside that could heal her. Li Shangtian chuckled lightly, "No rush, let those people explore first." At that moment, Li Shangtian suddenly received a message from the black-robed man he had sent to follow Luo Yaoyang. "Young master, the terrain inside the cave is too complex. That kid seems to have a target, and I've lost track of him." Li Shangtian didn't pay much attention and told the black-robed man to come back. Now the entire mountain was blocked by cultivators, and unless Luo Yaoyang could fly, it would be difficult for him to escape. Boom! At that moment, the massive mountain, like a giant beast, began to collapse without warning. The cultivators who had just entered the cave sensed something was wrong and hurriedly retreated. Inside the cave, Luo Yaoyang had just obtained a colorful stone when the entire cavern started to shake violently and collapse. Luo Yaoyang had no time to think and fled. Holding the vibrant stone that looked extraordinary, all the cultivators understood that this stone might be the treasure of the cave. "Kid, stop! Hand over the treasure!" A group of cultivators chased after Luo Yaoyang, who could only run for his life. Not to mention that he couldn't handle so many people. Many among them were cultivators far above the first level. How could he deal with them? As he neared the cave entrance, Luo Yaoyang seemed to see hope. As long as he got out, the secret realm was filled with magical beasts, and the terrain was complex. It would be like finding a needle in a haystack for them to locate him. However, when he finally escaped the cave, he was stunned to see a large number of cultivators gathered outside. They saw Luo Yaoyang being chased and immediately realized that the item in his hand was the treasure. "Stop! Hand over the treasure!" A group of cultivators blocked Luo Yaoyang's path, and those behind quickly caught up, leaving him trapped between wolves and tigers, unable to escape. "This is just an ordinary stone. I'm only taking it back to collect." Hearing this, Li Shangtian in the distance almost couldn't help but laugh. Was this like burning paper during the Qingming festival to fool ghosts? The destined protagonist was so naive? The cultivators were not fools either. "If it's not a treasure, why are you running?" "Yeah, if it's not a treasure, why don't you show it to us?" Seeing that his clumsy lie couldn't deceive them, Luo Yaoyang's face turned as red as pig liver. "I got it first. Why should you take it?" A thin man among the cultivators swung his fist menacingly. "Why? Because you're not my opponent. Is that reason enough? Don't waste time with him. Grab it." A group of cultivators suddenly moved, but most were of lower levels, while the higher level ones were thinking about dealing with others later. "Too much bullying. Ugh!" Luo Yaoyang roared in anger, transforming into his beast form and actively attacking the cultivators. But even in beast form, he couldn't withstand the group attack from so many higher-level cultivators. Luo Yaoyang was already covered in wounds, blood staining his originally purple-black beast body. At this moment, his eyes gradually turned blood-red, emitting low growls like a wild beast. "What's wrong with this kid? Humph, can a first-level guy really stir up trouble?" What the cultivator said was not wrong. Even though Luo Yaoyang had lost his rationality and was attacking recklessly like a wild beast, to so many higher-level cultivators, he was merely a minor nuisance. Soon, Luo Yaoyang was beaten to a pulp, collapsing to the ground and automatically reverting to his human form. Now, Li Shangtian had no intention of letting Luo Yaoyang die, as he noticed that Luo Yaoyang's destiny had dropped to 2000. There were no more concerns about killing him, and he thought about whether he could find some opportunities again. The stone naturally became an unclaimed object, and the cultivators scrambled to seize it, creating chaos on the scene. Li Shangtian checked the stone with the system to see what it was, then glanced at Bai Ruoshua with a half-smile. The stone was called the Heart of the Star-Devouring Beast, which, as the name suggested, was the heart of the star-devouring beast, sharing the same origin as Luo Yaoyang. No wonder it was his exclusive opportunity. Then Li Shangtian looked at the collapsed mountain. So this is the skeleton of a star-devouring beast. Li Shangtian frowned. Since the revival of human spiritual energy, there had never been any record of a starry sky-devouring beast invasion, so how could this starry sky-devouring beast have died here? It seems this world is not as simple as it appears. Li Shangtian quickly regained his composure. A complex world was far more interesting, wasn't it? With the system by his side, what was there to fear? Watching the cultivators still fighting over the heart of the starry sky-devouring beast, Li Shangtian stepped forward. "Kid, this is not something you can participate in, get lost." A one-eyed cultivator noticed Li Shangtian and shouted, "Oh really? Hai Lao, let him be careful in his next life." Li Shangtian's tone was icy, as if the Grim Reaper had easily decided his fate. An old man in a blue tang suit with white hair stepped out from behind Li Shengtian, raising his palm without warning. The icy palm, accompanied by a biting cold wind, instantly turned the one-eyed cultivator into a mist of blood. All of this happened in an instant, leaving the cultivators present gaping in shock. Some cultivators who met Hai Lao's gaze felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave and quickly lowered their heads in fear. 9th tier powerhouse. Some recognized Hai Lao as a 9th tier, and they were so frightened that they didn't dare to make a sound. Even the experts following by Ruoshue were terrified, thinking that the young lady was courting death, that 9th tier powerhouse could easily deal with them. Li Shengtian slowly picked up the heart of the starry sky devouring beast that had fallen to the ground, turned around, and left with Hai Lao and the others. Just as Li Shengtian passed by Ruoshue, she felt as if her bloodline was being suppressed, and after he walked away, a bone-chilling cold swept over her entire body. In that moment, Ruoshue realized that the stone was the thing that could heal her. Watching Li Shengtian's departing figure, Ruoshue felt conflicted. Just now, Li Shengtian's domineering demeanor made her feel that the hope of getting the item from him was very slim. Maybe this is just one chance, I have to give it a try. With that thought, Ruoshue quickly followed after Li Shengtian. The cultivators watched as Li Shengtian and the others left, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Damn, who is that young master? A 9th tier powerhouse as a bodyguard? I remember now. Isn't he that legendary genius, young Master Li? A group of people finally realized who Li Shengtian was, and their hearts sank with fear, thinking that if young Master Li had been displeased just now, they would all be finished. Soon, the cultivators scattered like birds and beasts, leaving only Luo Yaoyang lying on the ground like a dead man. Li Shengtian sat in the car but did not immediately tell the driver to start. He was waiting for Ruoshue to come and ask him. This heart of the starry sky devouring beast had one major use, suppressing bloodlines. Because the starry sky devouring beast was inherently violent and often lost its reason, they evolved a heart that could suppress the wildness in their bloodlines. It seems this thing was meant for Luo Yaoyang to suppress the beastly nature in his bloodline. What will happen to him without it? Of course, this item was also a rare material for refining, but to be honest, the Li family had better refining materials than this, which Li Shengtian truly looked down upon. Even Ruoshue might not necessarily value it, but its properties were something Ruoshue could not refuse. Young Master Li, wait a moment. Li Shengtian's lips curled up. Here she comes. Miss Bai, is there something else? Li Shengtian asked knowingly. Ruoshue stood outside the car, the two separated by the car door, but her face was as red as an apple. She fidgeted with her fingers behind her back, stammering for a long time without saying anything coherent. Seeing this, Li Shengtian opened the car door and got out. Miss Bai, please get in the car. I'll take you home. We can talk about anything in the car. Ruoshue shyly nodded and then dove into the car. Her guards had originally wanted to say something, but felt it unnecessary. First of all, Li Shengtian would not harm Ruoshue. Secondly, even if Li Shengtian really wanted to do something to Ruoshue, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Not every family has the same foundation as the Li family in the capital, which can protect with 9th tier experts. Li Shengtian also got into the car and sat next to Ruoshue, then instructed the driver. The car drove for quite a while, but the two didn't say a word. Ruoshue was engaged in a mental struggle, while Li Shengtian was waiting for her to ask for the heart of the star-devouring beast. Li Xiao. Ruoshue finally overcame her inner shyness. Can you give me the stone you obtained? I can trade something for it. Hearing Ruoshue's voice, which was as soft as a mosquito, Li Shengtian found her quite cute and couldn't help but smile. Ruoshue thought that Li Shengtian was laughing at how the Bai family could have anything that would interest him, so she quickly added, actually, if Li Xiao is unwilling, then forget it. Although she said that, Li Shengtian immediately sensed the disappointment in her words. Miss Bai has been considering for so long just to say this? Ruoshue nodded gently, her expression becoming more tense, fearing that if Li Shengtian refused, she would not only lose the chance for treatment but also lose face. Just say it directly, why be so shy? I'm not a stingy person. Ruoshue looked at the colorful stone that Li Shengtian handed to her, her mind momentarily blank. She had thought of many possible outcomes, but she never expected Li Shengtian would be so straightforward in giving it to her. Hesitating, she took the stone from Li Shengtian's hand, looking at him with sincerity. Thank you, Li Xiao. If you need anything, we Bai family will never refuse as long as we can do it. Li Shengtian leaned one hand against the car window. Miss Bai is trying to solve your bloodline issue, right? I sense that this stone seems to have the effect of suppressing bloodlines. To be honest, I don't really need it compared to you, so just take it. Consider it a way to make a friend. After hearing this, Ruoshue's face turned even redder, feeling both shy and excited that her bloodline issue might really be resolved. Great! Then I'll be honored to have Li Xiao as a friend. If you need anything from the Bai family, just let me know. Bai Ruoxue paused for a moment, suddenly looking shy. Also, just call me Ruoxue, Miss Bai sounds so awkward. Li Shengtian looked at the system interface, seeing Bai Ruoxue's favorability rising to 70, and couldn't help but smile. Alright, Ruoxue, then isn't it a bit awkward for you to call me Li Xiao? Bai Ruoxue looked at Li Shengtian, who had a mischievous smile, her face almost bursting with water. Then, Shengtian? Bai Ruoxue quickly turned her head away, not daring to let Li Shengtian see her current embarrassment. Seeing this, Li Shengtian pretended to close his eyes to rest but opened the system panel instead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, successfully intercepting Luo Yaoyan's opportunity, and gaining Bai Ruoxue's favor. System rewards: Destiny points 1500, Cultivation points 30, Duga 9 swords, 3rd grade, Heaven and Earth Creation Pill 1, 1st grade. Consuming it can increase cultivation. All good things. Li Shengtian was quite satisfied with this reward from the system. The destiny points and cultivation points go without saying, and although Duga 9 swords is only 3rd grade, it's more than enough for the early stages. Anyone who knows Duga Chobai understands how powerful this sword technique is. The Heaven and Earth Creation Pill is even better. He is in dire need of cultivation now, relying on his subordinates every time. Li Shengtian also wanted to personally take on the role of the protagonist. Li Shengtian then called up the system cultivation panel. Host, Li Shengtian Fate, Destiny Villain Realm, 1st stage level 6, 15 cultivation points to 1st stage level 7, techniques, Thunderbolt, not yet initiated, 10 cultivation points to initiate, Heavenly Dragon 8 steps, initiated, 50 cultivation points to minor success, cultivation initiation, perfected, 6 Meridians Divine Sword, initiated, 30 cultivation points to minor success, Duga 9 swords, not yet initiated, 10 cultivation points to initiate, Cloud Sky Wind God Technique, secondary divine, initiated, 60 cultivation points to minor success. After thinking for a moment, Li Shengtian decided to initiate both Thunderbolt and Duga 9 swords, adding the 5 remaining cultivation points from last time to the 15 points he had, planning to use them all to elevate his realm to 1st stage level 7. Beside him, Bai Ruoxue felt inexplicably that Li Shengtian had suddenly become a bit stronger. She looked at him with a puzzled expression, noticing that he still had his eyes closed and wasn't speaking, just quietly gazing at his profile, her heart racing more and more the longer she looked. At this moment, Li Shengtian was looking at the system lottery interface, glancing at his 1,500 destiny points. The gambler's saying is, go all in. Ding! Congratulations host, you have obtained Teacher Tsun's photo. Out of a total of 15 draws, the first 13 were all thank you for your patronage, and Li Shengtian thought he was going to lose everything when suddenly the system prompt nearly made him jump. Congratulations host, you have obtained Vermilion Bird 4 strikes, secondary divine, can be completed, 10 spirit gathering pills, increases cultivation speed. This was Li Shengtian's second secondary divine technique. If it were just a secondary divine level, it wouldn't be surprising. But the key was that Vermilion Bird 4 strikes was a technique of the Emperor of the Wild Heavens. Who knows how much stronger the completed Vermilion Bird 10 strikes would be. Tisk, if I had known, I would have drawn first. Now it's good, all my cultivation points are used up, I can only cultivate by myself for now. Shengtian, we've arrived. Bai Ruoxue's voice pulled Li Shengtian back from his thoughts. He raised his eyes to see that the car had entered a spacious courtyard. After getting out of the car, Bai Ruoxue said she wanted to invite Li Shengtian in for a visit. Li Shengtian had no intention of refusing. One reason he had brought Bai Ruoxue back was to discuss cooperation between their families with Bai Ruoxue's father, the head of the Bai family. Before long, Li Shengtian met Bai Shilwen, the head of the Bai family, a refined middle-aged man. Why is my dear nephew visiting my Bai family today? Bai Shilwen looked cheerful, but his gaze towards Li Shengtian was filled with vigilance. After all, the Li family in the capital was one of the most powerful families in all of Huaxia. Dad, Shengtian is my good friend, you should speak nicely. Bai Shilwen was taken aback. What? He couldn't understand how his daughter had gotten close to the young master of the Li family, but as a doting father, he didn't dare to disobey. After that, Li Shengtian discussed the cooperation between the Li family in the Magic City and the Bai family with Bai Shilwen. Bai Shilwen naturally agreed. Although the other party wanted to leverage their Bai family's development in the Magic City, wasn't the Bai family also trying to cling to the Li family's stronghold? The Li family, with 2 generations of Huaxia's war gods, and with Li Shengtian's talent, it was highly likely they would become a 3rd generation. Such a Li family would only grow stronger, and having a good relationship with them would be beneficial. Moreover, Bai Ruoxue had just mentioned that Li Shengtian would be able to gift her a treasure that could heal, which was a tremendous favor for the Bai family. Thus, the cooperation between the two families was established, and as for the specific matters afterward, it was not something Li Shengtian needed to worry about. Li Shengtian chatted with Bai Ruoxue for a while before returning to his villa. "Young master, where did you run off to as soon as you got back?" As soon as he entered, he saw Su Xiaoya had just finished dinner, sitting at the dining table with a pout, looking at him. "Yor, why did you come again?" Su Xiaoya crossed her arms, puffing up her cheeks in a mock display of anger. "The young master dislikes me and won't let me follow. Boo-hoo. Alright, stop it. I was wrong, okay?" Li Shengtian felt helpless, but there was nothing he could do. After all, women needed to be pampered. After that, Li Shengtian went to the training room alone, preparing to cultivate. He planned to ponder the 4 strikes of the vermilion bird first. Little did he expect that as soon as he sat cross-legged, he received a message from Lu Ruyan. "Shengtian, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I was blind before." Li Shengtian ignored her. With this woman's character, she must be after something. "Shengtian, I really know I was wrong. Can we go back to how we were before?" "Shengtian." A series of messages from Lu Ruyan annoyed Li Shengtian to no end, so he simply blacklisted her. At that moment, in the Yang family in Kyoto, Lu Ruyan lay on her bed, continuously messaging Li Shengtian. Suddenly, she noticed a red exclamation mark next to her messages, and she understood what it meant. How could this happen? I humbled myself and begged him. Why won't he forgive me? Lu Ruyan angrily threw her phone onto the bed, but after calming down, she picked it up again. Lu Ruyan was now out of options. Her father's illegitimate daughter, Yang Muyun, had recently inexplicably gained favor and started taking over some of the Yang family's affairs, which Yang Lin tacitly approved. After gaining power, Yang Muyun had been actively sidelining Lu Ruyan, and Yang Lin merely advised her not to go too far, showing no intention of defending Lu Ruyan. Now, under Yang Muyun's deliberate suppression, Lu Ruyan not only couldn't receive her substantial monthly allowance but also faced severe restrictions on the abundant cultivation resources that had previously been provided to her. In fact, all of this was self-inflicted. When she had just returned to Kyoto, she had made things difficult for Yang Muyun during the time Li Shengtian was cultivating on the mountain. Who would want to return to an ordinary life after experiencing wealth? Thus, Lu Ruyan could only seek help from Li Shengtian, and she regretted that if she had agreed to him back then, she would be living a much better life now. So, Lu Ruyan decided to call Li Shengtian directly. It took a long time for him to answer the phone. "Shengtian, will you forgive me? I really know I was wrong." Lu Ruyan's voice was so pitiful, but Li Shengtian remained unmoved. "If you want to say these things, I don't have time to listen." After saying that, Li Shengtian hung up the phone and blacklisted Lu Ruyan. He then focused entirely on his cultivation. Although cultivating with the system was easy, he was struggling without cultivation points and could only practice on his own. "Let's see how this heaven and earth transformation pill works." Saying this, Li Shengtian took out a heaven and earth transformation pill from the system space and swallowed it. Instantly, he felt a surge of spiritual energy rushing into his body, and his realm began to rise rapidly. Whoa! After a long time, Li Shengtian let out a long breath. Even with the heaven and earth transformation pill, cultivation wasn't easy, especially with such a rapid increase in realm. At this moment, Li Shengtian had reached the first level, 10th stage. Once he broke through, he would enter the second level. So, Li Shengtian decided to push through and took out a spirit-gathering pill from the system space, swallowed it, and began to cultivate. As the national entrance examination approached, Li Shengtian had already become a second-level, second-stage cultivator. This was the result of his day and night cultivation, having used up all the spirit-gathering pills. Hello! Li Shengtian was enjoying a massage from Su Xiaoya by the pool when he suddenly received a call from his father. "The entrance examination is about to start. You've been assigned to the Kyoto battle zone, so come back early." Li Aoshi then explained to Li Shengtian that originally, he should have been in the battle zone of Magic City since he attended high school there. However, Kyoto had personally requested him back, believing that Li Shengtian would achieve excellent results. With this, Li Shengtian understood that the national entrance examination would take place in the testing secret realm, which was a completely controllable realm in Huaxia, large enough to accommodate all the candidates from across the country. Generally speaking, students enter the secret realm to hunt magical beasts and earn points. Although the entrance examinations are conducted in the trial secret realm across various regions of the country, they are divided into battle zones based on the candidates' high school locations, and regions often compete against each other. The reason for his return to Kyoto is simple: to achieve good results and even crush other regions. "What's wrong, young master? Are you going back to Kyoto again?" "Yes, so you still have to come along. We haven't stayed long before we have to go back." Su Xiaoya pouted. even if it's just for a few days, I'm happy to take care of the young master. Li Shangtian smiled, then thought about how being recalled to Kyoto would undoubtedly disrupt his original plans. He had intended to give Luo Yaoyang a bit of a challenge in the trial secret realm. He then sent a message to ask Sherdang to come over. Soon, Sherdang appeared before Li Shangtian. Sure too, I have something to entrust to you. Sherdang quickly patted his chest. Boss, just say it, I will definitely do it well. Li Shangtian sat on the sofa, his slender fingers tapping on the armrest. During the entrance examination, create some trouble for Luo Yaoyang. Also, this can attract magical beasts, look for an opportunity to use it. Li Shangtian pointed to a bottle of black liquid on the coffee table. Got it, boss. I will make sure that Luo Yaoyang kid can't handle it. Saying this, Sherdang stuffed the potion into his pocket. If things get out of hand, just give up. That kid is tricky. Don't force it, understand? Li Shangtian knew that even though Luo Yaoyang's luck had been suppressed by him, he was still not someone Sherdang could handle, so he specifically advised him to be careful. After all, Sherdang would become a great asset to him in the future. Why? Li Shangtian smiled at Sherdang's potential to evolve into a first-tier beast transformation talent. Sherdang thought Li Shangtian was worried about him encountering accidents and felt so moved he was almost in tears. I understand, boss. I guarantee I will complete the task. After that, Li Shangtian set off back to Kyoto. Soon, the day of the national entrance examination arrived. Hello, viewers in front of the screen. The national entrance examination is about to begin, and we will be live streaming the entire event. On this day, the viewership ratings online reached a peak. I can't wait. I wonder if there are any powerful figures this time. Have you not heard of the Prince of Kyoto? Exactly, I heard that the Kyoto Education Bureau even specially recalled young Master Li from the Magic City this time. Kyoto's strength seems a bit strong this year. I heard that Lu Qincheng from the Lu family, who has both water and fire attributes, is also participating. Isn't Lu Qincheng from the last session? Well, they specifically held back a session to wait until their strength was sufficient to participate in the next entrance examination. Aren't there many such examples? In front of the trial secret realm, for some reason, everyone else consciously stepped aside, allowing Li Shangtian to stand at the forefront, and his handsome face appeared before the public for the first time. Wow, is that young Master Li? So handsome. I admit young Master Li is indeed a bit more handsome than me. How shameless. Don't you look at what you look like. Li Shangtian was unaware of the discussions online. He had just glanced and saw Lu Qincheng and Yang Muyun, and even Lu Ruyan was there. The Kyoto side was truly desperate for results. They were recruiting anyone who was first tier? Does Lu Ruyan have the strength? Ding, system task, achieve good results in the national entrance examination and let the world know what a genius is. Rewards will be distributed based on the host's final results. Well, Li Shangtian thought it seemed this time he was destined to be low-key no longer. Since the system task had come out, he could only take it seriously. Just as Li Shangtian was pondering, on a high platform in the distance at the entrance of the trial secret realm, an elderly man with white hair, looking kind and amiable, stood beside a woman dressed in a simple yet stylish outfit. The most striking feature was the delicate, translucent black stockings on her legs. This thin layer of fabric not only elegantly accentuated the lines of her legs but also inadvertently exuded an indescribable elegance and sensuality, far from being vulgar or provocative. Complementing the black stockings were a pair of highly designed high heels. Is that the one hailed as the unparalleled genius, Li Shangtian? The woman spoke softly, her voice serene like a quiet valley, yet as cold as an iceberg. What? From the tone of your voice, you seem to look down on him? That's the grandson of that old fossil, Li Jiangshan, the elderly man retorted. Just because his ancestors were strong doesn't mean he is too. Dean, you insisted on bringing me to see him in person, the woman replied. Ha ha ha, you little girl, I believe you will find him interesting. Then I shall wait and see. While the old man and the woman were conversing, the commander of the military in Kyoto had finished his speech. He mentioned that there were soldiers secretly protecting the students' safety in the secret realm, but the students also needed to be cautious, otherwise, the soldiers might not be able to rescue them in time. Now, the national entrance examination trial officially begins. Please enter the trial secret realm. As the words fell, Li Shangtian stepped into the secret realm, followed closely by others. Upon entering the secret realm, a flash of white light appeared before Li Shangtian, and he found himself in a grassy plain. Li Shangtian raised his hand to check the map on his wrist. Random teleportation? Li Shangtian had located his position, which was on the edge of the secret realm in a grassy area where the magical beasts generally ranged from 1st to 5th level. For Li Shangtian, it was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. His plan was to head to the central area, where the magical beasts reached up to 2nd level 5, and the points there were higher as well. Then let's kill our way through, even a sparrow is meat. As Li Shangtian began to move, his image was live-streamed online by a drone. At that moment, in the largest commercial empire in Huaxia, the Holy Star Group, Lan Yun and Li Wanshu sat anxiously in front of the office screen. "Oh no, darling, this starting point is not good. It's too open," Lan Yun said, worry etched on his face. Beside him, Li Wanshu remained silent, but her fidgeting fingers indicated her unease. At the Black Great Wall, in the stationed military camp. "Tisk, why are you all making a fuss while I watch my son in the entrance examination trial?" Li Aoshi looked at the comrades surrounding the screen, feeling helpless. "Let's see what our nephew is up to." Exactly. Outside the secret realm, the woman observed that Li Shengtian had started in the plains. "Dean, this little guy is going to be in trouble. The magical beasts on the plains excel in group combat." The old man smiled, just in time to see how capable the little guy is. After walking for a while, Li Shengtian encountered magical beasts. A group of sheep-like magical beasts surrounded him, continuously roaring at him. "Ha, horned sheep? A bunch of first-level 3 to 4 weaklings. Let me show you what it means for a wolf to enter a flock of sheep." Saying this, Li Shengtian slightly raised his hands, initiating the 6 Meridians Divine Sword with the rushing sword technique, exuding an overwhelming momentum and astonishing power. In an instant, the front line of horned sheep suffered countless casualties. Then, Li Shengtian alternated between the Shaoshang sword, Shangyang sword, Shaozi sword, Guanchong sword, and Taichung sword, giving the impression that with just a flick of his fingers, this group of horned sheep that could give countless candidates headaches had already fallen in disarray on the ground, the lush green grass stained red with blood, while the young man in black simply brushed his sleeves and walked away. "What the hell? What did I just see? Instant kill? Quick, go watch Li Xiao, he's amazing." A group of horned sheep was taken out in seconds. What technique did Li Xiao use? So cool. I want to learn too. It seems to be some kind of sword technique. Isn't it too fake to use sword techniques without a sword? At this moment, the internet was already in an uproar. Countless viewers switched their livestream perspective to Li Shengtian, and the officials, understanding the traffic, replayed Li Shengtian's recent moves twice. "Our baby is amazing." Lan Yun was so happy she almost jumped up, and Li Wanshu, seeing Li Shengtian's strength, let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, both women felt a surge of pride as they looked at the various comments on the bullet screen. "What the hell? When did this brat learn sword techniques?" Li Aoshi voiced his confusion as he watched Li Shengtian's moves, and the surrounding comrades were immediately puzzled. "Old Li, didn't you teach him? Have you ever seen me use this move? Then maybe the old man taught him. My dad knows nothing about swordsmanship, how could I not know?" Everyone gasped. So it was Li Shengtian's original creation? This sword technique looked at least 5th rank or higher, and everyone couldn't help but marvel at how abnormal the Li family was. "What do you think, girl?" The old man in front of the secret realm smiled at the woman, but she wasn't that surprised. "If it's just about killing a group of horned sheep, most of the geniuses in our academy can do it." "Really? Just awaken their talent for such a short time, and still manage to kill them instantly? They can do that?" This time, the woman didn't respond. Inside the secret realm, Li Shengtian was killing wherever he went, and soon his points reached 3,000. However, Li Shengtian didn't know how many points others had, so he continued to foolishly venture deeper into the secret realm. What Li Shengtian didn't know was that his 3,000 points had already topped the national leaderboard, while the second place had only 1,000 points, a threefold difference. After walking for a while, Li Shengtian was getting closer to the central area of the secret realm when he suddenly found the path ahead blocked by a mountain range. "Almost forgot." Li Shengtian slapped his forehead. He remembered that the cloud sky wind god technique was about riding the wind, so he could travel on the wind. Although he couldn't fly yet, moving through the forest like lightness skill was completely possible. With that thought, Li Shengtian took a step forward and flew up to a tree, then swiftly darted through the forest. "Damn! Young Master Li is running so fast. Hurry and let the team ahead catch up." The soldiers in the shadows responsible for protecting Li Shengtian saw this and quickly contacted the front team to keep up with him. They couldn't catch up, and even the drones struggled to follow. They could only use a group of drones to relay and capture Li Shengtian's rapidly moving figure. "What the hell? What kind of technique is this? Is young Master Li practicing such outrageous techniques? It's too fast. Even the drones can't keep up." Li Aoshi, Lan Yun, and Li Wanshu immediately recognized this as Li Jiangshan's Cloud Sky Wind God technique. Li Aoshi nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, this brat has mastered the old man's core technique to this extent." Outside the secret realm, the old man pouted and blew at his beard. "That old bastard Li Jiangshan, he wouldn't let me see his Cloud Sky Wind God technique before, and now even this little guy has learned it." The woman replied speechlessly, "That's his grandson. Why don't you go be Li Lao's grandson too? Maybe he'll show you." The old man was instantly furious, puffing his beard and glaring, "You've gone too far, I'll dock your pay." The scene shifted back to the trial's secret realm. Li Shengtian had been weaving through the forest for a while when suddenly his eyes fixed, and he smiled helplessly. Is this act really falling on me? He then landed and walked slowly in that direction. Li Tiankai, don't worry about me, just go. Yang Muyun was doing her utmost to heal Li Tiansai's injuries. Her words were indeed cold. Li Tiankai had already been beaten back repeatedly by the 3-meter-tall stone man, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Don't worry, Muyun, I won't leave you behind. Ha! Li Tiankai let out a loud shout, raising the knife in his hand and charging at the stone man once more. However, his attack merely left some scratches on the stone man's surface, and it seemed that the stone man was also irritated by this little ant's incessant harassment. Humph! The stone man roared in anger, and Li Tiankai was struck hard by the stone man's massive fist, flying backward and crashing into a tree, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yang Muyun hurried over and handed him a bottle of healing medicine. She had been treating Li Tiankai and had already exhausted a lot of her spiritual energy, and her face was now somewhat pale. You should go. It was I who woke him up. It has nothing to do with you. Yang Muyun's tone remained cold, making Li Tiankai feel as if his aching body had suddenly fallen into an ice cave. Muyun, I said, go. I don't want to drag you down with me. Li Tiankai gritted his teeth and stood up, tightly gripping the knife handle, seemingly ready to fight the stone man again. The stone man, seeing this, became furious as well, picking up a large rock nearby and throwing it forcefully towards Yang Muyun and Li Tiankai. At this moment, Li Tiankai finally felt fear. He had no confidence in blocking the stone, and if he failed, he would be crushed to death. Whether it was survival instinct or some other reason, Li Tiankai suddenly took out a talisman and instantly flashed out of the stone's attack range, while Yang Muyun, who was not a combat-type cultivator and did not possess any life-saving treasures like Li Tiankai, could only hope that the soldiers arranged by the military would save her. At that moment, a soldier observing from the shadows was about to make a move when suddenly a hand pressed down on him. He turned around but had not yet seen who it was when the figure transformed into a shadow and instantly appeared beneath the rapidly descending boulder, then summoned a sword to slice the stone in half, narrowly avoiding Yang Muyun below. As Li Shengtian landed in front of Yang Muyun, the two halves of the large stone crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound. Li Shengtian casually manipulated the wind-type spiritual energy, ensuring that the flying debris did not touch him or Yang Muyun. Yang Muyun stared blankly at the man before her, her eyes slightly reddened, her heart racing uncontrollably. Wow! I have to say, it's got to be Li Xiao for showing off. That last move had all the guys mesmerized. I want to have a baby with Li Xiao. Li Shengtian's actions undoubtedly sparked heated discussions among the online audience. Are you dumbfounded? Li Shengtian spoke lightly, a faint smile on his face, which undoubtedly made Yang Muyun blush again. Thank you, Li Xiao. Yang Muyun's voice was very soft, her shy demeanor a stark contrast to just moments ago. What did I say before? Yang Muyun was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing what Li Shengtian was referring to. Thank you, Shengtian Gij. Yang Muyun felt her face burning, wishing she could find a place to hide. Humph. The stone man behind Li Shengtian, seeing that these two were ignoring him and being all lovey-dovey, let out an angry roar, shattering the beautiful scene. TSK. Li Shengtian turned around with a cold face, looking at the stone man who was angrily pounding its chest, raising the sword in his hand and taking 8 steps towards the stone man, each step exuding a sense of destruction. Li Shengtian then unleashed a set of the Duga 9 swords, striking the stone man and sending sparks flying. The stone man was indeed very hard, but unfortunately, the sword in Li Shengtian's hand was even harder. Although it was just a 3rd-grade spiritual sword he casually took from the Li family treasury, it was still a 3rd-grade spiritual sword, while the stone man was merely a 1st-level 7th rank, unable to withstand it at all. The spiritual sword repeatedly sliced through the stone man's surface, and soon the stone man was covered in wounds. Despite being a stone man, it could still feel pain. The stone man couldn't even touch Li Shengtian once and quickly realized it had kicked an iron plate. Not adhering to martial ethics, it grabbed a handful of dirt and sand and threw it at Li Shengtian before turning to flee. Li Shengtian blew away the flying dirt and sand, watching the stone man scamper away, almost unable to hold back his laughter. Can you let me run away? Li Shengtian immediately unleashed his Dragon 8 steps, appearing behind the stone man in the blink of an eye and kicking it right in the backside. The stone man instantly fell to the ground, and Li Shengtian stepped onto its back, sheathing his sword, with flames rising from his fists. Then you try this move. He then unleashed a flurry of punches at the stone man's head. Ugh! The stone man clutched its head and howled, emitting sounds akin to a wretched scream. Li Shengtian retracted his fists, placing his hands behind his back, enduring the pain in his hands as he walked over to the stone man's head. I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Be my bodyguard. Ugh! The stone man, fearing another beating from Li Shengtian, quickly nodded in agreement, even though it didn't understand what being a bodyguard meant. it just wanted to avoid getting hit. Li Shangtian did this because he realized that this creature was indeed tough. Previously, he had no problem bullying it with his third-grade spirit sword, but without the sword, even Li Shangtian, a second-tier second-level practitioner, couldn't handle it, and his hands hurt from the blows. Before long, Li Shangtian leisurely walked back to Yang Muyun, with the scratching stone man following behind. At that moment, Li Tiankai was beside Yang Muyun, chattering incessantly about things like "I'm sorry," while Yang Muyun completely ignored him. Seeing Li Shangtian return, Yang Muyun quickly walked up to him. "Brother Shangtian, are you hurt?" Li Shangtian thought to himself, does having sore hands count as being hurt? This incident also made him realize that he couldn't neglect his physical training, otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage against physically strong opponents in the future. "I'm fine." He then turned to the stone man and said, "From now on, you are responsible for protecting her. You can't leave her side, understand?" The stone man nodded repeatedly. "Brother Shangtian, you should be a healing type, right? Why not find a stronger teammate?" According to the rules, candidates in the advancement trial could form teams, but the points would have to be evenly distributed, so most candidates wouldn't team up, while healing practitioners, who lacked offensive power, had no choice but to team up. "Cousin, I've already teamed up with Muyun." Li Tiankai hurriedly ran over. Li Shangtian frowned. "Muyun? You called her that?" His tone was icy, showing no leniency just because Li Tiankai was his cousin. Li Tiankai was taken aback. After all, his cousin held an absolute position of authority in the Li family, and he didn't dare to retort. "Yes, I have teamed up with Miss Yang." "Is that so, Muyun?" Li Shangtian looked at Yang Muyun with a half-smile, while Yang Muyun felt too intimidated to meet his gaze. "No, I just happened to run into young Master Li. We didn't team up, and our scores are separate." Getting the answer he wanted, Li Shangtian reached out and gently stroked Yang Muyun's hair, glancing at Li Tiankai. "Got it? Yes, cousin." Li Tiankai could only leave dejectedly. "Come with me." "Ha? No way, brother Shangtian, you're so strong, you can achieve great results on your own. I can't hold you back." Hearing Li Shangtian's words warmed Yang Muyun's heart, but she quickly refused. "You have no say in this." Saying that, he took Yang Muyun's small hand and walked away. Yang Muyun looked at the back of the man holding her hand, feeling warm inside, with tears seemingly welling up in her eyes. "Outside the secret realm, that rock demon just now should be around first tier level 7, which means this little guy is already above first tier level 7? The woman murmured in disbelief. "How about that? The old man didn't bring you here for nothing, right?" The old man stroked his white beard, seemingly placing great importance on Li Shangtian. "I take back what I said before, this little guy is indeed astonishing." The woman suddenly smiled, a smile that could captivate anyone. "Ha ha ha." The old man laughed heartily. Back to Li Shangtian's side. With Yang Muyun by his side, Li Shangtian no longer used the Cloud Sky Wind Divine technique to travel, but instead walked slowly with Yang Muyun. "Brother Shangtian, are you going to the depths of the secret realm?" Yang Muyun's delicate lips parted slightly, her voice like a dreamy cloud, soft and graceful, as if the leaves were whispering and the spring water was gently singing. Each word was caressed by moonlight, reaching deep into the soul, intoxicating and enchanting. Only in front of Li Shangtian would she show such a girlish demeanor. Yes, the magical beasts in the outer area are too weak, and the points are not high. This made Yang Muyun feel even more guilty. "It's all my fault for holding you back, otherwise you would have gone to hunt stronger magical beasts long ago." Li Shangtian suddenly stopped, turning to stare directly at Yang Muyun, causing her heart to race. She was afraid that Li Shangtian would say something hurtful. Instead, Li Shangtian gently pinched her face twice, his touch soft and warm, like the tender petals of spring flowers, full of affection and intimacy. "Don't say such foolish things again, understand?" Yang Muyun nodded with a flushed face, then obediently followed behind Li Shangtian. Before long, the two arrived at a lake. "Oh, we meet familiar faces again." Li Shangtian looked ahead at the figures fighting the magical beasts by the lake and strolled over with Yang Muyun. At this moment, Lu Qingchang was facing an attack from 4 first-level 8th-grade poison water frogs, and even though she was a reborn empress, she felt somewhat overwhelmed. Since Lu Qingchang had just been reborn shortly before Li Shangtian's arrival, her level was only first-level 9th grade, making it difficult to deal with 4 first-level 8th-grade magical beasts, especially the highly toxic poison water frogs. Suddenly, Lu Qingchang noticed Li Shangtian and Yang Muyun appearing not far away, but Li Shangtian showed no intention of helping her, stopping at a certain distance and watching with a smile as Lu Qingcheng struggled with the 4 magical beasts, as if watching a play. "That bastard!" Lu Qingcheng cursed inwardly, then shouted loudly at Li Shangtian. "Hey, come help me!" But Li Shangtian still did not move. "Brother Shangtian, should we help her?" Yang Muyun asked. Not in a hurry. Li Shangtian was not in a hurry, but Lu Qingcheng in the battle was anxious. Bastard, do you want your fiancé to die here? In fact, it wasn't as exaggerated as Lu Qingcheng said. Even if she couldn't deal with these magical beasts, escaping was more than enough. However, Li Shangtian's arrival made Lu Qingcheng want to take down these magical beasts. Hearing this, Li Shangtian no longer stood by and ordered the stone man to protect Yang Muyun. He then summoned his spirit sword, and the heavenly dragon 8 steps appeared beside Lu Qingcheng, launching the Duga 9 Sword's ultimate technique to catch the 4 magical beasts off guard. One poison water frog reacted and spat venom at Li Shangtian, who instantly executed the Duga 9 Sword's breaking sword technique. The sword's shadows flickered, fast as a meteor, and with one strike, he sealed the throat of the poison water frog, which fell to the ground. The other 3 magical beasts, seeing their companion fall, immediately launched a group attack on Li Shangtian. However, with his first great identity in Heavenly Dragon 8 steps, their attacks not only missed Li Shangtian but also accidentally injured their teammates. Li Shangtian moved between the 3 magical beasts, using the breaking palm technique to block one poison water frog's charge, the breaking spear technique to flick away another's tongue, and the breaking rope technique to slice through the slime of yet another. His sword techniques flowed like water, finding an opportunity to seal the throat of one with a single strike, and within moments, 3 poison water frogs fell one after another. Lu Qingcheng watched in shock, speechless. With her keen eye, she naturally knew how fiercely Shangtian's sword techniques were and that his movement was top-notch. Moreover, Li Shangtian's handling of these 4 magical beasts was almost a massacre. Lu Qingcheng had no idea what level Li Shangtian had reached, but she was certain it was above 2nd level. How long had it been since he awakened his talent? She really couldn't understand what had caused such a big change in Li Shangtian. How is it? Is your strength okay? Enough to marry you, right? Li Shangtian joked with a smile. Still far from it. Although Lu Qingcheng wanted to say that Li Shangtian's talent was truly extraordinary, just looking at this bastard made her angry. Brother Shangtian, you're amazing. At that moment, Yang Muyun also walked over, and for a moment, her gaze met Lu Qingcheng's, seemingly sparking a fire. Who are you? Lu Qingcheng's tone turned a bit cold. Hello, Miss Lu, I am Yang Muyun, the illegitimate daughter of the Yang family. Yang Muyun's tone was clearly not very assertive. She knew that Lu Qingcheng was also exceptionally talented and Li Shangtian's fiancé. She didn't know if Li Shangtian would lean more towards Lu Qingcheng compared to her. Lu Qingcheng's expression softened a bit because she knew that this illegitimate daughter of the Yang family would one day become the #1 healer in the Blue Star, but later went astray, reportedly to revive her beloved. Thinking of this, Lu Qingcheng couldn't help but glance at Li Shangtian, wondering, could it be this bastard? Seeing that the 2 women didn't spark a fire, Li Shangtian spoke up. Are you going inside next, or are you going to stay here in the middle circle? Lu Qingcheng naturally understood that Li Shangtian wanted to go deeper into the secret realm to hunt more advanced magical beasts, which was exactly her plan as well. Alright, then I'll follow you. You go ahead and kill the magical beasts, and Muyun and I will cheer you on. We'll rely on you to lead us. Lu Qingcheng smiled and walked over to Yang Muyun, playfully winking at Li Shangtian. The corner of Li Shangtian's eye twitched, thinking, what's wrong with this woman? Wasn't she the ice goddess before? Did I agree? Li Shangtian pretended to ask. Who would have thought Lu Qingcheng would pout? What? The illustrious young Master Li, a timeless prodigy, plans to let his fiancée suffer here alone? She looked utterly pitiful. Li Shangtian stiffly smiled and turned to continue deeper, leaving behind a single remark. Let's go, I give up on you. As Li Shangtian walked ahead, he pondered that he agreed to Lu Qingcheng for 2 reasons. One was to build rapport, and the other was to keep an eye on her, as there was a possibility she might have an opportunity to snatch something here. Moreover, he, Li Shangtian, was famously one who preferred soft approaches over hard ones. With such a beauty acting like she wanted to follow him, he couldn't refuse. Lu Qingcheng, on the other hand, chatted with Yang Muyun about trivial matters, glancing at Li Shangtian ahead with a faint smile. She was genuinely following Li Shangtian to leverage his strength, and also to see just how extraordinary he was. Lu Qingcheng was becoming increasingly interested in Li Shangtian. Li Shangtian led Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun, along with a stone man, all the way to the center of the trial's secret realm, where the magical beasts they encountered grew stronger. Fortunately, Li Shangtian was still able to handle them. You really won't move at all? Li Shangtian looked at Lu Qingcheng helplessly. Yang Muyun had no combat power but was working hard to restore his state, while Lu Qingcheng was indeed relying entirely on Li Shangtian to lead her. The magical beasts here are so strong, I can't help at all. Lu Qingcheng pretended to look pitiful, as if she were truly powerless. Running into you is really bad luck. Li Shangtian sighed, and after Yang Muyun restored his state, he continued hunting forward. At this moment, Li Xingtian's score still firmly held the top spot in the national rankings, having reached a terrifying 10,000 points, and this was after giving 2/3 of it to Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun. The second and third places were undoubtedly Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun, who were being carried by Li Xingtian. The previous second place had now dropped to fourth. Isn't young Master Li too abnormal, leading with 2 women and still so far ahead? If you ask me, young Master Li should just drop those 2 women, otherwise, he would have scored even more by now. What do you know? Li Xiao truly embodies the demeanor of a strong person. Exactly, someone like you who only knows how to abandon women could never understand Li Xiao. Lan Yun and Li Wanchu saw that Li Xingtian's strength was already enough to easily handle this trial, so they no longer worried too much. As for scores and rankings, they only cared about Li Xingtian's safety. Li Aoshi glanced at Li Xingtian's score, which was already leading by a wide margin, and smiled with satisfaction. However, a comrade asked, "Li brother, your nephew's score is so high, why is he still running towards the central area?" Before Li Aoshi could respond, another comrade interjected, "What do you know? A strong person will not settle for the present, they will only pursue higher challenges. I see that little nephew is just like that." I see. That comrade seemed to understand, thinking that he should send his own son to experience some hardships as well. Li Shengtian, however, indicated that he hadn't thought that much. He was simply trying to complete the system task and show off a bit. In the Demon City battle zone, just as Li Shengtian was shining brightly in the Kyoto battle zone, Luo Yaoyan was also standing out in the Demon City battle zone with his first tier 6th level strength. Ha! With the last beast falling, Luo Yaoyan released his beastification state. After a long battle, he felt extremely exhausted. At this moment, Luo Yaoyang was no longer the spirited person he once was. His eyes lacked their former brilliance, and his face bore a hint of ruthlessness. Ever since he was ambushed and fainted in the Starfall secret realm, and then picked up by his arriving master, Luo Yaoyang had thought a lot. He needed to become stronger, no matter the means, to make those who insulted him pay the price. I wonder how many points I have now. Keep killing. Luo Yaoyang gritted his teeth and continued to hunt beasts. On a distant hill, Sherdang watched the exhausted Luo Yaoyang, a cold smile appearing on his face, reminiscent of Li Shengtian. Finally found you. Sherdang quickly followed Luo Yaoyang. Ahead, Luo Yaoyang encountered another wave of beasts, a group of monkey-like creatures, with the leader resembling a giant gorilla, beating its chest and roaring angrily at Luo Yaoyang, while the other beasts surged forward as if receiving orders. Luo Yaoyang coldly watched the swarm of beasts, clenching his fists with bloodshot eyes. "Do you all look down on me too?" He then roared and activated his beastification state, charging into the group of beasts like a tiger besieged by wolves, constantly trading injuries for kills. This kid really doesn't care about his life. By the way, why does his beastification look just like mine? Sherdang observed Luo Yaoyang, who was like a trapped beast he hadn't noticed from afar, but now up close, he realized Luo Yaoyang's beastification was indeed the same as his own. Who cares? The boss said if he wants him dead, even the king of hell can't save him. Sherdang then pondered how to use that bottle of potion to lure the beasts over. He didn't dare to do it openly, as there were drones everywhere and military personnel lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, Sherdang noticed that Luo Yaoyang had lost his rationality, completely resembling a true wild beast. Got it. With that thought, Sherdang disappeared into the darkness. Meanwhile, Luo Yaoyang fought desperately and finally killed most of the approaching beasts, leaving only a small number and the leading beast still alive. The leading beast, fists engulfed in flames, smashed down towards Luo Yaoyang. Having lost his rationality, Luo Yaoyang charged forward, and unsurprisingly, he was sent flying by the beast leader's blow, crashing to the ground and forcibly deactivating his beastification. The remaining consciousness told him to stand up, or all would be in vain, but he had no strength left, watching helplessly as the beast leader approached him step by step. Swish! Just when Luo Yaoyang thought it was all over, an ice spear suddenly shot towards the beast leader, catching it off guard and piercing through its body, causing it to fall straight to the ground. The remaining beasts, seeing their leader dead, immediately scattered in all directions. "Hey, are you okay?" The figure of Bai Ruoshua appeared before Luo Yaoyang, accompanied by several women. Seeing that Luo Yaoyang was on the verge of collapse, she took out a healing potion and had one of the women administer it to him. "Ha! Isn't this the person from the Starfall secret realm?" Bai Ruoshua recognized him immediately upon seeing his face. Before long, Luo Yaoyang gradually regained consciousness. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, his heart skipped a beat. Bai Ruoshua felt uncomfortable under Luo Yaoyang's gaze and her tone turned cold. "If you're not going to die, then hurry up and withdraw from the trial. You can't continue like this." "No, I have my reasons to keep fighting," Luo Yaoyang said, forcing himself to sit up. By Ruoshua's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, "Suit yourself." After saying that, she left with the other women, leaving Luo Yaoyang stunned in place. He had intended to showcase his determination to attract her attention, but unexpectedly, Bai Ruoshue walked away. Whether Luo Yaoyang was lucky or unlucky, Bai Ruoshue had been in a bad mood these past few days because Li Shengtian had gone to the capital war zone and couldn't be with her. And if Li Shengtian were in the Demon City war zone, Luo Yaoyang didn't know if he was still alive. Luo Yaoyang rested for a long time before he began hunting magical beasts again. Fortunately, his bloodline of the starry sky devouring beast granted him a strong physique, otherwise, as Bai Ruoshue said, he would have been unable to fight long ago. Guess wrong? That kid isn't coming this way? Dang hid in a tree, watching a group of beetle-like magical beasts below. He had deduced from Luo Yaoyang's route that this guy was likely to pass through here. Just now, he had deliberately provoked these beetle beasts in his beastified form and, avoiding the drone's surveillance, secretly tossed a potion into one of their mouths, then pretended to be overwhelmed and left, making the military personnel in the shadows think he had fled. Now, he was returning, perhaps to try again. The reason Dang did this was that this type of magical beast was called the explosive beetle, which generally wouldn't provoke others. However, when faced with a dangerous opponent, the lower-ranking explosive beetles would self-destruct near the enemy. Dang's goal was to get Luo Yaoyang contaminated with the potion. But seeing that Luo Yaoyang hadn't come for a long time, Dang began to doubt his guess. He's coming. At this moment, Luo Yaoyang slowly walked to the area where the explosive beetles were resting. Looking at the swarming explosive beetles, he hesitated. He naturally knew about this type of magical beast and didn't want to provoke them, so he immediately entered beastified form, exuding a threatening aura to make the explosive beetles give way. Little did he know, he had just fallen into Dang's trap. The explosive beetles, upon seeing him, recognized him as the one who had just come to cause trouble. Did he dare to come back? Instantly, the explosive beetles surged forward to attack Luo Yaoyang. What's going on? Didn't they say explosive beetles wouldn't attack proactively? Luo Yaoyang panicked. In his current state, he was truly no match for this group of explosive beetles. Damn it! Luo Yaoyang cursed and turned to run. The explosive beetles, seeing that he wanted to run again, were all enraged, feeling that he was toying with them. In an instant, the swarm of explosive beetles surrounded Luo Yaoyang at lightning speed. With no way to escape, Luo Yaoyang could only brace himself and fight the explosive beetles. The individual combat ability of the explosive beetles was not strong, and the beastified Luo Yaoyang wiped them out in large numbers. Hiss! The explosive beetle king, seeing this, let out a series of hissing sounds, and some explosive beetles, as if receiving orders, flew desperately towards Luo Yaoyang. Bang! Bang! Explosions rang out around Luo Yaoyang, as an endless stream of explosive beetles flew over and self-destructed beside him. Even though the explosions weren't that powerful, Luo Yaoyang couldn't withstand the continuous self-destruction of so many explosive beetles. On the tree, Dang watched Luo Yaoyang's desperate situation and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This kid can't be blown up before he even gets the potion, right?" As soon as spoke, a bursting beetle flew to Luo Yaoyang's side and self-destructed. The difference was that this beetle exploded and sprayed a black liquid, which inevitably splattered onto Luo Yaoyang. Luo Yaoyang did not notice that he had been contaminated with the black potion, as he was already covered in the blood of countless bursting beetles. Roar! A beast's furious roar echoed from the forest, and then a black tiger-like beast emerged. It was as if a switch had been flipped, the roars of various beasts rose and fell, and different creatures appeared, all fixated on Luo Yaoyang as if he were the most delicious food in the world. What's going on? Before Luo Yaoyang could react, the first black tiger had already pounced in front of him, its claw tearing into his chest. Following that, the other beasts launched their attacks on Luo Yaoyang. Not good, hurry and save him. The soldiers hidden in the shadows saw the situation and quickly revealed themselves to provide assistance. However, each student was supposed to have only one soldier for protection, and Luo Yaoyang was lucky to have a group of soldiers nearby. Yet, even they could not handle so many beasts. Quick! Request reinforcements. The command center received the news and hurriedly dispatched a large number of soldiers. At this moment, Luo Yaoyang, under the siege of so many beasts, had lost his rationality and was fighting back recklessly, which only worsened his injuries. Something's happened. The magical beast riot in the Magic Capital Battle Zone. What? What's going on? I heard that a student in the Magic Capital Battle Zone got into trouble, angering all the surrounding beasts who then attacked him. Can one person really cause such a big mess? What's the situation now? I don't know, the live stream over there has been shut down, and they are dispatching troops for rescue. Luo Yaoyang would never know what kind of trouble he had caused to attract so many beasts. who was in the tree, had long since slipped away, running far until he was sure no beasts were chasing him, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, the boss didn't say this potion was so powerful. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been done for. Ha, what's this? Sure suddenly pulled out a note from his pocket. Looks familiar, seems like it was on the potion bottle before. The note was written in a foreign language he couldn't understand, so he hadn't paid it any mind. Now, he suddenly realized something and quickly scanned the text on the note with the watch that every examinee was equipped with. The watch displayed a line of text. The optimal dosage is 1/5 each time. Do not use excessively. Immediately, Sure broke into a cold sweat. Boss, you tricked me. Don't you know I'm not good at studying? Woo woo. On Luo Yaoyang's side, due to excessive consumption of spiritual energy, he had completely fainted on the ground. Fortunately, the military's rescue arrived in time, and not only were there no casualties, but they also successfully saved Luo Yaoyang. However, his entrance examination trial came to an end there. The turmoil in the magic capital battle zone was thus quelled. In the Kyoto battle zone, Li Shengtian had no idea how big of a mess his foolish younger brother had caused. At this moment, he was leading Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun to the very center of the trial's secret realm. Li Shengtian was already feeling a bit tired. He had been the one doing all the work hunting magical beasts along the way, while Yang Muyun at least treated him a bit, and Lu Qingcheng seemed to be on a sightseeing trip. The stone man's duty was to protect Yang Muyun. Should we just back out? We're already in the central area, and there isn't a single beast in sight nearby. We must have reached the territory of that tiger-headed giant python. Lu Qingcheng, who had previously been relaxed, spoke in a serious tone. It wasn't that Lu Qingcheng was afraid, it was just that the tiger-headed giant python was the most powerful beast in this secret realm, reaching second-tier level 5, far beyond what they could handle at the moment. As for Li Shengtian, she didn't believe he could be that monstrous. Since we're here, we might as well give it a try. If you're scared, you can take Muyun and leave first. Li Shengtian was very confident. He believed that even as a second-tier level 2, he could hold his own against the second-tier level 5 tigerhead giant python. Besides, he had a space talisman that he hadn't had the chance to use yet. If he couldn't win, he could always make a quick escape. I want to stay with brother Shengtian. Before Lu Qingcheng could speak, Yang Muyun ran to Li Shengtian's side, looking at him resolutely. Since Sister Muyun has said so, I have no reason to leave either. Besides, you've been hunting magical beasts all this way. Consider it my way of repaying you. Seeing that Li Shengtian was determined to stay, Lu Qingcheng could only accompany him, driven by her own competitive spirit that wouldn't allow her to be outdone by Yang Muyun. Li Shengtian's lips curled slightly. Alright, then let's see what kind of strength this tigerhead giant python has. The audience online learned that Li Shengtian and the others were going to challenge the strongest tigerhead giant python, which sparked a heated discussion. Many people didn't believe that Li Shengtian could succeed. Upon hearing the news, the military immediately dispatched a large force to surround the location of the tigerhead giant python, fearing that this rare genius, Li Shengtian, might encounter an accident. The 3-in-1 beast continued on their way, and soon the massive figure with a tiger's head and a python's body appeared before them. At that moment, the tigerhead giant python was coiled around a large tree, sleeping soundly. Suddenly sensing someone approaching, it opened its eyes to see Li Shengtian, the 2 girls, and a magical rock creature. The tiger-head giant python instantly lost its desire to sleep, slowly slithering down from the tree, ready to kill these intruders. Just then, Li Shengtian suddenly summoned his spirit sword, using the heavenly dragon 8 steps to flash to the python's 7-inch mark, thrusting the sword directly at it. Not only the tiger-head giant python, but even Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun were bewildered by Li Shengtian's sudden move. They never expected him to attack without any warning. The tiger-head giant python quickly reacted, twisting its body just in time to dodge Li Shengtian's lethal strike, but it was still grazed by the sword, nearly meeting its end. Seeing the tiger-head giant python fall to the ground, Li Shengtian quickly landed and retreated. However, his sudden attack had thoroughly enraged the creature. The tiger-head giant python raised its tiger head, its large eyes glaring fiercely at Li Shengtian as it roared and lunged at him with its massive mouth wide open. But its heavy body couldn't even touch the hem of Li Shengtian's clothes, as he deftly maneuvered away. Not far away, Lu Qingcheng saw this and called out, "Muyun, be careful," before rushing to help Li Shengtian. "Get back!" Li Shengtian shouted urgently as he saw Lu Qingcheng approaching. After their brief skirmish, he realized that the tiger-head giant python was no pushover. If Lu Qingcheng was also a second-tier fighter, he wouldn't be too worried, but the python was 6 levels above her. Sure enough, the tiger-head giant python, frustrated at not being able to hit Li Shengtian, immediately turned its attention to Lu Qingcheng as she approached. Damn it! Lu Qingcheng gritted her teeth, she had forgotten that she was a reborn individual. She hadn't started practicing the movement technique she had mastered in her previous life, as she had focused all her energy on cultivating her realm. Seeing this, Li Shengtian used both the Heavenly Dragon 8 Steps and the Cloud Sky Wind God technique simultaneously, scooping Lu Qingcheng up to dodge the Tiger Head Giant Python's attack. Because he had been focused on Lu Qingcheng, Li Shengtian completely missed the fact that the Tiger Head Giant Python had opened its massive mouth, preparing to unleash a technique. The Tiger Head Giant Python wasn't foolish. It had noticed that Li Shengtian was too fast to hit, so it had refrained from using its skills. Just at that moment, it saw Li Shengtian distracted and seized the opportunity to unleash a frost breath. "Watch out!" Lu Qingcheng shouted, and Li Shengtian reacted quickly, trying to dodge, but unfortunately, he was still hit on his left back. A wave of cold surged through his body, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. A warmth surged in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as he fell to the ground. The tiger-headed giant python seized the opportunity to open its bloody maw once more and swiftly approached Li Shengtian from behind. Just as Li Shengtian had put down Lu Qingcheng, the attack from the tiger-headed giant python arrived. Fortunately, Li Shengtian reacted quickly. With a sudden turn, he managed to wedge his spirit sword between the giant python's massive jaws, preventing it from biting down, lest its head be pierced. At that moment, Lu Qingcheng appeared beside Li Shengtian, a fireball forming in her hand and hurtling straight towards the python's mouth. Bang! The explosion rang out, causing the tiger-headed giant python to stagger backward, black smoke billowing from its mouth. "Are you okay?" Lu Qingcheng gently supported Li Shengtian's hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. If she hadn't forgotten that she hadn't cultivated her identity and rushed in, Li Shengtian wouldn't have been injured while trying to save her from the python's attack. "I'm fine, just be careful and keep your distance," Li Shengtian replied coldly. He wasn't angry with Lu Qingcheng. It was the tiger-headed giant python that had truly enraged him, and he was determined to see it dead today. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Li Shengtian once again executed the Heavenly Dragon 8 Steps, appearing before the tiger-headed giant python. He abandoned his previous tactic of kite flying, as that would only lead the python to attack Lu Qingcheng or even Yang Muyun. Instead, Li Shengtian chose to confront it head-on. With his spirit sword flashing in his hand, he combined the Duga 9 swords with the Cloud Sky Wind God technique, resembling a swift sword master as he opened countless wounds on the tiger-headed giant python. Roar! The tiger-headed giant python let out a furious roar, swinging its tail rapidly towards Li Shengtian. With no time to dodge, Li Shengtian gritted his teeth and silently chanted, "First strike of the vermilion bird, 4 strikes, bind." Li Shengtian unleashed all his strength, enveloping himself in a field of fire-type spiritual power. The python's tail seemed to be immobilized, causing it to panic as it thrashed about, trying to break free from the binding. Second strike, flowing fire. Li Shengtian's voice had grown hoarse. The reason he hadn't used the vermilion bird 4 strikes earlier was that it consumed too much energy for him at this moment. By the time he reached the third strike, he would be out of spiritual power, leaving him vulnerable. Thus, he had to defeat the tiger-headed giant python quickly with the first strike, otherwise, he would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Li Shengtian transformed into a streak of fire, crashing into the chin of the tiger-headed giant python. This blow sent its teeth flying and blood spraying, causing its head to tilt back uncontrollably. Suddenly, a pair of fiery wings resembling those of a vermilion bird unfurled behind Li Shengtian, lifting him into the air and placing him directly in front of the python's head. With his right fist clenched tightly, flames surged around it, transforming into a majestic vermilion bird. "Split the heavens!" Li Shengtian shouted. His right fist, imbued with endless fiery power, struck fiercely at the tiger-headed giant python. The phantom of the vermilion bird let out a shriek as it flew towards the python. Boom! The phantom struck the python's head, resulting in a massive explosion. The tiger-headed giant python fell to the ground, kicking up dust, while Li Shengtian landed, kneeling on one knee and staring at the cloud of dust. Xingcheng! As the dust settled, Li Shengtian noticed that the tiger-headed giant python was not yet dead and was attempting to rise again. He immediately shouted. Lu Qingcheng understood instantly and rushed towards the tiger-headed giant python, while red fire lotuses began to rise around her. Red Lotus Secret Technique, Explode! Several red fire lotuses floated towards the tiger-headed giant python, exploding upon contact, finally bringing it down for good. Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun hurried to Li Shengtian's side to support him. "Brother Shengtian, are you okay? I feel so useless, I couldn't help you at all." It was clear that Yang Muyun felt deeply guilty, tears welling in her eyes. Lu Qingcheng said nothing, but her worried and guilty expression spoke volumes. How could she not feel responsible? Li Shengtian's injury was largely related to her actions. "I'm fine, just exhausted of spiritual power." Li Shengtian, exhausted, opened his mouth just as the military's top official rushed in with medical personnel. "Quick, take young Master Li for treatment." The official looked very nervous. After all, Li Xingtian's identity and talent were enough to make him anxious. It had only been a short time since his awakening, yet he could already contend with a second-tier, level 5 tiger head giant python. His future was limitless, and if anything happened to Li Xingtian, he would be held accountable. Heavens! Did young Master Li really defeat that second-tier, level 5 magical beast? Yes. How old is he? He must have only awakened his talent for a month or two, right? Young Master Li is truly a peerless genius. I'm impressed, really impressed. I apologize for my previous doubts. There was no doubt that Li Xingtian had conquered everyone with his powerful strength and talent. No way, I need to take care of my baby. Lan Yun immediately abandoned her work to personally look after Li Xingtian, and Li Wanshu did the same. During the time Li Xingtian was fighting the tiger head giant python, they were both on edge, but thankfully, Li Xingtian was not in life-threatening danger. Damn! Brother Li, is your nephew really that amazing? Li Aoshi and his comrades were left dumbfounded by Li Xingtian's actions. They knew they could never have done what he did at his age. This brat is just showing off. Though he said that, a smile was almost bursting from Li Aoshi's face. Outside the secret realm, rescue personnel quickly carried Li Xingtian on a stretcher to the ambulance. Lying on the stretcher, Li Xingtian looked helpless. He really wanted to say that he was just out of spiritual energy and that being hit by the tiger head giant python wasn't that serious. However, the medical staff were all extremely tense, treating him as if he were on the brink of death. Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyan naturally followed out, saying they wanted to take care of Li Xingtian, and the medical personnel did not stop them. This little guy is just out of spiritual energy, right? Is it really necessary to make such a big deal? An old man watched the departing ambulance, stroking his beard and muttering, "The little guy has already demonstrated his monstrous talent. How could the higher-ups not take it seriously?" The woman replied helplessly. The old man smiled at the woman. "This little guy is quite something, isn't he? Not a waste of a trip? I admit I was blind before. I really like this little guy," the woman generously acknowledged, also indicating her interest in Li Xingtian. "Let's go, send the school invitation. If you like that little guy, others will too. Whether you can secure him depends on you." With that, the old man left with his hands behind his back, and the woman glanced in the direction Li Xingtian had gone. "Of course I can secure him." She then followed the old man. At the central hospital of Kyoto, Lan Yun looked worriedly at Li Xingtian lying on the hospital bed, touching him here and there. "Baby, where are you hurt? Quickly tell mommy." Li Wanshu was also sizing him up from the side. "I'm fine, just exhausted from using up my spiritual energy. The doctor said there's no problem," Li Xingtian said helplessly. "That's good, that's good." Lan Yun finally felt relieved. Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun stood obediently by the bedside. Seeing that Lan Yun was not so tense anymore, Lu Qingcheng spoke up. "Aunt Lan, I'm sorry for making you worry. It's all my fault. Xingtian was hurt because he saved me." Lu Qingcheng looked very guilty. Lan Yun, seeing this, took Lu Qingcheng's hand and gently patted it twice. "How can you blame yourself, Xingcheng? You're his fiancé. It's only natural for him to protect you. I haven't even mentioned that this brat insisted on going on an adventure." Saying this, Lan Yun shot a glare at Li Xingtian, who could only smile awkwardly. "Just don't blame him for taking you on adventures. And you too, Muyun, you've grown so beautiful since I last saw you," Lan Yun said, looking at young Muyun, causing the latter to blush. I won't blame brother Xingtian. It's just that I'm too weak in holding him back." "How can you say that?" Then Lan Yun and Lu Qingcheng chatted with Yang Muyun for a long time. Li Wanshu walked over to Li Xingtian's side, smiling as she looked at him lying on the hospital bed, and secretly slipped her hand under the blanket. Seeing this, Li Xingtian knew he was in trouble. Hiss! The pain in his waist made him grimace. "Sister, I was wrong." Li Wanshu showed no intention of letting go. What was wrong? Although Li Xingtian wanted to say, "How would I know what was wrong?" he instead said, "I shouldn't have taken risks and made my dear sister worry." Li Wanshu maintained that terrifying smile. "And what else? What else?" Li Xingtian's mind raced, unable to think of any other mistakes he had made. Seeing Li Xingtian's dazed expression, Li Wanshu finally released her grip on his waist. "You really have a lot of luck with women, huh? Are you going to forget me now that you're surrounded by beauties?" Li Xingtian was momentarily stunned before realizing that Li Wanshu was jealous. "I swear, if I dare to forget my dear sister, may the heavens strike me with 5 thunderbolts and I die a terrible death." Put. Watching Li Xingtian swear so earnestly, Li Wanshu smiled. "Alright, if you dare to forget me, I won't let you off even as a ghost." Li Xingtian nodded repeatedly. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room was knocked on, and then it opened, revealing the old man and woman from before. "Ha ha ha, we're not interrupting, are we? Who are you?" Lan Yun asked, puzzled. Let me introduce myself. I am Dongfang Yuan Kuei, the president of the Huaxia Shanghai Academy. That old man Li Jiangshan and that kid Li Aoshi both graduated from our academy. Everyone present was taken aback. Aside from Lu Qingcheng, no one had heard of Huaxia Shanghai Academy, let alone that Li Jiangshan and Li Aoshi were graduates of this academy. Lu Qingcheng's eyes sparkled. She hadn't been able to enter Huaxia Shanghai Academy in her previous life, but she knew it was a place where the top talents of Huaxia gathered. If she could enter Huaxia Shanghai Academy in this life, she would gain more resources for cultivation. Dongfang Yuan Kuei then introduced Huaxia Shanghai Academy to everyone. It was established by the state at the beginning of the spiritual energy revival as a martial arts academy, only recruiting the top talents of Huaxia to cultivate talents for the country. Because Huaxia Shanghai Academy only recruited geniuses, it was not publicly known, and admissions were selected by the academy itself. President Dongfang, what brings you here? Li Shengtian asked, feigning ignorance, as he had a good idea they were here for him. Sure enough, Dongfang Yuan Kuei took out a magnificent invitation and walked up to Li Shengtian. Little guy, are you interested in joining our Huaxia Shanghai Academy? With your talent, you will definitely surpass your father and grandfather. Our academy is eager for a genius like you. The expressions of the women around Li Shengtian varied. Lanyan felt both happy and proud, but also worried that her precious son was about to embark on the same path as Li Jiangshan and Li Aoshi, which made her heart ache. Lu Qingcheng felt a bit envious. She naturally wanted to enter Huaxia Shanghai Academy, but she feared her performance in the trials wouldn't catch their eye, while also feeling happy for Li Shengtian. Li Wanshu was happy but also reluctant, knowing that once Li Shengtian went to the Shanghai Academy, she wouldn't see him for a long time. Yang Muyun was simply happy for Li Shengtian. Li Shengtian noticed the expressions of the women and did not immediately accept the invitation. Little guy, do you have any questions? Dongfang Yuan Kuei asked when he saw Li Shengtian hesitating. President Dongfang, can I make a few requests? Dongfang Yuan Kuei didn't hesitate. You can say it. As long as I can do it, I will fulfill your requests. I hope the academy can grant my mother and sister the freedom to come and go, so they can visit me occasionally. My father has already owed my mother a lot. I don't want to owe her anymore, and the same goes for my sister. Hearing Li Shengtian's words, Lan Yun covered her mouth, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Baby. Li Wanshu's beautiful eyes also turned red, forcing a smile while sobbing. Good. Great filial piety is like a mountain. I really didn't misjudge you, kid. I agree. Dongfang Yuan Kuei laughed heartily, readily agreeing, while the woman beside him gained a deeper understanding of Li Shengtian. There's one more. Li Shengtian felt a bit embarrassed himself. Oh, go ahead and say it. Dongfang Yuan Kuei showed no anger. He had enough patience for Li Shengtian. If it's just one invitation, I'm afraid I can't accept it. I want 3. Dongfang Yuan Kuei was taken aback for a moment, then laughed in disbelief. How many? 3? Are you buying in bulk? I want to bring 2 people, and of course, I believe their talents are worthy of the title genius. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yuan Kuei instantly became interested. Oh, who are you talking about? Xingcheng, Muyun, come here. Li Shengtian called the 2 women over, and they were both stunned, not expecting that the people Li Shengtian wanted to bring were actually themselves. These 2 are ranked 2nd and 3rd nationally. Is that okay? The corners of Dongfang Yuan Kuei's eyes twitched slightly. Do you have any idea how they got so many points? Let's not talk about that for now. Xingcheng is my fiancée, and she has a dual-element zero-system talent. Is that enough? Muyun has a zero-sequence healing talent. Is that okay? How many years has it been since Huaxia produced a zero-sequence? Li Shengtian's words struck Dongfang Yuan Kuei like a bolt from the blue. What did you say? You're not joking, are you? Do I look like someone who jokes around? Alright, I agree. Dongfang Yuan Kuei quickly agreed. A dual-element zero-sequence talent, a prodigy like Li Shengtian, and a zero-sequence healing talent, both are rare finds. While Lu Qingcheng was excited, she didn't forget to glare at Li Shengtian. Her secret had been revealed by this bad guy, yet she felt warm inside. Her fiancé wasn't so bad after all? Yang Muyun, on the other hand, was so excited that tears flowed like a burst dam, and she suddenly threw herself into Li Shengtian's arms. Shengtian brother. Ahem. Lu Qingcheng lightly coughed, and Yang Muyun realized she had overstepped. You didn't have any other requests, did you? Dongfang Yuan Kuei asked. No. Then Dongfang Yuan Kuei took out 3 invitation letters. Here, you sly little guy. Li Shengtian smiled as he accepted them. After receiving the invitation letters, the woman who had been silent approached him, extending her fair hand. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Xing Mengqi, your future mentor. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yuan Kuei's eyes widened, while Li Shengtian shook Xing Mengqi's hand. Hello, Meng Jie. Xing Mengqi smiled gently, not sure if it was because of Li Shengtian calling her Mengjie or because her scheme had succeeded. After exchanging contact information with Li Shengtian, Xing Mengqi left with Dongfang Yuan Kuei. Li Shengtian then used the excuse of needing to rest to open the system panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, rating SSS level, settling system rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 destiny points, 50 cultivation points, 1 heavenly creation pill, burning technique, complete version, subgod, spirit sword fire burning cloud, first grade. Li Shengtian was delighted. This time the rewards were even richer. He had already experienced the heavenly creation pill, and the complete version of burning technique was very appealing to him, a powerful technique from the Flame Emperor. After checking the introduction of burning technique, Li Shengtian discovered that it required the use of exotic fire for cultivation. Ordinary flames could only allow burning technique to reach the second grade level. Thinking of this, Li Shengtian opened the system store, and sure enough, there was exotic fire inside, but it was indeed expensive. The cheapest Xian Huang flame cost 5,000 destiny points, and he didn't even dare to look at the prices for things like void devouring flame. It seems I can't go all in this time. I should just hold on to my fate. In the Magic City, after Luo Yaoyang was rescued, he was placed under strict surveillance. The military had not yet discovered that the magical beasts were attracted by Sherdang using black potions, and they certainly did not place the blame on Luo Yaoyang. However, his score was only around 3,000, ranking him 250th in the nation. Alright, kid, you can go home now. 250th is already quite good. If you're not satisfied, you can come back next year. An officer comforted Luo Yaoyang. Why won't you let me retake the exam? It was clearly your negligence. Why should I bear the consequences? Luo Yaoyang shouted in anger. The officer frowned, his tone turning serious. Kid, you need to take responsibility for your words. There was nothing wrong with our work. Why did those magical beasts only attack you and not others? What you did is known only to you. We are no longer pursuing this matter, so I hope you will think carefully. With that, the officer turned and left in a huff. Luo Yaoyang clenched his fists tightly, not even noticing his nails digging into his flesh. I could have done better. It's all your fault. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from his mother. Hello? Luo Yaoyang's tone was impatient. He even began to resent his parents for not being powerful figures. Otherwise, Lu Ruyan wouldn't have left him, and that officer wouldn't have spoken to him like that. Yanger, Donghu Lingwu has sent you an admission notice. His mother was very happy, thinking her son had finally made something of himself. Donghu Lingwu. I could have gone to Jingdu Lingwu. Luo Yaoyang roared, smashing his phone in anger. Jingdu Lingwu was the top university in Huaxia, aside from Huaxia Shanghai Academy. Although Donghu Lingwu was also a strong first-class university, it was still quite inferior to Jingdu Lingwu. Luo Yaoyang's eyes began to turn red, and without transforming into a beast-like state, he let out a roar like a wild animal. You truly deserve better. Who? A figure dressed in a pure black robe emerged from the darkness, adorned with a strange emblem. The world does not understand your talent, but the divine has revealed it to me. And you, child, the divine needs you. The voice of the figure was eerie, gender indiscernible, but the fervor for the so-called divine was evident. Who are you? Luo Yaoyang glared coldly at the figure. I am a messenger of the divine. Join us, and you will obtain everything you desire. The figure's eyes seemed to emit a strange glow, and the moment Luo Yaoyang saw that light, he was entranced. Divine. I want to fight for the divine. I want to obtain everything I desire. Luo Yaoyang suddenly became fervent, just like the figure. Exactly, child. Welcome to the church. With a flick of the figure's sleeve, black mist instantly enveloped them, and when the mist cleared, both Luo Yaoyang and the figure had vanished. A few days later, Li Shengtian had fully recovered, but at that moment, he could not relax as he looked at the information in his hands. Luo Yaoyang has gone missing? Li Shengtian immediately dispatched people to search for Luo Yaoyang's whereabouts. Li Shengtian knew that Bai Ruoxua and Sherdang had both been admitted to Jingdu Lingwu. They had asked him where he had been admitted, and he had naturally told them the truth. There was nothing to hide. The two congratulated him, although Bai Ruoxua seemed a bit upset about not being in the same academy as Li Shengtian, and he had to comfort her for quite a while. What Li Shengtian did not expect was that Lu Ruyan had also been admitted to Jingdu Lingwu. Speaking of which, Li Shengtian had originally planned to cause some trouble for Lu Ruyan in the trial's secret realm, but he had never encountered her, which could be considered her good luck. Moreover, according to the information, Lu Ruyan had been saved in the secret realm by Zhao Yuan from the Zhao family of Jingdu, and since then, their relationship had become quite ambiguous. Soon after, Li Shengtian sent someone to keep an eye on Lu Ruyan, as she might have found a breakthrough with Luo Yaoyang. What a hassle. Next I need to go to the Shanghai Academy, I can't keep watching Luo Yaoyang all the time, and his existence is ultimately a hidden danger. It seems that once I find him, I should eliminate the root of the problem. With this thought, Li Shengtian's gaze became sharp. Young master, Miss Lu has arrived, Fubo suddenly said. Li Shengtian was puzzled about why Lu Qingcheng had come, but Lu Qingcheng had already walked over, her high heels clicking on the floor. Qingcheng, what brings you here? Li Shengtian gestured to the sofa beside him, indicating for Lu Qingcheng to sit. Lu Qingcheng was not polite and sat down on the sofa, crossing her legs. The pair of jade-like legs wrapped in black stockings were fully exposed, and the high heel on her raised foot seemed about to fall off, caught by her toes, while the back half of her delicate foot was completely revealed. This scene left Li Shengtian momentarily stunned. Have you seen enough? You pervert, Lu Qingcheng scolded playfully, feeling shy inside but not at all annoyed. Ahem. Li Shengtian quickly averted his gaze. I haven't even said what I wanted to discuss. Lu Qingcheng revealed a charming smile, as if deliberately teasing Li Shengtian. What, as your fiancé, can't I come here without a reason? I never said that. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I'm here to ask you to accompany me to a place. Lu Qingcheng suddenly became serious. What place? The Fire Sea's secret realm. Li Shengtian thought for a moment and remembered that the Fire Sea's secret realm was a vast area in the northwest that had not yet been fully developed. Isn't that still under development? Seemingly anticipating Li Shengtian's response, Lu Qingcheng immediately replied, I know, but there is something I must obtain from there. Lu Qingcheng's gaze towards Li Shengtian was very earnest. Li Shengtian instantly understood what Lu Qingcheng wanted to retrieve, likely a chance that existed in the memories of his past life. So he didn't ask further. Alright, are you just going to ask me what it is? The Fire Sea secret realm is not a trial realm. It can really be deadly. Lu Qingcheng seemed a bit surprised by Li Shengtian's straightforwardness. Why ask so much? Besides, you already know it's dangerous. As your fiancé, I should accompany you, right? Li Shengtian spoke as if it were a matter of course. Lu Qingcheng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Then we'll set off in a week. I still need to make some preparations. A week passed quickly. During this time, with the help of the Heavenly Creation Pill, Li Shengtian successfully raised his realm to the second stage, level 4. To improve 2 levels in a week is quite explosive in the entire cultivation world. At the same time, he used the 50 cultivation points rewarded by the system to elevate Thunderous Might to a minor success realm. The 2 sword techniques he had were sufficient for now. There was no need to enhance the Vermilion Bird's 4 strikes, as Li Shengtian's spiritual power couldn't handle it yet. The Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps combined with the Cloud Sky Wind God technique was enough for him at this stage. Lu Qingcheng also arrived at the Li family as promised. She was dressed in a fitted outfit that perfectly outlined her alluring figure. The moment Li Shengtian saw Lu Qingcheng, he felt that she seemed to have grown stronger. After checking with the system, he confirmed that Lu Qingcheng had indeed broken through to the second stage, reaching level 1 of the second stage. Unlike Li Shengtian, who could improve so quickly with the system, she truly was the reborn female war god. Let's set off. So the two boarded a plane to the northwest. After a while, they arrived at the entrance of the Fire Sea secret realm. Since the Fire Sea secret realm had not yet been fully developed and was quite dangerous, entry was not permitted. However, both the Li family and the Lu family were powerful entities, so entering the Fire Sea secret realm was naturally easy for them. This time, Li Shengtian also brought along Old Hai and another 9th stage powerhouse, Old Yen, while Lu Qingcheng brought 1 9th stage and 2 8th stage experts. It wasn't that they were afraid of death, it was just that with their current strength, they weren't arrogant enough to think they could explore the Fire Sea secret realm alone. Having strong allies by their side was necessary. Li Shengtian brought 2 9th tier protectors for safety, knowing that Lu Qingcheng was the destined one, and that the destined ones always faced unpredictable dangers when seeking opportunities. Let's go in, Lu Qingcheng said, stepping into the fiery secret realm first, with Li Shengtian and several protectors following closely behind. As soon as they entered the secret realm, they were struck by the scene before them. Flames danced wildly, spreading recklessly across every inch of land. The once lush forest was now reduced to charred stumps, standing like menacing tombstones. Waves of heat rolled over them, the air distorted and warped, presenting a blurry, illusory landscape. Animal carcasses lay scattered everywhere, some still in the poses they had taken while trying to escape but now burned beyond recognition, their fur charred and emitting a pungent odor. The dry grass on the ground had long turned to ash, the soil cracked and parched, while molten lava slowly flowed through the crevices, occasionally bubbling up and splattering tiny sparks when it burst. Thick smoke billowed like ink, rising heavily and obscuring the sky, preventing any sunlight from penetrating. The entire world seemed to be pulled into a dark abyss, with only the blazing flames flickering ominously in the endless darkness. Devoid of any wind, the flames burned monotonously, crackling like a countdown to death. Even though Lu Qingcheng had entered the fiery secret realm before, she was still shocked by the sight. "Over there, let's go." She pointed towards a volcano that jutted out amidst the flames and stepped forward quickly. Li Shengtian didn't ask further. He knew Lu Qingchang had a sense of where the opportunity lay. Suddenly, Li Shengtian paused. Ding, system task, obtain Lu Qingchang's opportunity. He felt conflicted. Given his current relationship with Lu Qingchang, he was reluctant to forcefully take it. However, he was also unsure if Lu Qingchang would willingly give him the opportunity. "I can only take it one step at a time." Along the way, Li Shengtian and his group encountered countless magical beasts, all high tier, confirming that bringing strong allies was the right choice. If it had just been them, they would have certainly perished here. As they got closer to the volcano, the magical beasts they faced grew stronger, like a group of guards protecting something important. Finally, they reached the foot of the volcano, which stood alone above the earth like the skeleton of a gigantic, menacing beast. The mountain was entirely covered in a layer of monotonous gray-black rock, devoid of any signs of life or greenery. The surface of the rock was riddled with deep cracks, as if time had carved its marks, or like wounds torn during the beast's painful struggles. The volcano's mouth resembled a giant maw, with jagged edges and uneven teeth, wisps of white smoke curling up from the unfathomable darkness below, slowly dispersing in the air, adding a chilling atmosphere to this desolate place. At the foot of the mountain lay vast stretches of barren sand and scattered volcanic gravel, haphazardly piled together, radiating oppressive heat under the blazing sun, as if it were the last remnants of warmth in this desolate land. The group didn't linger and headed towards the summit, finding it much easier with 3 ninth-tier strongmen leading the way. Soon, Li Shengtian was the first to step onto the peak, facing the enormous volcano's mouth, thick black smoke continuously billowing out, revealing what seemed like an endless abyss below, with faint glimpses of orange-red lava. Li Shengtian suddenly had a bad premonition. "Where do we go next? We're not going to jump down, are we?" Lu Qingchang looked at him and then smirked. "It seems that even without me, if one day you come here, you could still find treasures, right on the mark." Li Shengtian's mouth twitched slightly. It wasn't that he guessed correctly, but rather that he had learned from experience that the opportunities for these destined ones often lay in places ordinary people wouldn't think to look. "Let's go, be careful later." After speaking, Lu Qingchang jumped into the deep pit first, and her 3 protectors immediately followed, fearing that something might happen to Lu Qingchang alone. "Young master?" Hai Lao, seeing Li Shengtian hesitating, couldn't help but speak up. Li Shengtian looked at the abyss before him, his furrowed brows relaxing. "If there's any danger later, you all paddle first." After saying that, Li Shengtian also jumped down. Hai Lao and Yan Lao exchanged glances. Being seasoned veterans, they instantly understood Li Shengtian's meaning and hurriedly followed. As they passed through the thick black smoke, Li Shengtian saw he was about to fall into the lava below. Just as Hai Lao was about to reach out to grab him, he heard Li Shengtian shout, "It's below." Li Shengtian fell into the lava but was completely unharmed. Instead, he passed through and the momentum of his fall instantly vanished, allowing him to gently land in the fiery world below. Why is it called a fiery world? Because it was an endless sea of flames. "Not bad, I thought you would be scared," Lu Qingchang said as she walked up to Li Shengtian and playfully punched his chest. Seeing this, Yan Lao was about to scold her but was stopped by Hai Lao. The former then remembered that Lu Qingchang was Li Shengtian's fiancée, so it was fine. Otherwise, it would be a slap in the face for the Li family if someone dared to disrespect Li Shengtian like that. Lu Qingchang naturally noticed this, retracted her hand, and said nothing, but seeing that Li Shengtian was completely unconcerned and instead looking around, she asked, "Where's the treasure?" Lu Qingchang suddenly felt a bit angry. "Treasure, treasure, all you think about is treasure, She then turned and walked away. Li Shengtian was filled with confusion. What's wrong with this woman? Hai Lao glanced at Yan Lao and whispered, "It's best not to interfere in the matters between the young master and Miss Lu." Not long after they walked, suddenly flames surged in the sea of fire ahead, a roaring inferno, waves of heat rolling, thick smoke blocking the sun. A figure appeared in the center of the fire sea, gradually becoming visible. Its feathers were resplendent, golden red and dazzling, merging with the flames. In an instant, the phoenix raised its head, letting out a clear cry that pierced the air. Flapping its wings, the heat waves surging. Its wings flapped vigorously, stirring the sea of fire, sparks flying everywhere. "They're here! Seniors, I trouble you." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingchang's 3 protectors rushed out, engaging in battle with the suddenly appearing fire phoenix. Li Shengtian glanced at Hai Lao and Yan Lao, and the 2 hurried forward to help. "So the treasure you mentioned is guarded by this fire phoenix?" "That's right, follow me." Lu Qingchang led Li Shengtian towards the direction where the fire phoenix had appeared. As they got closer, they discovered that the sea of fire actually concealed a hidden world, behind the vast flames stood a giant fire-red tree. Because the color of the fire tree was the same as the flames, it was impossible to see from a distance. Is this the fire phoenix's nest? Yes. Lu Qingqing nodded, then unexpectedly began to climb straight up the fire tree, and Li Shangtian had no choice but to follow. When the two reached the nest where the fire phoenix rested, Li Shangtian was astonished to find an egg there. It was obvious what kind of egg it was. The treasure you mentioned wouldn't be this fire phoenix egg, would it? Li Shangtian didn't believe that Lu Qingqing's fortune was limited to just this fire phoenix egg. If that were the case, she wouldn't need to come personally. Of course there's more. This egg can be considered a bonus. Lu Qingqing smiled mysteriously, then walked to the back of the fire phoenix egg, lifting the branches of the nest to reveal a pattern resembling a formation underneath. Lu Qingqing gestured above and chanted a spell, and the pattern instantly emitted a strong firelight. With a boom, Li Shangtian was surprised to find that this was actually a door. The entrance opened wide, seemingly allowing entry into the interior of the fire tree. Let's go! Lu Qingqing didn't hesitate and jumped in, with Li Shangtian closely following. Inside the fire tree was a completely enclosed space, surrounded by a uniform orange-red fire color, empty except for a spirit platform in the center, on which lay a book that resembled some kind of cultivation method. Lu Qingqing quickly walked over and held the martial arts manual in her hands, her face visibly joyful. At this moment, Li Shangtian's expression was quite complex. He was contemplating whether to snatch the manual away, but the spiritual power in his hands had already gathered, as if it could erupt at any moment. Look, this is a divine martial arts manual. Lu Qingqing shook the manual in her hand, her smile sweet. Li Shangtian silently retracted his spiritual power, sighing inwardly. After spending time with Lu Qingqing, he was not a cold-blooded villain. She was ultimately his fiancée, half of his own woman, and to say something shameless, Li, was indeed tempted by her. Forget it, let's deal with this woman first. Seeing that Li Shangtian was silent, Lu Qingqing walked to his side and waved the manual in front of him. What's wrong with you? Li Shangtian came back to his senses and finally saw the words on the manual, 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Feather. It's nothing, just a divine martial arts manual, quite good. Boom! The fire tree suddenly began to shake violently, and Lu Qingqing's expression changed. It seems the fire phoenix has discovered us. Let's go. After saying that, she pulled Li Shangtian to stand on the spiritual platform, unexpectedly finding that this platform also had an elevator function. Just as the two emerged from the interior of the fire tree, a torrent of flames suddenly surged toward them. Extreme! With a shout, Seold appeared in front of Li Shangtian, and instantly, the area around Seold seemed to turn into a realm of extreme cold. The moment the flames touched the realm, they extinguished. Young master, did you get the treasure? Li Shangtian glanced at Lu Qingqing. Got it, let's go. Bring that egg too. Yes. Immediately, Seold used his spiritual power to lift Li Shangtian, Lu Qingqing, and the fire phoenix egg, flying away at high speed. Seeing this, Rockold also quickly made his escape. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing's 3 protectors had been entangled with the fire phoenix for quite a while before managing to break free. The fire phoenix, furious that these humans had stolen its egg, recklessly pursued them. Even as Li Shangtian and his group escaped from the volcano, the fire phoenix continued to chase after them. Are you confident in dealing with it? Li Shangtian said in a deep voice. Seold and Rockold both nodded. Yes. Then don't run. If it chases us out, let it not return. You two stop pretending and get serious. Hearing Li Shangtian's words, Seold and Rockold were puzzled, not knowing what kind of game Li Shangtian was playing, but they knew they had to obey orders. Seold set Li Shangtian and Lu Qingqing down and immediately turned to confront the fire phoenix with Rockold. The 3 protectors of Lu Qingqing, seeing this, wanted to turn back and join them, but Seold shouted, "You protect my young master well, if anything goes wrong, humph." The 3 had no choice but to return to Lu Qingqing's side. At this moment, all 3 were in disarray, while Seold and Rockold acted as if nothing had happened, and they naturally understood that these two had been acting all along. Damn! These 2 old foxes, outwardly compliant but secretly disobedient. Lu Qingqing's 9th-tier protector immediately exclaimed in anger. Lu Qingqing looked at Li Shangtian with a complex expression. She knew that while other powerful families might be outwardly compliant, the Li family absolutely would not be. Without Li Shangtian's instructions, how could Seold and Rockold have acted? Seold and Rockold, being seasoned 9th-tier experts, worked together seamlessly, quickly forcing the fire phoenix to retreat, heavily injured. Not long after, a sharp wail echoed throughout the fiery secret realm, and the fire phoenix fell from grace. On the plane back to Kyoto, Li Shangtian and Lu Qingqing were alone in a cabin. Lu Qingqing sat silently next to Li Shangtian. They hadn't spoken since emerging from the fire tree. Do you have anything you want to say to me? Finally, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but speak up. What should I say? Li Shangtian's tone was very calm, and his expression was likewise. Lu Qingcheng remained silent for a long time. Why didn't you let your two ninth-tier experts go all out from the beginning? Li Shangtian did not respond. Since he chose not to force the issue, he naturally had other plans in mind, waiting for the right moment to unleash his trump card. Why exactly? Is it because you feel you gain nothing in this endeavor? Or is it for some other reason? Then why did you let them step in to deal with the Fire Phoenix in the end? Lu Qingcheng asked several questions in succession, her expression revealing her inner turmoil. Seeing that Li Shangtian still remained silent, Lu Qingcheng grew genuinely anxious. Ever since the trial in the secret realm and Li Shangtian's efforts to help her enter the Shanghai Academy, she had developed an inexplicable feeling towards him, one she couldn't quite understand, but she knew she didn't want any barriers between them. Can you just tell me? Lu Qingcheng's voice carried a hint of pleading. Li Shangtian knew it was time for him to make his move. The time for the actor had come. Why? Because I initially planned to steal your treasure. The next tier divine technique is indeed worth my effort. The moment you took the technique, I had already gathered my spiritual power. Li Shangtian paused. But I hesitated. After all, you are my fiancée, my future wife. I, Li Shangtian, disdain to steal from my own woman to become stronger. He then closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and leaned back in his chair. Li Shangtian felt he could give himself an Oscar for that performance. Lu Qingcheng's eyes were completely red, her voice trembling. If you wanted it, you could have just told me. It's not like I wouldn't give it to you. As she spoke, Lu Qingcheng punched Li Shangtian on the shoulder. Who wants to be your future wife? Dream on, you jerk. After that, she turned her head away, secretly wiping her tears. At that moment, Li Shangtian heard the system notification that Lu Qingcheng's favorability had risen to 90, and he could hardly suppress the corners of his mouth, secretly thinking that sometimes sincerity truly is a killer move. Upon returning to the capital, Lu Qingcheng did not immediately go back to the Lu family. At that moment, she sat across from Li Shangtian, noticing that he seemed a bit down, and comforted him. Hey, I'm not even mad at you. Why are you like this? Li Shangtian was silent for a moment. I just feel that I shouldn't have had such thoughts. This isn't my path to invincibility. This statement was the truth. In his view, if he wanted to walk the path of invincibility, he should be strong and not resort to sneak attacks. Pfft. Lu Qingcheng couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Li Shangtian's path to invincibility, then got up and sat beside him. Alright, everyone makes mistakes. As long as you can recognize and correct them, your path to invincibility can continue. But you can't do that to me next time. Got it. At that moment, Li Shangtian looked just like a child who had made a mistake. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Lu Qingcheng's face, and she felt inexplicably warm inside, like a little kid. You still need me to comfort you. Let's not talk about that. First, copy a copy of Nine Heaven's Divine Phoenix Feather. As she spoke, Lu Qingcheng took out the technique and handed it to Li Shangtian. Just as he was about to reach for it, Lu Qingcheng suddenly remembered something and quickly withdrew her hand holding the technique. Li Shangtian looked at Lu Qingcheng in confusion, his expression seeming to say, "Are you messing with me?" Lu Qingcheng then playfully smiled. "I've already given you such a precious technique. What about the one you used against the tiger-headed giant python?" Li Shangtian thought to himself, goodness, she's eyeing my vermilion bird 4 strikes. That's also a next-tier divine technique. Didn't you get the fire phoenix egg? Am I not at a loss? Upon hearing it was a next-tier divine technique, Lu Qingcheng was taken aback. She had felt that technique was definitely not simple. After listening to Li Shangtian's words, she pouted, looking pitiful. Can't you let me have it? You said I was your future wife. Humph, men are indeed all heartless. Li Shangtian smiled helplessly. He had already said that he preferred a soft approach over a hard one. Faced with someone like Lu Qingcheng, who was acting coy, he truly had no way to resist. Moreover, Li Shangtian had already made up his mind to win over Lu Qingcheng. He then instructed the servant to bring him pen and paper, handing them to Lu Qingcheng while taking a set for himself. I really can't do anything about you. I'll write the 4 strikes of the vermilion bird for you, and you can help me copy the 9 Heaven's Divine Phoenix Feather. That's not too much to ask, right? Lu Qingcheng's face instantly lit up with joy, completely shedding her earlier pitiful demeanor. No problem, she exclaimed, picking up the pen to start copying the 9 Heaven's Divine Phoenix Feather. Seeing this, Li Shangtian also began transcribing the 4 strikes of the vermilion bird onto paper. Here you go. Soon, Li Shangtian handed the 4 strikes of the vermilion bird to Lu Qingcheng, who eagerly tucked it away like a treasure, afraid that Li Shangtian might change his mind. Hee, Lu Qingcheng smiled sweetly. At this moment, the system had already informed Li Shangtian that Lu Qingcheng's favorability towards him had reached 95, indicating that she had developed deep feelings for him. Li Shangtian couldn't help but be moved by Lu Qingcheng's charming smile. After all, he was a flesh and blood person. How could he not like someone so beautiful harboring feelings for him? Afterward, Lu Qingcheng left, telling Li Shengtian that she would be training until the start of classes at the Mountain Sea Academy and urged him not to fall behind. To this, Li Shengtian could only express that he was hanging on and would definitely not lag behind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System rewards calculated, Destiny points 2500, Cultivation points 50, Nether Poison Fire, Spirit Gathering Pills 50. Li Shengtian was quite puzzled. He hadn't seized any opportunities from Lu Qingcheng, so how had he completed the system task? System, what's going on? Ding, reporting to the host, please read the system task carefully. Li Shengtian took a closer look and discovered that the system task stated obtain Lu Qingcheng's opportunity. Wasn't he now considered to have obtained it? Is this a word game? Damn, I went through all that acting for nothing. However, upon further reflection, Li Shengtian was glad that this incident had significantly increased Lu Qingcheng's favorability towards him, making his performance worthwhile. But he didn't think of his acting as a means to deceive Lu Qingcheng. It was merely a small trick to enhance their relationship. Otherwise, according to his personality, he would never have displayed the demeanor that Lu Qingcheng had seen. Afterward, Li Shengtian checked the system rewards. Nether Poison Fire? Why give me something so sinister? Well, it's better than nothing. At least I can start cultivating the burning technique now. Without hesitation, Li Shengtian began to practice the burning technique. At that moment, in the capital, the Yang family, Lu Ruyan was happily chatting with Zhao Yuan from the Zhao family on her phone. Ever since Zhao Yuan saved her during the trial secret realm, Lu Qingwei had noticed that she seemed to have developed some feelings for him. Just then, Yang Lin returned and saw Lu Ruyan idly doing nothing, which immediately ignited his anger. What are you doing all day? Why don't you go train? Don't think that just because you got into the Capital Spirit Martial Academy, you can relax. Mu Yun was accepted into the Huaxia Mountain Sea Academy, and she still trains hard every day. Yang Mu Yun had been accepted into the Huaxia Mountain Sea Academy with Li Xingtian's help, and Yang Lin naturally knew about this. Thinking of this made him even angrier. I really wish Mu Yun were the legitimate daughter. That would make that illegitimate child a failure. Humph. With that, Yang Lin snorted coldly and went upstairs. Lu Ruyan, having been scolded by Yang Lin, was still in a daze. Soon, she burst into tears. Mu Yun, all of you care only about Mu Yun. Isn't it just because she's close to Li Shengtian? He used to be my devoted admirer. The more Lu Ruyan thought about it, the angrier she became, so she arranged to go out with Zhao Yuan to clear her mind. Little did she know that after Lu Ruyan left the Yang family, a figure hiding in the dark alley followed her. Lu Ruyan and Zhao Yuan walked in the park, where the sky was getting darker and the number of pedestrians was dwindling. Upon learning about Lu Ruyan, Zhao Yuan naturally offered some comfort, but inside he felt disdain. He approached Lu Ruyan for the help of the Yang family. In the Zhao family, he was merely the third son, with two older brothers who were more competitive than he was. Therefore, he hoped to gain support from the Yang family through Lu Ruyan, but it seemed that she was not as favored as he had thought. At this moment, Lu Ruyan felt somewhat better, walking alongside Zhao Yuan under the sunset. For some unknown reason, she quietly took Zhao Yuan's hand. Slut! A shadow lurking in the dark cursed, the voice hoarse. Zhao Yuan did not reject Lu Ruyan's small gesture. After all, Lu Ruyan was a beauty, and he had nothing to lose. Just then, Lu Ruyan suddenly stopped, gazing deeply at Zhao Yuan. Yuan, let's be together. Ah! Before Zhao Yuan could even say okay, his mouth opened wide, blood pouring out uncontrollably. Ah! Lu Ruyan was instantly frightened and stumbled back several steps. Zhao Yuan struggled to lower his head, only to see a beast-like claw piercing through his chest, blood gushing from the claw. With a thud, Zhao Yuan collapsed, and the humanoid beast stared directly at Lu Ruyan. If Li Shengtian or Shi Dang were present, they would recognize this beast as the beastified Luo Yaoyang, whose originally purple-black skin had turned completely black, and the star-like specks on his body had vanished. You, who are you? Please don't kill me, I beg you. Lu Ruyan looked at the advancing Luo Yaoyang, tears of fear streaming down her face, her legs feeling as heavy as lead, unable to move, only able to plead repeatedly. Slut! Did you ever think this day would come? Luo Yaoyang let out a beast-like roar. Lu Ruyan did not understand what the beast meant. It seemed to recognize her. Who are you really? Luo Yaoyang shed his beastified state. Don't you recognize me anymore? Yaoyang, how can it be you? Do you know what you're doing? You've killed someone. You've become a murderer. Lu Ruyan was furious upon realizing it was Luo Yaoyang, but Luo Yaoyang instantly returned to his beastified state. So what if I killed? This is a privilege given to me by the gods, and now, I will make you stand before the gods to confess. With that, Luo Yaoyang grabbed Lu Ruyan by the neck and lifted her up. Lu Ruyan was truly scared now, desperately trying to bat away Luo Yaoyang's hand to escape, but it was futile. She could only glare at her long legs with all her might. "Let go of me." Lu Ruyan managed to squeeze out those few words with all her strength. "Dream on." Luo Yaoyang's grip tightened, and with a crack, Lu Ruyan's arms fell limp, her legs no longer moving. In her final moments, Lu Ruyan regretted not agreeing to Li Shengtian back then, otherwise, everything would not have turned out this way. "Ha ha 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 ha." Luo Yaoyang threw Lu Ruyan aside and laughed maniacally. As Luo Yaoyang laughed wildly, he was unaware that a figure in a black robe in the distance silently took out a phone and sent a message. "Young master, there is news." Li Shengtian, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly heard Uncle Fu's voice from outside the training room. "Come in, what news?" Uncle Fu first bowed before slowly speaking. The shadow guard watching Lu Ruyan sent a message saying that Lu Ruyan and the Zhao family's young son are dead, and the murderer is Luo Yaoyang. However, after killing, Luo Yaoyang was taken away by a strange force, and the shadow guard could not catch up. Oh, Li Shengtian was surprised. Lu Ruyan was dead? Then he noticed that the system had already given a prompt, indicating that Lu Ruyan's death had weakened Luo Yaoyang's fate. He had simply been too focused on his cultivation to notice before. By the way, young master, the shadow guard said that after killing, Luo Yaoyang was shouting something about God like a madman. God? Li Shengtian had no clue at all. He didn't even know if there were gods in this world. At least, the gods of humanity were merely myths, but it seemed that the other races truly had gods. I understand now. Go tell the Yang family and the Zhao family to find Luo Yaoyang. Yes. After Fu Bo left, Li Shengtian pondered whether Luo Yaoyang had some kind of opportunity again. Strange powers? Ha, Luo Yaoyang's destiny is almost at its end. What more can he pull off? Li Shengtian immediately planned to continue his training. As long as his strength was sufficient, there was nothing to fear. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Li Shengtian's phone suddenly rang. To his surprise, it was Jing Zhonghua. The two had exchanged contact information after their last meeting but hadn't been in touch since. Hello, Commander Jing. Lieutenant Li, there's a task that might require your attention. Please go ahead. We've discovered that there seems to be a branch of a church in the Kyoto area, which poses a significant threat to Kyoto. Unfortunately, most of our forces are currently at the Black Great Wall, and we really can't spare any attention. We hope you can mobilize the Li family's power to eliminate this church influence. The military will notify all families, businesses, and organizations in Kyoto to cooperate fully with you. Church? Li Shengtian didn't know what kind of organization the church was. After Jing Zhonghua explained, he learned that it was a group of traitors who worshipped the gods of other races, scattered all over the world. They incited people to rebel against human governments and surrender to the other races, posing a huge threat to public security in human society. At the same time, Li Shengtian recalled what Fu Bo had said about Luo Yaoyang shouting God after killing someone. Could it be that Luo Yaoyang has joined the church? I understand. I guarantee the task will be completed. Good. Lieutenant Li, I'm counting on you. We really can't leave the Black Great Wall right now. Li Shengtian couldn't help but frown. The other races are moving again? Jing Zhonghua sighed. That's right. The other races launch a full-scale attack on the Black Great Wall every so often, and this time it's tougher than before. But don't worry, we can still hold on. Thank you for your hard work. This was the first time Li Shengtian felt how dire the situation for humanity was. If something went wrong at the Black Great Wall one day, humanity would be finished. Then, Li Shengtian changed into formal attire and called Fu Bo back, instructing, Fu Bo, there's no rush on the previous matter. Gather the Dark Guards, and have Elder Hai and Elder Yen come over as well. Also, notify all families in Kyoto to send representatives for a meeting. Yes. Fu Bo didn't hesitate and immediately went to carry out the orders. Soon, a group of Dark Guards from the Li family had gathered in the courtyard. Li Shengtian looked at these powerful and intimidating Dark Guards and couldn't help but smile. They were a testament to the strength of the Li family. Before long, representatives from various families in Kyoto arrived at the Li family estate, and Li Shengtian was already seated in the conference hall waiting for them. Many family heads came in person, including Yang Lin from the Yang family and Zhao Mushin from the Zhao family. They were all surprised to learn that Li Shengtian had established a connection with the military and felt compelled to cooperate. What Li Shengtian didn't expect was that the Lu family was represented by Lu Qingcheng. Old Zhao, have you heard any rumors? Yang Lin quietly leaned over to Zhao Mushin, who just shook his head. As everyone took their seats, Lu Qingcheng walked straight to the seat next to Li Shengtian. What happened? I was in the middle of my training when my dad personally called me to bring people over to help you. We'll talk about it later. Saying this, Li Shengtian took Lu Qingcheng's soft hand and had her sit beside him. Seeing this, the others dared not say anything. Li Shengtian was in the main seat, and logically, the seat next to him should have been occupied by the most respected person among them. But since Li Shengtian had let Lu Qingqing sit there, what could they say? They would be asking for trouble if they opposed the Li family. Esteemed heads of families and representatives, I believe you have all received the military's notification. The situation is urgent, so I will speak plainly. A faction of the church has infiltrated our capital, and I trust you all know what the church is. What? The church? They've actually come to the capital. The church is filled with ruthless villains. It seems this matter is not simple. Upon hearing Li Shengtian mention the church's presence in the capital, everyone immediately recognized the seriousness of the situation. Even Lu Qingqing's expression turned grave at the mention of the church, for even in her past life, the church was a particularly troublesome group that had once colluded with foreign races, nearly leading all of humanity into their hands. Everyone, the church is extremely dangerous. They have already made moves in the capital, and unfortunately, as Li Shengtian spoke, he glanced at Yang Lin and Zhao Mushin, both of whom suddenly felt uneasy. Li Shengtian continued, unfortunately, Miss Lu Ruyan of the Yang family and young Master Zhao Yuan of the Zhao family have already been killed, so we must act immediately to eliminate the church's influence and restore peace to the capital. Although Li Shengtian was unsure if Luo Yaoyang had truly joined the church, he decided to pin the blame on them for now, as no one else knew that Lu Ruyan and Zhao Yuan had been killed by Luo Yaoyang. What? Xingwei is dead? Yang Lin felt a wave of dizziness. After all, Lu Ruyan was his own daughter. How despicable! How despicable! Zhao Mushin slammed his hand on the table in fury. Eliminate! It must be eliminated! I want to avenge my son. With the examples of Lu Ruyan and Zhao Yuan, everyone realized that this church faction was indeed very dangerous. If they did not completely destroy it, perhaps one day the tragedies of the Yang and Zhao families would befall them as well. Young Master Li, what do you suggest we do? We will cooperate fully. The speaker was a vassal family of the Li clan. Once one person spoke up, the heads and representatives of other families also expressed their willingness to cooperate. Good. Then I ask you all to return and gather your people. Starting today, we will conduct a comprehensive search of the capital. Once suspicious individuals are discovered, they are to be captured immediately. Li Shengtian's tone suddenly turned cold. Of course, if I find out anyone is using the pretext of capturing the church to act recklessly, don't blame me for being unreasonable. Everyone nodded in agreement, as they naturally understood that in the face of eliminating the church, all other matters had to be set aside. Thus, a grand search operation commenced. Xingcheng, Li Shengtian called out to Lu Qingqing, who was about to leave. Lu Qingqing walked up to Li Shengtian. What is it? Is there something important? Seeing Li Shengtian nod, Lu Qingqing thought it must be something significant for him to tell her alone. You should focus on your training and not meddle unnecessarily. Ha! Lu Qingqing's big, expressive eyes widened. Is that the important matter you wanted to discuss? Little did she know, Li Shengtian smirked. Isn't your safety an important matter? You're insane. Lu Qingqing shot him a glare, but the joy on her face was hard to conceal. As if afraid Li Shengtian would worry, Lu Qingqing said mischievously, Don't worry, I have experience dealing with the church. Where did you get that experience? Lu Qingqing realized she had let something slip, and playfully punched Li Shengtian's chest. What does it matter to you? After saying that, she hurriedly left. Immediately, all the families in the capital mobilized their forces to conduct a thorough search of the city, causing a wave of panic among the citizens, who feared something major had occurred. Fortunately, the capital's government promptly reassured the public, preventing any unrest. Damn it! Wasn't it said that the military strength in the capital was insufficient? Where did these people come from? In a dark alley, a figure in black stealthily watched the search personnel pass by, cursing under his breath before disappearing into the shadows. In a secluded courtyard in the capital, the black-clad figure who had just entered the room looked around and saw that a group of others dressed like him had already gathered inside. What the hell is going on? Didn't they say most of the military personnel went to the Black Great Wall? Why are there so many people on the streets? The black-clad man shouted as soon as he stepped inside. Sitting in the main seat, another black-clad man coldly replied, Shut up. We just received news from our internal sources that a lieutenant in Kyoto has mobilized the forces of various families to hunt us down. Hearing this, the group of black-clad men exchanged worried glances. What should we do? At this rate, we'll be found sooner or later. The man in the main seat spoke again. The order from above is for us to retreat. The forces of the families in Kyoto are not something we can handle. Upon hearing this, the black-clad men nodded in agreement, but one voice broke the uneasy silence. No, didn't you promise to give me what I want? I want Li Shangtian dead, Luo Yaoyang shouted at the man in the main seat, drawing discontent from the others. Humph, do you want us all to die with you? Is the Li family something we can deal with right now? Arrogant brat, does anyone here not have their own pursuits? Are you the most important? In an instant, Luo Yaoyang was left speechless until the man in the main seat spoke again, causing the others to fall silent. Enough, we are all warriors of God. What is there to argue about? Everyone immediately start dispersing and retreating, then regroup at the High Bay branch. Yes, the black-clad men replied in unison, and within minutes, they all began to leave, leaving only Luo Yaoyang still standing there in a daze. Let's go, there will be opportunities in the future. The man in the main seat patted Luo Yaoyang on the shoulder before leaving first. Luo Yaoyang clenched his fists tightly, his teeth nearly biting through his own skin. He was unwilling to escape in such a disgraceful manner. No, I have already killed that bitch, I can't let Li Shangtian go. With that, Luo Yaoyang seemed to have made up his mind, leaving alone instead of following the others. At the Li family in Kyoto. At this moment, Li Shangtian was sitting in his study, looking at the messages coming in on his phone, his brows furrowing. These church guys really know how to hide. Too bad Kyoto is completely sealed off. Where can you escape to? Young master. Uncle Fu approached Li Shangtian from behind. We've captured a few church followers, but these people seem to be under some kind of curse. If they try to reveal the whereabouts of others, they will suffer cardiac arrest and die. Li Shangtian kept tapping on the table. Followers of God, huh? Since we can't get any information out of them, if we encounter them, just kill them on sight and increase the search efforts. They seem to want to escape. Yes. Ding ding ding. Just as Uncle Fu left, Li Shangtian received a strange text message. Li Shangtian, I killed Lu Ruyan. If you want revenge, come find me. Li Shangtian naturally guessed who sent the message, but he couldn't understand Luo Yaoyang's mindset, thinking that he would have feelings for Lu Ruyan. Moreover, this guy dared to target him while the city was hunting down church followers. Since the head is delivered to me, I might as well accept it. Soon, Li Shangtian arrived at an old factory mentioned in Luo Yaoyang's message. Hey, kid, stop hiding. From behind a dilapidated container, Luo Yaoyang emerged in a beastly state, looking deranged as he stared at Li Shangtian. Ha, I didn't expect you to really come. Do you want to accompany that bitch in death? I'll help you. Luo Yaoyang immediately roared and lunged at Li Shangtian. You really are becoming less human. Li Shangtian easily dodged Luo Yaoyang's flawed attack, and Luo Yaoyang shouted, don't get cocky. Then, a powerful dark energy erupted from Luo Yaoyang's body, his eyes gradually turning red. Die. With the enhancement of this power, Luo Yaoyang's speed increased many times. Even Li Shangtian needed to use the Heavenly Dragon 8 steps along with wind control to barely evade. This power is so strange. Li Shangtian realized that Luo Yaoyang might be borrowing some power that did not belong to him, and immediately became serious, summoning the Spirit Sword Fire Burning Cloud. Luo Yaoyang launched several more attacks, and Li Shangtian seized the opportunity to strike back, executing a set of Duga 9 swords wrapped in flames with Fire Burning Cloud, which caused significant damage to Luo Yaoyang. Ugh! Luo Yaoyang let out a strange roar, which made Li Shangtian feel dizzy for a moment. Luo Yaoyang took the chance to pounce quickly, and Li Shangtian hurriedly dodged while slashing out with his sword. Li Shangtian's arm was scratched by Luo Yaoyang's claw, leaving several bloody marks, while Luo Yaoyang was hit by Li Shangtian's sword, revealing a chilling white bone on his chest. It hurts! It hurts! I will tear you to pieces. Luo Yaoyang became even more frenzied, recklessly charging at Li Shangtian. Li Shangtian retracted Fire Burning Cloud, saying, I can't be bothered to play with you, it's just right to test if I can unleash the complete Vermilion Bird 4 strikes now. Just as Luo Yaoyang approached Li Shangtian, flames instantly formed a domain around him, trapping Luo Yaoyang. This was the confinement of the Vermilion Bird 4 strikes. What's going on? Why can't I move? Luo Yaoyang suddenly panicked. At this moment, Li Shangtian had transformed into a streak of fire, appearing right in front of Luo Yaoyang, and then directly charged him away. This was the flowing fire of the Vermilion Bird 4 strikes. Li Shangtian immediately unleashed the Vermilion Bird 4 strikes of sky splitting, with fiery wings appearing behind him, soaring into the air in front of Luo Yaoyang. His fist, accompanied by the fiery phantom of the Vermilion Bird, smashed down fiercely at Luo Yaoyang, causing blood to spout from Luo Yaoyang's mouth like a fountain. Luo Yaoyang crashed heavily to the ground, instantly creating countless cracks in the surface, while Li Shangtian remained in the air, saying, looks like you're lucky enough to experience the fire rain. A flame slowly descended from Li Shangtian's hand, and at the moment it touched the ground, a vermilion bird pattern suddenly appeared in the air, followed by countless flames raining down from it, directly landing around Luo Yaoyang. Each flame exploded the moment it made contact with an object. Ugh! Luo Yaoyang's screams were quickly drowned out by the thunderous explosions. As Li Shangtian landed, the fire rain also ceased, but he knew Luo Yaoyang was not dead yet, as the system had not given any notification. Gradually, the smoke and dust dissipated, revealing Luo Yaoyang had reverted from his beastly form, his body battered and continuously spitting blood. Li Shangtian walked slowly to Luo Yaoyang's side, saying, "This is the end. Spare me." Luo Yaoyang, with all his strength, attempted to plead for mercy from Li Shangtian. However, how could Li Shangtian let him go? He immediately summoned Fire Burning Cloud again. "What nonsense are you thinking?" Swish! With a flash of sword light, Luo Yaoyang's head was already severed from his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the destined protagonist Luo Yaoyang. Reward: 5,000 destiny points, 100 cultivation points, Divine Sword Thunder Control True Formula, Subdivine, Random Exotic Beast Cub 1. System upgrade: the host can now explore the opportunities of destined protagonists or those with fortune. As the system's voice sounded, it confirmed that Luo Yaoyang was completely dead, but Li Shangtian did not expect the rewards for killing the destined protagonist to be so generous. Suddenly, a figure in black appeared in front of Li Shangtian, reaching out to grab him. Fortunately, Li Shangtian had not fully focused on the system rewards just now and quickly dodged the black-clad figure's hand. Seeing this, the black-clad figure attempted to grab Li Shangtian again, but a cold ice palm suddenly struck the figure's back. Puff! The black-clad figure instantly spewed blood and collapsed to the ground. Li Shangtian hurriedly stepped back a few paces, while Hai Lao and Yen Lao had already appeared in front of him. At the same time, Yang Lin, Zhao Mushin, and Lu Qingcheng, along with a group of experts, surrounded the area. "Are you okay?" Lu Qingcheng ran to Li Shangtian's side and grabbed his arm. "It's fine, I anticipated that a rat would try to sneak attack." At that moment, the man in black clumsily got up, glaring at Li Shangtian. "You knew I was nearby all along?" "I didn't know. I just brought along 2 old men just in case. I'm not naive like Luo Yaoyang to come out alone for a duel," Li Shangtian replied, referring to the 2 elders, Hai Laoyan and Lao Er, who had followed him from the beginning. He had just asked them to stay hidden, hoping to lure in a catch, and unexpectedly, the man in black actually showed up. Damn it! The man in black gritted his teeth. With Kyoto completely sealed off, they couldn't escape. He had initially thought to see what Luo Yaoyang was up to when he saw him run out alone, but it turned out he was here to challenge Li Shangtian. At that moment, the man in black thought that if he could capture Li Shangtian, they could not only escape Kyoto but perhaps also use him to threaten Li Aoshi. However, seeing Li Shangtian's impressive agility, he deliberately waited for Luo Yaoyang to die before striking when Li Shangtian let his guard down. He was afraid of killing Li Shangtian outright, so he held back, not expecting to fall into a trap himself. "I should have killed you directly. You definitely can't escape," the man in black said unwillingly. "Oh really?" Li Shangtian chuckled, unafraid, as he had already prepared a space talisman and could escape at any moment. "Stop wasting time with him," Yen Lao shouted, immediately launching an attack to capture the man in black, only to find that the man was also a 9th-tier powerhouse, evenly matched with Yen Lao. Seeing this, Hai Lao stepped forward to help, and the man in black gradually fell into a disadvantage. "You all go too. Finish this quickly," Lu Qingcheng instructed the few strong fighters she had brought. While the man in black was being beaten, Lu Qingcheng secretly pinched Li Shangtian's waist, causing him to gasp in pain. "You can already unleash fire rain with your vermilion bird 4 strikes? What realm are you at now?" Li Shangtian simply held up 2 fingers, and Lu Qingcheng's eyes widened. "Are you a monster?" Li Shangtian just smiled faintly. He couldn't exactly say he had been using drugs, could he? During this time, he had nearly consumed all the spirit-gathering pills, but their effect on him was diminishing, and his cultivation was slowing down. Otherwise, at the previous rate, with so many spirit-gathering pills, he would have already reached the 3rd tier. "Quick, tell me if you have any cultivation secrets." "All right, you wrote a book called Introduction to Cultivation before, you must have secrets. Tell me quickly." Lu Qingcheng shook Li Shangtian's arm vigorously, completely lacking the demeanor of a female warrior. If her comrades from her past life saw her like this, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. Li Shangtian gently curled his lips and said, "Sure, come to my room tonight, and we can discuss it in detail." Hiss! Before Li Shangtian finished speaking, he felt another attack on his waist. Lu Qingcheng blushed and turned her head away. "Forget it, you pervert, always thinking about bad things." Just as the two were flirting, the man in black was already beaten to a pulp, covered in injuries. "You go too far. Since you won't let me live, then everyone shall die." The man in black chanted some incomprehensible incantations, and the suddenly darkening sky indicated that this was not a good sign. "Stop him," Li Shangtian quickly ordered. Hai Lao and the others reacted and joined forces to attack the man in black. At that moment, the man in black shouted, "With my body, I summon the gods." Suddenly, a tremendous evil force pressed down on everyone, making it impossible for anyone to resist kneeling. Even Li Shangtian was no exception. "Not good, he's going to sacrifice." Lu Qingcheng managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. Li Shangtian didn't know what a sacrifice was, but he guessed it was a technique to summon an alien deity. However, how could an alien deity possibly appear on Blue Star? A shadow shrouded in black mist appeared behind the man in black. The moment the shadow opened its eyes, everyone seemed to fall into an abyss. Its red gaze fell upon Li Shangtian, uttering strange words. Lu Qingchun looked at Li Shangtian, her eyes filled with surprise. As a reborn female war god, she had fought against alien races in her past life and could understand the shadow's words: human, prodigy, destruction. "Shangtian, be careful, he will hurt you," Lu Qingqing managed to say with difficulty. Hearing this, Li Shangtian secretly took out a spatial talisman. If the situation became urgent, he could only take Lu Qingqing and leave. The shadow controlled the man in black to raise his hand towards Li Shangtian, seemingly brewing some earth-shattering technique. "I won't allow you to invade the territory of my people. Get back!" At that critical moment, Li Shangtian heard a familiar voice ringing in his ears. He saw Li Aoshi descend like a fire god, using his own power to counteract the shadow suppression of everyone. Everyone was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, and felt an overwhelming excitement at Li Aoshi's arrival. "Great! It's the war god Li." The shadow, upon seeing Li Aoshi, instantly lost its earlier composure and did not attack, merely staring intently at Li Aoshi. Li Aoshi pointed his spear at the shadow, flames dancing at the tip. "Can't you understand human speech? Get back!" The shadow's red eyes narrowed slightly, glanced at Li Shangtian again, and then vanished. The man in black also collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "Ha!" As the shadow departed, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Tianer, are you okay?" Li Aoshi walked over to Li Shangtian and gently patted his shoulder. "I'm fine, but what was that just now?" Li Shangtian's voice was somewhat weak. Li Aoshi's expression turned serious. "An alien deity, to be precise, just a part of the alien deity's power and consciousness. You can understand it as a clone." Li Shangtian nodded. "So he just left like that?" Li Aoshi chuckled. "A clone is no match for his true self, only at the 10th level. I'm not someone who can't handle it, and if I were to destroy the clone, the true self would also be harmed. At that point, he could be seized by other alien deities and destroyed, which is not worth it. He can still understand this." "I see." Only then did Li Aoshi notice that Li Shangtian's hand was tightly gripping Lu Qingqing's small hand, and he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "Good, you know to protect your woman now. Hurry up and let me hold my grandson." Lu Qingqing finally reacted, quickly retracting her hand, her face as red as if it could squeeze out water. "Ha ha ha." Seeing this, Li Aoshi laughed heartily and then instructed old Hai and old Yen, "You two take Tianer and Qingqing back." "Yes." Then Li Aoshi turned to the others and said, "From now on, I leave the task of exterminating the church to all of you." After saying this, Li Aoshi disappeared, returning to the Black Fortress. Farewell, War God Li. After returning to the Li family and resting for a while, Li Shangtian finally had time to check the system rewards he had received. The Divine Sword Thunder Control True Technique? A special technique for Inaki? However, Li Shangtian had to admit that this was definitely a powerful skill, considered a unique technique of the Qingyun sect. Li Shangtian looked again at the 5,000 destiny points and 100 cultivation points. TSK, I'm getting rich. As for the random alien beast cub, Li Shangtian didn't know whether the so-called alien beasts were the magical beasts of this world. The system's answer was that alien beasts could come from any dimension, even Godzilla could potentially appear in this world and cultivate through spiritual power. Is this what random means? Anything could come out? Extracting alien beast cubs. As Li Shangtian's voice fell, a portal-like object suddenly appeared before him, and from it dropped a small, fiery red creature. The little guy was covered in bright red fur that looked like flames, resembling a young lion, with sharp, curved golden claws that appeared very sharp. The little creature bared its teeth at Li Shangtian fiercely, but then seemed to think of something and hurriedly ran to rub against Li Shangtian's calf. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Scarlet Flame Golden Lion. Li Shangtian looked incredulously at the lively little creature around him. This thing is the Scarlet Flame Golden Lion? It was known that the Scarlet Flame Golden Lion was an extremely powerful beast in the Wild Era. At the same time, Li Shangtian couldn't help but sigh. As expected, as a villain, I can only summon fierce beasts. Li Shangtian originally intended to hand the Scarlet Flame Golden Lion over to Uncle Fu for safekeeping, but the little guy insisted on sticking with Li Shangtian, so he had no choice but to let it be. Then, Li Shangtian took the little creature into the training room, ready to begin his cultivation. With so many destiny points and the accumulated cultivation points, he was about to achieve a significant improvement. Li Shangtian sat cross-legged and immediately opened the cultivation panel. Name, Li Shangtian Destiny, Destiny Villain Realm, 2nd Stage, Level 6 Cultivation Techniques, Divine Sword Thunder Control Technique, Subdivine, 10 Beginner, Sky Wind Divine Technique, Subdivine, 60 Small Success, 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Feather, Subdivine, 10 Beginner, Vermilion Bird 4 Strikes, Subdivine, 60 Small Success, Heavenly Dragon 8 Steps, 1st Grade, 50 Small Success, Thunderbolt Power, 1st Grade, 50 Small Success, Burning Technique, Sub. Divine, requires Exotic Fire, Duga 9 Swords, 3rd Grade, 30 Small Success, 6 Meridians Divine Sword, 3rd Grade, 30 Small Success. Suddenly, I feel like I'm not that rich anymore. Looking at so many cultivation techniques, Li Shangtian was also startled by himself. He originally thought that the 200 cultivation points he had saved for so long could provide a significant boost, but he found that he had so many techniques that they were completely insufficient. This made Li Shangtian realize that he should focus his cultivation points on more powerful techniques, while he could practice the lower grade ones himself. First, I'll get Vermilion Bird 4 Strikes to Small Success. It's a relatively powerful attack method at this stage. Then, looking at the remaining 140 cultivation points, Li Shangtian unhesitatingly advanced Heavenly Dragon 8 Steps to Small Success. After these experiences, he deeply understood the importance of body techniques. It would be great if I could get a body refinement technique. Then, Li Shangtian spent 70 cultivation points to directly advance 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Feather to Small Success. Looking at the remaining 20 cultivation points, even though Li Shangtian was used to being wealthy, he still felt a pang of regret. 20 points, I'll use 10 to get Divine Sword Thunder Control Technique to Beginner, but the remaining 10 points can't be used. Li Shangtian then closed the system's cultivation page, his face still showing a look of helplessness. Let's see if I can exchange for Exotic Fire. Immediately, the system mall appeared before him. When Li Shangtian found the Exotic Fire section and saw the prices, then looked at his 9,500 balance, he thought, are there any options? I can only afford to buy the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire, and it will leave me with 500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making their first purchase in the system mall. The system grants an Exotic Fire gift pack. Would you like to open it? The system is quite generous. I'll open it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sea Heart Flame. Li Shangtian was momentarily stunned, his expression changing. What? I buy a rank 19 one, and they give me a rank 15 one? The system indicated that the Exotic Fire gift pack had an equal chance of obtaining all exotic fires, including Imperial Flames. Li Shangtian considered himself quite lucky to a certain extent. Li Shangtian could only comfort himself, it's fine. After all, it's free. I wonder if I can refine the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. Thus, Li Shangtian immediately entered a state of cultivation. Time flies like an arrow, and the days and months weave by like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, it was the day for universities across the country to start their new semester. On this day, Li Shangtian walked out of the training room, feeling the improvement in his realm. After a period of relentless cultivation, Li Shangtian had already reached the 2nd stage, level 8. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the best of this cohort. It seemed that knowing Li Shangtian was leaving home for Huaxia Shanghai Academy today, the usually busy Lan Yun and Li Wanshu both set aside their tasks. Darling, you must remember to eat well, pay attention to your safety, don't be like your deadbeat father trying to show off, don't make mommy worry. Lan Yun tightly hugged Li Shangtian, her heart filled with 1,000 words that she had no time to express. I know, Mom. When it was Li Wanshu's turn, she also held Li Shangtian tightly in her arms, and he felt as if he were being suffocated by the overwhelming affection. Remember to think of me. Li Wanshu had so much she wanted to say, but in the end, she could only utter this one sentence. Suddenly, Li Wanshu's face flushed red, as if she had made up her mind. She pulled Li Shangtian close, their faces nearly touching, and just as Li Shangtian was caught off guard, he felt a warm sensation on his lips. He widened his eyes, staring at her beautiful face, but before he could respond, Li Wanshu fled like the wind. Li Shangtian stood there in a daze, ultimately just smiling. Afterward, Li Shangtian arrived at the agreed meeting place with Xing Mengqi, where Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun had already arrived. Shangtian Gij. Yang Muyun hadn't seen Li Shangtian for a long time. Upon his arrival, she ran over, suppressing the urge to leap into his arms, her face flushed as she looked at him shyly. Li Shangtian checked Yang Muyun's realm through the system and was surprised to find she had already reached the 1st stage, level 9. Muyun is already at 1st stage, level 9. Not bad, he said, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Li Shangtian was not joking, Compared to his own cheat-like abilities in Lu Qingcheng, the reborn female warrior, Yang Muyun's achievement of reaching first stage, level 9 in such a short time was truly impressive. I'm still far from Shangtian Gij and Qingqing Jia, Yang Muyun said, suddenly feeling a bit downcast. She feared that one day, if she fell too far behind Li Shangtian, he would disdain her. You're already doing great, really. Don't put pressure on yourself. If it comes to it, I can support you for a lifetime. Hearing Li Shangtian's sweet words, Yang Muyun's exquisite little face turned bright red, thinking that the idea of him supporting her for a lifetime was too straightforward. Shangtian Gij. Ahem. Lu Qingcheng walked over, unable to bear the sight of the two flirting in front of her. Yang Muyun realized she had overstepped and quickly stepped aside to let Li Shangtian talk to Lu Qingcheng. Li Shangtian looked at the woman in front of him, who seemed a bit angry. What's wrong? Jealous? Humph, who's jealous? Don't be so self-important. Lu Qingqing turned her head away, not wanting to engage with Li Shangtian. Li Shangtian checked through the system and discovered that Lu Qingcheng had actually reached second stage, level 6, which was quite impressive. Oh, second stage, level 6. No wonder you're my future wife, Li Shangtian teased. Lu Qingcheng was surprised at how Li Shangtian could see through her realm, and she felt her face flush with embarrassment at his words. Who's your future wife? Can you stop saying such things, you pervert? Just then, as Li Shangtian was about to continue teasing Lu Qingcheng, a jeep pulled up to the roadside, and the window rolled down. Xing Mengqi, wearing sunglasses and smiling, looked at the group. Get in the car. But you're the only ones I came to pick up personally. Are you touched? The three didn't hesitate. Li Shangtian sat in the passenger seat, while Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun took the back. So touched. Thank you, Meng Jie. Listening to Li Shangtian's casual banter, Xing Mengqi merely smiled lightly. Then you must remember your sister's kindness and not run off with someone else later. Ah, Li Shangtian completely could not understand Xing Mengqi's vague words. We're off. As Xing Mengqi started the car, the group officially embarked on their journey to the academy. Huaxia Shanhai Academy was hidden from the world, built within the unknown Kunlun secret realm. Li Shangtian and the others were secretly shocked. To establish an academy in a secret realm required immense courage and confidence. After a transfer, they arrived at the location of the Kunlun secret realm, where even the entrance was strictly controlled by the military, surrounded by desolate, uninhabited land. At the entrance of the Kunlun secret realm, Xing Mengqi suddenly stopped and turned to Li Shangtian and the others, saying, Once you enter the secret realm, you will be members of Huaxia Shanhai Academy. The competition within the academy is fierce, far beyond what those external spiritual martial arts academies can compare to. If you can't compete with the other students, you might not even have a chance to stand out. Let me ask you again, have you thought it through? To this, Li Shangtian simply responded with a confident smile, Sister Meng, I don't believe there's anyone more talented than me. If there is, I would like to see for myself. Xing Mengqi shot him a glance for his boastful reply, but she had to admit that he was indeed the most extraordinary among them at the moment. Her words were mainly directed at Yang Muyun and Lu Qingcheng. Sister Meng, I've thought it through. I won't regret it, Lu Qingcheng replied firmly, and Xing Mengqi could see the confidence in her eyes. Me too. Yang Muyun's momentum was much weaker, but it was still clear that she was resolute. Good. Welcome to Huaxia Shanhai Academy. With that, Xing Mengqi led the three into the secret realm. As a flash of white light passed, a majestic mountain range appeared before their eyes. Countless buildings were constructed along the slopes, resembling stars dotting the night sky, merging with the mountains. In front of them stood a tall, ancient stone gate, with the name of the academy, Huaxia Shanhai Academy, carved into the lintel, weathered by time. Surrounding the mountain where the academy was located were other shorter mountains, lush with greenery, with rivers crisscrossing through them. Wow! Yang Muyun was the first to exclaim in awe. Even Lu Qingcheng, the well-traveled female warrior, was momentarily stunned, while Li Shangtian pondered that this looked just like the sex in fantasy novels. Let's go, up the mountain. Xing Mengqi stepped directly toward the mountain, and the others hurried to follow. After walking along the stone steps for a long time, they finally reached the largest group of buildings. Xing Mengqi said to the three, Qingcheng, Muyun, I'll take you to the dormitory. What about me? Li Shangtian asked in confusion. You can find it yourself. I can't enter the boys' dormitory, you're in room 7, Xing Mengqi replied before leading Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun away. She suddenly turned back to leave one last remark, rest well today, there will be class placement exams tomorrow. Lu Qingcheng playfully stuck her tongue out at Li Shangtian before leaving. Li Shangtian was speechless and began to wander around. After a long time, he finally encountered someone, and upon closer inspection, it was a beautiful woman. She walked gracefully, her figure as delicate as a willow swaying in the wind, yet exuding an indescribable resilience. Her long, ink-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, with a few playful strands curling around her fair neck, adding a touch of languid charm. Her brows were like distant mountains, and beneath the slightly upturned corners of her eyes were captivating orbs that seemed to hide countless stars within their depths, deep and enchanting. A mere glance could draw one in. Her delicate nose flared slightly, as if savoring the world's fragrances. The cherry red lips were naturally tinted, with the corners slightly upturned, hinting at a secret she seemed to be playfully contemplating. Her skin was as white as snow, glowing with a sheen reminiscent of mutton fat jade under the soft light, as if she were a meticulously crafted work of art from the heavens. She wore a tight-fitting red long dress that perfectly outlined her exquisite figure, her curves on full display. The hem of the dress swayed gracefully with her steps, resembling a red lotus blooming in the dark night, exuding a deadly allure that captivated the gaze, making one wish to be lost in the enchanting atmosphere she created. "Hey, beautiful, could you tell me how to get to the Tianzi dormitory?" The woman stopped, her fox-like, charming eyes looking at Li Shengtian. "Are you calling me?" Her voice carried a hint of laziness and a touch of playful sulkiness, like a poppy quietly blooming in the night, each note weaving a spell that drifted into Li Shengtian's ears, sending a tingling sensation throughout his body. "Is there anyone else here?" Li Shengtian composed himself and replied. The woman circled around him. "Are you a new student?" Li Shengtian nodded noncommittally. "So, how do I get to the Tianzi dormitory?" The woman lightly covered her red lips with her small hand. "Still a super genius, huh?" Li Shengtian was puzzled by her words, but the woman suddenly said, "Oh, sorry, I was just talking to myself. Come on, Junior, let me show you the way." She then walked beside Li Shengtian, chattering away with questions. "What's your name, Junior?" "Just call me Junior, no need to add little." Giggling, "Got it, Junior. You still haven't told me your name." Li Shengtian. "Wow, such a nice name. My name is Si Yinyao, remember it." "Ah, got it." Giggling, "You're so cute, Junior." It wasn't until they reached the Tianzi dormitory that Li Shengtian finally managed to escape from her. Before she left, she said, "Junior, I live in Yuzino 3, come visit when you have time." Li Shengtian looked at her departing figure in silence, realizing he had been so caught up in her chatter that he forgot to check her identity with the system. Now he discovered that this woman was actually the supporting female character of the destined protagonist, All-Star? What were her parents thinking with that name? Afterward, Li Shengtian found his dormitory, Tianzi No. 7. Upon entering, he was surprised to find it was a single room. Thinking about it, there aren't many new enrollments each year, and there are so many dorms. He looked around the dormitory and found it well equipped, with a separate cultivation room as well. "What is this?" Li Shengtian noticed a strange rune in the cultivation room, then sat down on the cultivation platform to give it a try. "Wow, the spiritual energy here is so abundant. The absorption speed is several times faster than outside." Li Shengtian quickly realized that the spiritual energy in this secret realm was naturally richer than outside, and the runes in the cultivation room were likely similar to a gathering formation. With such good stuff, why didn't Dad say to set one up at home? He then began to absorb the vast spiritual energy. The next day, Li Shengtian followed the map sent by Xing Mengqi to the Grand Square, which was already gathering quite a few people, but still seemed relatively sparse in the wide space. A group of older students gathered around the square's perimeter, seemingly pointing and discussing the new students. On the high platform of the square, Dongfang Yuan Kuei and several academy leaders and mentors were seated in a row, with Xing Mengqi among them. When she saw Li Shengtian looking at her, she smiled back. Li Shengtian then found an open spot and scanned the new students in the square. "I wonder if that all-star is a new student. Brother Shengtian." At that moment, Yang Muyun's voice came from behind. He turned to see Yang Muyun and Lu Qingcheng approaching him in sporty outfits. Lu Qingcheng shot Li Shengtian a glance, seemingly a bit resentful. "You didn't even think to look for us." Li Shengtian smiled. "I knew you would come looking for me. Arrogant. I won't pay attention to you next time." At this moment, Dongfang Yuan Kuei, standing on the high platform, said, "Students." The entire venue instantly fell silent, and everyone turned their gaze towards Dongfang Yuan Kuei. "I am Dongfang Yuan Kuei, the president of Huaxia Shanhai Academy. Some of you have already met me." As he spoke, Dongfang Yuan Kuei glanced at Li Shengtian's side. "First of all, welcome to Huaxia Shanhai Academy." Cheers erupted from the crowd below. Dongfang Yuan Kuei scanned the audience. "You are all exceptional talents selected from across the country, but what our academy has the most of is talent. Therefore, here you must set aside your pride and your sense of superiority." The senior students around couldn't help but nod in agreement. Afterward, Dongfang Yuan Kuei spoke further about tempering the pride of these new students, emphasizing the need for hard work. This year's new students total 320, which is quite a lot compared to previous years. Next, you will undergo class placement exams. You will be divided into 8 classes. Of course, the division is just for management convenience, and the more outstanding classes will naturally receive more cultivation resources. Afterward, you will also choose mentors based on your talents. Upon hearing the number 320, everyone was taken aback. If it weren't for the academy being located in a secret realm, they might have doubted the legitimacy of the institution. Dongfang Yuan Kuei's subsequent words made everyone realize the importance of the class placement exams, as it would determine the cultivation resources they would receive in the future. Without further ado, the staff will now distribute the testing wristbands. You will enter the Academy's trial tower in turn. Each level has different assessments, and the content of the assessments is tailored to your spiritual power talents, so those in support roles need not worry. At this moment, the new students began to receive their testing wristbands one after another, and the support-type students breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Dongfang Yuan Kuei's words. Now, the exam begins. Please, several mentors, open the doors of the trial tower. Several mentors stepped forward, and after a series of operations, a massive tower rose in the area surrounded by caution tape in the square. I wonder if this year's new students have someone as monstrous as Feng Zhanghao and Wenlong. Do you think such freaks are easy to come by? I don't think so. I heard that this year, the son of War Godly also entered our academy. What? War Godly? Among the group of senior students, Si Niaoji ignored the chattering of her friends and looked at the new student Li Shengtian with a smile full of meaning, as if she had spotted her prey. On the high platform, Dongfang Yuan Kuei wondered, why is this kid the first to be tested? Xiang Mengqi stepped forward. President, I arranged this. I can't wait to get my hands on this little guy. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Li Shengtian. When Li Shengtian reached the front of the trial tower, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, as if someone was watching him. He turned around and only saw Yang Muyan cheering him on and Lu Qingcheng, who looked indifferent. What's going on? Li Shengtian didn't pay much attention and immediately entered the trial tower. What came into view was a space filled with a technological atmosphere. Please stand on the detection platform, a mechanical voice prompted. Li Shengtian complied and stood on the platform at the center of the space. Testing begins. The mechanical voice inside was simultaneously broadcast outside, allowing everyone present to hear the status of the person being tested. Since Li Shengtian was the first new student to enter and had a special status due to the dean's invitation, everyone quietly waited, and the scene was utterly silent. Finally, the mechanical voice sounded again. Talent test complete. First sequence swordsmanship talent, 0 sequence fire talent, 0 sequence wind talent, final score SSS. Proceed to the next test. The announcement was like a large stone thrown into a river, immediately stirring up great waves. What? Did I hear that right? 3 talents? Not just 3 talents, but 1 first sequence and 2 0 sequences. Do I still have a chance to stand out in the same class as him? At this moment, Li Shengtian had already been teleported to the second level of the testing tower. Please attack the central puppet with all your strength. Note, the use of techniques is prohibited. If detected, the score will be 0. Li Shengtian understood what this test meant. It was likely to estimate his realm based on the intensity of his attacks. He then walked up to the puppet and began to gather strength. As for whether to hide his power, what a joke. Li Shengtian wasn't the protagonist hiding his strength for any reason. He had to show off. Bang! With a punch, the puppet was almost deformed. Bang bang bang! Then, a series of intense sounds echoed through the second level of the testing tower. Realm test complete, approximately second stage level 7 to 9, final score SSS. Please proceed to the next test. Put. Dongfang Yuan Kuei, who had just taken a sip of tea on the high platform, spat it out. How much? At least second stage level 7? What has this kid been eating during this time? Even the usually composed Xing Mengqi couldn't help but widen her eyes. She was genuinely shocked by Li Shengtian's monstrous and extreme talent. The new students had already been overwhelmed by the pressure after the first test, and now they were speechless. The older students couldn't believe their ears. They just awakened their talents 3 or 4 months ago, right? And they're already close to the third stage? Is this even human? I feel completely useless in front of him. Don't feel that way, you are. This talent surpasses what Feng Zhanghao and Wenlong have by a large margin. I doubt Senior Mo Tiancheng could compare. At this point, Li Shengtian had arrived at the third level of the trial tower, and this time the space was completely open, with no testing platforms or anything similar. It seems this test is different from the previous 2, the mechanical voice sounded. Practical test, first round, swordsmanship test. Shall we begin? Testing swordsmanship? Let's start. As soon as Li Shengtian's voice fell, the space of the third level suddenly turned pitch black, and Li Shangtian instantly became alert. Light reappeared, but the surrounding scene had changed. Li Shangtian found himself at the peak of a mountain, with a sword appearing in his hand at some point. A young man with a sword on his back suddenly appeared before him. Before Li Shangtian could figure out what was happening, the young man opposite him suddenly attacked. Li Shangtian quickly dodged. Is this the practical test? Too slow. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Shangtian took the initiative to attack with his sword, executing a set of Duga 9 swords that easily took down his opponent, showing no signs of pressure at all. As the scene in front of him changed again, it returned to the previous empty space. Is that it? So simple? Even Li Shangtian found it hard to believe that the tests of the prestigious Huaxia Shanghai Academy would be this easy. The first round of the practical test, first match, has ended. Please proceed to the next level for the second match or conclude the test. Li Shangtian entered the next level without hesitation. Outside, it was displayed that Li Shangtian had already entered the fourth level. The senior students were not surprised, but the freshmen felt that Li Shangtian was progressing too quickly. Upon arriving at the fourth level, Li Shangtian immediately chose to start the test. The second match of the first round of the practical test in swordsmanship begins. The scene changed, and Li Shangtian reappeared at the mountain peak, but this time his opponent was a middle-aged man who looked relatively older. Li Shangtian did not hesitate and decisively made his move, quickly passing this round of the test, but he could feel that the difficulty had increased. It seems I have to take this seriously. The third level was indeed just an appetizer. Subsequently, Li Shangtian passed through the third, fourth, and fifth levels at an incredible speed. By the sixth level, he was already feeling quite challenged. With only the Duga 9 swords and the 6 Meridian's divine sword at his disposal, he was starting to feel a bit at a loss. As the opponent at the sixth level fell, Li Shangtian was already panting heavily, and the mechanical voice arrived as expected. The fourth match of the first round of the practical test in swordsmanship has ended. Please proceed to the final level or conclude the test. The final level? I want to see, Li Shangtian said, walking towards the seventh level without hesitation. Outside, he's already at the sixth level. No way, is he going to break the record? It can't be, right? Since the trial tower was established, no one has been able to challenge the seventh level. Just reaching the sixth level is a feat among geniuses. More and more senior students came to watch, and they certainly knew the significance of the seventh level, which is why they were so shocked. Yao Ji, why did you come to watch the freshman test today? At this moment, a refined-looking young man beside Si Yao Ji asked. However, Si Yao Ji's face showed undisguised rejection and annoyance. What does it have to do with you? Can't I just watch my boyfriend? The disdain in Si Yao Ji's tone was evident. Boyfriend? Don't joke around. Where did you get a boyfriend? The young man seemed incredulous. Feng Zhanghao, do you know how annoying you are? Is my boyfriend from yesterday not good enough? Can you stop chattering next to me? Feng Zhanghao noticed that Si Yao Ji seemed genuinely angry, but thinking about her mentioning a boyfriend, he stubbornly asked, then where is your boyfriend? The one currently testing is my boyfriend, so please stop bothering me in the future. I'm afraid he might misunderstand. Hearing Si Yao Ji's cold words, Feng Zhanghao could no longer hold back. What exactly is wrong with me? I have talent, and I'm not bad looking, right? Besides, you know how much I like you. Si Yao Ji sneered. Humph, talent? My boyfriend seems to be much stronger than you. As for looks, you're just an ugly duckling in front of him, and he likes me more. Do you understand? Humph. So what if it's swordsmanship? Even if he passes the seventh level, what does it matter? Feng Zhanghao said stubbornly. Si Yao Ji was too lazy to argue with him. Inside the trial tower, Li Shangtian rested for a moment at the seventh level. Let's begin. The final test of the first round of the practical test in swordsmanship begins. The scene changed again, but unlike before, this time it was no longer the mountain peak. Isn't this the back mountain of the academy? Li Shangtian realized that this scene seemed to be the tall mountain behind the academy, which was prohibited for students to climb. Little guy, you finally arrived. Li Shangtian was astonished. The white-haired old man in front of him actually spoke. Who are you? The old man smiled casually. I'm just a dead man. In my lifetime, I copied part of my consciousness into this trial tower, specifically to test the new students for the academy. However, you are the first student I have seen. Li Shangtian understood the old man's meaning. So no one has ever come to the seventh level before? The old man sighed deeply. Yes, after all, the swordsmanship has declined. Or perhaps all weapon systems have fallen, since weapon systems can only use weapons, while practitioners of other systems can use techniques and also wield weapons. But the talent for swordsmanship inherently has the advantage of cultivating sword intent, which other talents cannot compare to, Li Shangtian said lightly. The little guy knows quite a bit, that's right. But how many people can actually cultivate sword intent? Li Shangtian smiled confidently. I don't know about others, but I can definitely do it. Of course, Li Shangtian had another thought, because I have a cheat, which he didn't say. Haha, good. Then let this old man test how your swordsmanship is. The old man laughed heartily, and then surprisingly condensed a sword with spiritual power. You can use your own sword. Li Shangtian immediately summoned his fire burning cloud. The old man looked at it and smiled. First grade, not bad. Better than what I had when I started. Come! Li Shangtian did not hesitate and unleashed all his skills, the Duga 9 swords and the 6 Meridians divine sword. The old man had no intention of attacking. He simply dodged while observing Li Shangtian's sword moves. Not bad, the sword momentum is fierce, the sword moves are smooth. Then the old man flicked Li Shangtian's fire burning cloud away with a few sword strikes. The sword moves are too monotonous, lacking variation, not fast enough, too rigid. He pointed at the fire burning cloud that had fallen to the ground, again. As Li Shangtian was repeatedly flicked away by the old man and picked up his sword again and again, he felt that his application of the sword had risen several levels, and even the Duga 9 swords and the 6 Meridians divine sword had improved significantly. Alright, little guy, the teaching ends here. Next is the real trial. I will suppress my realm to match yours. Are you ready? Hearing this, Li Shangtian nodded, fully prepared. The old man instantly shot out like a rocket, and Li Shangtian quickly used the Heavenly Dragon 8 steps to dodge. Not bad. Your movement technique is good. A sword cultivator must have movement techniques. Li Shangtian awkwardly dodged the old man's attacks, and suddenly a thought struck him. If I can only use sword moves, can my divine sword controlling thunder true technique count as a sword move? Immediately, Li Shangtian took the initiative to meet the old man and clashed swords, sparks flying in an instant. What trick is this, little guy? Li Shangtian was speechless, just doing his best to clash with the old man. Suddenly, he seized the opportunity to forcefully push the old man back a certain distance while also retreating to create space. This is my one chance. The divine sword controlling thunder true technique is enough to drain my spiritual power. Li Shangtian raised the fire burning cloud, majestic heavenly might, let the sword lead it. Instantly, a large mass of dark clouds gathered above the trial tower, leaving everyone outside dumbfounded, completely unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning crashed down, piercing through the top of the trial tower. The lightning struck the fire burning cloud, causing the spiritual sword in Li Shangtian's hand to emit a piercing wail. Slash! Li Shangtian shouted, and the lightning, like a sword, slashed towards the old man. Come on! The old man leaped to defend, and the lightning crashed down. With a loud bang, the 7th level of the trial tower was actually cut open by Li Shangtian, leaving everyone outside stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Li Shangtian was already exhausted, kneeling on one knee, and as the dust settled, the old man's figure emerged from the haze. Good boy! You almost scared this old man. Seeing that the old man was unharmed, Li Shangtian sighed. Still, the senior is powerful. My full strength strike didn't even touch you. The old man squatted down in front of Li Shangtian. Who told you I was unharmed? Li Shangtian looked puzzled, but the old man smiled. The projection I had before was destroyed by you. This is a reprojection using the energy of the trial tower. Then did I pass? Ha! The old man patted Li Shangtian's shoulder. Of course you passed. I am truly happy to see a new star in swordsmanship. The mechanical voice of the trial tower sounded at this moment. The first round of the practical test, swordsmanship test, has been successfully passed. Congratulations on breaking the trial tower challenge record and successfully passing the 7th level. Outside the trial tower, a group of teachers and students, seeing that terrifying thunder strike fall and then go silent, some couldn't help but sweat for Li Shangtian, while others were gloating. Until the voice from the trial tower announced, everyone was in disbelief. What? He really passed the 7th level. Incredible, this has set a record. Yang Muyun, hearing that Li Shangtian passed the 7th level, was so happy she almost jumped up, while Lu Qingcheng looked in the direction of the trial tower, secretly amazed. So your hidden super sequence talent is lightning? How many more secrets do you have that I don't know about? Xianyao's face showed a smile, as if she was genuinely happy for her boyfriend, while Feng Zhenghao beside her had a gloomy expression, his fists tightly clenched. Dongfang Yuan Kuei laughed heartily. Good. I didn't expect this kid to be so impressive. It was worth it for me to personally recruit him. Xing Mengqi thought that Li Shangtian would definitely be crazily snatched up by all the mentors. I hope you remember what you said, or I will hate you for a lifetime. At the 7th level of the trial tower, Li Shangtian had to take a few pills to stand up. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I feel my swordsmanship has improved a lot. Ha, that's also because of your own talent. By the way, take this. Saying this, the old man took out a wooden box from somewhere and handed it to Li Shangtian. Li Shangtian opened it and found a sword lying inside, entirely golden and radiating a sacred light. He gently stroked the sword's body, and just from that touch, he could feel that this was definitely a good sword. However, Li Shengtian did not take the sword but returned the wooden box to the old man. "Senior, this is too precious, I can't accept it." Mainly, Li Shengtian didn't want to owe anyone a favor, otherwise, it would be hard to refuse if they needed him to do something later. The old man seemed to see through Li Shengtian's thoughts. "Just accept it. This is the reward for passing the 7th level, not a personal gift from me." Hearing this, Li Shengtian finally took the wooden box back. "Then thank you, senior." "Ah, you little rascal are still so slippery. This sword is called Heartfall Kunlun, an old companion from my youth. I'm at ease handing it over to you. I believe you won't bring shame to it." Li Shengtian looked at the quiet sword in the wooden box. "Heartfall Kunlun. Just some sad memories from my youth. Let's not talk about it. If I were still alive, I would definitely take you as my disciple, but unfortunately, in my current state, I can't teach you anything. Swordsmanship, you'll have to rely on yourself." The old man's expression contained a hint of nostalgia and a touch of sadness. "I understand, thank you, senior." Li Shengtian bowed to the old man. The old man smiled with satisfaction. "All right, you can go now. Senior, farewell." Just as Li Shengtian was about to leave the trial tower, the mechanical voice said, "You still have 2 rounds of tests remaining. You can choose to continue testing or pause the test to recover before continuing, or give up the test." Pause the test. Li Shengtian thought that even if he was made of iron, he couldn't withstand such tests for 2 more rounds. Then, Li Shengtian slowly walked out of the trial tower with the wooden box. As soon as he stepped out the door, he saw everyone present staring at him with strange looks. Li Shengtian didn't pay much attention and walked towards Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun. "Brother Shengtian, you weren't hurt, were you?" Yang Muyun asked with a worried expression. Li Shengtian smiled and ruffled Yang Muyun's hair. "It's nothing, just a little scratch." Lu Qingcheng crossed her arms in front of her chest. "Are you still going to challenge 2 more rounds?" "What can I do? Who told me I have so much talent?" Li Shengtian shrugged helplessly, provoking Lu Qingcheng to roll her eyes at him. "I can't be bothered to deal with you." Feng Zhenghao watched Li Shengtian's actions, feeling delighted inside. "Yaoji, didn't you say that's your boyfriend? Why is he with other women?" Seeing Yaoji, already inexplicably irritated by seeing Li Shengtian so close to 2 other women, exploded at Feng Zhenghao's words. "What does it have to do with you? My boyfriend is so outstanding, can't he have a few more women?" Just as Feng Zhenghao was about to question her, Dongfang Yuan Kui on the stage spoke up. "Classmates, the test continues. Instructors, please activate the 2nd trial tower and hurry to repair the 1st trial tower." As he spoke, Dongfang Yuan Kui looked at Li Shengtian. "As for you, you little brat, hurry back to rest and recover before continuing the test." Hearing this, Li Shengtian looked at Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun. "It seems I can't accompany you through the test." Yang Muyun quickly shook her head. "It's fine, Shengtian Gij, you go back to rest. I can manage. I can pass without you, but if someone doesn't recover soon, they won't make it through the next 2 rounds of tests," Lu Qingcheng said, her words sharp but her heart soft. Then you two do your best." After saying that, Li Shengtian left the square, knowing the 2 women would have no problem passing the test. Seeing Li Shengtian leave, Feng Zhenghao couldn't help but laugh. "Yaoji, your boyfriend is leaving. Aren't you going to follow him?" Seeing Yaoji gritted her teeth and, with a flick of her hand, quickly walked in the direction Li Shengtian had gone. As Li Shengtian walked back to the dormitory, he suddenly heard a pleasant voice call out, "Junior, wait for me." Li Shengtian turned to see Seeing Yaoji jogging up to him. "Why are you walking so fast?" "What is it, senior?" At that moment, Feng Zhenghao and a few others caught up. Seeing Yaoji, sensing this, directly wrapped her arms around Li Shengtian's arm. "Darling, you're amazing, just as I expected from my man." Li Shengtian felt something soft wrapping around his arm and, before he could react, heard Seeing Yaoji's strange words, leaving him momentarily stunned. Junior really is exceptionally talented, managing to pass the 7th level of the trial tower, and with such a good girlfriend like Yaoji, Feng Zhenghao said to himself as he walked up to Li Shengtian, extending his hand. "Nice to meet you, I'm Senior Feng Zhenghao, you should have heard of me." Li Shengtian looked at Feng Zhenghao with cold eyes, as if he were looking at a fool, suddenly feeling Seeing Yaoji tighten her grip on his arm while quietly leaning in to whisper in his ear, "Help me." Feeling the softness on his arm, the tickling sensation by his ear, and the fragrance emanating from Seeing Yaoji as she spoke, Li Shengtian felt his heart racing. "Junior?" Feng Zhenghao's voice pulled Li Shengtian back to reality. At this moment, how could he not know what was happening? "Hey, kid, our big brother is calling you." One of Feng Zhenghao's followers shouted loudly when he saw Li Shengtian unmoved. Li Shengtian frowned, looking coldly at Feng Zhenghao. "Never heard of you. Do you think just anyone can shake hands with me?" Feng Zhenghao's anger flared up, retracting his hand. "Junior, you're being too arrogant. This is not the attitude a junior should have towards a senior." Heh, Li Shangtian sneered, senior? Just a year or two ahead of me in school. I can call you senior if I feel like it, but if I don't, what are you? You. Feng Zhenghao pointed at Li Shangtian, seemingly on the verge of exploding. Li Shangtian coldly said, if you don't want your finger, just cut it off. I hate it when others point at me. Darling, let's go, don't mind him, Si Yaoji said, sensing the tension between the two and quickly shaking Li Shangtian's arm. Li Shangtian glanced at Si Yaoji, then looked back at Feng Zhenghao. You actually said something right. Saying this, he pulled his arm free from Si Yaoji's embrace and wrapped her in his arms. My girlfriend is indeed wonderful. After speaking, Li Shangtian hugged Si Yaoji and turned to leave. Feng Zhenghao's face was flushed with anger, gritting his teeth. Just wait, I will make you understand the consequences of provoking me sooner or later. Li Shangtian and Si Yaoji walked far away, and when they saw that Feng Zhenghao had disappeared, Si Yaoji finally broke free from Li Shangtian's embrace. Junior, you're really not honest. Is the senior sister's waist soft? Soft, Li Shangtian answered honestly. Si Yaoji's face instantly flushed, little rascal. Anyway, thank you for helping me out. It was just a small effort. If you have more good things like this in the future, come find me, Li Shangtian teased. Upon hearing this, Si Yaoji's ears turned slightly red. You should be careful of Feng Zhenghao. He is the top genius of the second year. Although the academy prohibits private fights, he will definitely find ways to make things difficult for you. If you encounter any difficulties, come find me. After all, it's because of me that you have a grudge with him. Li Shangtian just chuckled. Sure, I'll come find you. However, in his heart, he didn't take Feng Zhenghao seriously at all. As he had said before, Feng Zhenghao was just someone who had practiced a year or two longer than him. If they were the same age, Li Shangtian was completely confident he could crush him. Afterward, Li Shangtian bid farewell to Si Yaoji and returned to the dormitory to start recovering his spiritual power. Time quickly passed to the afternoon, and Li Shangtian felt that his spiritual power had almost fully recovered. He had already returned to the main square to prepare for the second round of testing. At this moment, the testing was still ongoing. Many new students had finished their tests, but very few had smiles on their faces. Even those who had passed with good results felt inexplicably down when they thought of Li Shangtian, this towering mountain. Brother Shangtian, are you feeling better? Yang Muyun happily ran over. Seeing this, Li Shangtian patted her head. How did it go? Did you pass? Yes, I reached the 6th level, but I'm still far behind Brother Shangtian, Yang Muyun said, though there was no hint of disappointment in her expression, as in her heart, Li Shangtian was the strongest person in the world. Li Shangtian almost couldn't help but hug Yang Muyun and play with her, but in the end, he just pinched her cheeks a few times. Where's Qingcheng? Sister Qingcheng is still taking the fire element test. She's already at the 6th level. Upon hearing this, Li Shangtian looked towards the second trial tower and saw that Lu Qingcheng had just finished the 6th level test and was preparing to challenge the 7th level. Soon, a loud rumble came from the 7th level of the trial tower, indicating that the battle inside was intense. Before long, the sounds from the trial tower disappeared, and Lu Qingcheng walked out slowly, her face visibly downcast. When she saw Li Shangtian and Yang Muyun waiting for her, she paused for a moment before walking over. Did you not pass? Hearing Li Shangtian's calm voice, Lu Qingcheng felt even more disappointed for some reason. Yeah, it's okay, rest well and prepare for the water element test. As he spoke, Li Shangtian ruffled Lu Qingcheng's hair like he usually did with Yang Muyun, earning an eye roll from Lu Qingcheng. I'm not a child. What are you doing? Lu Qingcheng said, her face red, but her mood seemed to improve a bit. Li Shangtian smiled lightly. Is the senior at the 7th level very strong? Lu Qingcheng playfully smiled back. You'll find out when you challenge it yourself. I believe that senior will teach you how to be a person. Alright, so you're saying that my consolation is a betrayal? Huh? Humph. Who needs your consolation? You just want to mess up my hair, you rascal. Seeing Lu Qingcheng's little woman demeanor, Li Shangtian couldn't help but smile. As your future husband, this is what I should do. After saying this, Li Shangtian pinched Lu Qingcheng's face again, and before she could react, he dashed away, leaving Lu Qingcheng stomping her feet in anger. How could he? After informing Dongfang Yuan Kuei, Li Shangtian entered the repaired No. 1 trial tower to begin the second round of testing. The second round of practical testing, fire element test, first match begins. With the mechanical voice sounding, Li Shangtian's fire element test officially commenced. Unlike the swordsmanship test, Li Shangtian possessed many powerful fire techniques, making it much easier to pass through the challenges. He quickly cleared the earlier tests and was about to enter the final test. Begin the final test. As Li Shangtian's voice fell, the scene before him changed, and he instantly found himself above a sea of flames. Oh, this year's new students are impressive. Just sent one off and another arrives. Hearing this, Li Shangtian frowned. he felt the voice was somewhat familiar. He looked up and saw a figure emerging from the endless flames. Upon recognizing the person, Li Shangtian was taken aback. Damn, no wonder that woman Lu Qingchang was grinning so lewdly. She ended up eating the melon herself. The person was none other than his father, Li Aoshi, but he appeared to be the younger version of Li Aoshi. The phantom of Li Aoshi, seeing the Li Shangtian who looked about 70 to 80% like him, was also stunned. Are you my fan? Did you get plastic surgery to look like me? Li Shangtian's eye twitched violently. He thought to himself that his father must have been this ridiculous even when he was young. Less talk, let's fight. Li Shangtian immediately unleashed the nine heavens divine phoenix feather, and countless flames fell like feathers, instantly flying towards the phantom of Li Aoshi, exploding violently upon contact. Young man, no martial ethics. The phantom of Li Aoshi moved quickly, and those fire feathers barely touched him. What's your relationship with that girl from earlier? She just used this move. Unfortunately, it didn't work. As he spoke, Li Aoshi flashed in front of Li Shangtian and threw a punch at his face. Li Shangtian hurriedly dodged just in time. The phantom of Li Aoshi then kicked Li Shangtian several meters away. Not bad speed, but in front of me, it's no different from being slow as a turtle. Li Shangtian was speechless and got up to engage in a brawl with the phantom of Li Aoshi. Not bad skills, but still lacking. The phantom of Li Aoshi quickly suppressed Li Shangtian, mercilessly raining down punches and kicks on him. You still need to practice. Li Shangtian couldn't take it anymore. He had no idea his father had such a sharp tongue when he was young. He wondered how he managed to marry his mother, Lan Yun. Just as the phantom of Li Aoshi was about to land a punch on Li Shangtian's face, Li Shangtian instantly used the binding technique from the 4 strikes of the vermilion bird. Wow, this move is good. The phantom of Li Aoshi was immobilized, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Li Shangtian then unleashed the sky splitter, the vermilion bird phantom flying straight towards the face of the phantom of Li Aoshi. Let's try this. You little brat, don't hit my face. Put. Before Li Aoshi could finish his sentence, Li Shangtian's fist had already struck the phantom's face, sending the phantom flying backward along with several of its teeth. The flying vermilion bird phantom once again broke through the 7th layer of the trial tower, which had just been repaired. However, Li Shangtian did not stop. He continued to unleash fire rain, bombarding the phantom of Li Aoshi. Feeling that the intensity was not enough, he then combined the 9 heavens divine phoenix feather with fire rain. Do I have a grudge against you? The phantom of Li Aoshi shouted before disappearing into the sea of flames. At this moment, Li Shangtian was panting heavily. Having used so many energy-consuming techniques, his spiritual power was nearly depleted. Suddenly, the phantom of Li Aoshi charged out of the flames and delivered a combo to Li Shangtian, who was caught off guard and could only take the hits. Ha, that felt good. Seeing Li Shangtian's bruised face, the phantom of Li Aoshi laughed heartily. Then, the phantom of Li Aoshi walked up to Li Shangtian and used his own spiritual power to heal Li Shangtian's injuries. Kid, you passed the test. Li Shangtian was puzzled when the phantom of Li Aoshi said, I just cheated, using power beyond the 2nd level, so I'll count it as your win. Then why did you hit me? Hey, you need to understand my good intentions. I think you're too arrogant, and tempering your sharpness will help you grow. No need to thank me. Seeing Li Aoshi's phantom looking so self-satisfied, Li Shangtian thought that if it weren't for his father, he would have already greeted his whole family. Li Shangtian said speechlessly, there's a reward, right? Yes, take it. As he spoke, Li Aoshi's phantom tossed something into Li Shangtian's hand. Li Shangtian focused and saw it was a rose-colored ring, engraved with a lotus pattern. What is this? You didn't just buy some toy from a roadside stall to trick me, did you? It wasn't that Li Shangtian didn't trust Li Aoshi, but he completely believed this was something Li Aoshi could do. Upon hearing this, Li Aoshi's phantom immediately glared, hey, take it or leave it. If you don't want it, give it back. You have to at least tell me how to use this thing, right? It's called the Red Lotus Dream. It has an array inscribed inside that can enhance spiritual power. Wearing it can strengthen your spiritual attacks. I snatched it from a genius of another race back in the day. As he spoke, Li Aoshi's phantom couldn't help but lift his head proudly. Li Shangtian understood that the ring was a good item and quickly put it away, fearing that Li Aoshi's phantom would change his mind. Alright, I got it. Goodbye. After saying that, Li Shangtian dashed away, and Li Aoshi's phantom cursed, hey, that brat doesn't even know whose family he belongs to, really doesn't understand the rules. However, Li Aoshi's phantom didn't know that afterward, Li Shangtian told Lan Yun about this, leading to the real Li Aoshi suffering a beating. The second round of the practical test for the fire element has ended. You can choose to pause or end the test. As the mechanical voice fell, the teachers and students erupted again. They watched Li Shangtian walk out of the trial tower, unable to believe that someone could really pass the 7th level of the trial tower twice. Tomorrow, he won't have to pass the 7th level of the wind element test, right? Isn't that obvious? Young Master Li has passed twice already, what's another time? I really want to be Li Xingtian's girlfriend. What are you dreaming about? Did you see those two beauties over there? They are Li Xingtian's girlfriends. At this moment, Li Xingtian had already walked up to Lu Qingqing and the other girl. He didn't expect Lu Qingqing to wait for him instead of going to rest, but then he recalled that this woman deliberately didn't tell him that his father was inside the 7th level, and he couldn't help but snort. Some people wanted to see me make a fool of myself but failed. Are you sad? Lu Qingqing naturally understood what Li Xingtian meant and pouted. I'm extremely happy. So, did Uncle Li teach you how to be a person? Li Shengtian grabbed Yang Muyun and left, leaving behind a single sentence, he didn't teach me. Lu Qingqing stomped her foot in anger and then chased after him. On the way, Lu Qingqing curiously asked, hey, after you passed the sword path test, it seemed like you came out holding a wooden box. What's inside? Li Shengtian glanced at Lu Qingqing. Guess. Why are you being so stingy? I was just joking with you. Lu Qingqing thought Li Shengtian was still mad at her for not telling him the truth. Li Shengtian seized the opportunity. I am stingy. How do you plan to beg for my forgiveness? Hearing this, Lu Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Li Shengtian saying this meant he wasn't angry, he was just playing with her. Then, what do you want me to do to be forgiven? Lu Qingqing, for some reason, found herself leaning her face close to Li Shengtian's ear to say this. Suddenly realizing what she was doing, Lu Qingqing wanted to pull away, but he held her tightly. Then, Li Shengtian imitated Lu Qingqing and leaned close to her ear. Kiss and I'll forgive you. Yang Muyun, who was nearby, quickly turned her head away, blushing. Lu Qingqing's face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. She wanted to break free but found that Li Shengtian was holding her tightly, unable to escape, so she had to use her hand to push against his approaching body. What are you doing? Let go of me, Lu Qingqing said, not even realizing her voice was as faint as a mosquito's. Not letting go, unless you give me a kiss. Li Shengtian saw that Lu Qingqing wasn't angry and immediately felt there was a chance, so he pressed further. Then, Lu Qingqing hesitated for a long time before finally saying, just one. Even Li Shengtian didn't expect to succeed so easily. He thought Lu Qingqing would refuse sternly and then he would let her go. Immediately, Lu Qingqing, blushing, leaned her red lips toward Li Shengtian's face, and then Li Shengtian felt her warm lips lightly peck his face like a dragonfly touching the water. Lu Qingqing felt like she was about to evaporate and quickly pulled her red lips back, but unexpectedly, Li Shengtian suddenly lowered his head and captured Lu Qingqing's red lips. Lu Qingqing felt her mind go completely blank, and when she came to her senses and wanted to struggle, she could only make a muffled woo-woo sound. After a long time, their lips parted, and Lu Qingqing completely lowered her head, not daring to look at Li Shengtian, while Li Shengtian presented the red lotus dream to her. A gift for my treasure, nothing could be better. Hearing Li Shengtian's cheesy words made Lu Qingqing want to find a place to hide, but when she saw the red lotus dream in Li Shengtian's hand, she immediately recognized it as a treasure from another race that could enhance attack power. Where did you get this? I just got it from the fire element test. It seems my dad snatched it from a genius of another race when he was young. This is a treasure that can greatly enhance spiritual power attacks. You should keep it. Li Shengtian directly took Lu Qingqing's small hand and put the red lotus dream on her slender finger. I said it's for you, so it's for you. Your man is strong enough, he doesn't need this. What do you mean, my man? Don't say that. Lu Qingqing's face, which had just recovered, turned red again. We've kissed, so how can I not be? After saying that, Li Shengtian pulled Lu Qingqing up, and with his other hand, he took Yang Muyun, heading toward their girls' dormitory. The three of them didn't speak along the way, each lost in their own thoughts. Lu Qingqing kept touching the red lotus dream on her finger, the blush on her pretty face never fading. Yang Muyun occasionally stole glances at Li Shengtian and Lu Qingqing, looking somewhat dejected. Li Shengtian, on the other hand, was almost laughing out loud as he looked at the system page showing Lu Qingqing's affection level had reached 99. Until the next day, when Li Shengtian would undergo the final wind element test, and Lu Qingqing would take the water element test. Before entering the trial tower, Lu Qingqing only said to Li Shengtian, be careful. However, when Li Shengtian passed the high platform, he was called out by Dongfang Yuan Kuei, you little brat, be careful this time. They say things don't happen more than 3 times. If you break my trial tower again, I won't let you off. I'll do my best. After saying that, Li Shengtian entered the trial tower for the 3rd challenge. As expected, Li Shengtian quickly reached the 7th level, but just before entering the 7th level, he paused. It seems the 7th level of the trial tower is a predecessor who excelled in this area. The wind element's 7th level? No way. Then Li Shengtian stepped into the 7th level to begin the test, and the scene changed again. This time, it was also on a mountain peak, but it was a solitary peak, towering into the clouds, surrounded by swirling mist. A figure walked out from the mist, an old man with gray hair. Li Shangtian focused and was instantly speechless. I knew it. Sure enough, the person was the phantom of his grandfather, Li Jiangshan. However, the phantom of Li Jiangshan was much kinder than the previous phantom of Li Aoshi. Little guy, I won't fight you, I just want to see how well you control the wind. A wind element cultivator who can't control the wind well is just talking nonsense about fighting. Okay, may I ask what I should do? Naturally, Li Shangtian agreed not to fight with the phantom of his grandfather. The phantom of Li Jiangshan, upon hearing this, looked around at the sea of clouds. If you can ride the wind through this sea of clouds without disturbing it, then you pass the test. Li Shangtian gazed at the vast sea of clouds, feeling a sense of difficulty rise within him. This test sounded simple, but achieving it was no less challenging than defeating the phantom of Li Jiangshan. Alright, I'll give it a try. Immediately, Li Shangtian began to operate the Cloud Sky Wind Divine Art and headed into the sea of clouds, inevitably stirring up waves of mist. The phantom of Li Jiangshan recognized at a glance that the technique Li Shangtian was using was the Cloud Sky Wind Divine Art. When Li Shangtian returned, the phantom couldn't help but ask, "Little guy, can you tell me your name?" Li Shangtian. Upon hearing this, the phantom of Li Jiangshan had an answer in his heart. So that's it. Saying this, the phantom walked to the edge of the sea of clouds. Watch closely, I'll demonstrate for you. Suddenly, the phantom transformed into a gust of wind and swept across the sea of clouds, which remained as calm as ever. This left Li Shangtian secretly astonished. What level of control over the wind is required to move at such speed without stirring a single wisp of mist? Remember, you must feel the flow of the wind with your heart. The phantom of Li Jiangshan patted Li Shangtian on the shoulder, and Li Shangtian tried again, but as expected, the mist still churned. After countless attempts, Li Shangtian finally stopped stirring up large amounts of mist like he did at the beginning, but a small portion was still unavoidable. Don't try to bind the wind deliberately, the wind is free. You must first learn to follow the wind. Li Shangtian found the phantom's words strange. If I follow the wind, won't everything be chaotic? He then tried it, and sure enough, he directly stirred up large clouds of mist from the sea, even more severely than during his first attempt. Yet the phantom of Li Jiangshan said, "Don't stop, keep going, feel the direction of the wind." Li Shangtian tried again and again, and the results improved each time, causing the phantom to nod in approval. However, Li Shangtian returned to his previous state, still stirring up a small amount of mist. Now you need to learn to make the wind obey your will. Imagine yourself as the wind, merging with it. I understand. Li Shangtian immediately began a new attempt. Outside the trial tower, seeing that Li Shangtian had been in the 7th level for so long without any movement, Xing Mengqi felt a bit worried. Director, is that little guy alright? Could something have gone wrong? Dongfang Yuan Kuei laughed heartily while stroking his beard. What could possibly go wrong? He's probably just getting special training. As the director, Dongfang Yuan Kuei knew very well who was in charge of the wind system test at the 7th level, and with Li Shangtian knowing the Cloud Sky Wind Divine Art, he believed that the phantom of Li Jiangshan must have guessed Li Shangtian's identity and was guiding him inside. Hearing this, Xing Mengqi could only turn his gaze back to the first trial tower. Time passed, and after countless attempts, Li Shangtian finally managed to glide over the sea of clouds without stirring up a single wisp of mist. Although his speed was a far cry from that of the phantom's earlier demonstration, he had at least passed the test set by Li Jiangshan's phantom. Not bad, not bad. The phantom of Li Jiangshan joyfully patted Li Shangtian on the shoulder, as expected of my grandson. Li Shangtian smiled slightly, knowing that the phantom had long guessed his identity. You taught well, he humbly replied. The phantom of Li Jiangshan laughed. Back in my day, it took me 2 weeks to improve this much, but you did it in just a few hours. Your talent is truly exceptional. Saying this, Li Jiangshan took out a delicate little box. This is your reward for passing the trial. It probably won't be of much use to you, but you can give it to a girl. Li Shangtian was not pretentious. He took the small box and opened it to find a silver-white necklace adorned with emerald-green gemstones quietly resting inside. This is the heart of the wind spirit. It can store wind-type spiritual power, and when in danger, it can activate the skill Wind Spirit Mirage to release its power, allowing for instant rapid movement. As he spoke, Li Jiangshan's phantom paused for a moment. Originally, this was meant to be a gift for your grandmother, but it was delayed because I was stationed at the Black Great Wall and couldn't deliver it. Li Shangtian had already decided to give this Heart of the Wind Spirit to Yang Muyun. He had noticed the disappointment in her expression when he gifted Honglian Yumeng to Lu Qingcheng. Fairness was important, and since Lu Qingcheng had Yang Muyun, she should have won too. I understand, thank you. Go on. After bidding farewell to Li Jiangshan's phantom, Li Shangtian immediately left the trial tower. Congratulations, you have passed all 3 rounds of the practical test. As the mechanical voice sounded, Li Shengtian appeared in front of the trial tower. Everyone present marveled at Li Shengtian's extraordinary talent. Heavens, did I witness history? I really can't believe there is such a terrifying person in the world. A person? Is that still a person? That's a god. Li Shengtian paid no attention to others' comments and walked straight to Yang Muyun, who was still in the midst of her water-type test. Brother Shengtian, I knew you were the strongest. Yang Muyun smiled sweetly, causing Li Shengtian to feel a surge of affection. Look at what this is. Li Shengtian waved the heart of the wind spirit in front of Yang Muyun. What a beautiful necklace. I'll put it on you. Saying this, Li Shengtian placed the heart of the wind spirit around her fair neck before she could react. Brother Shengtian, this isn't right. Yang Muyun's voice trailed off. What's wrong? Lu Qingcheng has won, so why can't my Muyun have one? Li Shengtian's cheesy words struck deep in Yang Muyun's heart, and the phrase my Muyun echoed repeatedly in her mind. Brother Shengtian. Before Yang Muyun could finish her sentence, Li Shengtian silenced her with a kiss. She widened her eyes, staring at the face so close to hers, feeling as if she were dreaming. After a long while, Li Shengtian finally released Yang Muyun, who immediately lowered her head, unable to look at him. Seeing this, Li Shengtian stopped teasing her and simply held her small hand, quietly waiting for Lu Qingqing to finish her test. By the afternoon, Lu Qingqing finally completed her test and walked out of the trial tower. This time, she had successfully passed the 7th level, her face no longer showing the disappointment of the previous day but instead radiating joy. How was it? Did you get something good? Lu Qingqing did not respond to Li Shengtian's question but immediately noticed him holding Yang Muyun's hand, with a beautiful necklace around Yang Muyun's neck. Lu Qingqing instantly guessed what had happened and, as if intentionally competing with Yang Muyun, took hold of Li Shengtian's other hand. Of course, it's a treasure. As for what it is, guess. Lu Qingqing said playfully. I guess it's definitely water type. Li Shengtian joked. Nonsense. Lu Qingqing rolled her eyes, then took out a sky blue bell. It's this. It can create ripples and resonate with water type spiritual power. It's a very powerful treasure. Is that so? As the 3 chatted, the last student finished their test, and the class division testing came to an end. With the class division testing officially concluded, the new students gathered again in the grand square. On the high platform, Dongfang Yuan Kuei looked down at the youthful faces with a smile. Students, the class division testing is officially over. Next, we will announce the results, and then you can choose your mentors. After Dongfang Yuan Kuei finished speaking, the beautiful mentor stepped forward again. Now, I will announce the class division results. The first place in the test is Li Shengtian, Class Tian. Everyone was not surprised to hear Li Shengtian's name. After all, it would be unreasonable if such an extraordinary performance did not secure the first place. Test second place, Lu Qingcheng, Class Tian. Upon hearing that Lu Qingcheng was second, Li Shengtian was not particularly surprised, as Lu Qingcheng was, after all, a destined female protagonist. Setting aside Li Shengtian, Lu Qingqing's talent and strength were indeed exceptional in this cohort. Test third place, All-Star, Class Tian. What? Who is All-Star? I haven't heard of him before? What the hell? Why is he third? The crowd then looked at All-Star's test results, and to their astonishment, he had actually passed the 7th level of the wood system test and the 6th level of the weapon system hammer path. Li Shengtian looked up and saw a man in colorful clothing surrounded by 2 women, waving enthusiastically at everyone. It's me, ha. Li Shengtian's lips curled into a slight smile. System, check. Ding, name, All-Star Destiny, Destined Protagonist, 10,000, Spiritual Power Talent, Weapon System Hammer Path 0 Sequence, Wood System First Sequence Realm, Second Stage Level 5 Cultivation Method, Blue Vine Secret Technique, Stone Shattering Heaven, Subdivine, Wood Illusion Technique, Chaotic Madness Hammer Method, Golden Finger, Inheritance of the Deceased Wood System War God. System, what is the number after the destiny? Ding, reporting to the host. It is a new feature added after the system upgrade, indicating the remaining destiny of the destined protagonist. The less destiny they have, the easier it is to kill them. Interesting, this feature looks good. At that moment, All-Star suddenly turned his head to look in Li Shengtian's direction, his intuition telling him that he was being targeted, and the 2 locked eyes. Li Shengtian's eyes were filled with amusement, while All-Star suddenly felt a pressure. The man gave him the impression of a hunting beast, and he was the prey. All-Star deliberately tried to turn away from Li Shengtian, but his peripheral vision caught sight of Lu Qingqing beside him, and he suddenly felt as if he was being drawn by some force, unable to resist the urge to approach the woman. Driven by an unknown force, All-Star released the woman he was holding and slowly walked towards Lu Qingqing. 15th place, Yang Muyun, Class Tian. At this moment, Yang Muyun was delighted to hear that she had entered Class Tian and could be with Li Shengtian. She was happily pulling Lu Qingcheng, unable to hide her joy, when suddenly a voice interrupted, "Hello, beautiful, can we get to know each other? I am All-Star." Yang Muyun and Lu Qingcheng turned to look, seeing All-Star striking a pose he thought was handsome, extending his hand towards Lu Qingcheng. Lu Qingcheng frowned. She had seen All-Star's earlier display of affection, and she genuinely disliked him. He gave off the vibe of a reckless, heartless scoundrel. Although Li Shengtian had his own flirtatious ways, he was always attentive to his women. In a distant corner, a stunning woman quietly observed everything. Dressed in a flowing moonwhite gown, she was tall and slender, like a solitary pine standing in a cold night, independent from the world. Her skin was whiter than snow, exuding a cold porcelain-like quality, shimmering with a ghostly sheen in the dim light. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, smooth and glossy yet devoid of warmth, with a few strands casually falling on either side of her face, accentuating her exquisite features. Her brows were like distant mountains, slanting into her temples, and her deep-set eyes were a profounding color, as if hiding endless secrets beneath a calm lake surface. Her cold gaze swept across, seemingly capable of freezing the surrounding air into frost. Her delicate nose was as sharp as an ice peak, and her lips, pale as cherry petals, held a slight pursing that conveyed an aloofness that kept others at bay. The elegant and rigid line of her jaw exuded an aura that made one hesitant to approach, as if she came from the summit of a glacier, untouched by the world's smoke and fire. At this moment, disappointment could not help but show in the woman's calm and beautiful eyes. Lu Qingcheng immediately wanted to make Xuanqing stay away. She saw Li Shengtian grab Xuanqing's wrist, which was squeezed so hard that it creaked, causing Xuanqing to scream in pain. "Let go of me." Xuanqing struggled desperately, but Li Shengtian's grip was like a shackle, holding him firmly. "If you don't want your hand, just cut it off. If you don't want your eyes, just gouge them out," Li Shengtian said coldly. Li Shengtian himself did not understand what was wrong with this destined protagonist daring to flirt with his woman in front of him. Ding, report to the host. The destiny between protagonists will attract each other, but the host need not worry. Lu Qingqing's favorability towards the host has already reached over 90, so you can break free from this attraction. Hearing this, Li Shengtian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if Lu Qingqing betrayed him because of this damned destiny, he would be furious. "Let go of me," Xuanqing shouted in pain, and at that moment, everyone around looked over. "What's going on? Isn't that young Master Li? And that's the Xuanqing? How did this guy provoke young Master Li?" At this time, someone who had been watching from the side said, "TCH, this Xuanqing thinks that just because he got third place, he can act like he's above everyone. He actually dared to flirt with Miss Lu in front of young Master Li. Who doesn't know that Miss Lu is young Master Li's woman? Well, that's really asking for it. Serves him right. How did such scum even get into Huaxia Shanghai Academy?" Hearing the comments around him, Xuanqing felt trapped. He knew he was in the wrong, having come over to flirt with Lu Qingqing on a whim. The mentors clearly did not want to intervene, all thinking about leaving a good impression on Li Shengtian so that he would choose them later when selecting mentors. Dongfang Yuan Kuei had always believed that only through conflict could one progress. As long as it didn't lead to major issues, it was fine. "Junior, please let him go," a voice as cold and beautiful as an iceberg suddenly rang out. The stunning woman who had been standing at a distance walked over, her face still as calm as water. Li Shengtian turned to look, momentarily captivated by her breathtaking beauty, but it was just a fleeting moment. After all, he often spent time with beauties like Lu Qingqing and Yang Muyun, so he wasn't the type to gawk like a loser. "You want me to let him go just because you say so? Who do you think you are?" Li Shengtian showed no mercy just because the other party was a beauty. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but smile. Perhaps this is why I don't dislike Li Shengtian's flirtatious nature. At least this guy isn't someone who falls for every pretty face. Among the onlookers, someone recognized the woman. "Hey, isn't that the third-year campus goddess Luobing? Why is she here? Could it be that young Master Li has a story with senior Luobing? Don't talk nonsense. Can't you see young Master Li isn't giving her any face?" As expected of young Master Li, not even giving such a beautiful goddess a good look. Luobing was momentarily speechless. She had never really asked anyone for anything in her life and was completely clueless in this regard. After pondering for a moment, she finally spoke again. "I can give you." Even Li Shengtian was taken aback by this statement, let alone the others, and the scene fell into silence. "What I mean is, I can give you what you want." Luobing seemed to realize her previous words were inappropriate, but this statement made Li Shengtian's kidneys twist painfully. "Hiss, I didn't want anything." Li Shengtian looked at Lu Qingqing with an innocent expression, and she coldly snorted, "Men are indeed just stinky pig trotters." Luobing felt again that her words were not right. "I mean, I can give you something, like treasures." Li Shengtian wanted to cry but had no tears. "Next time, be clearer when you speak, thank you." Hearing this, Luo Bing's calm face finally showed a hint of shyness. "I'm sorry," she said, looking at Li Shengtian again. "So can you let him go?" After checking with the system, Li Shengtian discovered that this woman was actually the #1 female lead of the All-Star. "What is your relationship with him?" As he spoke, Li Shengtian tightened his grip on the All-Star's wrist slightly. "It hurts. I warn you, if you don't let go of me, you'll regret it later," the All-Star threatened. Li Shengtian, however, seemed to find it amusing. "Oh really? I'm curious to know what kind of regret that would be." Junior, just let him go for now," Luo Bing said hurriedly, seeing the All-Star's hand turning red and purple. "You still haven't answered my question." Before Luo Bing could finish her sentence, the All-Star interrupted loudly. "Stop pretending. Don't you look down on me? Since we've broken off the engagement, my business is none of your concern." Luo Bing felt a bit annoyed at this. "In that case, take care of yourself." With that, she turned and left. Li Shengtian's expression revealed a playful smile. It seems the two of them were indeed engaged before, but it looks like Luo Bing called it off later, and now they are still in conflict. Thinking this, Li Shengtian glanced at the All-Star, and then with a crack, he broke her wrist. The All-Star screamed in pain, and Li Shengtian let her go, disdainfully wiping his hands with a tissue. "Be more careful in the future. Not everyone can be approached casually, and don't just look around with your eyes." With that, Li Shengtian walked out of the crowd with Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun. The All-Star clutched her hand in agony, her eyes filled with rage as she glared at the direction Li Shengtian had gone, gritting her teeth but daring not to say anything more. Seeing the farce come to an end, the beautiful mentor on the high platform continued to announce the class assignment results. Finally, all the class assignment results were announced, and Dongfang Yuan Kuei stepped forward again. "Students, next you will choose a mentor from the various mentors present. Each person has 5 choices, but whether the mentors accept is up to them." Li Shengtian glanced at Xing Mengqi, who was among the group of mentors behind Dongfang Yuan Kuei, and noticed she had been looking at him the whole time, prompting him to smile. Li Shengtian now understood what Xing Mengqi had meant when she spoke earlier. It seemed that when Dongfang Yuan Kuei extended the invitation for him to enroll, Xing Mengqi claiming to be his mentor was a lie. However, Li Shengtian didn't mind. Having a beauty like Xing Mengqi as a mentor was quite nice. Soon, all the new students received forms to fill in their mentor's name. Others hurriedly asked about the mentor's reputations and resources as soon as they got their forms. Li Shengtian, however, wrote down only Xing Mengqi's name without hesitation. Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun naturally placed Xing Mengqi first as well, but lacking Li Shengtian's confidence, they added a few other mentors' names afterward. Before long, the forms were collected on the high platform, and the mentors quickly gathered around. Hurry, let's see who Li Shengtian chose as his mentor." "Yes, let's see. I'm so excited. It's like buying a lottery ticket." Thus, Li Shengtian's form was quickly retrieved by the staff, and the mentors craned their necks like ostriches to see. The staff took a look, paused for a moment, and then said, "Li Shengtian only filled in one mentor." Hearing this, the mentors became tense, even Xing Mengqi bit her lip. "It's Xing Mengqi." As the staff's words fell, Xing Mengqi's face immediately broke into a beautiful smile. "I didn't misjudge you." The other mentors sighed in regret. It seems our skills are lacking. Yeah, it looks like we can't catch the eye of such a talented person. Congratulations to Mentor Xing." Happiness Dream Pool humbly responded to the other mentors, but one rather plump female mentor, Wang Lifang, sarcastically remarked, "You can't compare to Mentor Xing's good looks. I suppose you've already hooked up with her, right?" Hearing this, Happiness Dream Pool looked at the female mentor, who had been targeting her since she started working at the academy. "Mentor Wang, what do you mean by that?" Even though Happiness Dream Pool had a good temper, she couldn't help but question her at that moment. Wang Lifang continued with her sarcasm, "What do I mean? Everyone knows in their hearts. Can your qualifications compare to those of the mentors present? Why would anyone choose you? Isn't it just because you seduced them?" Hearing Wang Lifang say this, some mentors who felt resentful nodded in agreement. Happiness Dream Pool rarely felt this angry. She wanted to scold Wang Lifang but thought it inappropriate since the other party was a senior mentor. Enough! At that moment, Dongfang Yuan Kuei finally spoke up to stop the farce from continuing. "Since everyone has objections to the mentor chosen by Li Shengtian, let Li Shengtian come over and choose again." Dongfang Yuan Kuei's statement was clearly unfair to Happiness Dream Pool, but since she hadn't been at the academy long enough, she could only accept her misfortune. "You want me to choose a mentor on the spot?" Li Shengtian felt puzzled upon receiving the notice. Could it be that Happiness Dream Pool was unwilling to choose him? Soon, Li Shengtian appeared before the group of mentors, but he only greeted the other mentors symbolically before his gaze fell on Happiness Dream Pool. his eyes seemingly asking what was going on. Dongfang Yuan Kuei explained to Li Shengtian what had just happened, and Li Shengtian's expression darkened. However, Wang Lifang acted as if she couldn't see him and continued to berate Happiness Dreampool in front of him, calling her a seductress and similar things. Li Shengtian walked over to Happiness Dreampool and said to the group of mentors, "No need to choose again, I'm happy to choose her." He then looked at Wang Lifang. "You're not wrong, Mentor Xing is indeed beautiful, and I like her." "So what?" Happiness Dreampool trembled slightly, and a warm current flowed through her heart as she looked at the little man standing in front of her. Upon hearing this, Wang Lifang immediately acted like a shrew. "Hey, why don't you listen to advice? What can she do besides having a pretty face? In terms of strength, she's not as good as me. In terms of qualifications, she's not as good as me. She got into the academy entirely based on her looks." Li Shengtian coldly smiled, thinking this old woman really dared to say anything. Dongfang Yuan Kuei's expression turned somewhat displeased. "Are you implying that our academy's mentor selection is inadequate?" Realizing she had misspoken, Wang Lifang quickly replied, "Director, that's not what I meant. What I meant is that Happiness Dreampool only passed the selection due to luck and doesn't qualify to be a mentor at all." "Oh, then tell me, what qualifies as enough?" Li Shengtian said coldly. "Of course, a good mentor is one whose students can achieve good results in the academy's major competition, and since Happiness Dreampool entered the academy, her students have been at the bottom every year." Li Shengtian indeed didn't know about this, but since he had chosen to support Happiness Dreampool, he decided to stick with it. "That's simple. Next time in the academy's major competition, if I get first place, won't that count as a result for Mentor Xing?" We're discussing your choice of mentor." Wang Lifang was exasperated. "Discussing what? Didn't I just say I choose Mentor Xing? Wasn't it just about whether Mentor Xing is qualified to be a mentor?" Seeing that Li Shengtian was determined to choose Happiness Dreampool, Dongfang Yuan Kuei quickly said, "Alright, since student Li Shengtian has made his choice, let's end this matter here." Hearing this, Li Shengtian turned to Happiness Dreampool and said, "If they bully you again in the future, just tell me. You're kind and don't argue with them, but I won't hold back when it comes to scolding." Xing Mengqi nodded blankly, still unable to believe that Li Shengtian had actually confronted the seasoned mentor Wang Lifang to support her. At the same time, her heart felt sweet, and her gaze towards Li Shengtian was somewhat different. Seeing this, Li Shengtian took his leave from Dongfang Yuan Kuei and left, while he smiled gently at Xing Mengqi's affection level rising to 80. After that, the final mentors for each student were finally decided. Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun were unsurprisingly chosen by Xing Mengqi to be with Li Shengtian, but what Li Shengtian didn't expect was that the all-star was actually selected by Wang Lifang. Xing Mengqi found Li Shengtian and the other two, saying that she wanted to hold a welcome ceremony for them that night, and also let them meet her other students. That evening, Xing Mengqi specifically booked a private room at the best restaurant in the academy, as there were many shops within Huaxia Shanhai Academy, including restaurants. Besides Li Shengtian and the other two, there were also 2 second-year girls, 3 third-year boys, and 1 third-year girl. When these people saw Li Shengtian and the others, they naturally greeted them warmly, as they had all heard about Li Shengtian's achievements and were well aware that his future accomplishments would be significant. "Alright, everyone, let's raise a glass to welcome Shengtian, Xingcheng, and Muyun." Xing Mengqi led the toast, and the atmosphere in the private room quickly became lively. However, it was mostly those few students chatting. Lu Qingcheng was like a little wife in front of Li Shengtian, but in front of outsiders, she was truly a high-cold goddess. Yang Muyun, on the other hand, was naturally shy and would only say a few words when others asked her. As for Li Shengtian, he had little interest in these people. Perhaps they could be considered talented outside, but they were completely lacking in front of him. Moreover, Li Shengtian noticed that these people's abilities seemed to be inferior compared to other students in the same year, which made him recall what Wang Lifang had said earlier. "Meng Jia, why do your students seem to be lacking?" Li Shengtian quietly asked Xing Mengqi. "What, regretting it?" Xing Mengqi looked at Li Shengtian teasingly, but her expression revealed a hint of nervousness. "I never regret my decisions, I just think that with your abilities, it shouldn't be like this." Upon hearing the first part, Xing Mengqi couldn't help but smile, but when she heard the latter, she retorted, "How do you know my abilities?" Li Shengtian's lips curled slightly. "You're beautiful, beautiful people are never lacking." Pfft. Xing Mengqi laughed out loud, covering her mouth, feeling very happy inside. "Only you would say that." Then Xing Mengqi sighed, "Because I have been at the academy for less than 5 years, my qualifications can't compare to other mentors, but I believe my abilities are not bad, and the dean recognizes me, which is why I was taken to see your entrance examination. Actually, I originally had many excellent students." As she said this, Xing Mengqi's eyes dimmed, but later they were all poached by other mentors. Li Shangtian frowned. They can poach students? Xing Mengqi sighed. As long as the students want to leave and other mentors are willing to take them, the academy certainly won't stop them. After saying this, she looked at Li Shangtian with a hint of expectation in her beautiful eyes. You won't abandon me in the future, right? For a moment, Li Shangtian felt that Xing Mengqi was quite pitiful. Of course not. It seems Meng Jie still doesn't know me well. I, Li, am famously stubborn. Xing Mengqi smiled gently. I guessed a little. The dean told me that both old War God Li and War God Li have stubborn tempers, so I think you should be similar. After that, Li Shangtian and Xing Mengqi chatted happily. Li Shangtian always managed to make Xing Mengqi laugh, which made her feel that she was always happy when she was with him, allowing her to forget the grievances she had suffered over the years. The welcome party was nearing its end when Xing Mengqi told Li Shangtian not to worry about the cultivation resources. The dean would definitely provide enough for him. In fact, Li Shangtian had never considered this issue at all. He didn't lack resources, not to mention what the system provided. Even what he could get from the Li family was more than sufficient. Lu Qingcheng was in the same situation, and although Yang Muyun might have fewer resources due to her identity, Li Shangtian would certainly ensure she had enough. Time flew by. After a period of settling in, the three of them followed the cultivation plan set by Xing Mengqi, focusing on realms, spiritual power control, and more. They also practiced extra every day, which pleased Xing Mengqi. One day, while Li Shangtian was cultivating, Si Yaoji suddenly came to find him. He hadn't seen her since helping her get rid of Feng Jianghao last time, and he was unsure of her purpose for coming. Junior, long time no see. Si Yaoji was as charming as ever. Is there something you need, senior? Si Yaoji bit her lip. It's about Feng Jianghao. Really, senior? You only come to find me when there's something going on. I hardly see you otherwise. Isn't that a bit much? Li Shangtian chuckled. Seeing that Li Shangtian wasn't angry, Si Yaoji explained, it's not like that. I was in the secret realm for a while, otherwise, how could I not come see the handsome junior? Alright, so what about Feng Jianghao? He went to the secret realm too, so he didn't come to trouble you. But now that he's back, he sent you a challenge. According to our academy's rules, conflicts between students are settled in the arena. But you don't have to accept, there's no obligation. Upon hearing this, Li Shangtian suddenly smiled. Not accepting? Wouldn't that be like conceding without a fight? Won't Feng Jianghao just come to bother you again? Hearing that Li Shangtian was still thinking of her, Si Yaoji covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. I'll just ignore him, I'm used to it anyway. Your safety is what matters. First of all, not accepting a challenge isn't manly. Secondly, I don't want him buzzing around you like a fly every day. I'll accept the challenge. Si Yaoji was taken aback, a hint of blush appearing on her charming face. Is this possessiveness? He wouldn't actually like me, would he? That doesn't sound too bad. Then she quickly shook her head to clear her thoughts. You don't have to accept, he's a senior, and it's inherently unfair. Not accepting is reasonable. I'm going to accept. Seeing that Li Shangtian was determined to accept the challenge, Si Yaoji had no choice but to hope he wouldn't get hurt. Soon, news of the arena battle between Li Shangtian and Feng Jianghao, scheduled for a month later, spread throughout the academy. What? First-year prodigy Li Shangtian is challenging the second-year top student Feng Jianghao? What challenge? It was Feng Jianghao who issued the challenge. Oh, tell me what happened. Apparently, Si Yaoji is Li Shangtian's girlfriend, and Feng Jianghao is jealous. How embarrassing, to challenge a new student over something like this. If he loses, it'll be hilarious. In the physical training room specially arranged by Xing Mengqi, Li Shangtian had just finished a set of exercises when he saw Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun walking towards him. Lu Qingcheng's face was clearly marked with displeasure, while Yang Muyun pretended to be angry, mimicking Lu Qingcheng. What's going on? Li Shangtian asked, puzzled, sensing Lu Qingcheng's hostility. Who is Si Yaoji? Everyone outside is saying she's your girlfriend, and now you want to challenge the top student of the second year for her? Lu Qingcheng questioned. Exactly. Yang Muyun chimed in. Li Shangtian thought to himself that he had been expecting this day. He then told the two women about his feud with Feng Jianghao. After hearing this, they understood that Li Shangtian was proud and competitive, and he would definitely accept the challenge. Alright, just be careful. After all, he's the top student of the second year, not some pushover. Lu Qingcheng's tone softened. Got it. Immediately, Li Shangtian stood up and ruffled the hair of both Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun. Seeing that the two girls were no longer angry, he felt he had successfully muddled through. Ding, System Task 1. Plunder the opportunities obtained by the destined protagonist in the trial tower. System Task 2. Defeat Feng Jianghao in the arena competition. Oh, 2 system tasks at once. It seems the system has calculated things for me. There was still a month until the arena battle with Feng Jianghao, and this month was just enough to complete the first task and gain rewards to enhance his strength, thus giving him a better chance to defeat Feng Jianghao. Li Shengtian immediately asked someone to inquire about the news of the protagonist in the academy. There were already people in the academy who specialized in this, and since Li Shengtian was a well-known figure, the other party naturally agreed. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time of cultivation, Li Shengtian not only reached the second stage, level 9, but his physical strength also saw significant improvement. Lu Qingcheng closely followed, reaching the second stage, level 7, while Yang Muyun finally broke through to the first level of the second stage. One day, the three received news from a classmate in the Tianzi class, saying that a dinner gathering had been organized, inviting all the classmates to get to know each other, as they hadn't seen each other since the class division test, all having been training with their mentors. Originally, Li Shengtian had no interest in such gatherings, but suddenly remembered the earlier news that the protagonist had a beautiful woman in the Tianzi class, who seemed to be some Miss Chang Kursen from the Chang family in Kyoto. Although the Chang family could only be considered a second-tier family in Kyoto, they had considerable resources, and that Chang Kursen had provided the protagonist with a lot of resources. It seems necessary to go, just in time to complete that protagonist task. With this thought, Li Shengtian immediately agreed. That evening, Li Shengtian brought Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun to the appointment. He initially planned to let them stay behind, as he was simply going to deal with the protagonist, but the two girls insisted on following him, fearing he would flirt with other girls. Li Shengtian had no choice but to let them come along. Young Master Li, thank you for gracing us with your presence, please come in. As they reached the restaurant entrance, a chubby man ran over with flattery, greeting Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun but not daring to look too much. Li Shengtian glanced at him. You are Wang Bao? Yes, that's me. Li Shengtian nodded. This guy had mentioned on his phone that he was from the Dongshan Wang family, a prominent business family with considerable financial power. Soon, Li Shengtian entered the private room prepared by Wang Bao. The lively conversation inside quieted down as everyone turned to look at Li Shengtian as he sat down. Continue, don't mind me, Li Shengtian raised his hand. Only then did some people resume their chatter, but their voices were very low, afraid of disturbing this esteemed figure. Some people should stop acting so high and mighty. As soon as you arrive, everyone's interest is gone. An untimely voice rang out, and everyone turned to see the protagonist sitting with his legs crossed, looking smugly at Li Shengtian. Next to the protagonist sat a petite woman, who nervously stole a few glances at Li Shengtian. Seeing that he didn't react, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and quietly said to the protagonist, Star, don't provoke young Master Li, the Li family is not to be trifled with. Hearing this, the protagonist, who was already annoyed that Li Shengtian had ignored him, became even more resentful after Chang Kursen's words. Isn't it just relying on good looks? At this moment, the protagonist was completely unaware that those who had been chatting with him had intentionally distanced themselves, looking at him as if he were a fool. Shengtian Gej, that person is so annoying. Last time he tried to hit on Qingqing Jie and failed, now he's here being disgusting again, Yang Muyun immediately complained. Li Shengtian chuckled lightly, just ignore him, even the dogs on the street like to bark randomly. Li Shengtian did not intentionally lower his voice, he spoke in a normal tone, but in this tense atmosphere, everyone heard him clearly, and the All-Star was no exception. Who are you calling a dog? The All-Star immediately slammed his hand on the table, and Chang Kursen beside him couldn't hold him back, only hoping that the All-Star wouldn't escalate the situation. Before Li Shengtian could say anything, Wang Bao, who had just returned from receiving guests, heard what had just happened and immediately shouted, All-Star, what are you doing? You provoked young Master Li, and now you want to fight? Seeing this, Li Shengtian didn't say much. He just silently played with the jade hand of Lu Qingqing beside him. This was the benefit of having a strong background. Many things didn't need to be said by himself. The All-Star's face turned red with anger as he pointed at Li Shengtian. Why don't you say anything when he calls me a dog? Wang Bao was both angry and amused. He really didn't expect the All-Star to be so foolish, and it seemed there was no need to befriend him anymore. Isn't that just you asking for it? Now please leave, we don't welcome you. What? The All-Star was furious upon hearing this. You invited me and now you're kicking me out? Are you messing with me? We only invited you because we're all classmates. Who knew you would be so ungrateful? You. The All-Star was so angry he couldn't speak, and Chang Kursen took his hand. Let's go, Star. Since we're not welcome, we'll leave. Li Shengtian noticed and immediately kicked Chang Kursen off his list of targets. He only pursued the female lead who was innocent and pure, and it was clear that Chang Kursen was no longer that. The All-Star was already worked up and couldn't hear Chang Kursen's words. He shook off her hand and pointed at Li Shengtian. Do you dare to fight me? If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. If you lose, you kneel and apologize. Ding, system task, defeat the All-Star. Upon hearing this, Li Shengtian almost couldn't help but laugh. He didn't know where the All-Star got his confidence, but he certainly wouldn't refuse such a thing. He was just looking for a reason to seize the All-Star's opportunity. Do whatever you want with me? What can I do with you? How about this? I heard you passed the 7th level of the trial tower. If you lose, your reward will be mine. The All-Star hesitated, then met Li Shengtian's disdainful gaze and immediately felt anger rise in his heart. Fine. If I lose, that reward is yours. If you lose, you kneel and apologize to me. Li Shengtian stood up, pulling Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyan to walk out. Let's go, see you at the arena. On the way, Lu Qingcheng tugged at Li Shengtian's hand. Are you confident? That All-Star is after all the third in the tests. Li Shengtian lifted Lu Qingcheng's chin. Are you worried about me or afraid that if I beat him up, he won't come to flirt with you anymore? Lu Qingcheng immediately rolled her eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? I am of course, worried about you. Li Shengtian smiled slightly. Have you ever seen me lose? Soon, news of the match between Li Shengtian and the All-Star spread on the Academy's bulletin board. Although many students came to watch that night, they all knew who Li Shengtian was, and the All-Star had some fame as well. Wow, this is going to be good. The super genius from the first year is going to fight the third-year student. Isn't Li Shengtian supposed to have a match with Feng Zhanghao in half a month? Why is he fighting someone now? Our young Master Li's affairs are none of your business. You upstairs. Are you out of your mind? Does young Master Li even know you? Before long, both the All-Star and Li Shengtian were already standing at the arena. Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyan naturally believed in Li Shengtian, so they didn't say much, just reminded him not to be careless. The situation was different for the All-Star. Chang Kursen kept urging him to apologize to Li Shengtian and not to fight in the arena, as she didn't think the All-Star was Li Shengtian's opponent. Alright, do you not believe in me either? Chang Kursen was stunned by the All-Star's shout. Before this, she had always thought of the All-Star as a humorous and gentle person. Do as you wish. I won't care about you anymore. Chang Kursen shouted, holding back her tears, and then turned to leave. In a corner of the stands, Luo Bing heard that the All-Star had clashed with Li Shengtian again and had gone up to the ring, so she rushed over, only to see this scene. When will you learn to understand others? Luo Bing said, unable to hide her disappointment, then muttered to herself, Uncle Quan, I will do my best to help him, but if he seeks his own death, there's nothing I can do. Wang Bao brought in a professional referee, and after confirming the situation, the referee stepped onto the ring. Now, please welcome the two contestants to the stage. The students who had come to watch erupted in cheers. It's about to start. I wonder who will win. Brother, your question shows a lack of insight. Exactly, although Li Xiao might not win against Feng Zhanghao, isn't he in control against his peers? Li Shengtian walked slowly onto the ring, hands clasped behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a master. The All-Star gritted his teeth and also stepped onto the ring. Are both of you ready? Li Shengtian indicated he was fine, while the All-Star hesitated, thinking he was already in too deep and could only nod stiffly. Then the match officially begins. As the referee's voice fell, Li Shengtian remained in place, disdainful of striking first against someone weaker than him. The All-Star, seeing Li Shengtian's arrogance, was instantly enraged. Die! The All-Star summoned a black hammer and swung it towards Li Shengtian. Just as the hammer was about to hit Li Shengtian, he vanished and appeared behind the All-Star with incredible speed, delivering several strikes to the All-Star's back. In truth, if Li Shengtian had started with the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix Feather, the All-Star would have already been down. Li Shengtian simply wanted to toy with him. Too slow. Is brute force all you know? How did you get into the academy? Below the ring, Lu Qingcheng bit her red lip to suppress her laughter. Li Shengtian's words hit her funny bone. This guy must have been subjected to Uncle Li's sharp tongue in the trial tower and is now using it. Don't be so arrogant. The All-Star quickly turned and swung the hammer at Li Shengtian while forming a hand seal. Vine bind. Vines sprouted rapidly from the ground, encircling Li Shengtian. He quickly retreated, and the All-Star swung the hammer to chase after him. Vine cage. Li Shengtian was somewhat speechless and wanted to ask the All-Star if he had a blue vine overlord spear as well. However, his feet never stopped moving, and the scene turned into one where blue vines covered the ground, with Li Shengtian dodging everywhere. What the hell? Li Xiao can't be losing, right? You don't understand anything. Li Xiao is clearly toying with him. Yeah, Li Xiao hasn't even used fire or wind elements yet. Meanwhile, the All-Star, seeing Li Shengtian constantly dodging, felt he was doing well. Is that all you can do? Face me head on if you have the guts. Ha! Li Shengtian sneered at this. He hadn't expected the All-Star to taunt him while he was just playing around, so he simply dropped to the ground. The All-Star, seeing this, shouted, "Vine cage!" Li Shengtian was instantly trapped in a cage made of vines, and the All-Star swelled with confidence. "Ah, you're nothing special. Just give Miss Lu to me." Upon hearing this, Li Shengtian's eyes instantly turned cold. Lu Qingcheng sighed. Is this person really stupid or pretending? He insists on making Shengtian serious. Lu Qingcheng knew Li Shengtian's character too well. His possessiveness was almost perverse, and while she didn't dislike that trait, the All-Star's words were simply digging his own grave. Sure enough, the All-Star leaped high with the hammer in hand, heaven-shattering stone. Die! Li Shengtian merely smiled coldly, a flame feather materializing in his palm. He lightly flicked the flame feather from his hand, and in an instant, a blaze erupted, revealing a fiery phantom resembling a phoenix behind him, followed by countless flame feathers soaring away. What is this? All-Star's move, shattering the heavens, came crashing down from midair. Before it even landed, he saw a torrent of fire feathers flying towards him, and in a panic, he dropped his hammer and quickly dodged to the side. The sound of explosions echoed continuously, and the cage that had trapped Li Shengtian had long since vanished. However, Li Shengtian was unscathed, still standing with his hands behind his back, just not in the same spot. That place had been smashed into a huge pit by All-Star's hammer. Brother Shengtian is so amazing. Yang Muyun cheered. Lu Qingqing looked at the figure standing with his hands behind his back on the stage, a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Has this guy cultivated the nine heavens divine phoenix feather to this extent? As the dust settled, All-Star was no longer the arrogant figure from before. His clothes were charred and tattered, his skin blackened from the explosions, and he lay on the ground like a dead dog. Li Shengtian walked over to the large pit created by All-Star, kicking the hammer next to him. Get up, stop playing dead. I still prefer your unruly self from earlier. Cough, cough. All-Star spat out a mouthful of blood, enduring the burning pain on his skin as he stood up, his gaze fixed on Li Shengtian as if he wanted to devour him. Come, Li Shengtian beckoned to All-Star with a finger. Ah! All-Star shouted, raising his hammer and charging forward. Wooden illusion. Strange trees suddenly appeared around Li Shengtian, and in his eyes, he found himself in a forest where he seemed so small. All-Star suddenly appeared in front of Li Shengtian, chaotic hammer technique. Li Shengtian instantly summoned his Heartfall Kunlun. The sounds of weapons clashing rang out, sparks flying everywhere, yet the onlookers could clearly see that Li Shengtian was effortlessly blocking All-Star's attacks. A big man practicing such illusions. You might have a chance if you brought a beauty to tempt me, Li Shengtian said, and with a single sword strike, he sent All-Star's hammer flying. Before All-Star could react, Li Shengtian's fist, imbued with powerful flames and the phantom of the vermilion bird, was already before him. Bang! All-Star took the hit from Li Shengtian's sky-splitting strike and was immediately sent flying, leaving a trail of blood in the air. The referee rushed to All-Star's side, confirming he was still alive but had passed out, and shouted, All-Star has completely lost consciousness, Li Xiao. Oh, Li Shengtian wins. The surrounding students erupted in overwhelming cheers. Wow, that was amazing. Today, I truly felt the power of Li Xiao. Don't say that. I feel like defeating Feng Zhenghao isn't impossible. That All-Star is just a clown. How dare he challenge Li Xiao? Exactly. If he hadn't said that, Li Xiao probably wouldn't have bothered with him. He deserves it. Li Shengtian walked slowly to All-Star's side and kicked him a couple of times. Not dead, right? The referee quickly replied, not dead, just passed out. At that moment, Chang Kursen ran up from the audience, glancing fearfully at Li Shengtian before rushing to All-Star's side. Star. It turned out that after being angered by All-Star, Chang Kursen hadn't really left but had been hiding nearby. Seeing All-Star unconscious, she rushed over immediately. Meanwhile, in the corner, Luo Bing stopped her steps upon seeing Chang Kursen appear. Ding, system task completed, reward settlement, destiny points 2000, cultivation points 50, demon slaying spiral sword, 1st grade, spirit resonance breaking mirror pill x3. Li Shengtian glanced at the system reward, the fighting kill spiral sword? Isn't that a self-created sword technique of a certain divine seal knight? Not bad, just what I need. He then looked at the spirit rhythm breaking pill, a treasure pill used for breakthroughs. Just in time, I'm about to break through to the 3rd level. The spirit rhythm breaking pill can be taken even without breaking through. It can enhance one's realm like the heaven and earth creation pill, though its effect is slightly inferior. Then Li Shengtian turned his gaze to Chang Kursen, who was feeding the All-Star healing medicine. Miss Chang is quite infatuated, Li Shengtian sneered. Chang Kursen set the All-Star down and looked at Li Shengtian. Li Xiao, he is already lost. Can I take him away now? Not so fast. His bet hasn't been given to me yet. Or Miss Chang can give it to me, Li Shengtian replied. Chang Kursen added, can I give it to you when he wakes up? I don't know where it is, but Li Shangtian was unrelenting. Then let him give it to me before he leaves. Otherwise, what if he defaults? Chang Kurson immediately assured, he won't, I promise. Li Shangtian narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you guaranteeing it with the Chang family? Chang Kurson hesitated. If the All-Star really defaulted, the Chang family would definitely be ruthlessly suppressed by the Li family. Plus me. At this moment, Luo Bing, who had been in the corner, stepped forward since Chang Kurson couldn't take the All-Star away. Oh, what guarantee does senior sister have? Luo Bing sighed, glancing at the All-Star before looking at Li Shangtian. If he doesn't keep his promise, I will unconditionally agree to one thing for you, but it can't be too excessive. Alright, take him away. Seeing that Li Shangtian finally relented, Chang Kurson immediately called a few people to carry the All-Star away, leaving only Luo Bing and Li Shangtian behind. Did senior sister Luo not break off the engagement with him? Why are you so concerned? In response to Li Shangtian's question, Luo Bing didn't know how to answer. She and the All-Star had long since severed ties, and the All-Star's recent actions had only disappointed her further. If it weren't for the fact that the All-Star's father had once saved her, she wouldn't have bothered to care for him at all. Entrusted by someone. In the end, Luo Bing simply said this, then took her leave after bidding farewell to Li Shangtian. Li Shangtian slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Oh, entrusted by someone, that makes it interesting. After returning to his residence, Li Shangtian immediately entered the training room and opened the training panel. The fighting kill spiral sword needs training. I still have 60 training points left. Since the swordsmanship test, Li Shangtian had realized that his sword techniques were lacking. The Duga 9 swords and the 6 Meridians Divine Sword were still not enough, and the Divine Sword Thunder control technique was not used in daily practice. He then spent the remaining 60 training points to cultivate the fighting kill spiral sword to minor success. After that, Li Shangtian took out a spirit rhythm creation pill. Let's see if I can break through to the 3rd level. After taking the spirit rhythm breaking pill, Li Shangtian instantly felt a surge of spiritual power rushing towards him and immediately began to absorb it. A night passed. Li Shangtian let out a long breath, feeling his 3rd level 2nd stage realm, and couldn't help but smile. Having a cheat is so satisfying. I broke through 2 levels in one night. This spirit rhythm breaking pill is not bad, but unfortunately, it's not very useful to me anymore. Li Shangtian placed the remaining 2 spirit rhythm breaking pills into 2 exquisite boxes and then walked out of the dormitory. Restaurant. When Li Shangtian arrived, Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun had already ordered breakfast for him. Shangtian Gij, your favorite fairy wontons and 0 rice black porridge. Li Shangtian smiled and patted Yang Muyun's head before sitting down between the 2 girls. You broke through? Lu Qingcheng exclaimed suddenly, feeling that Li Shangtian's aura had become stronger. Li Shangtian took a sip of porridge. My wife is amazing. She can even see this. Lu Qingcheng's pretty face flushed. Who is your wife? We haven't even gotten married yet. Then Lu Qingcheng grabbed Li Shangtian's soft flesh at his waist. Don't change the subject. What exactly happened? You broke through in one night? Li Shangtian took out 2 exquisite boxes and placed them in the hands of Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun. These are for you. The 2 women opened them to find a pill with golden patterns inside. Just by looking, they knew it was extraordinary. Indeed, the Lingyun Pajingdan. Brother Shangtian, what kind of pill is this? Yang Muyun blinked her big eyes. Lingyun Pajingdan, a very precious pill. My old man gave it to me, and there are only 3. I took one last night, and now I'm at the 2nd level of the 3rd stage, Li Shangtian said casually. What? Both women were shocked. They knew Li Shangtian was previously at the 2nd level, 9th rank, and this pill had allowed him to jump directly to the 2nd level of the 3rd stage, which showed its extraordinary nature. Such a miraculous pill exists. Even Lu Qingcheng, who had seen much, was taken aback. No, brother Shangtian, I can't accept this. Such a precious pill, you should keep it for yourself. Yang Muyun immediately tried to return the pill to Li Shangtian. Li Shangtian pinched Yang Muyun's small face. Be good, take it. This pill is of little use to me now. It will be more effective in your hands. Lu Qingcheng also felt the pill was too precious and had the intention of returning it to Li Shangtian. What's wrong with you? You are my future wife. What's the problem with taking this pill? Or do you want to distance yourself from me? Upon hearing Li Shangtian's words, Lu Qingcheng felt it made sense. After all, she had already acknowledged this rascal, and his was hers, right? Alright, then I'll accept it. Lu Qingcheng happily put the box into her storage ring. Then, I can't. Yang Muyun hadn't finished her sentence when Li Shangtian pretended to be angry. Muyun, are you not being good? I understand. I'll be good. Yang Muyun pouted and finally accepted the pill. That's more like it. A few days passed. All-Star finally woke up from his coma, and during this time, Chang Kurson had been taking care of him meticulously every day. All-Star looked around upon waking. Where am I? In the treatment room. You were knocked out by young Master Li. As soon as All-Star heard Chang Kursen refer to Li Shangtian as young master, anger surged in his heart. Kursen, why do you call him young master? Are you too close? Chang Kursen felt wronged at All-Star's unreasonable outburst, recalling how she had cared for him during this time. Everyone calls him that. Why are you acting crazy? Humph. All-Star knew he was in the wrong and snorted coldly. Chang Kursen calmed her emotions. And about the bet you lost, remember to deliver it. I told you long ago that you weren't his match. Unexpectedly, All-Star's expression darkened. Bet? What bet? I didn't bet with him. Chang Kursen was stunned. She didn't expect All-Star to really try to renege on the debt, and she was furious. You want to back out? Do you know that young Master Li wouldn't let me take you away that day, saying he was afraid you would back out? I risked my family's life to guarantee it to him. Senior sister Luo Bing also came to vouch for you. That's why I brought you for treatment. Otherwise, you would have died there. I can't believe you really want to back out. What do you want me and my family to do? What about senior sister Luo Bing? Chang Kursen's voice was heart-wrenching, and All-Star finally felt a bit moved. However, in that moment, All-Star's mind flashed back to the hardships he had faced, the helplessness and resentment when Luo Bing called off their engagement, and the unwillingness he felt before being defeated and knocked out by Li Shangtian. No, I can't give it up. That's my reliance for becoming stronger. All-Star thought to himself. But he said, don't worry, I'll deliver the things later. Chang Kursen saw that the All-Star was finally moved by his own words and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then you should rest well first. Soon, the All-Star had someone deliver his things to Li Shangtian. He himself had no face and did not dare to meet Li Shangtian. Li Shangtian was training when suddenly someone approached him, saying they were there to deliver something from the All-Star. It was a beautifully crafted wooden box, and Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun rushed over to see what the All-Star had sent. Li Shangtian opened the box, and inside was a branch that looked extraordinary, emitting a faint green glow. Lu Qingcheng frowned slightly upon seeing it. This is a branch from the spirit tree, a relatively rare medicinal material, but we have some of these in my family's treasury. Li Shangtian glanced at the system task. The task to plunder the All-Star's trial tower rewards had not yet been completed. At this moment, how could Li Shangtian not know what the All-Star was plotting? Very good. Since you dare to deceive me, you must pay a price. Li Shangtian's tone was icy, and both Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun guessed that someone was going to suffer. Li Shangtian then sent a message, and the Li family immediately began a comprehensive crackdown on the Chang family in Kyoto. After that, Li Shangtian had someone deliver the box to Chang Kursen and sent a message, since the All-Star is unwilling to hand over the treasure, then consider it a debt he owes. When Chang Kursen received it, she felt as if the sky had fallen, and with red eyes, she ran to the All-Star. All-Star, you bastard, what have you done? Chang Kursen threw the box in front of the All-Star, furious. The All-Star glanced at the box. I sent what I was supposed to send from the trial tower. This is it. What can I do if he doesn't want it? Chang Kursen laughed in anger. Do you think others are fools? The Li family has plenty of these. Can't you find something more valuable even if you're deceiving someone? To his surprise, the All-Star was immediately displeased. When did I deceive anyone? If you don't understand, don't speak carelessly. Chang Kursen was completely disappointed. I really misjudged you. After saying that, she ran away in tears. The All-Star wanted to grab her, but after hesitating, Chang Kursen had already disappeared. Women are truly incomprehensible. After that, Li Shangtian did not come to trouble the All-Star, and the All-Star thought he had escaped a disaster, believing the matter was over. However, Luo Bing suddenly found the All-Star. The All-Star still held a grudge against Luo Bing for breaking off their engagement, so he had a sour expression. What are you here for? Slap. Before the All-Star could finish his sentence, Luo Bing's slap had already landed on his face. The All-Star was stunned by the slap, the fiery sensation on his face pulling him back to reality. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Slap. To his surprise, Luo Bing responded with another slap. You are truly beyond saving. Luo Bing spoke coldly. The All-Star's face was already red from the two slaps. Are you out of your mind? Slap. Luo Bing slapped him again. Why did you default on your debt? Why did you deceive people? The All-Star was about to retort when Luo Bing's next words left him dumbfounded. Do you know that Chang Kursen's family has been destroyed by the Li family? She has already applied to drop out. What? How could that be? The All-Star couldn't believe it. The Chang family was a prominent family in Kyoto. How could they be wiped out? The power of the Li family is not something you can comprehend. And the cause of all this is you. Luo Bing, who was originally a cold woman, now wished she could curse the All-Star to death. How can you blame me? The All-Star even thought of distancing himself from the situation. Not blame you? Luo Bing laughed in anger. Did you not provoke Li Shangtian? Did you not agree to the bet? Did you not lose? Did you not default on your debt? Luo Bing paused. Now, because of you, the Chang Kurson family is gone, and I also have to agree to a condition from Li Shengtian. I don't even know what he will make me do." Hearing this, the all-star panicked. "No, I need to find Kurson right away." Chang Kurson stood at the entrance of Huaxia Shanhai Academy, looking at the ancient characters on the door, reminiscing about the ambitions she had when she first arrived at the academy, tears streaming down her face. Did she hate Li Shengtian? Yes, but there was nothing she could do. Did she hate the all-star? With every fiber of her being, her greatest regret was being blind to the truth and misjudging people, which led to such calamity. After a long moment, Chang Kurson turned to leave this place. "Kurson, wait!" The voice she once loved and now hated echoed behind her. Chang Kurson clenched her fists tightly. How can he still have the face to see me? The all-star rushed in front of Chang Kurson, grabbing her shoulders. "Kurson, tell me this isn't true." Chang Kurson disgustedly shook off the all-star's hands. "What are you pretending for now? Isn't it all because of you?" Her voice trembled, her eyes already red, tears flowing uncontrollably. I didn't know that Li Shengtian would really take action against your family." "Humph." Chang Kurson wiped her tears, trying hard not to let them fall again. "What's the point of saying this now? Kurson, get lost. I don't want to see you." Chang Kurson cried out heart-wrenchingly, then pushed the all-star away and disappeared from his sight. Ding! Report to the host. The destined protagonist all-star and the beauty Chang Kurson have completely fallen out, destiny reduced to 7,000. Hearing the system's prompt, Li Shengtian knew his plot had succeeded. Like to deceive me? How does it feel to have your beauty turn against you? Don't worry, there's more for you to suffer. Spread the news about the bet between the all-star and me, and the matter with Chang Kurson. Li Shengtian sent a message to Wang Bao. Since the last class gathering, Wang Bao had completely latched onto Li Shengtian as his big brother, handling many of Li Shengtian's trivial matters, and he did indeed manage them well. Soon, the glorious deeds of the all-star spread throughout the academy, and the students were abuzz with discussion. This all-star is really something else. Exactly. How did such trash get into our academy? What a pity for that Chang Kurson, her family is gone just like that. So terrifying, the Chang family was a prominent family in Kyoto, and now they're gone. You don't understand anything. Those truly top families in Kyoto would love to swallow up other families. This time, with the Li family leading the charge, the Chang family was essentially facing an entire Kyoto family's siege. How could they survive? Li Xiao is too cruel, right? Hey, brother, I advise you to be cautious with your words. On the other side, Chang Kurson sat in a car heading to the airport, her gaze vacant as she looked out at the passing scenery. "Miss, pull yourself together. The master has fallen. If anything happens to you, our Chang family really has no hope." The driver, seeing Chang Kurson in such a state, couldn't help but remind her. "Right, I must pull myself together and make those families that bullied our Chang family pay the price." Seeing this, the driver said, "That's right, this is the miss I know, we must." Bang! Before the driver could finish, the entire car was suddenly engulfed in flames, resulting in a violent explosion, and Chang Kurson's farewell to the all-star turned out to be a final goodbye. Mission accomplished, target confirmed dead. Received, go hide abroad for a while. The young master said he would reward you with a small target and a year's worth of cultivation resources. Thank the young master for me. I am willing to go through fire and water for the young master. Soon, a mission accomplished message appeared on Li Shengtian's phone, which he glanced at and then deleted. Why are so many people standing on Li Shengtian's side? The all-star angrily threw his phone aside. Ever since Li Shengtian had Wang Bao spread the news, there had been frequent calls to all-star, and the first thing out of their mouths was a barrage of curses. Online, there was also a wave of insults directed at all-star, which made him truly unable to bear it. He immediately called Wang Bao. "You bastard, what do you want? Why are you deliberately spreading my business? How can you say that, brother Quan? I just want you to turn back to the right path and quickly deliver the treasure to young Master Li without dragging your feet. Go in person." Wang Bao hung up after saying this. Damn it! All-Star was furious again. Days passed, and All-Star could no longer tolerate the insults directed at him online. They even called in the middle of the night just to curse him, and even when he walked around the academy, some people would shout at him, while others kept their distance. For a time, All-Star became the rat everyone wanted to hit in the academy. Ultimately, All-Star finally yielded. He posted a short essay online admitting his mistake and promised to personally deliver the treasure to Li Shengtian. However, All-Star never considered that if he had honestly handed over the treasure from the start, Chang Kurson's tragedy would not have happened. Li Shengtian looked at the essay All-Star posted and almost couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the power of the internet is terrifying. The destined protagonist is being besieged online. It's just too amusing. The next day, under the gaze of many students who had come to watch, All-Star handed a yellow-green small cauldron to Li Shengtian and bowed to apologize. making the whole scene look like a surrender. If you had done this earlier, it would have been over. Why make such a fuss? Li Shengtian said with a smile as he took the small cauldron. Yes, young Master Li is right. All-Star gritted his teeth, his clenched fists showing that he was not convinced. How could Li Shengtian not know that it was strange for the destined protagonist to be convinced? Young Master Li, can I leave now? Take care, no need to see you off. Ding, system task completed, system reward settled, destiny points 3000, cultivation points 50, spirit gathering pearl, grade 1. As the system's voice fell, Li Shengtian confirmed that this small cauldron was indeed the reward All-Star had received earlier. Spirit gathering pearl? Can it gather spiritual energy? A treasure that assists in cultivation. Then Li Shengtian checked the small cauldron with the system. Ding, ancient wood spirit cauldron, can gather spiritual energy and transform it into liquid spiritual energy for storage, also a treasure for alchemy. Wow, another one for gathering spiritual energy. The system is quite thoughtful, just right for combined use. As All-Star left, a group of onlookers also dispersed, but Li Shengtian caught sight of a figure in white in the corner. Almost forgot. There's still an account to settle. With that thought, Li Shengtian put away the ancient wood spirit cauldron and chased after her. Sister Luo, why are you in such a hurry? Luo Bing hadn't walked far when she heard Li Shengtian's voice behind her, and she immediately turned around. Li Shengtian strolled leisurely to Luo Bing's side. Sister, did you forget that you haven't done what you promised me? Li Shengtian's eyes locked onto Luo Bing's, and she couldn't stand the gaze, looking away and not daring to meet his eyes. Didn't you get it? Li Shengtian chuckled lightly. I forced him to hand it over myself. He really tried to renege on the deal. Why are you trying to play tricks too, sister? Luo Bing knew very well that Li Shengtian was right. All-Star had indeed tried to cheat, and ultimately getting the treasure had nothing to do with her. According to their agreement, she should fulfill her promise to him. What? What do you want me to do? Luo Bing's voice was so soft she could barely hear it herself. Li Shengtian smiled wickedly, almost resembling a dragon king from a melodramatic novel. Of course, I won't make things difficult for you, sister. As he spoke, Li Shengtian moved closer to Luo Bing. A hint of tension appeared on Luo Bingbing's mountain-like face as she thought about how to refuse if Li Shengtian made such a request. I've been so tired from training lately, senior sister, how about giving me a shoulder rub and a back massage? Ha! Luo Bing doubted her hearing. She couldn't believe Li Shengtian actually made that request. She thought he would ask for something else. Is that all? What else do you want? Do you want to do something else with me? Li Shengtian leaned closer to Luo Bing, a playful expression on his handsome face. Alright, I agree. Right now? Luo Bing was afraid Li Shengtian would change his mind. Follow me. Luo Bing obediently followed Li Shengtian to a lounge. She paused at the door, unsure of what she was thinking, then took a deep breath and walked in. Unexpectedly, a few passing students happened to see this scene. Wow, did you see that? Isn't that Li Xiao? And isn't that Luo Bing's senior sister behind him? I saw it. I'm not blind. Quick, big news. The few of them stealthily gathered by the lounge door, listening to the sounds inside. Senior sister, is this position okay? Oh, senior sister, this feels so good. Do you want me to apply more pressure? Yes, it feels amazing. I didn't expect senior sister to be so skilled. Have you practiced before? This is my first time. Inside the lounge, Li Shengtian was enjoying Luo Bing's massage, then lay down on the chair. Come on, senior sister, next project. Luo Bing immediately started to massage Li Shengtian's back, and the sound of slap often echoed as her technique was unrefined. The few people outside were already frozen in place. Can we really hear this? So Luo Bing's senior sister and Li Xiao have this kind of relationship? Stop talking. Let's go. Li Xiao might kill us to keep quiet. Right, let's go. However, after that day, the relationship between Luo Bing and Li Shengtian as a couple inexplicably spread throughout the academy. Li Shengtian even faced questioning from Lu Qingcheng, to which he could only say he didn't even know himself. In the following days, Li Shengtian was busy training and teasing Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyan every day, occasionally teasing his own Si Yaoheim, while Luo Bing was hardly seen later on. But Li Shengtian wasn't anxious. He believed there would always be opportunities to win her over. A month quickly passed. The day of the arena battle between Li Shengtian and Feng Zhenghao finally arrived. On that day, most of the first and second year students gathered at the battlefield, and even some third and fourth year students came to join the excitement. The stands were packed, and the academy even dispatched special staff to maintain order. In the front row of the stands, Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyan sat together, and for some reason, Luo Bing and Si Yaoheim also came and sat next to the two girls. Lu Qingcheng cast a suspicious glance at Luo Bing. She had heard rumors about Luo Bing and Li Shengtian, but could it be true? And Si Yaoheim had long been rumored to have a relationship with Li Shengtian. Thinking this, Lu Qingqing decided to find an opportunity to keep an eye on Li Shengtian. He couldn't be so fickle. In her heart, Lu Qingqing had already positioned herself as Li Shengtian's future wife, and she had to manage these matters. Luo Bing also sensed a hint of hostility in Lu Qingqing's gaze but said nothing more. She was aware of the previous rumors, but Luo Bing believed her relationship with Li Shengtian was innocent, so there was no need to explain anything. Si Yaoheim was observing this silent confrontation between Lu Qingqing and Luo Bing. The scene of the four girls sitting together became a beautiful sight at the battlefield, but the first-year students dared not look around. The precedent of the All-Star event was still fresh in their minds. Some second-year students were also wary of Li Shengtian's status, with only a few bold enough to steal glances. First-year Li Shengtian against second-year Feng Zhanghao. The match is about to begin. As the referee's voice fell, a wave of cheers erupted, shaking the ground. Li Shengtian and Feng Zhanghao both walked up from either side of the arena. A great battle was about to begin. You might as well admit defeat. Stay away from Yaoji, or you'll suffer the consequences, Feng Zhanghao said disdainfully. Li Shengtian let out a cold laugh. He never expected to experience the feeling of being mocked as the destined protagonist one day. I hope you can still be this confident later. The referee stepped between the two. The arena battle begins. However, neither of them moved, and the spectators couldn't understand their actions. Come on, you go first, Feng Zhanghao beckoned to Li Shengtian with his finger. Very well, you're even more arrogant than I am. Let's see if you have the strength to back it up. With that, Li Shengtian immediately summoned his Heartfall Kunlun, and with the 8 steps of the Heavenly Dragon, he flashed directly in front of Feng Zhanghao. Feng Zhanghao was startled. He didn't expect Li Shengtian to be so fast and quickly dodged. At the same time, Feng Zhanghao also summoned a sword and counterattacked Li Shengtian in the moment of dodging. The two began to compete purely in swordsmanship without using any spiritual power. Bang bang bang! In an instant, sparks flew as their swords clashed on the arena. Wow, they're going all out with sword techniques right from the start. It looks like Li Xiao and Feng Zhanghao are evenly matched. This trip was worth it. I also use a sword, and I can learn a lot from this match. As the duel continued, both Li Shengtian and Feng Zhanghao had to admit that the other's foundation in swordsmanship was on par with their own. It seems I still need to cultivate my sword intent to truly showcase the advantages of my swordsmanship talent, Li Shengtian thought to himself. Feng Zhanghao felt the same discomfort. I underestimated him. Feng Zhanghao immediately infused his sword with spiritual power, Wind Flash Sword. Then, Feng Zhanghao transformed into a gust of wind, circling around Li Shengtian, looking for an opportunity. Can't help but use spiritual power now? As if anyone can't do that. Li Shengtian then activated the Cloud Sky Wind Divine Art and, combined with the 8 steps of the Heavenly Dragon, also transformed into a phantom. Bang bang bang! In an instant, the arena was filled with 2 figures darting around and the sounds of clashing sparks. Wow! Are they competing in speed now? My eyes are going blurry. After training in the trial tower, Li Shengtian's control over wind-type spiritual power had significantly improved, much better than Feng Zhanghao's. Soon, Li Shengtian found a flaw in Feng Zhanghao's movements and without hesitation gathered his spiritual power on his sword, striking out. A green sword aura sliced through the air towards Feng Zhanghao, who was startled and, unable to dodge in time, had to forcefully block with his sword. However, the power of this strike was immense, forcing Feng Zhanghao to retreat several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shengtian's left hand instantly transformed into a fiery feather and he threw it out without hesitation. As the Phoenix Phantom appeared behind him, countless fiery feathers flew towards Feng Zhanghao. Feng Zhanghao knew exactly what this technique was. He had watched the footage of Li Shengtian's battle against the All-Stars. Great Wind Tornado! Feng Zhanghao immediately executed his technique, trying to block the flying fiery feathers, but the swirling tornado only managed to trap a portion of the feathers. The coverage of the fiery feathers was too vast, and some still flew towards Feng Zhanghao. Wind Barrier! A wall of wind rose up in front of Feng Zhanghao, and just then, the fiery feathers collided with the wind wall, exploding and filling the arena with dust like fireworks. Li Shengtian didn't expect to take down Feng Zhanghao with just one move of the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Feather. He held his sword and took advantage of the explosion to flash behind Feng Zhanghao. Feng Zhanghao suddenly felt a jolt of tension. He quickly turned around with his sword in hand. Bang! Li Shengtian's sword struck fiercely against Feng Zhanghao's sword, letting out a painful wail from the spiritual sword in Feng Zhanghao's hand before he quickly retreated to relieve the pressure. Li Shengtian followed closely behind. What? Now Li Xiao is chasing Feng Zhanghao? This is too unbelievable. As Feng Zhanghao dodged, he was secretly shocked. He discovered that Li Shengtian's spiritual power was significantly stronger than that of a second-tier cultivator. Could this guy have broken through to the 3rd tier? If Li Shengtian had indeed broken through to the 3rd tier, combined with his extraordinary talent, Feng Zhanghao felt that even his third tier, level 6 strength would struggle, and he might really lose. Damn it! Feng Zhanghao gritted his teeth, immediately plunging his sword into the ground and forming a hand seal. Eye of the Wind, Vortex. In an instant, a fierce wind swirled around Feng Zhanghao, creating a massive suction that nearly knocked Li Shangtian off his feet. Ha! Feng Zhanghao shouted, increasing his spiritual power output, and for a moment, even the floor of the arena was lifted. The students in the stands felt a tremendous pull. Is this the famous technique of Feng Zhanghao, the Eye of the Wind Vortex? It truly lives up to its reputation. I feel like I'm being pulled onto the stage. How much worse is it for Li Xiao up there? Lu Qingcheng and the other three girls couldn't help but worry for Li Shangtian. Not good. Xingtian's fire-based techniques are being restricted, and his speed is suppressed. Lu Qingcheng knew Li Shangtian's attack methods, so she understood that Feng Zhanghao's move was very restraining against him. Li Shangtian was indeed in a tough spot. Helplessly, he drove his Heartfall Kunlun into the floor for support, but Feng Zhanghao's technique was not to be underestimated, and the floor beneath him was also precarious. A tornado? Huh? Let's see who can create a stronger one. Li Shangtian decisively pulled out his Heartfall Kunlun and ran towards Feng Zhanghao. Why is Li Xiao running into the Eye of the Wind himself? How would I know? Looks like he's going for broke. And he still calls himself a peerless genius? Which bastard insulted our Li Xiao? Sisters, let's take him down. As Li Shangtian moved closer to Feng Zhanghao, he suddenly lifted his Heartfall Kunlun. Fight to the death, spiral. In an instant, a fiery tornado erupted around Feng Zhanghao's vortex, quickly surrounding the Eye of the Wind, and Li Shangtian disappeared within the fire tornado. What's happening? Feng Zhanghao was being enveloped by Li Xiao's fire tornado. Seeing this, Lu Qingcheng pouted her cherry lips slightly. When did this bad guy learn a new technique? Even I didn't know. Meanwhile, Feng Zhanghao, seeing the fire tornado rising around him and Li Shangtian disappearing within it, couldn't help but feel anxious. What kind of technique is this? Feng Zhanghao looked around, and suddenly, Li Shangtian appeared behind him like a ghost. Swish! Ah! By the time Feng Zhanghao reacted, a blood mark had already appeared on his back, blood gushing out as if it were free, but Feng Zhanghao didn't even catch a glimpse of Li Shangtian's figure. Damn it! Feng Zhanghao hurriedly retracted the vortex. This technique required him to be the Eye of the Wind to execute, and now standing still was like being a live target. What's going on? Just as Feng Zhanghao retracted the wind vortex, countless sword energies left various wounds on his body. Although these sword energies were not very powerful, their sheer number was overwhelming. What kind of technique is this? Why are there sword energies too? Feng Zhanghao desperately swung his sword, trying to block the incoming sword energies, but they came from all directions. What could his two hands do? Ah! Feng Zhanghao's cries of pain echoed continuously, while the audience outside could not see the scene inside the fire tornado and could only speculate about what was happening. At this moment, Feng Zhanghao had become a bloodied figure, covered in his own blood, yet he still refused to give up. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? He's just a new student. Wind Spirit 1000 slashes. Feng Zhanghao seemed to be making a final desperate attempt, pouring all his spiritual power into this move, and instantly, countless wind blades flew in all directions. Just then, Li Shangtian suddenly appeared behind Feng Zhanghao. Suddenly, lightning erupted around Li Shangtian, and with a series of thunderous roars, countless bolts of lightning burst forth from his surroundings. The wind blades that Feng Zhanghao had sent flying were undoubtedly shattered by the thunder. Li Shangtian, with one hand transformed into a palm, instantly appeared behind Feng Zhanghao, carrying the immense power of thunder. Due to excessive blood loss, the last remnants of consciousness in Feng Zhanghao told him that Li Shangtian was behind him, but his body was utterly immobile. Boom! Li Shangtian struck Feng Zhanghao's back with a palm, and in an instant, a piece of clothing on Feng Zhanghao's back exploded. The entire person flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard outside the range of the fighting arena. A deathly silence. The spectators on the stands looked at Feng Zhanghao, who lay on the ground covered in blood and motionless, and at Li Shangtian, who was panting on the arena. They could hardly believe their eyes. Did he win? He really won. Awesome. Voice cracking, Li Xiao, Li Xiao. The first-year students on site instantly began to cheer for Li Shangtian, waving their arms as if they had won themselves. Li Shangtian wins. Oh oh oh. With the referee announcing the result, the stands erupted in cheers that shook the ground. Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyan jumped onto the arena without a word to support Li Shangtian, while Si Yinyao followed a beat later to check on his condition. Luo Bing hesitated for a moment, looking at the three girls surrounding Li Shangtian on the arena. I guess they don't need me. With that thought, Luo Bing took one last look at Li Shangtian and then left the battlefield. Soon, the news of Li Shangtian's victory over Feng Zhanghao spread throughout the academy. Not only the second-year students but even those in the third and fourth years found it unbelievable. Everyone's perception of Li Xingtian's extraordinary talent rose another level. In the dean's office, bang! Xing Mengqi burst in excitedly, nearly causing Dongfang Yuan Kuei, who was sipping tea, to spit it out. Cough, cough, Mentor Xing, didn't I say that one should be steady in life? What's with this rush? Xing Mengqi seemed to ignore him and dashed to Dongfang Yuan Kuei's desk. Dean, I won. Dongfang Yuan Kuei, puzzled, asked, what do you mean you won? Don't rush, take your time. Ha, Xing Mengqi adjusted herself, her face barely concealing her excitement. Xingtian, he won the arena battle against Feng Zhanghao from the second year. Poof! Dongfang Yuan Kuei couldn't hold back and spat out his tea. What? He really won! Immediately, Dongfang Yuan Kuei stood up and began pacing by the window, constantly wondering. I underestimated this kid, he said, looking at Xing Mengqi. Perhaps he can participate in the National Spirit Martial Arts competition next year. Mengqi, you must supervise him well, make sure he trains hard, and provide ample resources. Xing Mengqi nodded eagerly. I understand, Dean. And, Dongfang Yuan Kuei added, he can also join the Senior Secret Realm training to gain more practical experience. Okay, I'll arrange it. Xing Mengqi was extremely excited. Li Shengtian was her student, and his prowess brought her pride. Moreover, she could feel that she was witnessing the growth of a future unparalleled powerhouse. While the entire academy was shocked by Li Shengtian's victory, he himself had already been helped back to the dormitory by Lu Qingcheng and the other two girls, lying on the bed like a pile of mud. Shengtian, are you okay? Lu Qingcheng gently held Li Shengtian's hand, resembling a devoted wife. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted again. It seems I need to focus more on my cultivation. My spiritual power is simply insufficient. After so many bouts of exhaustion, Li Shengtian knew all too well the importance of having abundant spiritual power. Aunt Lan was right, you stubborn brat just love to show off. Seeing that Li Shengtian was not seriously hurt, Lu Qingcheng began to press him. Ha, Li Shengtian chuckled foolishly, men always have to fight for it. My dad told me so. Don't use Uncle Li to pressure me. I tell you, be careful in the future, otherwise, if something happens to you, I'll be a widow. Got it. Li Shengtian felt a sweet warmth in his heart. It's really nice to have someone care. Yang Muyun and Si Yaoji stood by, not daring to interrupt. Yang Muyun was always like this, while Si Yaoji felt that Li Shengtian's situation had a lot to do with her. Junior, thank you so much. I believe Feng Zhanghao won't dare to bother me again. Si Yaoji thought it was necessary to thank Li Shengtian. No need to be polite, Li Shengtian waved his hand. However, Lu Qingcheng was not so easy to deal with. Since senior is fine, you should go back now. We can take care of Shengtian. Si Yaoji could tell that Lu Qingcheng was issuing an eviction order. After that, Si Yaoji glanced at Li Shengtian and turned to leave. Poof! Lu Qingcheng snorted coldly, then her gaze fell on Li Shengtian. Li Shengtian immediately felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Lu Qingcheng told Yang Muyun to go back and rest, saying she wanted to have a private chat with Li Shengtian. Yang Muyun had no intention of arguing with Lu Qingcheng, so she naturally complied. Lu Qingcheng then sat by Li Shengtian's bed, and the smile on her face made Li Shengtian's hair stand on end. Shengtian, do you think I'm pretty enough? Lu Qingcheng looked at Li Shengtian with a half-smile. Gulp! Li Shengtian swallowed hard, feeling that things were not looking good. You're beautiful, the most beautiful in the world. Then why do you still want to flirt with other girls outside? Li Shengtian was speechless. Seeing this, Lu Qingcheng sighed. Actually, I don't mind you having other women, just like Muyun. She's a good girl. Oh, Li Shengtian felt a surge of joy at her words. A confession session? Lu Qingcheng continued. But if you dare to bring any girl home, I guarantee I'll break your legs. Li Shengtian nodded vigorously. And one more thing. Guess what? Lu Qingcheng said playfully. At that moment, Li Shengtian's mind raced. My Qingcheng will always be my favorite woman. If I betray her, may heaven strike me down. May I die a terrible death. May my soul be scattered, even drown while drinking water. Put. Lu Qingcheng couldn't help but laugh at Li Shengtian's antics, and she got the answer she wanted. She believed what he said was true. All right, I believe you. Lu Qingcheng smiled sweetly, then stood up. Get some good rest. Don't delay tomorrow's training. What about you? Didn't you say you'd take care of me? I can just sleep on the sofa for a night. I'm not tired. As she spoke, Lu Qingcheng started to walk towards the sofa. Suddenly, Li Shengtian pulled her down to lie beside him. Why sleep on the sofa? Sleep with me. No way. I'm not ready yet. Lu Qingcheng's face turned red, and she tried to get up but was firmly held by Li Shengtian. Just sleep together. It's not like that. Li Shengtian leaned close to Lu Qingcheng's ear, causing her heart to race again. Seeing that she couldn't break free, Lu Qingcheng could only resign herself to fate. Then, you mustn't move around. Otherwise, I won't talk to you. I promise. So, Li Shangtian held Lu Qingcheng and fell into a stable sleep. A night without words. The next morning, when Lu Qingcheng woke up, she found Li Shangtian still tightly holding her. Helpless, she could only quietly gaze at his handsome features. The more she looked, the more she liked him, and then she recalled all the moments she and Li Shangtian had shared from the beginning until now, unable to help but reveal a happy smile. It's so good, in this life, with you, I will never be alone again. Li Shangtian, who had long woken up but was pretending to be asleep, heard this and then heard the system prompt that Lu Qingcheng's favorability had reached 100, nearly giving himself away. Soon, Lu Qingcheng, blushing, fled from Li Shangtian's room. Watching her retreating figure, Li Shangtian couldn't help but smile slightly. Right, I haven't checked the system rewards yet. At that moment, Li Shangtian remembered that after defeating Feng Zhanghao yesterday, the system had notified him of the task completion, but he had been too weak to check it at the time and later got busy with Lu Qingcheng's matters and forgot. With a thought, Li Shangtian activated the system. Ding, system task completed, rewards being calculated, 2,000 destiny points, 50 cultivation points, 1 pound of enlightenment tea, extreme wind, meteor kill, grade 1. Enlightenment tea? With years of reading novels, Li Shangtian knew just by the name that this was definitely a good thing. Extreme wind, meteor kill. This is also a decent technique. After that, Li Shangtian got up, had breakfast, and immediately began his cultivation for the day. Days passed. Li Shangtian and Lu Qingcheng grew increasingly close, often behaving like a young couple, which made Yang Nguyen curious about what Lu Qingcheng had said to Li Shangtian that night. Si Yaoji also came to find Li Shangtian from time to time, but this time Li Shangtian sensed that Si Yaoji seemed to have something on her mind, no longer as enchanting as before. What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Faced with Li Shangtian's question, Si Yaoji struggled internally, hesitating for a long time before ultimately not speaking out. It's nothing, just haven't been resting well lately. Li Shangtian nodded, but he was almost certain that Si Yaoji must have encountered something. Although she didn't say it, I have something on my mind was practically written on her face. Soon, Li Shangtian would learn the answer. On this day, Dongfang Yuan Kuei summoned Li Shangtian, Lu Qingcheng, and some outstanding first-year students to the office, with the all-star prominently included. In the dean's office, Li Shangtian gently held Lu Qingcheng's delicate hand, sitting beside her, chatting and laughing. Other students gathered together, whispering about something, not daring to disturb Li Shangtian. Only the all-star stood alone, feeling isolated. Even when the all-star actively approached a few students to talk, they merely laughed it off and ignored him. This made the all-star feel a wave of embarrassment and anger. Humph, a bunch of lowly-eyed fools. The all-star cursed inwardly and then stood alone to the side. Before long, Dongfang Yuan Kuei led several students in, unexpectedly including Luo Bing. As soon as she entered, Luo Bing's gaze fell on Li Shangtian, who noticed and looked back. The two locked eyes for a few moments before Luo Bing instinctively turned her head away. Lu Qingcheng naturally saw the situation between the two and immediately pinched Li Shangtian's waist, causing him to gasp in pain. Damn it! The all-star had been paying attention to Luo Bing since she entered, and naturally saw this, now clenching his fists in anger. Everyone, I called you here today to discuss the matter of the secret realm training, Dongfang Yuan Kuei said as he sat in the dean's chair. Upon hearing this, everyone looked around. They all knew about the secret realm training, which third and fourth year students often attended, but they didn't understand why first years were being included. I have decided to let these outstanding first year students join the secret realm training as well. What? Dean, you can't be serious. One of the senior students who had just entered with Dongfang Yuan Kuei exclaimed. Others were equally puzzled about the dean's intentions. First years were still at such a low level, and even second years didn't have this qualification. Dongfang Yuan Kuei waved his hand. Going to the secret realm for training helps to gain practical experience. I plan to let a few first and second year students participate in next year's National Spirit Martial Arts competition. Dean, this is too hasty. Someone among the seniors immediately protested. Alright, I know you all think first graders are too young, but this year's first graders are even stronger than your talents back then. As he spoke, Dongfang Yuan Kuei deliberately glanced at Li Shangtian. The others did not refute. They all knew about Li Shangtian defeating Feng Zhanghao in the arena battle. They couldn't have done that when they were first graders, not even when Long and Mo Tianchang could manage it. Li Shangtian was truly one of a kind. At this moment, everyone guessed the dean's intention. It was likely that the real purpose was to train Li Shangtian, but to avoid objections from other first-year students, he was giving opportunities to other capable students as well. Thus, the matter was settled. Then Dongfang Yuan Kuei instructed, the training in the Starry Secret Realm is about to begin. You senior students should go ahead and scout the way, and then let the first-year students in afterward. Yes, the senior students all responded. After that, everyone dispersed. As Li Shengtian led Lu Qingcheng out of the office, he saw Quan Xing and Luo Bing walking to the side, and he couldn't help but frown. Qingcheng, you go back first, I have something to take care of. Oh, Lu Qingcheng didn't ask much. She roughly guessed that Li Shengtian was going to deal with Quan Xing again. Although she didn't understand why Li Shengtian had such hostility towards Quan Xing, it couldn't be just because Quan Xing had flirted with her back then, could it? On the other side, Quan Xing led Luo Bing as they walked, and finally, Luo Bing stopped, somewhat impatient. What do you want from me? If it weren't for the fact that Quan Xing's father had saved her, Luo Bing wouldn't even want to give him a good face. She was already extremely disappointed in him. Seeing that there was no one around, Quan Xing stopped walking and turned to Luo Bing, saying, "My father has arranged another engagement for me. She is also a student of Huaxia Shanhai Academy." Luo Bing frowned slightly at his words. "What are you telling me this for?" Quan Xing sneered, "I just want to tell you that one day you will regret your actions." Luo Bing's tone had completely turned cold. "If that's all you wanted to say, then I'm leaving." With that, she turned to walk away. "Wait, what else is there?" Luo Bing's eyes seemed to be filled with ice. "What is your relationship with that Li Shengtian?" At the mention of his name, Li Shengtian's face appeared in Luo Bing's mind, and for some reason, the chill that enveloped her seemed to ease. "He's my boyfriend." Before Luo Bing could speak, Li Shengtian suddenly appeared from nowhere. "What are you doing here? Were you eavesdropping on us?" Quan Xing felt embarrassed at the thought of Li Shengtian hearing his words. "Huh? Can caring for my girlfriend be called eavesdropping?" Li Shengtian said as he walked to Luo Bing's side. And surprisingly, Luo Bing did not deny his words. This made Quan Xing feel that the relationship between Luo Bing and Li Shengtian was indeed that of a couple. "Humph, you shameless person, I thought you were so pure." Upon hearing this, even if she was not one to speak much, Luo Bing couldn't stand it and was about to reprimand him when Li Shengtian stepped in first. "You better apologize, or I guarantee you'll be lying down longer than last time." Quan Xing looked at Li Shengtian's shadowy gaze and couldn't help but panic. In the end, he chose to back down. "Okay, I'm sorry." Luo Bing felt strangely odd for some reason. She could even hear her own heartbeat, but why is it beating so fast? "Let's go, don't pay attention to him anymore." After Li Shengtian finished speaking, he took Luo Bing's hand and turned to leave. Luo Bing was still in a daze, showing no intention of resisting, and was thus foolishly led away by Li Shengtian. Luo Bing was blankly taken back to the dormitory by Li Shengtian. Afterward, Li Shengtian returned to his own dorm, opened the system, and upon hearing Quan Xing mention that his father had arranged a marriage for him, the system immediately issued this task. "Ding, system task, destroy the engagement between Quan Xing and Si Yaoji." Is this why Yaoji has been so distracted these past few days? Li Shengtian thought for a moment. Si Yaoji had already been considered his woman, so he couldn't let the All-Star succeed. Although Si Yaoji was originally the destined supporting character for the All-Star, Li Shengtian had intervened long ago, ensuring that Si Yaoji had no contact with the All-Star. Unexpectedly, the destined trajectory was still forcibly repaired. How unreasonable. After that, Li Shengtian contacted Uncle Fu to investigate the marriage between the All-Star and Si Yaoji. It turned out that after Luo Bing cancelled the engagement, the All-Star's father had no intention of discussing any marriage matters with him. However, the All-Star later rose from being useless and even came to Huaxia Shanhai Academy, which made his father very happy. Coincidentally, the All-Star's father had saved Si Yaoji's father in his early years, so he casually mentioned it to Si Yaoji's father. Considering that the All-Star was also a prodigy of Huaxia Shanhai Academy with a bright future, the latter immediately agreed, even though Si Yaoji strongly refused. Her father insisted that they first settle the marriage, and they could discuss whether it was suitable later. It's always the All-Star's father saving people. I wonder if he can save himself. A shadow flickered in Li Shengtian's eyes. After Luo Bing cancelled the engagement, she still took care of the All-Star because she had once been saved by the All-Star's father. Li Shengtian then instructed Wang Bao to pay attention to Si Yaoji's movements and began his own cultivation. One day, Wang Bao suddenly messaged Li Shengtian, informing him that Si Yaoji had taken leave to go home, and strangely, the All-Star had also taken leave. Li Shengtian knew that the two were going back to deal with the so-called marriage matters. He then also took 2 days off from Xing Mengqi, as he needed to handle this matter personally, not only to win over Si Yaoji but also to completely deal with the All-Star's father, who was too good at finding a wife for the All-Star. "Sister Meng said you took 2 days off? Where are you going?" Before Li Shengtian could leave, Lu Qingcheng came looking for him, handling some trivial matters. Lu Qingcheng asked in confusion, What matters require you to go personally? Can't the Li family handle it? This matter is quite important. I need to take charge myself. Li Shangtian thought, isn't resolving the All-Star's father a significant issue? Plus, he could also bring about the All-Star's downfall, which would undoubtedly be a major blow to him. As for the idea of not harming family, Li Shangtian considered himself the villain. Why should he care about being righteous? Jinling. In a small villa, this was the All-Star's home. Although the All-Star's family had fallen on hard times, they could still afford to live in a villa. After all, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. The All-Star had already returned home, and at that moment, his father, Quan Yushan, his mother, and Si-in Yaoji's father, Si-in Quan, were waiting. Ha ha, so this is the star? Truly a handsome talent. Si-in Quan praised the All-Star upon seeing him, which made the All-Star feel quite pleased. Shinger, come over and greet Uncle Si-in. Quan Yushan waved at the All-Star. Hello, Uncle Si-in. Good. Our Yaoji should be arriving soon. Upon hearing this, the All-Star was momentarily stunned. Uncle Si-in's daughter is named Si-in Yaoji? It can't be the same person, right? Uncle Si-in, your daughter Si-in Yaoji is in the 3rd year? Si-in Quan laughed heartily. Oh, you two already know each other? The All-Star's heart surged with excitement. He had heard that Si-in Yaoji was Li Shingtian's girlfriend, and now she was engaged to him. Didn't that mean he had stolen Li Shingtian's woman? This made the All-Star, who had been oppressed by Li Shangtian, feel a rush of exhilaration, secretly delighted. Ha, heaven is helping me, Li Shangtian, you never expected this day would come. Thus, the All-Star became even more respectful towards Si-in Quan, hoping he would speak well of him later. Soon, Si-in Yaoji arrived. Looking at the small villa in front of her, she sighed deeply, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes, and then walked inside. Yaoji, come here quickly, this is Uncle Quan, and this is Xingxing, you should know each other, right? Si-in Quan hurriedly called out to Si-in Yaoji. When Si-in Yaoji saw Quan Xing for the first time, her brows furrowed deeply. It's you? Indeed, it's me. I've long admired the name of senior sister Yaoji. Quan Xing was unable to contain his excitement upon realizing it was Si-in Yaoji. However, Si-in Yaoji had no intention of acknowledging Quan Xing. She knew that Li Shangtian and Quan Xing had a deep-seated grudge, so she was even less inclined to get involved with him. I still stand by my words. I will not agree to this marriage. Si-in Yaoji's tone was very firm. Upon hearing this, Si-in Quan's expression darkened instantly. Why are you saying this now? Didn't I say to first set the engagement, and you can cultivate your feelings first, and if it doesn't work out, we can talk about it again? Humph. Do you think my marriage can be treated so casually in your eyes? Si-in Yaoji looked at her father, feeling very estranged. Humph. This is for your own good. In any case, I do not agree. If you want to get engaged, you can arrange it yourself. Seeing the argument between Si-in Yaoji and her father escalate, Quan Yushan stepped in to mediate. Brother Si-in, calm down, let's talk to the kids properly. Hearing this, Si-in Quan finally calmed down, taking a resentful sip of tea. Senior sister Si-in, don't worry, I will definitely treat you well, Quan Xing said as he walked up to Si-in Yaoji. Get lost. Stay away from me. Si-in Yaoji felt increasingly disgusted by Quan Xing. Quan Xing forced a smile, but inside he was filled with rage. Just wait, once the marriage is settled, see how I train you. This marriage must be settled. If you don't agree, forget about your cultivation resources, your living expenses, and your pocket money. I can even have you expelled from school, and you can just stay at home obediently. Si-in Quan threatened. Si-in Yaoji couldn't believe her father's words. Tears welled up in her eyes. However, she didn't know what to do. She originally thought her resolute attitude would lead her father to cancel the engagement, but she never expected him to change like this. Senior sister Si-in. Quan Xing tried to reach out to touch Si-in Yaoji's face to comfort her. The next moment, boom! The door of Quan Xing's villa was shattered by a powerful icy force, followed by an icy palm that struck directly at the hand Quan Xing was trying to use to touch Si-in Yaoji. Ah! Quan Xing was sent flying by the immense force, his hand frozen, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Xinger! Quan Xing's mother rushed forward to support him, while Si-in Quan and Quan Yushan fixed their gazes on the door. Who dares to be so bold? Quan Yushan shouted angrily. Si-in Yaoji also looked up, hoping it was the family's enemies who had come, so she wouldn't have to go through with this marriage. Oh, drinking without me? Don't you want to pour me a glass? Upon hearing this, Si-in Yaoji's face lit up as she looked at the handsome man walking in slowly. Junior! It seemed that after being pressured by her own father, seeing Li Shangtian now felt like a sudden support for her. Without hesitation, Si-in Yaoji ran to Li Shangtian and threw herself into his arms. Li Shangtian? Li Shangtian looked at the woman in his arms in confusion, hearing the system prompt that Si-in Yaoji's favorability was skyrocketing. not understanding what had gone wrong with her. But adhering to the principle of not rejecting anyone, Li Shengtian gently wrapped his arms around Si Yin Yaoji's slim waist. "Who are you? Why did you break into my family?" Quan Yushan shouted. Si Yin Quan also scolded angrily, "Yaoji, what are you doing?" Si Yin Yaoji seemed not to hear, while Li Shengtian coldly looked at the two. "Did I agree to the engagement with my girlfriend?" At this moment, 5 mysterious figures dressed in black robes, exuding a chilling aura, walked in behind Li Shengtian. Si Yin Quan, with keen eyes, noticed a character Li on the black robes of the 5 and couldn't help but ponder, "Li? Is there a family with the surname Li in Jinling?" Quan Yushan also felt the immense pressure radiating from the 5, and his tone softened considerably. "May I ask who you are?" "You are not worthy to know. I am here only to take away Yaoji." Upon hearing this, Quan Yushan's inner anger surged. "You are too arrogant." Quan Mingxing painfully stood up, his eyes wide with rage. "Li Shengtian, what do you want? TSK, can't you understand human language? The marriage between senior sister Yaoji and me was arranged by our parents. Are you trying to forcefully take her away?" Quan Mingxing shouted angrily. Li Shengtian sneered, "And if I do?" "Humph." Quan Yushan coldly snorted, "Then let's see you try." At that moment, a group of family guards rushed in, surrounding Li Shengtian and the others layer by layer. Seeing this, Li Shengtian slightly turned his head and said to the people behind him, "Since they've already made their move, don't just stand there." As soon as he finished speaking, one of the black-robed figures erupted with powerful spiritual energy, and in an instant, the guards surrounding them were sent flying like dumplings, leaving the entire Quan family villa in chaos. What? Both Quan Yushan and Si Yin Quan felt the strength of the other party and couldn't help but panic. Li Shengtian, the academy rules state that students cannot fight privately. Do you want to be expelled from the academy? Quan Mingxing, seeing that the people Li Shengtian brought were all experts, was terrified but still didn't forget to threaten Li Shengtian with the academy's rules. "I can't be bothered to reason with you, you are not worthy of listening." With a wave of Li Shengtian's hand, the 5 black-robed figures unleashed their spiritual power. In an instant, the entire Quan family turned into hell, with screams echoing everywhere. Not only the guards but even the maids and cooks were not spared. Damn it! Quan Yushan did not expect the other party to really make a move, and he immediately erupted with spiritual power to confront the black-robed figures. Bang! However, one of the black-robed figures sent Quan Yushan crashing into the wall with a single move, causing the wall to collapse. Quan Yushan used his last ounce of strength to shout, "Shinger, run!" With a crack, Quan Mingxing's mother was strangled to death by a black-robed figure. "No!" Quan Mingxing wailed, kneeling helplessly on the ground. Now Quan Mingxing finally understood why those people in the academy feared Li Shengtian, because he could bring them despair, just like he felt now. At this moment, Li Shengtian pressed Si Yin Yaoji's head against his chest, not allowing her to see the bloody scene. Si Yin Quan ran to Li Shengtian, knowing he was Si Yin Yaoji's father, so the black-robed figures did not attack him. "Ha ha ha, I don't know how to address you, little brother. You don't need to worry about that. You just need to know that Yaoji will be my woman from now on." Facing Si Yin Quan, such a despicable person, Li Shengtian had no good tone, even if he was Si Yin Yaoji's father. Yes, I will no longer interfere in Yaoji's matters," Si Yin Quan hurriedly assured, and then seeing that Li Shengtian did not want to pay attention to him, he retreated to the side. The screams grew fewer, and the once lively Quan family villa gradually quieted down, with only Quan Mingxing's wails sounding particularly jarring. No! Quan Mingxing's voice had become hoarse, yet he could not change anything. "Stop!" At that moment, a loud voice rang out. Then a burly middle-aged man appeared in Li Shengtian's line of sight. The man rushed to Quan Yushan's side, and at this moment, Quan Yushan was still alive. The man gently helped Quan Yushan up a bit, his voice choked with emotion. "Brother Quan, I'm late." Quan Yushan used his last breath to say, "Take revenge for me. Take good care of Shinger." Then Quan Yushan completely breathed his last. The man sobbed as he got up, glaring fiercely at Li Shengtian. "It's you. You killed my savior. I want you dead." Upon hearing that this man had also been saved by Quan Yushan, Li Shengtian helplessly thought, this Quan Yushan really can save people. As for the man's harsh words, Li Shengtian didn't take them to heart. The 5 men in black robes had already dealt with the others, leaving only Quan Mingxing numbly kneeling on the ground. The 5 stood beside Li Shengtian, who looked at the man and asked, "Do you want to fight in a group or one-on-one?" The man was furious. He hadn't expected Li Shengtian to look down on him so much, but reason told him that a group fight would be very unfavorable for him. "If you have the guts, let's do it one-on-one. I will kill you one by one. Did you hear that? He wants to fight you 5 alone. Go." The 5 men in black rushed towards the man to attack. "Damn it! You tricked me!" the man roared, and then he fought against the 5 black-clad men. "What? They're all at the 9th level." The man was shocked. He had thought that with his newly attained 9th level strength, he could easily take revenge on Quan Yushan, but he never expected that all 5 opponents were also at the 9th level. How could he fight? Puff! In just a few moments, the man was defeated, kicked around like a ball by the 5 men in black. Seeing this, Li Shangtian smiled lightly. I knew it wouldn't be so easy for the protagonist of Destiny to wipe out his entire family. Luckily, I brought 5 9th level experts. Thud! The man was directly incapacitated by the 5 men in black, thrown at Li Shangtian's feet like a dead dog. Spare me, please. I won't dare again. The man was truly frightened. Once he realized that the 5 men in black were all 9th level experts, he knew he couldn't escape alive. Whether he could avoid death depended entirely on this young man. Even if you beg me, I won't let you go. Just kill him. As soon as Li Shangtian's words fell, one of the black-robed men, Hai Lao, struck with an ice palm, and the man instantly turned into a flurry of ice crystals. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of Li Shangtian's footsteps as he walked towards Quan Mingxing sounded like the footsteps of death in Quan Mingxing's ears. He looked at Li Shangtian's half-smiling expression in terror, his fear reaching its peak. I was wrong. I was wrong, young Master Li. I won't oppose you again. Please let me go. Quan Mingxing kept bowing his head. In the suddenly silent space, the sound of his head hitting the ground echoed. Ding! Quan Mingxing's entire family is dead, future assistance is dead, mindset shattered, destiny reduced to 4,000. He. Li Shangtian couldn't help but sneer. Quan Mingxing was basically ruined by him. Then Li Shangtian pondered whether to completely eliminate Quan Mingxing. Forget it, he won't cause any waves, I'll keep him as a treasure-hunting rat. With that thought, Li Shangtian slowly squatted down. Don't be afraid, Mingxing, we're classmates. I won't kill you. Li Shangtian's sinister words made Quan Mingxing even more afraid, his body trembling uncontrollably. Goodbye. After leaving this sentence, Li Shangtian embraced Si Yinyao and left, casually instructing one of the 5 men in black to clean up. Hotel. Li Shangtian enjoyed Si Yinyao's massage while checking the system tasks in his mind. Ding! System task completed, reward settlement, destiny points 2,500, cultivation points 50, flowing clouds, 1st grade, prison dragon battle manual, subgod. System, what the hell? Why are you giving me 2 water-based techniques? Li Shangtian looked at the 2 water-based techniques with great confusion. Both were quite good. Flowing clouds was a footwork technique, while Prison Dragon Battle Manual was a group attack skill that restricted the opponent's recovery, making it quite practical. However, Li Shangtian had no water-based spiritual power talent and couldn't cultivate them at all. System, what's the deal? I request a re-evaluation of the rewards. Ding, reporting to the host, you will find them useful. After the system said this, there was no further explanation. No matter how much Li Shangtian asked, it remained silent. Riddlers are really annoying. Junior, thank you for today, you've helped me so much. Si Yinyao's voice pulled Li Shangtian back to reality. Still calling me Junior? I wasn't joking when I said that today. Ha! Si Yinyao was taken aback, her hands coming to a halt. Li Shangtian stood up directly, his fingers lifting Si Yinyao's chin. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Si Yinyao's face instantly flushed. I am willing. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Shangtian pressed his lips against hers, causing her eyes to widen in surprise before she slowly closed them, yielding to his advances. The next day, Li Shangtian and Si Yinyao returned to the academy together. Unexpectedly, on the way to drop Si Yinyao off at her dorm, they ran into Lu Qingcheng. Seeing Li Shangtian and Si Yinyao so close, Lu Qingcheng's jealousy flared up. Just after Si Yinyao left, Lu Qingcheng blocked Li Shangtian. Didn't you take a leave to handle something? Why are you with her? Faced with Lu Qingcheng's questioning, Li Shangtian naturally explained everything. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingcheng felt a sudden pang in her heart. Her voice choked. Is this the important thing you were talking about? Li Shangtian could easily tell that Lu Qingcheng was jealous, and quickly pulled her into an embrace. No, the important thing is to deal with the all-star and his whole family. Helping Yaoji is just a side thing. Lu Qingcheng couldn't take in any of this. She gently pushed Li Shangtian away, her eyes red. I want to be alone for a while. After saying that, Lu Qingcheng walked away alone. Li Shangtian didn't stop her because he thought it was best for Lu Qingcheng to have some time to herself. Trying to explain would only make things worse. That night, Li Shangtian quietly waited in his dorm. He sent Lu Qingcheng several messages, but she only replied that she didn't want to see him yet. Feeling helpless, he could only ask Yang Muyun to comfort her, but there was still no news. This made Li Shangtian a bit anxious. He had feelings for Lu Qingcheng and wasn't just playing around. I'm drunk. Come pick me up. Lu Qingcheng suddenly sent this message along with her location. Li Shangtian didn't dare delay and immediately got up. Soon, he found Lu Qingcheng, who was completely out of it, at a restaurant. Brother Shangtian, Qingcheng just wanted to drink. I couldn't stop her. She even took my phone and wouldn't let me message you. Yang Muyan handed Lu Qingqing over to Li Shengtian. It's fine, let her drink. It's better if she's drunk. Li Shengtian felt a pang of heartache looking at Lu Qingqing's flushed face. He then told Yang Muyan to go back and rest while he carried Lu Qingqing back to the dorm to take care of her himself. As soon as he laid Lu Qingqing on the bed, she stirred slightly, opening her eyes to see Li Shengtian. Without thinking, Lu Qingqing reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Bastard, didn't you say you loved me the most? Of course, I love you the most. Then why are you so nice to that Si Yinyao? As she spoke, Lu Qingqing began to cry. Li Shengtian leaned down, almost pressing his face against hers. If you don't like me, you can cut ties with her, because you are the woman I love the most. Lu Qingqing's beautiful eyes locked onto Li Shengtian's, and his gaze told her he was speaking from the heart. Kiss me. Upon hearing this, Li Shengtian didn't hesitate and kissed Lu Qingqing's alluring red lips directly. However, Lu Qingqing's hands became restless, and she started to pull off Li Shengtian's clothes. Li Shengtian then felt his life force being seized. His Qingqing, you've had too much to drink. I haven't had too much. I want you now. Li Shengtian struggled to suppress himself. Didn't you say to wait until we get married? No, I want it now. Are you even a man? At this point, Li Shengtian could no longer hold back and pounced on her fiercely. The sun rose in the east. Lu Qingqing slowly woke up, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Li Shengtian looking at her with tenderness, causing her little face to flush. What are you laughing at, you bad guy? Can't you be gentler? I'm still in pain. Who was it that shouted, hubby, hurry up? As soon as Li Shengtian finished speaking, Lu Qingqing covered his mouth. Don't say that. I'm so embarrassed. Lu Qingqing wished she could bury her head under the covers. Alright, I won't say anything. Only then did Lu Qingqing let go of her hand. But I didn't expect you to be this wild, my wife, Li Shengtian teased. I just drank too much. Is that so? I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going back to sleep. Saying this, Lu Qingqing leaned her head against Li Shengtian's chest and quietly fell asleep. Li Shengtian indulgently held Lu Qingqing tighter, resting his chin on her forehead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the destined female lead Lu Qingqing. The other party's destiny has turned into fortune and will not conflict with the host's villainous destiny. Upon hearing this, Li Shengtian felt relieved. Otherwise, he was really afraid that one day he would have to confront Lu Qingqing because of this ridiculous destiny. Ding! System reward settlement in progress. Oh, capturing the destined female lead comes with system rewards? Not bad. The system rewards have been quite generous lately. Ding! System reward settlement. Destiny points 5,000, Cultivation points 100, Fire Element Spiritual Power Talent Hint, Super Sequence, Water Element Spiritual Power Talent, First Sequence, can be awakened, Ultimate Great Sun, Divine. Li Shengtian suppressed his excitement, afraid of waking the sleeping beauty in his arms. Awesome! Looking at such generous system rewards, Li Shengtian felt very excited. Compared to the later rewards, those destiny points and cultivation points felt like gifts. The Fire Element talent upgraded to Super Sequence, making it much easier to operate Fire Element spiritual power in the future, and its power would be greater. To think I can awaken my spiritual power talent later, Li Shengtian thought. It seemed that his lightning element talent was also awakened by the system later on. No wonder the system gave me the water element technique saying I would use it. You knew this day would come, didn't you? Then Li Shengtian shifted his gaze to that technique. This is truly a divine level technique. Thinking this, Li Shengtian curiously examined the technique. Its skill was quite simple, just summoning a small sun to descend, but if the user was strong enough, they could even blow up Blue Star. Of course, Li Shengtian's current strength was far from that. He could only blow up a mountain. Feels great. What do you call this? Gained a wife and gained power, a winner in life. By noon, Lu Qingqing woke up leisurely, only to find that Li Shengtian had long disappeared. Then Lu Qingqing discovered a few sheets of paper quietly placed under her clothes. Picking them up, she was surprised to find that they were Flowing Clouds and Dragon Prison Battle Classic left for her by Li Shengtian. Lu Qingqing smiled brightly. You bad guy. At this moment, Li Shengtian was already in the training room. 12,000 destiny points and 200 cultivation points. I can level up again. Then Li Shengtian began to practice, mastering Ultimate Great Sun at the entry level, Dragon Prison Battle Classic at the minor completion level, Wind's Extreme Meteor Kill at the minor completion level, and Divine Sword Controlling Thunder True Method at the minor completion level, using up all his cultivation points. After that, Li Shengtian opened the system shop and painfully spent 7,000 destiny points to acquire the Shumi Wuliang Jizi. This item can be stored in the Dantian and can hold items. Li Shengtian planned to use the Ancient Wood Spirit Resonance Cauldron in gathering Spirit Pearl to convert spiritual power into liquid and store it within, which would greatly alleviate his pain from insufficient spiritual power. Of course, this didn't mean that Li Shangtian would have unlimited spiritual power, as if his realm wasn't high enough. Operating too much spiritual power would overload his body. So this method could only relieve Li Shangtian's pressure regarding spiritual power. Damn system, such a container costs me 7,000 destiny points. Li Shangtian cursed under his breath. It's been a long time since I've been a gambling dog. I might as well draw all 5,000 life points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Buddha's Wrath Lotus Heart Technique. Sword Chi Rolling Dragon Wall, 1st grade. Destruction Sword Intent. Ink Qilin Battle Armor, Subdivine. 9-leaf Golden Lotus Pill X 5-inch. Wow, the drop rate is so high? Li Shangtian was stunned himself. Who said this system is a scam? This system is amazing. He immediately took out the treasures he had drawn. So the Buddha's Wrath Lotus actually has a heart technique. No wonder I couldn't refine it. There was also the Sword Chi Rolling Dragon Wall and Destruction Sword Intent, especially the latter. One must know that the difference between using sword intent and not using it is like heaven and earth. The Ink Qilin Battle Armor could be considered a safety guarantee for Li Shangtian. I still need to find a body refining technique. Being tough on my own is the real deal. Time to cultivate. Damn it, so many techniques and skills. If it weren't for the lack of spiritual energy, I'd just spam basic attacks and unleash ultimate moves, still suffering from the hardships of a low realm. Thus, Li Shangtian took out a 9-leaf Golden Lotus pill and swallowed it. This was also a pill for quickly enhancing cultivation, and its effect was slightly inferior to the Heavenly Creation pill. Time flew by. During this period, Li Shangtian devoted himself entirely to cultivation, and Lu Qingcheng also enjoyed the experience, occasionally seeking in-depth discussions with him. Xu Wanqing had returned as well, but he was no longer as spirited as before. He even told his mentor, Wang Lifang, about Li Shangtian's actions, but it was of no use. Wang Lifang couldn't manage matters outside the academy, and besides, how could she dare provoke the Li family? So Xu Wanqing could only behave himself. Hubby, the dean wants us to come over. Lu Qingcheng knocked on the door of Li Shangtian's training room one day. Li Shangtian suddenly opened his eyes and adjusted his breath. A wall hanger is still a wall hanger. During this time, Li Shangtian had made significant progress in his realm, having consumed all sorts of pills, directly shooting up to the 3rd stage, 9th level, and he was on the verge of another breakthrough. Soon, Li Shangtian and Lu Qingcheng arrived at Dongfang Yuan Kuei's office, where others had already gathered, waiting for the two of them, but no one dared to say a word. Dean, what's the rush? Li Shangtian went straight to the point as soon as he entered. Previously, I had your seniors go to the Starry Secret Realm for training. They are almost done now, and it's your turn. Dongfang Yuan Kuei didn't beat around the bush. Everyone was excited upon hearing this. Opportunities for real combat in the academy were rare, but it was different in the secret realm, where they might even encounter some fortuitous events. Ding, system task, plunder Xu Wanqing's opportunities. Li Shangtian glanced at Xu Wanqing out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but smile. It was indeed right to keep you around. What treasures can you help me find this time? After a group of people packed their essential items, they set off for the Starry Secret Realm under the guidance of a mentor. The southwestern area of the Starry Secret Realm was an old-fashioned secret realm, and it was called old-fashioned because it was one of the earliest secret realms to appear. Once you enter the secret realm, you can act separately. We are in a relatively peripheral area of the Starry Secret Realm. As long as you don't recklessly venture deep, there shouldn't be much danger. The mentor advised, scanning the youthful faces. Most of the magical beasts in the periphery are at the 2nd stage level, with occasional 3rd stage ones. That's enough for your training. At the same time, be cautious of other people entering the secret realm. Some specialize in robbing others' treasures. Remember, this is already considered real combat. If you act carelessly inside, you might die. After saying this, the mentor handed each person a communication device. Go. One by one, the group entered the Starry Secret Realm. Naturally, Lu Qingcheng followed Li Shangtian. This time, Yang Muyun did not come, as the little girl was still in seclusion before their departure. Honey, where are we going? Lu Qingcheng naturally linked her arm with Li Shangtian's. Do you know what kind of incredible opportunities are in this Starry Secret Realm? Lu Qingcheng thought for a moment. She hadn't heard of any treasures emerging from the Starry Secret Realm in her past life. I don't know. Looks like we can only rely on the treasure-seeking mouse. Treasure-seeking mouse? What are you talking about? Li Shangtian smiled without answering. At the same time, the All-Star, alone, was desperately running with something that looked like a parchment in his hand. It's right inside. The relic mentioned in the predecessor's inheritance is in this Starry Secret Realm. As long as I find the relic, I will definitely rise and take revenge on Li Shangtian. The All-Star's voice was hoarse, and despite being drenched in sweat, he didn't stop. At that moment, in a dense forest within the secret realm, a towering giant tree suddenly appeared. surrounded by some dilapidated buildings that looked very ancient. Look, what is that? A tree suddenly appeared over there. There must be treasures, hurry up. The giant tree was like sweet honey, attracting countless bees towards it. One long, you idiot, what did you touch? Inside a building that looked like a palace beneath the giant tree, a handsome man shouted at a short and thin man in front of him. I didn't touch anything. I don't know why the barrier that was hiding this relic just disappeared. The man being scolded hurriedly explained. Forget it, Mo Tianchang, I see he really didn't touch anything. Let's not worry about that for now. We need to find opportunities quickly. Other cultivators are definitely rushing this way. A man beside Mo Tianchang kindly advised, but Mo Tianchang didn't give him any face. I don't need your advice. After saying that, Mo Tianchang left the group to search alone. Humph, unreasonable. The man snorted coldly and also left the team. Isn't it a bit bad to act separately? What if there's danger? One person suggested upon seeing this. Cut it out, we're at the relic now. Everyone should rely on their own abilities, Wenlong scoffed, also leaving the group. Seeing that both Wenlong and Mo Tianchang had left, the others followed suit. Luo Bing's beautiful eyes narrowed. She felt a bit of a flutter in her heart. Stop! What are you doing? Li Shengtian also saw the towering giant tree and guessed that the All-Stars opportunity was probably there. Just as he was heading that way, he encountered several cultivators blocking his path. No way, can this kind of plot happen to me? Li Shengtian thought as he glanced at Lu Qingqing beside him. Hey, we're talking to you. One of the cultivators shouted impatiently. Tisk, noisy. Li Shengtian was too lazy to waste words with them and immediately summoned the Heartfall Kunlun. With a flick of his wrist, countless sword energies swirled around the Heartfall Kunlun sword body. Li Shengtian flicked his sword, and the sword energy immediately coiled around like a swimming dragon, rushing towards the several cultivators. What? One cultivator couldn't withstand it at all and was brutally sliced into pieces by the sword energy. The surrounding flowers, grass, and trees were all shattered. It's too painful. Run! Humph, Li Shengtian chuckled, gathering Wen's spiritual power at the sword's edge and casually thrusting it forward. The surging spiritual power condensed into a point and shot forward, stirring up gusts of wind. Just a short distance away, another cultivator instantly turned into a mist of blood. The other 2 or 3 cultivators took the opportunity to escape. Li Shengtian didn't want to chase. To him, they were just a few clowns, merely testing his sword skills. With the destruction sword intent, my sword techniques have indeed improved significantly. Lu Qingqing curiously observed the man before her. When did you learn such strong sword techniques? Li Shengtian teased. Not long ago. Why, do you want to learn too? Forget it. I'm not good at using swords. Lu Qingqing was more like a mage. Most of her skills and techniques were long-range attacks. Let's go and see what's happening over there. It should be quite lively. Lu Qingqing smiled helplessly as she watched the man's back, knowing from her understanding of Li Shengtian that there would likely be a fight soon. This is it. All-Star rushed ahead, finally arriving at the giant tree ruins in front of most of the cultivators. Is it under this giant tree? Heh, even if those people come, what can they do? They can only rummage through this pile of junk for scraps. Only I know where the real treasure is. Thinking this, All-Star felt inexplicably excited and immediately ran towards the location marked on the map without any pause. Soon, All-Star found the entrance. He then took out a strange jade stone and placed it on the entrance door. Immediately, the entire ruin shook violently, and the stone door in front of All-Star slowly opened. Damn, why is it so noisy? I need to hurry, otherwise, I might be competing with others. Without hesitation, All-Star dashed inside. At the same time, it seemed that because All-Star had activated the entrance, a barrier rose above the entire ruins, causing the towering giant tree and the entire ruins to disappear again. What's going on? Where did it go? It seems to be some kind of illusion. Everyone, split up and search. A group of arriving cultivators began looking for ways to enter the ruins. When Li Shengtian brought Lu Qingqing over, someone shouted, "Found it. We can get in from here." Then, those cultivators all rushed over, disappearing after a flash of green light. Looks like there's a barrier. Lu Qingqing noticed the clue and then asked, "Honey, should we go in?" "Why not?" Li Shengtian and Lu Qingqing walked slowly into the barrier. Just like before, a green light flashed, and when the light faded, Li Shengtian found that Lu Qingqing, who had been holding onto him, had vanished without a trace, causing him to frown slightly. Does this barrier have spatial properties? Li Shengtian then tried to use the communicator sent by his mentor to call Lu Qingqing, but there was no response at all. Suddenly, a magical beast lunged at Li Shengtian, who quickly reacted and killed it with a single sword strike. Looking around, he saw a group of magical beasts emerging from nowhere, baring their teeth and surrounding him, looking for death. The same situation occurred throughout the ruins. These magical beasts seemed to appear out of nowhere, attacking the cultivators who had entered indiscriminately. Lu Qingcheng had just dealt with a group of magical beasts when another wave came rushing in. Why are there so many magical beasts? This won't do. I need to find Xing Tian first. After defeating the group of magical beasts, Lu Qingcheng did not linger and headed straight towards the giant tree, thinking, that's the central location. Xing Tian will definitely go there. As expected, Li Xing Tian was indeed making his way towards the giant tree. There was no other reason, it was simply because the system had informed him that All-Star was over there, which meant that opportunities were also there, and Li Xing Tian was heading for those opportunities. With the Heavenly Dragon 8 steps and the Cloud Sky Wind Divine Art, Li Xing Tian moved through the forest at an incredible speed, leaving those magical beasts far behind. Soon, he followed the system's prompt to find the entrance. Judging by the footprints on the ground, many people had already entered. So many people have gone in. Does fate allow you to obtain the treasure? You're just delivering food. Li Sheng Tian sighed and walked inside. Found it. This is it. The heavenly object mentioned in the predecessor's legacy. All-Star picked up the box on the platform and laughed maniacally. Ha ha, with this, I can definitely take my revenge. Then All-Star tried to open the box but found it firmly locked. No matter how hard he tried, even brute force was useless. What's going on? Do I need to find a key? But the legacy didn't say where the key is. Damn it! The All-Star cursed fiercely and did not linger any longer. Those people will be coming down soon. At the same time, a pair of terrifying large eyes suddenly opened on the towering giant tree. As if sensing something, the giant beast slowly raised its bull-like head. Moo! A loud sound echoed throughout the entire secret realm, and the magical beasts within bowed their heads towards the direction of the sound, as if paying homage to a king. What is going on? Why are there so many magical beasts again? Damn it! These magical beasts are much stronger than the previous ones. I don't want any opportunities anymore. I want to get out. As more and stronger magical beasts surrounded them, some cultivators finally felt fear. They wanted to escape this strange place, but no matter what, they could not find a way out. What's happening? We can't get out. Those magical beasts are coming again. Under the relentless siege of the magical beasts, these cultivators finally could not hold on any longer and began to be slaughtered in large numbers by the beasts. In an instant, what was once a paradise for cultivators turned into hell. That kid is running out? Looks like he got the treasure. Li Sheng Tian discovered through the system that the All-Star was currently rushing outside and immediately planned to intercept him. Luo Bing, you've still fallen into my hands. In a passage, Wen Long had a lewd smile on his face, his eyes greedily fixed on the beauty before him. At this moment, blood trickled from the corner of Luo Bing's mouth as she raised her long sword, pointing it at Wen Long in anger. What did you make me eat? What? Ha, of course, it's a drug that makes you love me uncontrollably. I really have to thank those magical beasts, otherwise, you wouldn't have been injured, and I wouldn't have had the chance to trick you into taking my medicine. Ha ha ha. Wen Long was quite deranged, stepping closer to Luo Bing. You shameless. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the academy? Luo Bing tried her best to suppress the drug's effects, but it was all in vain. She felt increasingly weak and powerless. Punishment? As long as you're not afraid of everyone knowing, you can tell the academy. Wen Long had a look of determination. Just then, Li Sheng Tian, on his way to intercept the All-Star, happened to witness the scene. He was about to take action to save Luo Bing when he suddenly stopped. At that moment, the All-Star was sneaking along and happened to bump into Wen Long attempting to take advantage of Luo Bing. Wen Long and Luo Bing also noticed the All-Star, and the All-Star felt a bit guilty under their gazes. After all, he was hiding a heaven-defying treasure, and as the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. He worried that Wen Long would try to snatch it from him, and he was not his match. You're that first-year student. What's your name again? Wen Long's gaze was fixed on the All-Star, making him even more uneasy. All-Star, Senior Wen Long, hello. Weren't you supposed to be in the outer trials? How did you end up here? Wen Long stepped closer to the All-Star, and at that moment, Luo Bing wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but she had no strength left. The All-Star became nervous. I just wanted to come and take a look. Humph. Wen Long snorted coldly, and the All-Star felt like he was facing a great enemy. I see you're greedy and want to come to this ruin to find some opportunities, right? Wen Long's words made the All-Star breathe a slight sigh of relief. Yes. These are some herbs I found. Consider it a tribute to you, Senior. Saying this, the All-Star took out some spiritual herbs and handed them to Wen Long. Not bad, you kid have some awareness. Wen Long seemed quite pleased, taking the herbs and glaring at the All-Star. You didn't see anything today, understand? Yes, I didn't see anything. I was always in the outer area. The All-Star knew exactly what Wen Long meant and quickly agreed. As for saving Luo Bing, the All-Star hadn't even considered it. Luo Bing looked at the All-Star with longing. she wished so much that the All-Star could save her. But now, she felt that her decision to break off the engagement was absolutely correct, as the All-Star had completely disappointed her. "Get lost," Wenlong shouted, but the All-Star felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. "I'm leaving right now." "Leaving? I think you should stay here." Just as the All-Star was about to leave, he heard that voice that haunted him day and night. Li Shangtian strolled out leisurely. He had originally wanted to witness a heroic rescue, but the All-Star turned out to be a coward, which was quite disappointing. "Li Shangtian, what are you doing here?" the All-Star exclaimed in terror. Meanwhile, Luo Bing seemed to have grasped a lifeline. She staggered towards Li Shangtian, saying, "Help, help me." Li Shangtian didn't hesitate and stepped forward to support Luo Bing. "Kid, I know you defeated Feng Jianghao, but he was trash in front of me too. You better not meddle." Wenlong threatened fiercely. Li Shangtian moved Luo Bing aside. "Humph, how do you know you're not trash in my eyes? You're seeking death." Wenlong, embarrassed and furious, immediately drew his knife and charged at Li Shangtian. Sword Chi Rolling Dragon Wall. Li Shangtian swung his sword backhandedly, and the sword energy surged forth, spiraling like a swimming dragon. Not good. Wenlong sensed that this sword energy seemed to contain endless destruction. In an instant, he knew he couldn't block it and quickly turned to evade. "Let's try this. Fighting Kill Spiral Sword." Countless sword energies rose up, trapping Wenlong tightly inside, unable to escape even a step. As soon as he got close, he would be immediately sliced by the sword energy. Damn, how can this guy be so strong? Wenlong truly felt panic, but the dragon-like sword energy gave him no chance and charged straight at him. Wenlong desperately tried to block, but it was futile. He was brutally cut by the sword energy, sustaining numerous wounds and bleeding profusely. The All-Star, seeing this, tried to sneak away, but the next second, Li Shangtian flicked his finger, and several sword energies shot out, directly crippling the All-Star's legs. Ugh! The All-Star let out a wail. "Stay there and behave." After saying this, Li Shangtian turned his gaze back to Wenlong, who no longer dared to be careless, with lightning flashing around his body. "You've angered me." Lightning destruction slash. Lightning gathered around Wenlong's knife, and he slashed down, carrying the power of thunder. "Oh, I can do that too." Li Shangtian chuckled, positioning his sword in front of him, majestic heavenly might. "Lead with the sword." Boom! A bolt of lightning instantly struck the sword, but Li Shangtian did not strike immediately. He waited until Wenlong's attack was about to reach him before he swung his sword down. Boom boom! Accompanied by the sound of thunder clashing, the fighting kill spiral sword formation immediately dispersed, and Wenlong, unable to defend himself in time, was struck by the blow. When the dust settled, Wenlong lay on the ground like a bloodied corpse, motionless. Li Shangtian flicked his finger, sending out a sword energy imbued with destructive intent, completely erasing him. Then, Li Shangtian turned to look at the All-Star. At this moment, the All-Star was numb. When he saw Wenlong being forcefully killed by Li Shangtian, he knew he could never be Li Shangtian's opponent and could only hope that Li Shangtian would spare his life. "Hand it over." Li Shangtian extended his hand towards the All-Star. "Li Xiao, what are you saying?" Swish! Li Shangtian directly severed one of the All-Star's arms with a single sword strike. "I don't want to say it a third time. Hand it over. The treasure you obtained." "Li Xiao, I gave all my treasures to Wenlong." The All-Star gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the pain while pressing down on his bleeding arm. Swish! Another sword strike, and one of the All-Star's legs was gone. "I left you one hand so you could take things. Don't think I'm a fool. I know everything." The All-Star trembled, looking at Li Shangtian's cold eyes. He was still afraid in the face of life and death. Shakily, he took out the box, which Li Shangtian snatched from his hands. Ding! System task completed. Li Shangtian did not immediately check the rewards but looked at the box in his hands. "Can't open it? I don't know. I don't know where the key is." "What a waste you are." I'm a waste. Please spare me, Li Xiao." Swish! Without hesitation, Li Shangtian sent the All-Star's head flying with a gift pack. The All-Star was completely finished. His fate was reduced to 3 digits, and keeping him was meaningless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the destined protagonist, rewards being calculated. Li Shangtian also did not rush to check the rewards but instead prepared to carry the already dizzy Luo Bing on his shoulder and leave this place. "What are you doing?" Just a few steps away, Li Shangtian felt Luo Bing's hand moving on him like a lute paw. In an instant, it ignited a fire of desire within him. "Stop touching, I can't take it." However, Luo Bing, who had completely lost consciousness, paid no attention and continued to grope around. "This is what you brought upon yourself." So, Li Shangtian carried Luo Bing to a small secret room and slammed the door shut with a bang. Soon, strange sounds began to emanate from inside, sometimes resembling a cat's meow, sometimes like a bird's chirp. At this moment, outside was already a chaotic mess. The ground was filled with the figures of magical beasts searching for human cultivators, and the ground was littered with severed limbs. It could be called hell without exaggeration. Where did that bad guy run off to? Lu Qingcheng hid in a dark corner, quietly observing the movements of those magical beasts while also not forgetting to look for Li Shengtian. The situation is a bit serious. I need to contact the outside world for rescue. To be honest, Lu Qingcheng did not think Li Shengtian would be in any danger. With his unlucky personality, he would only bring trouble to others. Moreover, she knew Li Shengtian had a life-saving space talisman, and she had one too, given by Li Shengtian, so the most urgent thing for Lu Qingcheng at this moment was to establish contact with the outside world. How did those magical beasts get in? Lu Qingcheng observed and found that these magical beasts seemed to appear out of thin air, and then she thought that perhaps she could find a way out based on the clues of their appearance. Over there! Lu Qingcheng keenly noticed that most of the magical beasts were surging from one direction. After confirming she wasn't detected, she quietly moved in that direction. Soon, Lu Qingcheng found the place where the magical beasts were entering, and at that moment, more magical beasts were appearing one after another. This posed a dilemma for Lu Qingcheng. With so many magical beasts, even she couldn't break through, just when that stinky bad guy isn't here. Suddenly, several figures appeared in Lu Qingcheng's line of sight. She focused and saw that the few people had the emblem of Huaxia Shanhai Academy on their chests. Lu Qingcheng immediately guessed that these people were probably students from the 3rd or 4th year of the academy. Are they also here? However, Lu Qingcheng did not plan to reveal herself to join them. One reason was that she didn't know their strength and whether they could withstand the magical beasts, and the other was her wariness from 2 lifetimes that made her reluctant to easily trust these people, even if they were classmates. So, Lu Qingcheng just hid in the shadows and watched. Mo Tiancheng, this is the place. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Mo Tiancheng glanced around. There are too many magical beasts here. Forcing a breakthrough will only attract more. And we don't know what the situation is outside. Mo Tiancheng thought for a moment. How about this? You guys lure these magical beasts away, and I'll go out to contact the academy for rescue. The others immediately looked at Mo Tiancheng with doubtful eyes. What are you doing? Do you think I'm deliberately leaving you to die? There may be even more magical beasts outside. I might have a chance if I go out. Do you think you can handle it if you go out on your own? Mo Tiancheng said angrily. Although the others didn't believe it in their hearts, they had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, if they angered Mo Tiancheng, they wouldn't be enough to handle the opponent. The few of them then walked out, deliberately making noise before running away, and sure enough, the group of magical beasts that came and chased after them. At this moment, Mo Tiancheng seized the opportunity and quickly dashed towards the barrier. Lu Qingcheng still didn't move. She needed Mo Tiancheng to test the waters first. As expected, just as Mo Tiancheng reached the barrier's entrance, he was knocked back by a claw from a magical beast that appeared before him, followed by another wave of magical beasts entering the ruins. Damn it! They're all 6th-tier magical beasts. Mo Tiancheng didn't hesitate and turned to run. It seems this won't work either, Lu Qingcheng said helplessly as she hurriedly left. Ouch, my waist. Li Shengtian covered his waist, looking pained. I have to say, when Long really put in a lot of effort, he almost drained me dry. At the same time, Li Shengtian became more determined to practice body refinement techniques. I will forge a golden left kidney sooner or later. He then looked at Luo Bing, who was ragged on the stone platform, took out his clothes for her to wear, and then carried her. As soon as he exited the underground space, Li Shengtian saw a scene of devastation before him. Is it this intense outside? More intense than when I was inside? However, the system showed that Lu Qingcheng was fine, which reassured Li Shengtian, and he quickly followed the system's guidance towards Lu Qingcheng's direction. At the same time, she had just come from the previous barrier exit, planning to find Li Shengtian first, but unexpectedly ran into the few people who had lured the magical beasts away, who were now returning. The group recognized Lu Qingcheng as a student from Huaxia Shanhai Academy and asked her to join their team to come up with a plan. However, Lu Qingcheng didn't want to agree. Being with them would only put her in more danger. Junior, I advise you not to refuse a toast and instead drink a punishment. The tone of the group turned dangerous. Lu Qingcheng frowned slightly at their words. Sorry, my strength isn't enough, so I won't trouble you seniors. One of them suddenly unleashed their spiritual power. You don't get to decide that. Seeing that reasoning was futile, Lu Qingcheng knew a battle was inevitable. Immediately, the group actually joined forces to attack Lu Qingcheng. Relying on her rich combat experience from her past life and her own techniques, Lu Qingcheng, although not as strong as her opponents, was able to fight back against them. The fight inevitably attracted a group of magical beasts. Damn! How did these beasts come so quickly? The group, seeing they couldn't quickly take down Lu Qingcheng, chose to retreat. Just as Lu Qingcheng was preparing to escape, the next second, a surge of powerful spiritual energy rushed towards her. Lu Qingcheng's nerves jolted, and she hurriedly dodged, but was still injured in the arm, blood flowing profusely. It was Mo Tiancheng, who was being chased by a group of 6th-tier magical beasts, fleeing towards this direction. He happened to see his teammates fighting Lu Qingcheng and retreating after attracting the magical beasts, and immediately decided to let Lu Qingcheng attract the attention of these magical beasts and those chasing him. Sure enough, perhaps because Lu Qingcheng was alone, or perhaps because her bleeding arm had a scent of blood, the magical beasts surrounded her. At this moment, Lu Qingcheng's beautiful eyes were icy, staring intently at the magical beasts closing in on her, and she had already taken out the spatial talisman that Li Shengtian had given her. Roar! A wolf-like magical beast was the first to leap out and pounce on Lu Qingcheng. Lu Qingcheng was just about to use the spatial talisman to escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sword energies tore apart the beast's head, and then, as if with consciousness, they turned and attacked the other magical beasts. Lu Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief when the sword energy appeared before her. She knew that man had arrived. Li Shengtian, holding the Heartfall Kunlun in one hand and carrying Luo Bing in the other, fought his way through the group of magical beasts to Lu Qingcheng's side. Then, with a swift motion, he gathered his heart and embraced Lu Qingcheng, stepping on the heads of several magical beasts to leap out of their encirclement. The magical beasts were unwilling to let Li Shengtian go so easily, and they all rushed after him relentlessly. Li Shengtian carried one on his left and held another in his arms, quickly fleeing with the two beauties. However, the magical beasts pursued them without relent, showing no intention of letting them escape, and along the way, they attracted even more magical beasts. Still chasing? Clearly, they've never played King of Glory, Li Shengtian cursed inwardly, while the Shumi Wulian mustard seed in his dantian frantically released spiritual liquid to replenish his spiritual power. Before long, Li Shengtian suddenly stopped at a high point in the ruins of a building. Just as Lu Qingcheng was puzzled, he set her down and handed Luo Bing to her. Li Shengtian raised his hands in front of him, and instantly, 3 colors of flame surged and condensed, gradually forming a shape resembling a lotus flower. A powerful suction force emanated from between his hands, making Lu Qingcheng feel as if she could barely stand. Li Shengtian looked up at the pursuing magical beasts. "I'm waiting for the cooldown. What are you waiting for?" As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly flung the flaming lotus forward. Then, he quickly picked up Lu Qingcheng and the other girl and started running again, fearing that it might explode and hit them. The fire lotus emitted a mesmerizing 3-colored glow, its petals fluttering leisurely as it danced in the air. One magical beast, seeing the fire lotus flying towards it, was momentarily captivated by its beauty and couldn't help but reach out with its claws to touch it. The next second, boom! The flames shot into the sky, and that magical beast was instantly engulfed in a blinding white light. In the blink of an eye, the magical beasts and the ruins were all consumed by the endless surging flames. The surrounding area was also swept up in shockwaves. The people in the ruins could clearly feel a violent tremor, and then they saw a pillar of fire shooting up into the sky, forming a mushroom cloud. Damn! Did the military launch a nuclear bomb? Idiot, we ran out of those long ago. But with this kind of power, it must be a super missile, right? At the same time, a figure in the towering giant tree opened its eyes again, its enormous gaze fixed on the exploding flames. It then began to move its massive body, revealing a serpent-like torso beneath its bull head. Meanwhile, Li Shengtian was dodging the disaster he had caused, running for a long time until he finally stopped after escaping the explosion range of the Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus. At this moment, he was panting heavily and quickly set down the 2 women to replenish his spiritual power. Damn, as expected of the Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus, I almost flipped, Li Shengtian thought to himself. Lu Qingcheng stared blankly in the direction of the explosion, her mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a word. The ruins in that area had long been flattened, and the magical beasts lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. Countless severed limbs of magical beasts and pools of their blood covered the ground. Some high-level magical beasts, even if they weren't killed in the explosion, were mostly injured and poisoned. It should be noted that among the 3 types of flames Li Shengtian wielded was the Nether Ghost Fire, and those that survived had to endure the torment of the deadly poison. Honey, what do you call that move? Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus. Can I learn it? You can't learn this. You need at least 2 types to use it. Alright. Lu Qingcheng felt a bit disappointed. She really wanted to learn such an extraordinary technique. Perhaps due to the thunderous explosion that had just occurred, Luo Bing gradually began to wake up. She immediately felt a throbbing pain in her head and vaguely recalled some events from the underground space, her face flushing. By the way, honey, where did you run off to earlier? Lu Qingcheng remembered this matter when she saw Luo Bing wake up. I was, rescuing a fallen girl? Li Shengtian said, glancing at Luo Bing out of the corner of his eye. Luo Bing, still dazed, instantly blushed from her pretty face to her ears upon hearing this. At that moment, Li Shengtian suddenly noticed the wound on Lu Qingcheng's arm. "Qingcheng, who hurt you?" Lu Qingcheng then recounted her previous encounters to Li Shengtian, whose eyes were brimming with coldness as he listened. "Very well, I will send them down to meet the Dragon of Knowledge sooner or later." Lu Qingcheng wanted to ask what he meant. Moo! The enormous sound, like a bull's roar, echoed again. At that moment, everyone who survived in the ruins looked around, wondering what had made that noise. They saw a massive bull's head slowly emerging from the lush leaves of a towering tree, then spiraling down along the tree, revealing its snake-like, long body. "What is that? Heavens! Is there such a large magical beast in the world? We're done for." Li Shengtian and the others were also captivated by the enormous figure. "The Tiancheng bull python. How could it be here?" Lu Qingcheng exclaimed as she saw the bull's head. "Qingcheng, do you recognize it?" Lu Qingcheng nodded slightly, her expression serious. "It's a 10th tier magical beast." She said no more, just that one sentence was enough to convey the terror of the Tiancheng bull python. Yet, Lu Qingcheng couldn't understand how the Tiancheng bull python, which should have appeared many years later in her previous life, was here now. "And what about the masked man who controlled the Tiancheng bull python in my past life? Where is he?" Lu Qingcheng felt that many things had changed since her rebirth, including the man beside her. Thinking this, she glanced at Li Shengtian. When Li Shengtian heard Lu Qingcheng say it was a 10th tier magical beast, he crushed the jade pendant hanging around his neck. Asking was pointless. What Li Shengtian didn't expect was that the Tiancheng bull python seemed to have a target. As soon as it landed, it charged straight towards Li Shengtian and the others. Li Shengtian raised his eyebrows, suddenly realizing something. "Qingcheng, you take Luo Bing and leave first." "No, don't be reckless at a time like this." Lu Qingcheng was a bit anxious. Li Shengtian smiled helplessly. "It's not me being reckless, it's coming for me." He then leaped in another direction, leaving behind a remark. "Don't worry, help will arrive soon." Indeed, upon seeing Li Shengtian, or rather sensing the change in the position of that box, the Tiancheng bull python quickened its pace towards him. Along the way, whether it was buildings or vegetation, everything was crushed under its path. "This is so messed up. I don't even have the key. Why are you in such a hurry?" Li Shengtian thought quickly. "Or maybe the key is related to you?" As he fled, he wasn't crazy enough to dare confront a 10th tier magical beast. That would be foolish, not brave. "I haven't tried that move yet. It's just right to test it on you." After leading the Tiancheng bull python far enough away, Li Shengtian formed hand seals. In the sky, countless fire spiritual energies gathered, growing larger and expanding until they formed a massive fireball resembling a star. After completing this, Li Shengtian felt exhausted. The skill really drains mana. The fireball appeared to fall slowly, but its speed was anything but slow. Moreover, during its descent, the fireball rapidly expanded, its size more than doubling, becoming even larger than the Tiancheng bull python. The Tiancheng bull python sensed the danger and opened its massive mouth, spewing forth a stream of water in an attempt to counter the falling fireball. Its action did have an effect. The fireball visibly shrank, yet it still landed in front of the Tiancheng bull python. Boom! The enormous explosion instantly reverberated throughout the starry secret realm. If the previous explosion of the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus was like a super missile, then the explosion of the ultimate sun was akin to a nuclear bomb. Although its power might still fall short of a nuclear bomb, it was enough to flatten everything around the Tiancheng bull python. My heavens, what on earth was that? So terrifying. If that fell on me, there would be nothing left but ashes. Heavens Bodhisattva, this is too frightening. The firelight gradually faded. The figure of the azure bull python emerged, its originally dark blue body now reduced to black. Around it lay a desolate wasteland, devoid of any signs of life. Moo! The azure bull python roared to the sky. Although Li Shengtian's ultimate son was not yet capable of taking its life, the burning pain was very real, and the azure bull python was thoroughly enraged, vowing to swallow that human ant whole and crush it. At this moment, Li Shengtian had lost all strength. Although there were still supplies in the Shuming infinite mustard seed, his body could no longer bear the burden. Why haven't they come yet? Li Shengtian looked around, his sword-like brows furrowing. I've been here for a while, just wanted to see how strong my grandson is. A voice suddenly rang out behind Li Shengtian. Turning around, he saw his grandfather Li Jiangshan and the Ding Dongfang Yuan Kuei. It turned out they had arrived long ago but chose to remain hidden, wanting to see what other moves Li Shengtian had up his sleeve. They were indeed shocked by what they witnessed. Grandpa, why are you here? Li Jiangshan stepped forward, using his spiritual power to adjust Li Shengtian's condition, smiling as he said, Your father couldn't make it, so I had to come. You really are hiding your talents. Dongfang Yuan Kuei also stepped forward, stroking his beard and joking. Why did you come too, Dean? How could I not come when my student is in danger? As he spoke, Dongfang Yuan Kuei glanced at Li Jiangshan. Besides, if anything happens to you, this old man will turn my academy upside down. Humph, I haven't even mentioned you. How can you call yourself a dean? Ha? Sending students to such a dangerous place for training? Well, I came here on my own. The dean only let us train on the outskirts. Cough, cough. Li Jiangshan suddenly felt a bit awkward. Well, that's not too bad then. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Yuan Kuei burst into laughter. Moo! At this moment, the Azure Bull Python still did not realize the seriousness of the situation, completely consumed by rage as it charged towards Li Shengtian and the two elders. Humph! This beast dares to target my grandson. Li Jiangshan shouted coldly, then soared into the air towards the Azure Bull Python. Old man, don't leave me behind. We haven't fought side by side in a long time. Dongfang Yuan Kuei also flew out. Li Shengtian quickly focused his gaze, knowing that he could learn a lot from this level of battle. He saw Li Jiangshan raise a hand, and countless whirlwinds rose from thin air, surrounding the Azure Bull Python. In an instant, numerous wounds appeared on the massive body of the Azure Bull Python, yet it could not break free. Dongfang Yuan Kuei instantly flashed to the enormous head of the Azure Bull Python, leaving a trail of residual lightning, showing no concern that Li Jiangshan's whirlwinds would harm him. Boom! Dongfang Yuan Kuei threw a punch, which seemed like a heavenly tribulation. Countless bolts of lightning flickered in the sky. With a loud bang, his fist unleashed a torrent of thunder, instantly piercing through the head of the Azure Bull Python. Then, with what seemed like effortless coordination, Li Jiangshan and Dongfang Yuan Kuei brought the Azure Bull Python down to the ground in just a few moves, blood pouring from its massive mouth like a waterfall. Humph! I thought I was strong. Just a mere first level 10th rank. Li Jiangshan snorted coldly, raising his hand to unleash a blade of wind. The seemingly simple wind blade whipped up a fierce gale, and when it struck the Azure Bull Python, it immediately severed its head from its body. Afterward, Li Jiangshan landed in front of Li Shengtian, while Dongfang Yuan Kuei went to assist the other students. Grandson, I haven't asked you where you learned that move just now. I figured it out myself, Li Shengtian lied without hesitation. Hearing this, Li Jiangshan first frowned, then placed a hand on Li Shengtian's shoulder, and after a few breaths, he burst into laughter. Haha, good. Very good. I knew my grandson would definitely achieve great things. Seeing that Li Jiangshan believed him, Li Shengtian then asked in confusion, Grandpa, what were you just saying? I'll see if you have any foreign aura, because your move is quite similar to that of a certain deity from a foreign race. Grandpa is worried you might go astray. Li Jiangshan spoke candidly, not feeling there was anything wrong. I see. Grandpa, don't worry, I could never be like those church folks who worship that so-called deity. That's right. By the way, Grandpa, let's go find Qincheng, she's here too. What? You little rascal, how can you bring my granddaughter-in-law to take risks? Li Jiangshan looked somewhat angry, and Li Shengtian felt a bit embarrassed. With Li Jiangshan leading the way in the system's guidance, the two soon found Lu Qincheng and Luobing. Seeing that Lu Qincheng was unharmed, Li Jiangshan finally felt relieved, then turned to Li Shengtian and gave him a scolding. Li Shengtian nodded repeatedly, saying yes, yes, yes all the while. Luobing looked as if she had discovered a new continent. She had never seen Li Shengtian in such a posture before. Hee Lu Qincheng covered her mouth and giggled. By the way, Grandpa, do you know how to open this? Saying this, Li Shengtian took out the box he had snatched from the All-Stars. Li Jiangshan took it and examined it carefully for a moment. No wonder that beast wouldn't let you go. It turns out you little rascal took someone else's treasure? I didn't take it, I snatched it from someone else, Li Shengtian quickly clarified, then asked, Grandpa, do you know what this is? No, Li Jiangshan shook his head, but the material of this box is not simple. There shouldn't be any ordinary items inside. I think that Azure Bull Python is probably the guardian beast of this treasure. Hiss upon hearing this, Lu Qincheng and Luobing both gasped. What kind of treasure needs a 10th tier magical beast to guard it? If it is a guardian beast, perhaps the key is in its lair. In that big tree? Li Jiangshan, upon hearing this, returned the box to Li Shengtian and flew up to the giant tree. Soon, Li Jiangshan came back with a smile. You really guessed right. Saying this, he handed the key in his hand to Li Shengtian, who then opened the box. Lu Qincheng and Luobing looked at the contents of the box with puzzled expressions, while Li Jiangshan furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Inside the box was a bare branch, looking quite ordinary. However, Li Shengtian's heart was struck like a thunderbolt. Lu Qincheng and the others didn't recognize it, but the system did. System, can you say again what this is? A branch of the world tree? It is well known that in mythology, the world is born from the world tree, and a single leaf represents a world. Although it was unclear why this branch had no leaves, it was already enough to prove its preciousness. Old Shengtian, what is this? A kind of defying treasure. Do you recognize it? What exactly is it? Li Shengtian smiled without speaking, quietly closing the box and putting it away. You'll know in the future. Seeing that Li Shengtian seemed to know the function of the branch, Li Jiangshan didn't ask further, only inquiring when Li Shengtian and Lu Qincheng would let him become a great-grandfather. Lu Qincheng blushed deeply, while Li Shengtian laughed. I'm not even 20 yet, I'm still a child. Li Jiangshan thought Li Shengtian made a good point, but Lu Qincheng nearly couldn't hold back her laughter. After returning from the Starry Secret Realm to the academy, Li Shengtian went straight back to his dormitory to tally the system rewards. Originally, Luo Bing wanted to say something to Li Shengtian, but before she knew it, he had vanished in a flash. System, settle the rewards. Ding, system task completed, rewards being settled, destiny points 3000, cultivation points 50, flame dragon burning heart, first grade. Ding, killed the destined protagonist, rewards being settled, destiny points 5000, cultivation points 150, chaos demon heartseed, divine, 1 bottle of body refining pill. Oh, a divine level technique? Li Shengtian immediately noticed that divine level cultivation method. Although the name didn't seem like anything good, he thought, it's a villain's skill, so what do I have to fear? What the hell, this is so perverse. Is the system planning for me to recruit underlings? The so-called Chaos Demon Heartseed is a very rare mental cultivation method. The highest level mental cultivation methods on Blue Star are only at the 3rd rank. What makes this method so abnormal is that it can plant a demon seed in a person's mind, subtly making them obey the caster's commands with absolute loyalty, while the caster can detonate the demon seed at any time to annihilate their soul. System, if I use this cultivation method, I won't suffer backlash, right? This was a very important question. If there was a risk of backlash, it would definitely not be worth it. Ding, reporting to the host, the Chaos Demon Heartseed does not have any backlash. As long as it is successfully planted, it will take effect. However, with the host's current realm and before mastering this method, the host can only allow others to open their minds and actively accept the demon seed. After that, the demon seed can be forcibly planted. I see. But it must be said that this method is indeed impressive. After understanding the Chaos Demon Heartseed, Li Shengtian looked at Flame Dragon Burning Heart. I didn't expect it to be another sword technique, and it's a spell damage type? Flame Dragon Burning Heart is quite ordinary in terms of physical attacks. It simply adds burning damage to the sword with Fire Dragon magic. However, its uniqueness lies in the fact that as long as this move injures the opponent, the fire spiritual energy will quickly burn through their blood to their heart, causing them unbearable pain, hence the name Burning Heart. With so many cultivation methods, I'm still straying further from the path of basic attacks, but it costs cultivation points. Glancing at the long row of cultivation methods, Li Shengtian felt helpless. Fortunately, he directly leveled up Flame Dragon Burning Heart to minor success and also pushed Chaos Demon Heartseed to minor success. Now there's only 30 left. Li Shengtian smiled wryly, thinking that using cultivation points to improve his realm seemed unlikely. The points required to elevate his realm were too many, and with so many cultivation methods, he couldn't possibly cultivate them all day and night without using points. But it was also impossible to abandon these methods. They were all good techniques, so why not practice them? It's fine, anyway, the system occasionally gives out some miraculous pills, so the realm isn't a problem. Then Li Shengtian looked at his balance of 8,000 destiny points. Sigh, I'll save it. I'm not going all in this time. I'll save up to buy that body refining method. Before that, I'll use this body refining pill to enhance my physical strength. After Li Shengtian consumed a body refining pill, he realized how exhilarating body refining could be. It felt as if his bones were being broken, and it felt like countless ants were crawling under his skin. So, after just one round of body refining, Li Shengtian collapsed. The days of cultivation always passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the first semester was about to end. During this time, Li Shengtian was utterly bored because the All-Star event was over, and he couldn't find the destined protagonist. He could only interact with Lu Qincheng, the original destined female protagonist, and Luo Bing, the original destined protagonist's female lead, while he still hadn't found the opportunity to completely conquer Yang Muyun. Meanwhile, Li Shengtian's physical strength had increased several times compared to before, and his realm had also broken through to the 4th rank, 2nd level. If you ask why he improved so quickly, it's because he had a cheat. Lu Qincheng, who was still at the 3rd rank, 5th level, exclaimed that it was abnormal, feeling immense pressure. She was very afraid that one day she would really be unable to keep up with Li Shengtian's pace and would be left far behind. Yang Muyun felt even more pressure. She hadn't even broken through to the 3rd rank yet. Li Shengtian just comforted them not to compare themselves to him. He had a cheat, so what was there to compare? One day, Li Shengtian and the others were training under Xing Mengqi's guidance as usual, but they noticed that Xing Mengqi seemed distracted, zoning out several times during the instruction. After training, Li Shengtian offered to treat everyone to a meal, and naturally, Xing Mengqi would go too. At the dining table, Xing Mengqi still looked sullen. Li Shengtian couldn't help but ask, "Mengjie, what's wrong? You're not in the zone today. Want a Snickers?" Lu Qingqing couldn't help but laugh at Li Shengtian's cold joke. Xing Mengqi also smiled slightly, knowing that Li Shengtian and Lu Qingqing were concerned about her. "Nothing, it's just that the college competition is about to start." "College competition?" Lu Qingqing thought for a moment. "What are you afraid of? Isn't there this bad guy here?" Crushing the first and second years is definitely not a problem, and the third year might not be either. You'll definitely achieve good results. Li Shengtian wanted to say that the third years were also formidable. After all, Wen Long was the top of the third year, and in his view, he was just average. Looking at the entire college, only Mo Tiancheng from the fourth year had never been defeated, but Li Shengtian would eventually have to face him. He still remembered how Mo Tiancheng had injured Lu Qingqing in the Starry Secret Realm. "I certainly believe Shengtian can achieve good results." Li Shengtian raised his eyebrows slightly. Xing Mengqi had mentioned this issue to him when choosing a mentor. "Are you worried that your other senior students will rank at the bottom and be targeted by that Wan Lifang?" Hearing this, Xing Mengqi paused for a moment and gently nodded. Then, Xing Mengqi explained the situation to the unaware Lu Qingqing and Yang Muyun. "How can that Wang Lifang be so despicable?" Yang Muyun exclaimed angrily after hearing this. "And those defected students are no good either." Lu Qingqing also expressed her indignation. Li Shengtian thought for a moment. "Actually, this isn't too difficult." The three women looked at Li Shengtian in unison, wanting to know what good idea he had. "Isn't that Wang Lifang fond of poaching students? We can poach too. Personally, I think Li, have the charm to attract some people." "Put, I can't be bothered with you." Lu Qingqing couldn't help but spit at Li Shengtian's smug expression. Yang Muyun thought this was a good idea and immediately expressed her support. "But if I do that, wouldn't I become someone like Wang Lifang?" Xing Mengqi was still a bit hesitant. "We'll just poach Wang Lifang's students. It's an eye for an eye." "Alright, we can give it a try." Xing Mengqi finally agreed. "By the way, don't take it lightly during the college competition. Our college's students are all considered geniuses, don't underestimate them." Li Shengtian nodded in agreement. Right now, Xing Mengqi still didn't know his specific realm and glorious achievements, otherwise, she wouldn't have said that. In the following period, Li Shengtian and the others were not idle. Since they said they would help Xing Mengqi poach Wang Lifang's students, they naturally had to follow through. Lu Qingqing easily persuaded some female students under Wang Lifang to join Xing Mengqi's side. This was mainly thanks to Li Shengtian. Those female students, upon hearing that they would be under the same mentor as Li Shengtian, agreed without a second thought. After all, Li Shengtian was now a celebrity in the college. With a powerful background, extraordinary talent, strong abilities, and handsome looks, he was simply the Prince Charming in the hearts of those female students. "When are you going to find those male students?" Lu Qingqing asked. After discussing earlier, they had decided that Lu Qingqing would persuade the female students, while the male students would be handled by Li Shengtian. "No rush, I have my own plans." Li Shengtian didn't want to go one by one to chat with those students, it was too beneath his status. So, Li Shengtian sent a message to Wang Bao, asking him to gather the first and second year students under Wang Lifang, while he didn't plan to approach the upperclassmen. One reason was that they might not respect him, and the other was that most upperclassmen were centered around Mo Tiancheng, which Li Shengtian was aware of. That night, Wang Bao informed Li Shengtian that he had gathered those students at a restaurant, just waiting for Li Shengtian to arrive. When he received the message, Li Shengtian was still having an in-depth conversation with Lu Qingqing and replied to wait, but there was no further discussion. After a long time, "Why hasn't Li Xiao arrived yet? Is he going to stand us up?" "Yeah, we've been waiting for almost 2 hours. What on earth is Li Xiao doing?" Wang Bao sat in his chair, watching the anxious faces of the group with a cold smile. "Don't worry, Li Xiao will be here soon." "But someone couldn't sit still. You've said that several times already." "Forget it, I'm not waiting anymore." Some people stood up, ready to leave, and Wang Bao didn't stop them. Just then, the door was kicked open, and Li Shengtian swaggered in with a toothpick in his mouth, the lipstick mark on his neck still not wiped clean. "Sorry, got held up by something sudden." Although he said that, Li Shengtian's demeanor was quite casual. No problem, please take a seat, Li Xiao." Wang Bao immediately smiled and led Li Shengtian to the main guest seat. "Looks like someone is about to leave?" The students who had just stood up were startled, and one stubbornly said, "Li Xiao coming so late is really disrespectful." I was just about to leave. The others were a bit nervous, fearing Li Shangtian would get angry. But unexpectedly, Li Shangtian waved his hand. Go ahead, Wang Bao. Transfer 100,000 to each brother, don't let them wait in vain. Of course, Li Shangtian was spending Wang Bao's money, but Wang Bao didn't mind. As long as he could connect with the Li family, this amount was nothing. Understood, Wang Bao said, and after a quick operation on his phone, everyone saw an extra 100,000 in their accounts, staring at each other in confusion, not knowing what kind of trick Li Shangtian was playing. Well, we'll take our leave now, the earlier speaker said to Li Shangtian as he walked to the door, but when he turned back, he found that the others who had stood up were all sitting down again. Why aren't you leaving? He questioned. I never said I was leaving. Exactly, I just stood up to stretch. Me too, haha. Seeing this shameless group, the man was instantly furious. You all, do you still have any shame? The crowd fell silent. Humph. The man snorted coldly and left in a huff. Alright, since those who wanted to leave have gone, I'll get straight to the point. As Li Shangtian spoke, everyone perked up their ears. You are all students of Wang Lifang, right? Hearing this, a few people awkwardly said, Li Xiao, we're not, just here to join the fun. It doesn't matter if you're not, Li Shangtian waved his hand. The reason I gathered you today is that I hope you can transfer to mentor Xing Mingqi's guidance. She is an excellent mentor, and you don't have to worry about cultivation resources. A group of people exchanged glances and began to whisper among themselves. Li Shangtian knew that just talking wouldn't make them comply. Of course, coming to our side won't shortchange you either. Each person will receive a signing fee of 1.5 million a year of cultivation resources. What? Am I dreaming? Why are you hitting me? Does it hurt? If it hurts, it's real. Li Shangtian watched the crowd's reaction, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Alright, if you agree, go sign with Wang Bao. I agree. I agree too. A swarm of people rushed over to Wang Bao, who was instantly overwhelmed and disappeared from sight. In no time, Wang Bao placed a stack of documents in front of Li Shangtian. Li Xiao, it's all here. Li Shangtian waved his hand to collect the documents, then looked at the crowd. Let me make it clear first, if you think Wang Lifang's level is poor and are transferring to mentor Xing, I didn't force you, alright? The crowd understood Li Shangtian's meaning perfectly. Of course, we are doing this voluntarily. Exactly. Wang Lifang was never that capable. That's true. I've wanted to transfer for a long time. That fat woman always makes things difficult for me. She even said I was useless. Before the class division test, she said I was useless? After completely distancing himself from Wang Lifang, everyone began to complain. Seeing their genuine emotions, Li Shangtian guessed that Wang Lifang really wasn't a good mentor. Alright, since we're all students of mentor Xing now, let's have a drink. Cheers! From now on, Li Xiao is our leader. That's right. We'll all listen to you. What leader? Someone shouted angrily. Everyone looked at him, their eyes saying, Brother, are you looking for death? The man then shouted, It's the boss. Long live the boss. Everyone was taken aback, secretly cursing. Good kid, you really know how to stir things up. Yes, boss. Long live the boss. Li Shangtian watched the group celebrating, listening to them continuously shouting Long live the boss, and couldn't help but smile. Then he remembered he still had the chaotic demon seed and could recruit some little brothers, so he wouldn't have to do everything himself. System, check if there are any talented individuals among these people. Ding, detected 2 individuals with good fortune. Oh, Li Shangtian raised an eyebrow, not expecting there to be 2 individuals with good fortune. Those with good fortune are different from the destined ones. They simply have much better luck than ordinary people, but unlike the destined ones, they aren't born to be enemies of villains. Thinking this, Li Shangtian raised his finger. You, and you, come here. The 2 individuals he pointed at were taken aback, quickly thinking if they had done something wrong. They nervously walked up to Li Shangtian, and the scene quieted down, silently watching what Li Shangtian would do with them. Li Shangtian suppressed a smile. What are your names? The 2 looked at each other, and one, tall and thin with a middle part, spoke first. Reporting to the boss, my name is Ai Kuan. Reporting to the boss, I also have the surname Li. My name is Li Taimei, said the other muscular man who looked rather simple. Not bad. Li Shangtian nodded, looking at their profiles. Name, Ai Kuan Fate, Person of Fortune Spiritual Power Talent, Gold System First Sequence Realm, 3rd Stage 4th Level Technique, Idle Iron Mountain Support, 1st Grade. Name, Li Taimei Fate, Person of Fortune Spiritual Power Talent, Earth System First Sequence Realm, 3rd Stage 5th Level Technique, Two-Sided Half-Brick Defense, 1st Grade. You are both in the 2nd year? Yes, boss. I'm in the 2nd year Tianzi class. Me too. Li Shangtian nodded. You 2 will follow me from now on. Really? Can I? Thank you, boss. Ai Kuan, am willing to go through fire and water for you. Upon hearing this, Li Shengtian lowered his voice. I will plant a demon seed in you. It won't affect you normally, but if you dare to betray me, it will take your life immediately. Do you still want to? Li Taimei replied without hesitation. I'm willing. From now on, my life is yours, boss. Ai Kuan hesitated for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, then said, I'm willing too. Very good, open your minds. Li Shengtian successfully planted the chaotic demon seed in both of them, but he also realized that using this technique consumed a lot of mental energy. Just planting 2 demon seeds left him feeling exhausted. The others had no idea what Li Shengtian had done to the two. They only looked at them enviously, knowing that following Li Shengtian would definitely mean enjoying good food and resources for cultivation without worry. The next day, Li Shengtian walked into Xing Mingqi's office, where Lu Qingcheng and Yang Muyun were also present, handling the information of the female students transferred to Xing Mingqi's name. Where have you been again? You didn't come to help. We're swamped, Lu Qingcheng complained. Li Shengtian sat down on the chair at Xingmeng Pool, his legs casually resting on the table. I had a bit to drink yesterday, feeling a bit tired. You had a bit to drink. Did you finish what you were supposed to do before drinking? Not reliable at all. Yang Muyun looked at Lu Qingcheng, thinking that only Lu Qingcheng would dare to speak to Li Shengtian like that. Here, Li Shengtian waved his hand, and a stack of documents appeared on the table. The students from Wang Lifang's 2nd and 3rd years are all here, and a few other mentor students insisted on joining. I couldn't do anything about it. Both Lu Qingcheng and Xingmeng Pool widened their eyes. This stack of documents was more than twice as thick as what Lu Qingcheng had gathered in the past few days. How did you manage this? Lu Qingcheng asked in surprise. Who just said I wasn't reliable? Is it wrong for someone to make a mistake? Lu Qingcheng immediately put on a pitiful expression. Alright, you all keep busy. With that, Li Shengtian quickly ran off. He didn't want to stay and work. At the same time, Li Shengtian was also thinking about recruiting more younger followers. Although the students at Huaxia Shanhai Academy couldn't compare to someone like Li Shengtian or those destined protagonists, they were indeed considered talented outside. Li Shengtian thought about gathering more followers for future use, and once they grew, it would also enhance the Li family's foundation. Thus, Li Shengtian had Wang Bao specifically look for some outstanding 2nd and 3rd year students, and he personally conducted the interviews. He also contacted Uncle Fu to get some cultivation techniques from the Li family treasury. After planting the magic seed, those younger followers wouldn't harbor resentment towards Li Shengtian, but he needed to help them improve their strength. Otherwise, what was the point of having so many followers just to be cannon fodder? So he decided to use some techniques from the Li family treasury as rewards for them. On one hand, those techniques were just gathering dust, and on the other hand, those followers would be absolutely loyal, so there was no risk of leaking the techniques. Time passed quickly. The annual academy competition at Huaxia Shanhai Academy finally arrived. Recently, Li Shengtian hadn't focused entirely on cultivation but had been dealing with matters related to recruiting followers. After that, he accepted a few exceptionally talented students as followers, and Wang Bao had also worked hard to resolve many issues for Li Shengtian, so Li Shengtian planted the magic seed in him, officially making him a follower. One day, after training, Xingmeng Pool called Li Shengtian to the office alone. As soon as Li Shengtian entered the office, he plopped down on the sofa in Xingmeng Pool's office. Xingmeng Pool looked at Li Shengtian with helplessness. The academy competition officially starts tomorrow, and you don't seem nervous at all? What should I be nervous about? Is it me who needs to be nervous? Hearing this, Xingmeng Pool's expression became serious. Don't be too proud, alright? I'm really afraid you'll crash because of arrogance. Li Shengtian understood that Xingmeng Pool was genuinely worried about him. I understand, I have confidence. Sigh, Xingmeng Pool sighed deeply. Do you know? You are my hope. As long as you achieve good results, I can hold my head high in the academy. If even you fail, I really should leave the academy. Seeing Xingmeng Pool's worried expression again, Li Shengtian asked, what rank do you think would satisfy you? I'm not even expecting you to take first place in the academy. Just as long as you can firmly suppress the 2nd and 1st years, that would be enough. Oh, so a 1st year like me can easily suppress the 2nd and 1st years? Li Shengtian joked. Xingmeng Pool shot him a glance, her eyes sparkling with charm, as if charged with electricity. When their gazes met, Li Shengtian felt a jolt, unable to suppress a gulp. I know you defeated Feng Zhanghao from the 2nd year, that's why I say this. Li Shengtian came back to his senses, as if recalling something. So if I achieve even better results, like taking first place in the academy, will there be a reward? Xing Mengqi's beautiful eyes twinkled. If you can take first place in the academy, how about I grant you a wish? But let me make it clear first, I can't do anything too outrageous. Li Shengtian revealed a triumphant smile. Alright, it's a deal. If you lie, you're a little puppy. Pinky swear. Pfft, Xing Mengqi couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you a bit childish? Saying this, she linked her delicate pinky with Li Xingtian's. Feeling the warmth from his hand, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she suddenly recalled how Li Shengtian had stood resolutely in front of her earlier, causing her heart to skip a beat. What are you thinking about, Xing Mengqi? He's your student. Xing Mengqi quickly cleared her mind of those thoughts. Li Shengtian noticed the change in her expression and smiled slightly. Then I'll head back to rest. Xing Mengqi watched Li Xingtian's departing figure, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. As the gentle breeze of early autumn swept through the Kunlun secret realm, Huaxia Shanhai Academy welcomed its annual grand event, the Academy Competition. On this day, the entire academy was immersed in a lively, intense atmosphere, with talented students eager to showcase their skills in the competition. As dawn broke, the academy square was already bustling with voices, the air thick with an indescribable excitement and anticipation, as if a grand feast was about to begin. In the center of the square, 5 towering arenas stood out prominently. The arenas were constructed from an unknown hard stone, their surfaces emanating a faint spiritual light, appearing solemn and mysterious. Surrounding the arenas, barriers of spiritual energy floated like light screens, enveloping the entire area to ensure safety during the competition. It's finally here, the annual Academy Competition. I wonder who will take first place this year. Come on, buddy, it's definitely Senior Mo Tiancheng. Sigh, why do we first and second years have to compete with you guys? I don't understand what the academy is thinking. The academy ranking is just for the outstanding students to shine. The real important one is the grade ranking, which determines how many cultivation resources you'll get later. At this moment, high up in the stands, Dongfang Yuan Kuei led a group of instructors into the venue. Then, Dongfang Yuan Kuei stepped forward to speak. At this time, among the group of instructors, Wang Lifang shot a glance at Xing Mengqi, her eyes filled with disdain. Xing instructor really has some tricks. She's practically stolen all my first and second year students. Xing Mengqi met her gaze without fear. What are you talking about, Instructor Wang? Those students transferred to my side of their own accord. They all say you're not up to par. Maybe it's time for you to retire? You! Wang Lifang's anger flared instantly. Humph. Don't think I don't know it was your lover student who helped you take my students. But so what? A bunch of first and second years are useless anyway. The academy competition still depends on the third and fourth years. Hearing Wang Lifang slander her and Li Shengtian, Xing Mengqi snorted coldly. Humph. I hope Instructor Wang achieves good results. After saying this, Xing Mengqi turned her gaze to the front row of the stands where Li Shengtian was. At this moment, Li Shengtian was living the good life, sprawled across his seat, his legs resting on Yang Muyan's lap, his head resting on Lu Qingqing's thigh, while one girl massaged his legs and another massaged his head, with Luo Bing and Si Yinyao taking turns beside him. This guy. Xing Mengqi felt helpless towards Li Shengtian. The other students were filled with envy and jealousy. Whoa, is this Li Xiao? So amazing. I want that treatment too. You can go die. Take a look at yourself. The 4 beauties of the academy, are they all Li Xiao's women? Woo. Now, the Huaxia Shanhai Academy competition officially begins. With a command from Dean Dongfang Yuan Kuei, the academy competition officially commenced. Go! In the audience, the cheers of the students rose and fell, waving their flags to cheer for their favorite competitors. Soon, a beautiful teacher stepped onto the stage, signaling for everyone to quiet down. Next, we will conduct the draw for the first round of battles. In this round, each person will only draw an opponent from their own grade. Auxiliary cultivators will not participate in the competition. The academy has other arrangements for them. Please look at the big screen. The big screen beside the arena began to roll, and the students felt a surge of tension, hoping to face an easy opponent. Heavenly spirits, earth spirits, please don't let me draw Li Shengtian. I don't want to be eliminated in the first round. Yes, don't let it be Li Shengtian. The first year students had already begun to pray, clearly feeling that Li Shengtian was an unbeatable opponent in their eyes. Now displaying the first year battle list. Zhang Yan vs Inha, Kong Feiping vs Yi Yishifeng, Li Shengtian vs Fang Gaoming, Lu Qingcheng vs Su Xiaoxian. When the list of opponents was revealed, some students were overjoyed while others were dismayed. The student named Fang Gaoming directly knelt on the ground, looking up to the sky and howling, "No! Snowflakes flutter, the north wind howls, who the hell played that music? Oh, sorry, I was just trying to liven up the atmosphere." Li Shengtian casually glanced at the battle list, mainly looking for Lu Qingqing's opponent, as he had no opponents below the 4th grade. "How about it, Qingcheng? Are you confident? Lu Qingcheng pinched Li Xingtian's waist. Don't look down on people. How could I dare? Haha. Now, let's proceed to the first match. Please welcome Li Shengtian and Fang Gaoming to the first arena, Yi Zhifeng and Kong Feiping to the second arena, and the fifth group of students to the stage. Li Shengtian raised an eyebrow. They're putting me first again, on purpose, right? Saying this, Li Shengtian slowly stood up and walked onto the stage. Standing on one side of the arena, Li Shengtian's gaze was calm and resolute. Today, he wore a black outfit, exuding an extraordinary aura. Fang Gaoming finally stepped onto the stage after being pushed by several classmates. Good morning, Li Shengtian. Fang Gaoming greeted Li Shengtian first, then shouted to the beautiful teacher, Teacher, can I forfeit? The beautiful teacher glanced at Li Shengtian, who was standing with his arms crossed, and smiled. Sorry, student, our academy has a rule that you cannot forfeit, you can only be defeated. What a ridiculous rule. Woo woo. Fang Gaoming complained, then looked at Li Shengtian. Li Shengtian, can you go easy on me? Li Shengtian nodded. The match begins. Come on. Li Shengtian's tone was flat, yet it revealed an undeniable dominance. Hearing this, Fang Gaoming no longer hesitated, immediately channeling his spiritual energy, his figure leaping forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, pouncing towards Li Shengtian. However, just as he was about to make contact with Li Shengtian, Li Shengtian's figure suddenly became illusory, as if blending into the air. Is this body technique? Fang Gaoming was startled and quickly changed his attack, trying to lock onto Li Shengtian's real position. Li Shengtian's figure flickered and appeared at Fang Gaoming's flank, murmuring, "Nine heavens divine phoenix feather." As the words fell, a brilliant flame erupted behind Li Shengtian, and a massive phoenix phantom flapped its wings, ready to soar, with countless fiery feathers cascading towards the opponent like shooting stars. The fiery feathers carried destructive power, igniting the air wherever they passed, producing crackling sounds. Fang Gaoming hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy to form a shield, attempting to withstand the overwhelming rain of fire feathers. However, the power of those fire feathers was truly astonishing. In just a moment, his shield was pierced, and countless fire feathers penetrated the shield, leaving charred wounds all over his body. Ah! Fang Gaoming screamed in agony, his body involuntarily flying backward and crashing heavily onto the arena. Just as Fang Gaoming struggled to get up, he suddenly slapped himself. What the hell am I doing trying to stand up? He then fell back down. His acting was obvious to anyone with discerning eyes, but the audience couldn't help but exclaim, Fang Gaoming is truly remarkable. The beautiful teacher sighed, Li Shengtian wins. Oh, Li Xiao is amazing. Long live the boss. Cheers erupted from the stands, though not as loud, as Li Shengtian had won too easily. Everyone knew he would win, and Li Shengtian himself knew it too, unless his opponent was the destined protagonist. Impressive, the nine heavens divine phoenix feathers are becoming more and more adept, Lu Qingcheng praised without reservation. Li Shengtian was happy to hear it. Who wouldn't like being praised by their wife? Want to learn? I'll guide you tonight. Lu Qingcheng's pretty face flushed. Pa, I know what you're thinking. We agreed not to do that during the academy competition. I was just teasing you. Soon, the other four groups in the first match with Li Shengtian also determined their winners. Ye Zhifeng wins. Next up is the second match. Please welcome Lu Qingcheng and Su Shaoxian, Zhang Yan and Inha. Please 5 groups of students to the stage. I'm going. Lu Qingcheng confidently walked onto the arena. Today, Lu Qingcheng was also dressed in a black outfit, standing on one side of the arena with her arms crossed in front of her chest, exuding an air of confidence. Wow, is that the goddess Lu? That pose somehow looks familiar. Just take off the somewhat and be confident. You just saw it. Was it Li Xiao in that pose just now? Oh, that makes sense. The match begins. Sister Qingcheng, go easy on me, Su Shaoxian said from the opposite side. Lu Qingcheng nodded. Since her opponent was also a girl, she definitely wouldn't go all out. Here I come, Su Shaoxian shouted, charging toward Lu Qingcheng. However, what happened next left the audience with their mouths agape. Lu Qingcheng also sidestepped to the side of her opponent, using the same 9 heavens divine phoenix feathers, defeating her opponent with a single strike. The only difference was that Li Shengtian's movement was the heavenly dragon 8 steps, while Lu Qingcheng used flowing clouds. After Su Shaoxian fell, she realized how far she was from Lu Qingcheng and simply decided to stop trying to get up, just like Fang Gaoming. The referee immediately announced Lu Qingcheng's victory, and she walked over to Su Shaoxian, extending her hand to help her up. The two girls exchanged smiles. Ah, this is another inexplicable sense of familiarity. Be confident, just. Alright, I get it. This is exactly like Li Xiao's match just now. So envious, is this what a divine couple looks like? I have to say, Goddess Lu is the best. Li Xiao has no humanity. Swish! As soon as that person's words fell, everyone around turned to look at him, then silently moved away, creating a space in the crowded stands. The person couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. A burly man stepped forward, looking down at him from above. "My name is Li Taimei. Who did you just say has no humanity? Do you dare to challenge me on the arena?" Gulp! The person couldn't help but swallow. "I was wrong. I won't speak ill of Li Xiao again." Humph. After winning, Lu Qingchang returned directly to her seat, pressing Li Xingtian's head onto her thigh. "So, how is it, my dear husband? Isn't it just as good as yours?" Better than mine. No wonder you're my wife." Lu Qingchang felt pleased, although she knew Li Xingtian was saying it on purpose. She loved hearing it. After that, the first round of competitions for the first grade ended, followed by the second grade, and then the third and fourth grades. Yin Yaoji won her first match easily. After all, she was the pride of the second grade Tianzi class. In the third grade match, Luo Bing also won effortlessly. Now that Wen Long had been defeated by Li Shengtian, Luo Bing became the top of the third grade. Li Shengtian also paid attention to the matches of his little brothers and the other students from Xingmengqi. As expected, the older students from Xingmengqi all lost, and Li Shengtian had no expectations for them anyway. As for the students Li Shengtian had recruited, most of them achieved victory, which was already a good result. At least Xingmengqi wouldn't be criticized. During the fourth grade competition, Li Shengtian also got a preliminary understanding of Mo Tiancheng's strength, 5th stage, level 5, almost one stage higher than Li Shengtian. However, Li Shengtian was completely unperturbed because this time he was going to play big. That night, the students either went to bed early to prepare for the second round of competitions the next day or crammed in some last-minute training. In any case, they were all getting ready for the second round. Li Shengtian returned to his dormitory and fell asleep immediately. The three girls, Lu Qingcheng and the others, had been relentless these past few days, so he could only sleep. On such a quiet night, in a small grove of the academy, a plump figure sneaked in, obscured by the dim light. "Teacher Wu, I'm here." At that moment, another figure emerged from the woods. "I'm over here. Do you think you can help me with what I asked?" You should know that if the academy finds out about this, I'm done for." "Of course I know. Just consider it a favor, okay?" "A favor? You need to show some attitude. I've already given you so much money. Is that not enough?" "Not enough. I still want." He. "Teacher Wu, don't go overboard." Then, the grove echoed with sounds like a pig being slaughtered. The next day, the students arrived early at the competition venue, eager to grab front row seats for a better view of the matches. However, the 5 seats in the front row seemed to be cursed, as no one sat there. At that moment, a few people walked straight to the front row. "Mo Gu, there are seats here." Upon hearing this, Mo Tiancheng, accompanied by 2 lackeys and a woman, walked over. Just as he was about to sit down, a silly voice rang out. "Sorry, this is my boss's seat. You can't sit here." Mo Tiancheng and the others turned to look at Li Taimei, who was flanked by Ai Kuan and several other little brothers of Li Shengtian. "Do you know who I am?" Mo Tiancheng's voice was icy. The surrounding students looked over, eager to see a good show. "I don't care who you are. I said this is my boss's seat, and you can't sit." The onlookers were almost ready to give Li Taimei a thumbs up for daring to speak to Mo Tiancheng like that. "Are you looking for death?" Mo Tiancheng's expression had completely turned cold. Ai Kuan and the others, standing beside Li Taimei, looked ready to confront Mo Tiancheng. Mo Tiancheng couldn't understand. He had always been domineering in the academy, yet today someone dared to stop him? "Boss is here." At that moment, a somewhat childish voice rang out, and everyone turned to look. From the direction of the stands, a slightly chubby student ran to the front, making a loud noise as he set off a party popper, then hoisted a large speaker. The next second, everyone heard, "Everyone, stand aside because Superman is about to appear with every move. I'm just handsome from head to toe." At this moment, Li Shengtian walked out of the passage with a black line on his forehead, while Lu Qingcheng and the other girls covered their faces, fearing to be recognized. "Shu Bo Bo, you better put that thing away, or I'll make you feel pain from head to toe." Shu Bo Bo, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head. "Oh, okay, boss." He quickly turned off the speaker. Li Shengtian glanced at the little brother he had just taken in not long ago, feeling speechless. This guy had a wood-type zero-sequence talent, which was quite outstanding, and his realm was also at the first level of the 4th stage, which was not bad. However, this guy was thick-skinned. The magic seed would make them loyal to Li Shengtian, but it couldn't change their personality, so Li Shengtian was helpless about it. Sigh, being the boss isn't easy, Li Shengtian sighed, and then he saw Mo Tiancheng and a few others standing in front of his reserved seat, along with a few of his other little brothers, and immediately guessed what was going on. "What are you all doing here? Watching a monkey? Li Shangtian walked over slowly. Boss, it's not watching a monkey. This person wants to take your seat. Li Taimei honestly pointed at Mo Tiancheng to report. AI Kuan next to him suddenly poked him a couple of times, frantically blinking to signal Li Taimei to stop talking. What's wrong? Did sand get in your eyes? AI Kuan was directly speechless, not knowing what this guy was thinking. At this moment, Li Shangtian had already walked up to Mo Tiancheng. Oh, I see. I thought someone was performing here. After all, you look quite like a clown, Li Shangtian said nonchalantly. Pfft. Lu Qingcheng and Si Yinyao almost couldn't hold back. Even the ice goddess Luobing couldn't help but chuckle a bit, while Yang Muyun's pretty face had long turned red from holding back. You. Mo Tiancheng pointed at Li Shangtian, thinking for a long time but couldn't come up with a way to scold him. Li Shangtian turned to Zhu Bobo and asked, "Does our academy have any disabled students?" Zhu Bobo was taken aback, wondering why Li Shangtian asked this, and suddenly his clever little brain turned, "Oh, boss, that senior isn't a stutterer." He just got so angry that he became incoherent. AI Kuan and the others were clearly about to burst. Too much bullying, Mo Tiancheng roared, his entire body bursting with spiritual power. Li Shangtian stood calmly, watching Mo Tiancheng, and also unleashed his spiritual power, revealing a sense of destructive sword intent. What? Are you going to make a move? Although Li Shangtian's distant realm was not as high as Mo Tiancheng's, the strength of his spiritual power was not much worse, and the endless aura of destruction emanating from his sword intent made the people around him feel terrified. What is that? So scary. I can feel that young Master Li is emitting a strong aura of destruction, as if he wants to tear me apart. Me too. I feel like I'm already a dead person. Mo Tiancheng felt the aura released by Li Shangtian, his brows furrowing into a shape, and then he actively withdrew his spiritual power. Seeing this, Li Shangtian also retracted his power. Junior Li truly has extraordinary talent. I think we will meet on the arena, Mo Tiancheng said fiercely. Li Shangtian snorted coldly, "Humph, we will meet, and then we'll settle old and new scores together." Mo Tiancheng frowned. "I haven't had any conflict with you before, have I? You injured my wife in the starry secret realm, and that matter hasn't been settled yet." As he spoke, Li Shangtian's tone turned icy. Mo Tiancheng looked around and finally noticed Lu Qingcheng behind Li Shangtian, then remembered that he had ambushed her in the ruins of the secret realm to escape the pursuit of the magical beasts. Then let's see the truth on the arena. Mo Tiancheng left this sentence and took his few followers away. Li Shangtian coldly watched the direction Mo Tiancheng left, who just said he wasn't a stutterer. I think he's quite stuttery. Ha ha ha. AI Kuan and the others couldn't hold back any longer, clutching their stomachs and laughing wildly. Lu Qingcheng, Yang Muyun, and Si Yinyao all covered their mouths, laughing until they cried, while Luo Bing covered her mouth and chuckled but wasn't as exaggerated as the other three. After the commotion, the onlookers had a new understanding of Li Shangtian's strength. At least in their eyes, Li Shangtian really had a chance to defeat Mo Tiancheng. Not long after, the beautiful teacher walked back onto the stage. Today we will proceed with the second round of the Academy's grand competition. This round will have first and second graders, and a mixed draw for third and fourth graders. Next, we will conduct the second round draw for the first and second graders. How exciting! I might run into a second grader today. He. If I face a first grader, won't that be a sure win? Bro, aren't you afraid of jinxing yourself? What if you run into Li Shaoshi? Forget I said anything. Then the screen revealed the matchups. First grader Li Shangtian vs second grader Wu Bai. First grader Lu Qingcheng vs second grader Fu Xinian. Second grader AI Kuan vs second grader Fei Yan. Second grader Li Taimei vs second grader Wan Shui. It's over, brothers. I drew the grand prize. It's really not easy for me, Wu Bai. Congratulations, brother Wu. Thank you for your hard work. Li Shangtian looked at the matchups on the screen, his brows furrowing. Qingcheng, have you noticed something off about this list? Lu Qingcheng nodded. I noticed too. All of Dream Sister's students facing first graders are matched against second graders, and all the second graders are the top-ranked ones. It seems someone is being dishonest. Are you saying someone tampered with it? Lu Qingcheng stroked her chin, instantly transforming into a detective. Li Shangtian gave her a speechless glance. Isn't that obvious? The odds of winning the lottery are higher than this. Should we tell Dream Sister? Does Dream Sister need us to tell her? She knows her students better than we do. Li Shangtian was right. At that moment, Xing Mengqi had already noticed the irregularities in the matchups and rushed to complain to Dongfang Yuan Kue. Dean, someone has tampered with this list. Oh, what happened? The other instructors perked up their ears, while Wan Lifang wore a smug expression. Xing Mengqi shared her findings with Dongfang Yuan Kue, who understood that Xing Mengqi was being targeted and could guess who was behind it. but without evidence, he couldn't take action. Humph. Instructor Xing, I told you before that people should do fewer bad things, or they'll face divine retribution. Look, isn't the retribution here? Wang Lifang mocked, clearly referring to Xing Mengqi stealing her students. Director Wang, I think you did this, right? Wang Lifang appeared completely unfazed. Humph. Instructor Xing, stop slandering me. Dean, you must see through this. Dongfang Yuan Kue felt helpless. He had a good idea that Wang Lifang was behind it. It was too obvious, especially since she and Xing Mengqi were at odds, but she was confident because he had no evidence. He then glanced at Xing Mengqi, signaling her to endure for now. Xing Mengqi understood that Dongfang Yuan Kue was in a difficult position and could only swallow her anger, planning to find evidence of Wang Lifang's underhanded tactics. At this point, the competition had already begun, and Li Shengtian was called up first again, suspecting this was a deliberate arrangement by Dongfang Yuan Kue. Li Xiao, let's just play around a bit. I'll go down soon, Wu Bai pleaded. Alright, just a little play. Good. Seeing Li Shengtian agree, Wu Bai felt a surge of joy, but upon seeing Li Shengtian smile, he felt a chill run down his spine. The match begins. Whoosh! Li Shengtian transformed into a streak of blazing fire, appearing right in front of Wu Bai. Just as Wu Bai tried to dodge, he found himself unable to move, his heart racing. Then, Li Shengtian raised his right hand, flames soaring, transforming into a massive illusion of a vermilion bird. Wu Bai had nowhere to escape and was sent flying by a punch from Li Shengtian. In midair, Wu Bai finally regained his ability to move and shouted, but we agreed to just play around. Li Shengtian shrugged. He was just playing around, but how could he help it if he couldn't take it? After that, Lu Qingqing easily defeated her second-grade opponent as well. Ce Niaoji and Luo Bing both advanced to the third round of the competition after defeating their opponents. Xu Bobo and a few of Li Xingtian's underlings also made it to the next round, as expected, since they were all people of fortune and quite capable. Meanwhile, most of the students from Xing Mengqi lost their matches due to deliberately arranged confrontations, with only a few achieving victory at a painful cost. The second round of the Academy competition has concluded. The next round will feature a mixed draw from the entire Academy, and the Academy will give everyone a week to prepare. We hope you can achieve even better results. After the day's matches, Xing Mengqi called Li Shengtian to her office. The match list was definitely arranged by Wang Lifang, but we have no evidence, and the dean can't do anything about her. Xing Mengqi trembled with anger, her frustration boiling inside, releasing only a long sigh. Seeing this, Li Shengtian knew that Xing Mengqi was quite vulnerable at the moment, so he reached out and patted her head. It's okay, let her be arrogant for now, I'll make her pay soon. Feeling his gesture, Xing Mengqi was momentarily taken aback and didn't resist, but then blushed and pushed his hand away. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Don't pat my head. Sister Meng, you look beautiful when you blush, Li Shengtian said, unable to resist the urge to bite her rosy cheeks. What are you saying? Xing Mengqi felt as if she might evaporate, but her rational mind reminded her that she was Li Xingtian's mentor and couldn't have anything with him. Alright, you should rest well. You've been worried sick about those students these past few days. Leave Wang Lifang to me. After saying this, Li Shengtian took advantage of Xing Mengqi's moment of distraction and patted her head again. By the time she reacted, he had already dashed out of the office. What is wrong with me? No, he is my student. Xing Mengqi quickly took a couple of sips of cold tea, suppressing the flutter in her heart, her eyes flashing with determination. Meanwhile, after leaving Xing Mengqi's office, Li Shengtian immediately gathered all his underlings. The group rushed over, not daring to slack off. Who in the academy has the ability to alter the competition match list? Hearing Li Xingtian's question, everyone exchanged glances and shook their heads. At this moment, Wang Bao thought for a moment and said, Boss, it can only be someone from the examination department. The academy prevents cheating, so teachers from other departments don't have the authority to access these things. Li Shengtian raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? I'm sure. The match list is randomly generated, and to change it in such a short time, it can only be someone from the examination department. Got it. From now on, you all follow Wang Lifang. I want to know her every move. Li Shengtian glanced at Wang Bao and a few other underlings. You guys check who in the examination department is connected to Wang Lifang. Yes, boss. Everyone replied in unison. Li Shengtian then returned to his dormitory to focus on his training. Such tracking investigations were best left to his underlings. A week passed quickly, but there was still no news from those tracking Wang Lifang. Li Shengtian wasn't anxious. There was no wall that doesn't let the wind through, and they would eventually catch her in the act. The night before the third round of the academy competition. Boss, Wang Lifang is on the move. She's sneaking out of the mentor's apartment all by herself. Upon receiving the news, Li Shengtian immediately stopped his training, follow her, but be careful not to be discovered. Understood, Li Shangtian set off right away. Soon after, in a secluded grove within the academy. Boss, over here. AI Kuan ran up to Li Shangtian. Where? This way. Following AI Kuan, the two stealthily approached a large bush. As they got closer, Li Shangtian heard a series of unpleasant roars. What's going on? Wang Bao immediately replied. Boss, that Wang Lifang is out here in the wild with someone. It's too dark for us to see who it is, but we just recorded them plotting to tamper with the duel list, and this time it's aimed at you, boss. Li Shangtian was also surprised. He knew what Wang Lifang looked like, and he couldn't believe someone would be into that. However, when Li Shangtian heard that Wang Lifang dared to target him, he immediately sneered. Very good. He then looked at AI Kuan. Get your phone ready to record. AI Kuan quickly understood and took out his phone. Control both of them for me, go. At that moment, Wang Lifang and Teacher Wu were at a critical point, and Wang Lifang let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Suddenly, several figures rushed out from the bushes. Teacher Wu was so scared that he froze and immediately got up to pull up his pants, preparing to escape. Vine entanglement. Shubobo summoned vines to bind Teacher Wu, and then Li Taimei followed up with an injection, causing Teacher Wu to feel all his strength vanish instantly. Wang Lifang had just regained her senses and hadn't had time to get up before Shubobo tied her up, and Li Taimei did the same to Wang Lifang, rendering her powerless. Both were 7th-tier cultivators, but they were caught off guard while doing something shameful, and with Li Shangtian and the others suddenly appearing and administering a special drug, they were easily controlled. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Be careful, or I'll tell my mentor. Wang Lifang shouted as she struggled. Slap! Li Taimei slapped Wang Lifang's chubby face, and the stunned Wang Lifang immediately quieted down. TSK. Quite an eyesore, quite an eyesore. At this moment, Li Shangtian walked over, covering his eyes as he looked at the disheveled Wang Lifang. Li Shangtian, it's you! Let them release me, otherwise, I'll tell Xing Mengqi. Seeing Li Shangtian, Wang Lifang shouted again. Li Shangtian waved his hand, and Li Taimei delivered several hard slaps to Wang Lifang's face. Stop hitting! I was wrong. Wang Lifang quickly lost her previous arrogance and pleaded desperately. But without Li Shangtian's order, Li Taimei wouldn't stop. As Wang Lifang's screams grew fainter, Li Shangtian finally told Li Taimei to stop. He then walked in front of Teacher Wu. You're from the examination department? You altered the duel list? Yes. I was confused and was misled by her. Please spare me this time. Seeing Wang Lifang's fate, Teacher Wu no longer dared to speak loudly to Li Shangtian. However, Li Shangtian looked at Teacher Wu with a strange expression. What were you thinking? What did you see in her? Teacher Wu naturally knew what Li Shangtian was referring to and chuckled. Personal preference. Li Shangtian gave him a thumbs up. Brave man. He then asked AI Kuan, did you record everything? Recorded it, boss. Cut out the part where we hit them. We're not forcing a confession. As he spoke, Li Shangtian turned around. Take them both away. After a while, Li Shangtian directly brought his group of underlings, binding Wang Lifang and Teacher Wu to the dean's office. Originally, Dongfang Yuan Kuei had already gone to rest but was called back by Li Shangtian to work overtime. What's the rush? Dean, I formally report that mentor Wang Lifang and Teacher Wu from the examination department colluded to tamper with the academy's duel list. Li Shangtian pointed at the two, who were tied up by several underlings. Dongfang Yuan Kuei's gaze sharpened as he stared at Wang Lifang and Teacher Wu. Is it true? Wang Lifang still wanted to argue, but Teacher Wu, knowing that everything about him and Wang Lifang had been recorded by Li Shangtian, had no way out and immediately knelt down. Dean, I was confused for a moment. I deserve to die. Please punish me, Teacher Wu said, shedding a few tears, sounding quite passionate. Dongfang Yuan Kuei frowned. So it's true? It's true. Dean, it was all Wang Lifang who misled me. Teacher Wu thought about throwing the main responsibility onto Wang Lifang, and with his own admission of guilt, perhaps he could still remain in the academy. Wu da, you bastard. You didn't say that when you were good with me. Wang Lifang immediately shouted angrily. Who was good with you? It was clearly you who seduced me. Listening to their words, Dongfang Yuan Kuei glanced at Wang Lifang's plump figure and couldn't help but be taken aback. Alright, if you confess everything you did, I might go easy on you. Wu Di immediately spilled how Wang Lifang had lured him and even sent him money, as well as how he had tampered with the competition list. Dongfang Yuan Kuei slammed the table. Humph. Wu Da, do you still remember the oath of fairness and strictness you made before entering the examination department? You should go to the hygiene department and contribute to the academy's cleanliness. I was wrong, Dean. Wu Di immediately banged his head on the ground, knowing he would never have a chance for promotion again. Dongfang Yuan Kuei then turned to Wang Lifeng. I told you long ago to be grounded and not to cheat and be sly. Now you must pay the price for your actions. Effective immediately, you are no longer a mentor at the academy. Wang Lifeng's eyes went blank as she collapsed to the ground, knowing it was over for her. Being expelled from Huaxia Shanghai Academy for such a disgraceful reason would be permanently recorded in her personal file, and no organization or unit would ever hire her again. Dongfang Yuan Kuei let out a long breath to suppress his anger. Little one, you did well this time. What reward do you want? No need for a reward. I just hope the dean can give Mentor Xing and those students an explanation. Of course. Dongfang Yuan Kuei then urgently issued a notice. Due to the report and investigation by first-year student Li Shengtian and others, it has been confirmed that former mentor Wang Lifeng and examination department Wu De maliciously tampered with the academy's competition list. The following penalties are imposed. Compensation will be provided to the students affected by the tampered competition list. Soon, all faculty and students of the academy received the notice. Damn, that old hag got expelled. The dean finally did something good. Eliminated a major threat to the academy. Can't see? It's obvious that this old woman provoked Li Xiao and got dealt with. Damn, I was wondering why I was so unlucky. Turns out I was deliberately switched opponents. What else is there to say? Thank you, boss. Thank you, dean. At this moment, Lu Qingcheng had just finished her shower. Fresh from the bath, she resembled a delicate flower adorned with dew. Her skin glowed with a rosy sheen, a few strands of damp hair clung to her cheeks and neck, adding to her languid charm. In the mist, her eyes seemed veiled in a thin layer of gauze, alluring and captivating, her lips a tempting shade of red, her bathrobe loosely tied, revealing her exquisite collarbone, exuding an enchanting allure that made it hard to look away. Just then, the dean's notification was released, and Lu Qingqing opened her phone to see it, her sexy red lips curling into a slight smile. This damn man can be quite reliable sometimes. Xing Mengqi had just finished her work, leaning back in her chair and stretching, nearly popping the buttons on her blouse. The flesh-colored stockings clung tightly to her long, straight legs, shimmering with a delicate glow, accentuating their enticing curves. As Xing Mengqi lifted one long leg over the other, her black high heels hit the ground, revealing her delicate, exquisite feet, with her red-painted toenails faintly visible beneath the stockings. Ding dong, the phone on her desk rang, and as she picked it up, a joyful expression instantly appeared on her slightly fatigued face. This little one really surprised me. Xing Mengqi then stood up, took her phone, and walked out of the office. After dealing with Wang Lifeng and Wu De, Li Shengtian took out a few books of techniques sent by Uncle Fu. You guys have worked hard these days. This counts as a reward. Li Taimei immediately refused. It's only right for us to work for the boss. How can we ask for a reward? Ai Kuan and the others nodded in agreement. Alright, you all go practice. Only when your strength increases can you do more for me. Upon hearing this, they finally accepted the cultivation methods given by Li Shengtian. Wow! Second-tier cultivation methods, the group exclaimed as they looked at the methods in their hands. While Li Shengtian considered these second-tier methods to be worthless, they were extremely valuable to them. In this world, first-tier cultivation methods were very rare, and second-tier methods were not common either. Most people considered it good enough to cultivate to the third or fourth tier. Of course, there were first-tier methods among those sent by Uncle Fu, but it wasn't the right time for them to receive those yet. Practice well, Li Shengtian said before leaving, but the few younger brothers silently vowed to train hard to repay their boss. Not long after, Li Shengtian returned to his dormitory. To his surprise, Xing Mengqi was sitting in his room, and her beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings immediately caught his attention. Ahem, Li Shengtian quickly shifted his gaze. Sister Meng, what brings you here? Xing Mengqi smiled slightly at him. Of course, I'm here to thank you. You must have put in a lot of effort to help me catch Wang Lifeng, right? Li Shengtian sat down beside her. Not really, he replied honestly. He truly hadn't done much, as most of the work was done by his younger brothers. However, Xing Mengqi didn't see it that way. Don't be so modest. So how does Sister Meng plan to thank me? Li Shengtian glanced at her beautiful legs, suddenly feeling parched. Xing Mengqi noticed his gaze and pulled her clothes down to cover her thighs. What kind of reward do you want? How about a kiss? Upon hearing this, Xing Mengqi's eyebrows shot up. Li Shengtian, I am your mentor. I hope you recognize our relationship. She deliberately made her tone cold. Li Shengtian was momentarily stunned and didn't speak, remaining silent for a long time before bitterly saying, I understand, Mentor Xing. Then I don't want any reward. You may leave. He then stood up and entered the training room. Xing Mengqi watched his back, feeling an inexplicable pang in her heart, her nose tinged with a sourness. wanting to call out to him but unable to find the words. The next day, the third round of the academy competition arrived. Li Shangtian lay in the front row as usual, while Lu Qingcheng and the others took it upon themselves to massage him and knead his legs. "How did you catch Wan Lifang yesterday?" Lu Qingcheng asked. Li Shangtian then recounted the events of the past few days to the girls. The four of them laughed uncontrollably, admiring that Wu De was quite a tough character. Attention all students, the third round of the academy competition is about to begin. From this round onward, surrendering is allowed. Now, let's proceed with the matchups. The voice of the beautiful teacher immediately captured everyone's attention, and everyone turned to look at the big screen. First year Ji Xinghuai versus second year Di Ningji, second year Ai Kuan versus third year Wang Lu, second year Li Taimei versus fourth year Zhang Heng, first year Li Shengtian versus third year Luo Bing, first year Lu Qingcheng versus third year Song Yueming, second year Si Yinyao versus fourth year Mo Tiancheng. As the matchups were announced, Li Shengtian looked at Luo Bing with a smile. Luo Bing was stunned when she saw her opponent. "What's wrong, Bing Bing? Afraid you can't beat me?" Li Shengtian laughed. "I was just thinking about whether to surrender. Don't hold back just because I'm your man, just go all out." With Li Shengtian's response, Luo Bing gently nodded. When Li Shengtian saw that his opponent was actually Mo Tiancheng, he immediately said, "Yaoji, if you can't win, just step down. Don't get hurt, okay?" Si Yin Yaoji knew that Li Shengtian was concerned for her, and with a sweet smile, she kissed him on the forehead. "Got it. Aren't you going to care about me?" Lu Qingcheng puffed her cheeks. Seeing her like this, Li Shengtian couldn't help but pull Lu Qingcheng into an embrace and kissed her. Lu Qingcheng clearly didn't expect Li Shengtian to suddenly do this in front of so many people. After a long moment, their lips parted. "You two, don't get hurt." "Got it." Lu Qingcheng blushed and turned her head away. "Now, let's begin the first match. Please welcome Li Shengtian and Luo Bing. Please have the 5 groups of students come on stage." Hearing that he was once again the first, Li Shengtian glanced at Dongfang Yuan Kuei, and unexpectedly met his gaze. Dongfang Yuan Kuei smiled at Li Shengtian while stroking his beard. Li Shengtian's forehead twitched. "Old dang, this is definitely intentional." Then Li Shengtian and Luo Bing walked onto the stage. The match begins. Seeing that Luo Bing didn't make a move, he teased, "Come on, Bing Bing. Let me see if you're as good on the stage as you are in bed." Luo Bing was so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to hide in, thinking how could this guy say such things in front of so many people. With a flick of her wrist, a blue longsword appeared in Luo Bing's hand. Seeing this, Li Shengtian also summoned his Heartfall Kunlun. The blue longsword sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, and Luo Bing took a deep breath, lightly tapping the ground with the sword tip, her figure darting towards Li Shengtian like a nimble swallow. Her swordplay was light and swift, each move containing formidable power. Li Shengtian, seeing this, curled his lips into a playful smile. He didn't rush to attack but instead slightly shifted his body, cleverly evading Luo Bing's assault. The Heartfall Kunlun in his hand seemed to come alive, sometimes transforming into a streak of light, complementing the blue longsword. At other times, it vanished into the air, making it hard to grasp. The two seemed to share a tacit understanding, neither using other techniques, only exchanging sword moves and footwork. Li Shengtian didn't even use the destruction sword intent. "Bing Bing, it seems you're not just good in bed, huh?" Li Shengtian teased while dodging. Hearing this, Luo Bing's face flushed, but her attacks became even more fierce. She knew that if she didn't show her true skills, it would be hard to gain an advantage over Li Shengtian. However, no matter how hard she tried, Li Shengtian always managed to effortlessly deflect her attacks in a nearly mocking manner. His footwork was graceful, and his swordplay was exquisite. Every counterattack was perfectly timed, showcasing his strength without truly harming Luo Bing. "Bing Bing, I'm going to get serious now." Li Shengtian suddenly dropped the playful smile, his gaze sharpening. Before his words fell, he sprang into action, the Heartfall Kunlun tracing a brilliant arc in the air. Luo Bing realized too late to dodge, raising her blue longsword to block. Swish! Seeing Luo Bing block with her sword, Li Shengtian didn't hold back much, and with a shower of sparks, Luo Bing's longsword was directly severed. The Heartfall Kunlun aimed straight for Luo Bing's vital points. But just as the Heartfall Kunlun was about to touch Luo Bing's skin, Li Shengtian skillfully moderated his strength, transforming the sword's momentum into a gentle force, lightly pushing Luo Bing away. Luo Bing stumbled a few steps, steadying herself, and looked at the broken sword in her hand, her face filled with surprise and admiration. She knew the gap between her and Li Shengtian, but she didn't expect it to be this vast. "I concede." Luo Bing took a deep breath and said calmly. "Li Shengtian wins." Li Shengtian walked up to Luo Bing, took her fair hand, and joked, "Great job, Bing Bing." As your man, it's normal that you can't beat me. Luo Bing glanced at Li Shengtian with a rare expression of disdain, her gaze stunningly beautiful. I'll get you a good sword another day. I can't have my woman using such a subpar weapon. Li Shengtian led Luo Bing off the stage. Luo Bing obediently followed behind him, a smile appearing on her face. The competition continued, and later, Lu Qingcheng, risking serious injury, defeated her third-year opponent, only to be lectured by Li Shengtian after stepping down. Oomph, next time you show off, you better think about whether I'll be worried too. Lu Qingcheng pouted, but inside, she felt sweet. At least she knew Li Shengtian truly cared for her. Li Shengtian had nothing to say. Alright, I promise I won't show off again. Of course, he wouldn't mention that he wasn't showing off. He always acted with confidence in his abilities. Next, we will have the final match. Please welcome second-year Ciyin Yaoji and fourth-year Mo Tiancheng. Please have the fifth group of students come to the stage. Yaoji, remember, if you can't win, admit defeat. Li Shengtian reminded Ciyin Yaoji before she stepped onto the stage. Got it. Ciyin Yaoji then walked onto the platform. You're Li Shengtian's woman? Mo Tiancheng squinted, staring intently at Ciyin Yaoji. Yes. Ciyin Yaoji replied coldly. She would show no kindness to any man other than Li Shengtian. Very well, then you go first. With that, Mo Tiancheng drew a black broadsword. Ciyin Yaoji also took out her weapon, a long whip. Her gaze was resolute, the whip slicing through the air like a serpent, striking directly at Mo Tiancheng. Each of her attacks was filled with anger and determination, vowing to prove her strength and not embarrass Li Shengtian. However, Mo Tiancheng, as a top student in the fourth year, was far beyond Ciyin Yaoji's expectations. He moved like a ghost, easily dodging the whip strikes while swinging his black broadsword, each slash accompanied by a whistling wind, pressing towards Ciyin Yaoji's vital points. Despite Ciyin Yaoji giving it her all, she ultimately fell behind due to her lack of experience and cultivation. Wild wave. Suddenly, Mo Tiancheng slashed out, the blade's energy crashing towards Ciyin Yaoji like a giant wave. She was knocked back by his strike, stumbling and nearly falling. Gritting her teeth, she endured the pain and swung her whip again, trying to turn the tide. Oomph, flying stream. Mo Tiancheng clearly wouldn't give her that chance, his broadsword like a shadow, shimmering with waterlight, forcing Ciyin Yaoji into a desperate situation. Finally, after a fierce clash, Ciyin Yaoji was accidentally cut on the shoulder by Mo Tiancheng's blade, blood instantly staining her clothes. Seeing this, Li Shengtian's eyes seemed to frost over. Yaoji, admit defeat. Ciyin Yaoji was about to respond when she saw Mo Tiancheng had already flashed in front of her, the black broadsword now looming before her. Bang! Mo Tiancheng's strike landed directly on Li Shengtian's heart, like a meteor crashing into Kunlun. Li Shengtian had one hand behind his back and the other raised with his sword, the clash of blade and sword creating a shockwave that lifted the corners of his clothes. You won't die, but you will wish you had. Li Shengtian's words were as cold as ice. Then I'll wait. Mo Tiancheng wins. Li Shengtian turned and picked up Ciyin Yaoji, carrying her back to the dormitory. After the third round of the competition, the Academy's tournament officially entered the top 32. In this match, Li Shengtian faced an opponent ranked in the top 50 of the third year, but still defeated him without using many of his skills. In the subsequent top 16 match, Li Shengtian finally encountered a fourth-year student, who was also one of Mo Tiancheng's followers. The opponent immediately declared that they would stop Li Shengtian at the top 16, but who would have thought that upon hearing that the opponent was from Mo Tiancheng, Li Shengtian showed no mercy and crushed them with lightning speed. This left the teachers and students of the academy in shock. They simply could not imagine what kind of extraordinary talents someone who had just completed their first year could possess to improve so rapidly. Now, he was already able to overpower some of the more outstanding fourth-year students. Everyone couldn't help but think that if Li Shengtian were given another year, Mo Tiancheng would probably not be his match at all. Finally, the academy competition reached the top 8. This time, Li Shengtian's opponent was unexpectedly Li Taimei. All of Li Shengtian's other subordinates, including the strongest Jubobo, had already been eliminated in the top 16, leaving only Li Taimei, who, thanks to his incredible luck, had faced either weak opponents or those who were heavily injured from previous matches, managing to scrape his way into the top 8. I say, Taimei, why don't you just admit defeat right away? Boss, I don't want to beat you up. Got it, boss, I'll admit defeat as soon as I get on stage. Li Shengtian glanced at him. What, don't you want to give it a try? If you win against me, you'll be famous. Hearing this, Li Taimei scratched his head innocently, looking unconvinced. Boss, I'm foolish, not stupid. Fighting you would just be asking for a beating, right? Li Shengtian was rarely amused by Li Taimei's antics and immediately rewarded him with a second-tier technique. Li Taimei initially wanted to refuse but, recalling what Li Shengtian had said before, accepted it. Thanks, boss. After a moment, the match began. As expected, Li Taimei jumped off the stage immediately. I admit defeat. I can't win. Thus, Li Shengtian achieved the fastest victory since the start of the academy competition. That Li Taimei was definitely arranged by Li Xiao, right? He skipped around to conserve energy for the upcoming semifinals and finals? What Li Xiao arrangement? That Li Taimei is just lucky. Look at the opponents he faced. Damn, I just saw Li Xiao reward that kid with a technique book. I want to be Li Xiao's lackey too. What did you say? At that moment, the speaker was suddenly slapped hard on the shoulder. He turned around to see it was AI Kuan, Zhu Bobo, and a few others. The person probably didn't expect to run into them here. Hello, heroes, I was wrong. Humph. Zhu Bobo snorted coldly, and those around thought the person was doomed, but Zhu Bobo pointed at his nose. Remember this, we are not the boss's lackeys. Yes, you heroes are not lackeys. We are the boss's hounds. Ha! Zhu Bobo's follow-up statement left everyone around stunned, so it was just a nicer name? After saying that, Zhu Bobo and the others turned to leave. On the way, AI Kuan complained that Li Taimei really got lucky to receive the boss's reward. Why don't I have that luck? Zhu Bobo shook his finger. You don't understand. This is called a fool's luck. Makes sense. The others clearly agreed with Zhu Bobo's statement. The top 8 of the academy competition concluded. Unfortunately, Lu Qingcheng also stopped here. After Li Shengtian got off the stage, he kept an eye on Lu Qingcheng's match. He could see that Lu Qingcheng was much stronger than her opponent in terms of skills and combat experience, but unfortunately, her realm was a hard limitation. Her opponent was a top student in the 4th year and a 5th-tier cultivator, while Lu Qingcheng had yet to break through to the 4th tier. It's okay, Xingqiang, I'll take revenge for you when I face him later, Li Shengtian comforted, stroking Lu Qingcheng's smooth face. Sigh, my realm is still too low. Lu Qingcheng pouted. Although she didn't look defeated when she got off the stage, she still had a cold expression, only showing her vulnerable side in front of Li Shengtian, like a girl feeling sad. Li Shengtian immediately embraced Lu Qingcheng upon seeing her. Don't cry, don't cry. Who's crying? Lu Qingcheng grabbed onto Li Shengtian's waist, causing him to gasp in surprise. A few days of rest passed. During this time, Xing Mengqi came to find Li Shengtian, wanting to do some psychological work to help him relax. In the eyes of Xing Mengqi and the entire academy's faculty and students, Li Shengtian's current achievements were already extraordinary. Even if he lost, it wouldn't overshadow his brilliance. However, it seemed that Li Shengtian was deliberately avoiding Xing Mengqi. Several times when Xing Mengqi came to see him, he was either not there or was in seclusion. Even when Xing Mengqi waited all day, he couldn't see him. This left Xing Mengqi feeling empty inside, as if he had lost something precious. Soon, the semifinals of the Academy's grand competition approached. The stands were packed to capacity. Students waved flags and cheered for their favorite contestants. Li Shengtian was undoubtedly the most popular person in the arena. Most first and second year students supported him. Even among the third and fourth year students, many had become fans of Li Shengtian, with a majority being female students. At this moment, Li Shengtian, Mo Tiancheng, and 2 other contestants stood on the stage. Lu Qingcheng and her 3 friends held small flags with Li Shengtian's name written on them. Now we will proceed to the semi-final draw. Contestants, please draw lots. A beautiful teacher then lifted a box in front of the 4. Li Shengtian reached in and pulled out a ball that read 1. Do you think Li Xiao and Mo Shuazhang will meet in the semifinals? Who knows? But if they do, it will be interesting. Indeed, both are candidates for the championship. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Is Li Xiao really that strong? I can't be bothered to argue. Those who talk like that clearly don't watch the matches. Li Xiao hasn't even used his full strength yet, okay? He's just been playing around. The stands buzzed with intense discussions, while Xing Mengqi watched Li Shengtian with a worried expression, his small fists clenched tightly. Contestants who drew number 1, please go to the first stage. Those who drew number 2, please go to the second stage. Li Shengtian and Mo Tiancheng exchanged glances before walking towards their respective stages. Seeing that the 2 did not step onto the same stage, some audience members sighed in relief that Li Shengtian didn't face Mo Tiancheng, while others lamented not being able to witness an epic battle in advance. Li Shengtian stepped onto the stage, still with his arms crossed, casually glancing at his opponent. Name, Lin Zimo. Fate, Person of Fortune. Spiritual Power. Talent, Weapon System, Sword, First Sequence, Realm, Level 5, Stage 1. Technique, Angry Blade / 2nd grade. Li Shengtian was surprised to find that his opponent was a person of fortune, and with a pure sword talent. Having reached this level was already impressive. He immediately thought of bringing this person under his wing. I am Lin Zimo, please give me your guidance. Lin Zimo then drew a shimmering silver long sword, and Li Shangtian also summoned his Heartfall Kunlun. Lin Zimo swung his long sword, creating a silver whirlwind that slashed towards Li Shangtian. Li Shangtian smirked, sidestepping effortlessly while the Heartfall Kunlun's sword light flashed, aiming directly at Lin Zimo's throat. Lin Zimo was taken aback and hurriedly withdrew his sword to defend, but it was already a beat too late, and he could only take Li Shangtian's strike head-on. Clang! The two swords clashed, sparks flying, and Lin Zimo felt a tremendous force surge through, causing him to involuntarily step back. At that moment, Li Shangtian suddenly paused, the tip of the Heartfall Kunlun lightly touching the ground, and flames rapidly spread in circles from the sword center, executing the fighting kill spiral sword. Lin Zimo felt a wave of intense heat wash over him, making it difficult to breathe. Then, he saw fire tornadoes rising around him, surrounding him, with countless sword energies slicing towards him from all directions. Lin Zimo broke out in a sweat, relying solely on instinct to swing his sword in defense. Li Shangtian's figure had long since disappeared into the fire vortex. Lin Zimo shouted loudly, trying to break free from the flame's restraints, but he only saw Li Shangtian's form flicker again, appearing behind him. With a swing of his sword, flames surged forth, and the sword seemed to dance like a fire dragon. Lin Zimo couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the flames, feeling a sharp pain spread throughout his body, as if his spiritual power had been ignited, rampaging within him. The intense burning sensation quickly spread to his heart. Lin Zimo gritted his teeth against the pain, turned, and swung his blade in an attempt to counterattack, but he saw Li Shangtian's figure blur once more, vanishing from his sight like the wind. At this moment, hidden within the swirling sword of battle, Li Shangtian moved his hands, and the surrounding air was rapidly drawn in, a fierce wind howling and gathering. The azure wind blades stacked upon each other, spinning at high speed, as if they could tear the heavens apart, emitting a piercing shriek. With the point of his sword, where the wind blades passed, space seemed to be sliced, and the ground sand and stones were all swept up. Amidst the flying sand and stones, a blue destructive storm fell like a meteor, carrying endless pressure and violent power, to the extreme of wind, fall, and kill. By the time Lin Zimo reacted, the azure violent spiritual power was already before him. Boom! After a violent explosion, Lin Zimo was sent flying, directly suffering countless sword energy's frenzied assault. He crashed out of the fire vortex and slammed onto the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Puff! Lin Zimo, struggling to stand with a body that seemed about to fall apart, instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Just then, the fire vortex descended, and countless sword energies flew toward Lin Zimo, swirling in the air like real entities, dancing like dragons and snakes, emitting a series of dragon-like shrieks. Lin Zimo tried to block the dancing dragon with his long knife, but its immense power lifted him off the ground, followed by the pain of countless sword energies tearing at him. Thud! As Lin Zimo fell unconscious beneath the arena, the match officially ended. The match is over. Student Li Shangtian wins. The beautiful teacher clearly did not expect Li Shangtian to win, and it seemed he had not faced much pressure. At this moment, Li Shangtian sheathed his sword behind him, and a gust of wind blew, lifting the corners of his clothes. The spectators were stunned, not only surprised that Li Shangtian had defeated Lin Zimo, but more so by the radiance emanating from him, as if they were witnessing a young supreme being. Long live the boss! With Xu Bobo being the first to shout this, the audience began to cheer. Li Xiao is amazing. Mo Tiancheng from the second arena was also taken aback. He clearly did not expect Li Shangtian to defeat Lin Zimo so quickly. Even he wouldn't dare to say he could understand Lin Zimo that fast. This undoubtedly increased the pressure in Mo Tiancheng's heart. Just at that moment of distraction, his opponent launched a sudden attack with lightning speed. Fortunately, Mo Tiancheng reacted quickly enough to avoid fatal damage, but his back was slashed, leaving a large wound. Mo Tiancheng, don't look down on people. Are you distracted while fighting me? Hearing this, Mo Tiancheng's eyes flashed with anger. He Shen, you're looking for death. The two then engaged in another fierce battle. Li Shangtian stepped down from the stage and returned to his throne, lying directly on Lu Qingqing's lap. Not bad, you actually won against that Lin Zimo so quickly. Hearing Lu Qingqing's words, Li Shangtian first smiled. It's just taking advantage of talent and techniques. He has pure sword talent, and he doesn't have any powerful techniques. Didn't see that coming? Our young master Li can be humble too? He. Lu Qingqing's words immediately made several sisters laugh. You know I like to speak the truth. This Lin Zimo is indeed impressive. Oh, are you interested? Lu Qingqing teased. You know, I really want to recruit him under my banner. With a powerful technique, that would be quite a force. Then go and subdue him. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have wanted to take him as a guest elder of the Lu family. Lu Qingcheng said this because she had an impression of Lin Zimo. In her past life, Lin Zimo had reached the 10th tier and was one of the main forces of humanity resisting the alien races. However, Li Shangtian was not pleased. I have no objection to you recruiting female followers, but any male, just take him down. Lu Qingcheng realized that Li Shangtian was feeling jealous. Thinking of his strong possessiveness, she quickly said softly, I understand. I promise I won't have anything to do with other men, okay? As she spoke, she kissed Li Shangtian on the cheek. I am very satisfied. At that moment, while Li Shangtian and Lu Qingcheng were flirting, Mo Tiancheng's duel was reaching its climax. Mo Tiancheng was already panting, but his opponent, He Shang, was clearly in worse shape, covered in wounds and his clothes in tatters. Come on, Mo Tiancheng, let's settle this once and for all. He Shang shouted angrily, then gathered the last of his spiritual energy, Flame Fire Python. Seeing this, Mo Tiancheng also frantically channeled his spiritual energy, raging waves devouring the tide. The attacks of water and fire collided, instantly erupting into a wave of energy that engulfed the arena. The audience on the platform widened their eyes but could not see the situation clearly. When the mist cleared, Mo Tiancheng was still standing on the stage, while Li Shang had already fallen. Mo Tiancheng wins. With Mo Tiancheng's victory, the final battle between him and Li Shangtian was about to begin. Mo Tiancheng turned to look at Li Shangtian in the audience, who was also looking back at him. Their eyes met. Mo Tiancheng's were serious, while Li Shangtian's were filled with disdain. This infuriated Mo Tiancheng, and he snorted coldly as he left the arena. There was a week of rest before the finals of the Academy competition. The final showdown between Li Shangtian and Mo Tiancheng was the most anticipated event in the Academy during this time. New king versus former king, who will ultimately prevail? Can Mo Tiancheng defend his championship? Discussing Li Shangtian's extraordinary talent. Countless topics about Li Shangtian and Mo Tiancheng were being fervently discussed in the Academy. On the eve of the finals, Li Shangtian was playing with a branch of the world tree in his hand. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Come in. The door opened, and Xing Mengqi walked in awkwardly. Today, Xing Mengqi was dressed very conservatively, though her tight jeans still outlined her perfect legs. However, Li Shangtian glanced at her and quickly looked away. Is there something you need, Mentor Xing? Hearing Li Shangtian's address, Xing Mengqi's heart skipped a beat. I came to see you. Seeing that Li Shangtian remained silent, Xing Mengqi had no choice but to close the door and sit on the sofa. Tomorrow is the finals, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Xing Mengqi paused. To be honest, you've already given me a great surprise. I never dreamed you would actually make it to the finals. Thank you for your concern, Mentor Xing. I feel no pressure. Li Shangtian's tone was calm, revealing no emotion. Xing Mengqi bit her lip, hesitating for a long time before speaking. You seem to be deliberately distancing yourself from me? Li Shangtian raised his eyes to look at her. Isn't that what you chose, Mentor Xing? Xing Mengqi knew very well that it was her words that had caused Li Shangtian to distance himself. She understood his thoughts, but she couldn't overcome her own barriers. Must it be this way? There was already a hint of tears in Xing Mengqi's voice. Li Shangtian remained unmoved. He was intentionally teasing Xing Mengqi. Her 90% favorability rating already indicated her feelings for him, and he knew she could never overcome the barrier of their teacher-student relationship. So deliberately distancing herself, making her anxious, was the only way to force her to overcome this hurdle. Otherwise, no matter how much Li Shangtian did, it would be in vain. I'm leaving first. Be careful tomorrow. Xing Mengqi could hardly suppress her emotions and hurriedly left after saying this. Back in her apartment, Xing Mengqi threw herself onto the bed and began to sob softly. Did I really do something wrong? The next day, sunlight poured over the battlefield, and the crowd surged, bustling with excitement. Colorful flags fluttered in the wind, seeming to shout encouragement. The audience was already packed, people whispering to each other, excitedly discussing the glorious past achievements of the two contestants. Li Shangtian and Mo Tiancheng stood on opposite sides of the central stage, looking at each other. The finals of the Huaxia Shanghai Academy Grand Competition are about to begin. First, let us welcome the arrival of the old war god, Li. The venue erupted into a frenzy of cheers. What? The old war god Li is here? Look, the one sitting next to the dean is the old war god Li. Wow, is the old war god here to watch Li compete? At this moment, Dongfang Yuan Kuei glanced at Li Jianshan beside him. Why did you old guy decide to come back to the academy? Just for a grand competition final, it hardly seems worth your personal visit, right? I certainly wouldn't bother with a normal academy competition, but my grandson has made it to the finals in his first year. Isn't that worth my trip? Dongfang Yuan Kuei nodded, even he was quite shocked. How long had it been since Li Shangtian enrolled? He could compete with the academy's seasoned students? How extraordinary! Sitting behind Li Jiangshan were Lan Yun and Li Wanshu. Upon hearing Li Jiangshan say that Li Shangtian had reached the finals in his first year, both women put down their work and followed him to watch Li Shangtian's match. However, Li Shangtian was unaware that Li Jiangshan had brought Lan Yun and Li Wanshu along, and when he heard the beautiful teacher announce the welcome for Li Jiangshan, he was momentarily stunned. Let's get started. I can't wait to see my grandson's current strength. What's the rush? Dongfang Yuan Kuei glanced at Li Jiangshan, then shouted, "Start the match." Li Shangtian coldly stared at Mo Tiancheng across from him. Today, the world would know just how extraordinary he, Li Shangtian, truly was. The match officially begins. With the beautiful teacher's words, both Li Shangtian and Mo Tiancheng unleashed their spiritual power. On the stage, Li Jiangshan and Dongfang Yuan Kuei's pupils trembled. Fourth stage? Clearly, Li Shangtian had never fully unleashed his spiritual power before, and they had no idea what level he was at. Seeing it today truly shocked the two elders. Old man, honestly, did your family give this kid some kind of drug? This is outrageous. I don't even know what kind of drug. Lan Yun and Li Wanshu were also shocked and proud to hear that Li Shangtian had reached the fourth stage. Come on, you go first. Li Shangtian raised his hand and beckoned dismissively. Humph, don't be too arrogant. Mo Tiancheng drew out a black broadsword, disregarding any semblance of face, and transformed into a shadow rushing towards Li Shangtian. However, Li Shangtian did not draw his weapon immediately. Instead, he unleashed his wind spiritual power, stepping forward and appearing behind Mo Tiancheng. At the same time, he raised his palm, and a cluster of fire feathers coalesced within, the phantom of a fire phoenix also emerging at that moment. What? Mo Tiancheng was clearly startled by Li Shangtian's instantaneous movement, and he immediately turned and slashed out with his sword, Raging Wave. Yet, Li Shangtian lightly flicked the fire feathers in his hand, and with the sound of the phoenix's cry echoing through the skies, countless fire feathers surged towards Mo Tiancheng like a torrential downpour. Mo Tiancheng truly felt the pressure, drawing a line with his broadsword in front of him, water barrier. Bang bang bang! The fire feathers collided with the water wall, exploding with a continuous sound of blasts, creating a massive mist. Li Shangtian seized the opportunity to transform into a burst of flames and charged into the mist, his fist raised, summoning the phantom of the vermilion bird. Mo Tiancheng had just defended against the fierce assault of the nine heavens' divine phoenix feathers when Li Shangtian's flaming fist appeared before him, and he hurriedly blocked with his black broadsword. Boom! With a loud crash, Mo Tiancheng was forced to retreat repeatedly by Li Shangtian's strike before finally stabilizing his stance, the black broadsword in his hand still trembling. What? How is Mo Tiancheng being pressured by Li? Isn't it obvious? And Li hasn't even used his sword yet. I knew the boss was the strongest. The spectators, including Dongfang Yuan Kuei and Li Jiangshan, were taken aback that Li Shangtian could overpower Mo Tiancheng. They could clearly see that Mo Tiancheng was a genuine fifth tier, yet he was being suppressed by Li Shangtian, who was only fourth tier. You've successfully angered me. Prepare to die. Raging waves devouring the waves. Mo Tiancheng, humiliated in front of everyone, felt a surge of fury and swiftly slashed through the air, sending countless water blades toward Li Shangtian. Li Shangtian's hands danced, and a fierce wind howled, changing the colors of the heavens and earth. He rose into the air like a ghost, his clothes billowing wildly in the strong wind, resembling a demon god descending upon the world. A cyclone rapidly gathered in the palm of Li Shangtian, initially just a gentle breeze, but in an instant, the wind force surged, and visible wind blades intertwined, emitting a piercing shriek as if to tear the sky apart. The air was violently disturbed, and the space seemed to twist. Humph! Arrogant! Extreme wind, destruction! With a sudden push of his palms, a massive azure wind pillar surged forth, carrying endless wind blades, crashing toward his opponent like a world-destroying dragon. The water blades shattered under the immense power of the azure light pillar, which charged straight toward Mo Tiancheng, cracking the arena floor in its path. Water spiral! Ha! Mo Tiancheng quickly spun his broadsword, forming a vortex in an attempt to block the light pillar. Bang! The moment the light pillar made contact with the water vortex, a violent explosion erupted. Poof! Mo Tiancheng immediately felt a sweetness in his throat, blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent flying backward. What? Is Mo Tiancheng really no match for Li? How is that possible? Don't worry, the real show is yet to come. What does that senior mean? Li Jiangshan frowned as he watched Li Shangtian so easily suppress his opponent. Is the previous champion really that weak? There must be some hidden tricks. Ah, Dongfang Yuan Kuei stroked his beard. He is one of my specially recruited students. How could he only have such tricks? Sure enough, Mo Tiancheng, who had fallen to the ground, slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his fierce gaze fixed on Li Shangtian. Very well, you have qualified me to use my true strength. Ha! Then, Mo Tiancheng's entire body erupted with blood energy, his eyes gradually turning red, and his muscles bulged as if stimulated by something. This is Berserk? That's right, Mo Tiancheng possesses not only the first-tier water system talent but also the zero-tier Berserk talent. Dongfang Yuan Kuei watched the two on the arena with great interest. I wonder how this little guy, Li Shangtian, will respond? Mo Tiancheng's spiritual power surged, and his momentum grew even stronger. Humph! Prison Dragon Battle Classic, rise! Li Shangtian snorted coldly, knowing through the system that Mo Tiancheng had a Berserk talent. As Li Shangtian raised his hand, the ground beneath Mo Tiancheng's feet seemed to transform into a water pool, faintly shimmering with water light. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed, and a water dragon soared directly from beneath Mo Tiancheng's feet. What? Mo Tiancheng was caught off guard, directly hit by the powerful impact of the water dragon. What's going on? Mo Tiancheng felt his Berserk talent cease to enhance him, and the power that had surged was now dissipating. The water dragon struck Mo Tiancheng, who after a round, dove back into the water, but the light of the water still shimmered beneath his feet. That was a water-type skill, right? How could young Master Li use it? How the hell would I know? Then there's only one explanation. Young Master Li must still possess water-type talent. What? Doesn't that mean he has 4 types? Not only the students, but even Lu Qingcheng and the others, as well as Li Jiangshan and Dongfang Yuan Kuei, were all in shock. You scoundrel, how many more things are you hiding from me? Lu Qingcheng murmured as she looked at the figure on the stage. Old man Li, what's going on? This kid has water-type talent too? Dongfang Yuan Kuei grabbed Li Jiangshan's shoulder. I don't even know myself. Li Jiangshan shook off Dongfang Yuan Kuei's hand and looked at Li Shangtian. This kid is keeping secrets even from his grandfather. I wonder if A.O. sure knows. Mo Tiancheng stared fiercely at Li Shangtian. What kind of monster are you? Li Shangtian smiled lightly. The match isn't over yet, keep going. Damn it! Mo Tiancheng unleashed all his spiritual power. Although the Prison Dragon Battle Classic limited the enhancement of his violent talent, it still increased his strength significantly. Water Light Blade Shadow. Mo Tiancheng's figure vanished from the spot, and water light suddenly appeared in the air. Li Shangtian raised an eyebrow and immediately summoned the Heartfall Kunlun. Bang bang bang! As the water light flickered, Mo Tiancheng's figure appeared around Li Shangtian, but Li Shangtian could always predict where Mo Tiancheng would appear and block him. Is that the sword of the Sword Saint? Where did that brat get it? Li Jiangshan wondered as he saw the Heartfall Kunlun in Li Shangtian's hand. Dongfang Yuan Kuei glanced over. He passed the 7th level of the trial tower. The Sword Saint gave it to him. Didn't you see it in the Starry Secret Realm? Li Jiangshan shook his head, then a smile spread across his face. Ha, my grandson is much stronger than both me and Aosher. Prison Dragon. At this moment, Li Shangtian murmured on the stage. A water dragon surged from the ground again, and Mo Tiancheng barely dodged it. Flame Dragon Burning Heart. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shangtian charged at Mo Tiancheng, flames dancing on his sword. Bang! The clash of blade and sword instantly produced mist. Roar! The dragon's roar erupted beneath Mo Tiancheng's feet, and he instinctively retreated. However, Li Shangtian gave Mo Tiancheng no chance. The fire sword instantly slashed in front of him. Mo Tiancheng, unable to dodge in time and knowing he had no escape, could only turn sideways to prevent Li Shangtian from hitting a vital point. Swish! The sword's edge sliced a bloody wound along Mo Tiancheng's side. Despite the injury, Mo Tiancheng managed to create some distance from Li Shangtian, but the next moment, he felt his blood boiling and a burning pain in his heart. Put! Mo Tiancheng felt a familiar sweetness in his throat, followed by a spurt of fresh blood. Sword Chi Rolling Dragon Wall. Li Shangtian murmured, his sword dancing, countless sword energies carrying boundless destructive intent transforming into a rolling giant dragon. Water Barrier. Mo Tiancheng raised a water wall again in an attempt to resist, but the destructive sword intent and the sword energy instantly shattered the water wall. What? Mo Tiancheng raised his horizontal blade. Clang! As expected, the black horizontal blade that had accompanied Mo Tiancheng for so long shattered in an instant. Ah! Facing the Sword Chi Rolling Dragon Wall imbued with destructive sword intent, Mo Tiancheng nearly got shredded. Fortunately, Li Shangtian withdrew his power at the last moment, otherwise, Mo Tiancheng would have been a corpse. That is, sword intent. Li Jiangshan and Dongfang Yuan Kuei exclaimed in surprise. The two old men exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. I never expected that after the Sword Saint left, the sword path would have faded for so many years, Perhaps we can see its glory again in this little guy, Dongfang Yuan Kuei said, unable to hide his excitement. Li Jiangshan also wore a face full of comfort and pride, simply because that was his grandson. Lu Qingqing's shocked cherry lips slightly parted. When did this guy comprehend the sword intent? Previously, Li Xingtian's sword moves only carried a hint of destructive sword intent, so others didn't notice, but this time he fully unleashed the destructive sword intent, which caused such a stir. You lost, Li Shengtian said, looking at Mo Tianchang, who was already in a sorry state, his chest a bloody mess. No, Mo Tianchang raised his head to meet Li Shengtian's indifferent gaze. I haven't lost yet. Mo Tianchang gathered the last of his spiritual power, gripping the broken knife in his hands. Blood Sea Overlord Blade. A powerful water spiritual force coalesced on the broken knife, instantly forming a massive water blade. Drink! With a loud shout from Mo Tianchang, the water blade was stained red, matching the color of the blood all over his body, and its momentum grew significantly. Seeing this, Li Shengtian also activated his spiritual power, his fingers brushing the sword body. 9 heavens mysterious abyss, transform into divine thunder. Dark clouds roiled like a furious sea, surging and rolling, obscuring the sky and pressing heavily down towards the earth. Li Shengtian gripped the long sword tightly, the sword body flickering with lightning, as if responding to the thunder above. Majestic heavenly might, lead with the sword. As Li Shengtian's heart fell like a star from Kunlun, a lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel roared down from the depths of the dark clouds like an angry dragon emerging from the sea. This kid can't be serious? Dongfang Yuan Kuei's eyes widened. Beside him, Li Jiangshan was also unsettled, his gaze fixed on the raging thunder in the sky. Slash! The sharp sword, carrying endless thunderous power, struck down, the sudden flash of lightning seeming to blind everyone present. Save him! Dongfang Yuan Kuei sensed the might of this thunderstrike, knowing that if it landed, Mo Tianchang would likely be reduced to nothing. In an instant, Dongfang Yuan Kuei appeared in front of Mo Tianchang, and the blood-red water blade exploded upon contact with the lightning. Dongfang Yuan Kuei hurriedly summoned a spiritual energy shield. Boom! The deafening thunder echoed across the arena, raising clouds of dust. After unleashing this full-powered strike of the divine sword thunder technique, Li Shengtian was already exhausted, half-kneeling on the ground. You brat, can't you take it easy? Li Jiangshan flew to Li Shengtian's side to help him up. As the dust settled, Dongfang Yuan Kuei's figure appeared, completely unharmed. After all, with Li Shengtian's current realm, it was impossible to harm him, but Mo Tianchang behind him had long since fainted. Someone take Mo Tianchang for treatment, quickly. After giving the order, Dongfang Yuan Kuei walked up to Li Shengtian. How many trump cards are you hiding? Water system and thunder system too? Li Jiangshan also looked at Li Shengtian, which was exactly what he wanted to ask. Li Shengtian forced a smile. Talent, well, that's all there is to it. As for the techniques, let's talk in my office. There are too many people here. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan Kuei said, all right. Li Jiangshan nodded and took Li Shengtian away from the battlefield. Lu Qingcheng and the other 3 girls, along with Lan Yun and the fortunate Meng Qi, hurriedly followed. It wasn't until the few of them left that the audience on site reacted. Li Xiao, did he win? A student was the first to speak, like a stone thrown into water creating ripples. Li Xiao really won. Champion. The champion of the first year. Incredible. Damn, is that the point? Yeah. The point is that Li Xiao has not only the wind, fire, and sword 3 system talent but also water and thunder talents. 5 system talent. I really can't imagine how against the heavens that talent is. Saying he's a peerless genius is still conservative. I think he's the first genius in human history. Li Shengtian had no idea how much of a sensation he had caused after leaving. At that moment, he was sitting in the dean's office, eating Dongfang Yuan Kuei's elixirs. I say, you brat, these elixirs are very expensive. Do you think they're food? Dongfang Yuan Kuei immediately became anxious. Aren't they just a few broken elixirs? My grandson has eaten, and after that, I will return it to you. Li Jiangshan immediately retorted. Oof. Dongfang Yuan Kuei didn't say anything further. He wasn't really stingy, just trying to lighten the mood. Darling. This was Lan Yun and the other girls pushing the door open. Li Shengtian was momentarily stunned when he saw Lan Yun and Li Wanshu. Mom? What are you? Before Li Shengtian could finish his sentence, Lan Yun hugged him tightly. Darling, are you hurt? Quickly tell mommy. Hearing this, Li Shengtian smiled gently. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Then Lan Yun personally checked him over, and only when she confirmed that he was really unhurt did she feel relieved. Lu Qingcheng and the other girls were considerate enough not to disturb the mother and son. Sister. Li Shengtian then looked at Li Wanshu. Li Wanshu stepped forward. You always make people worry. She then hugged Li Shengtian, seemingly venting her longing from this time apart. Ahem. Dongfang Yuan Kuei spoke up, and only then did Li Wanshu realize there were so many people here, quickly letting go of Li Shengtian. You little rascal, it's time to talk about your lightning and water talents, isn't it? With this question from Dongfang Yuan Kuei, everyone turned to look at Li Shengtian. Li Jiangshan, however, glanced at Yang Muyan, Si Yimiao, Ji Luobing, and Xing Mengqi, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Li Shengtian noticed Li Jiangshan's movement. It's okay, Grandpa, they're all on our side. The girls felt pleased, but Xing Mengqi felt uncomfortable all over. Li Jiangshan nodded at this, while Li Wanshu scanned the girls, not knowing what she was thinking. I've had the lightning talent for a long time, but for some reason, it didn't seem to show during the awakening ceremony. As for the water talent, it just appeared out of nowhere later. Li Shengtian spoke nonchalantly. Even Li Jiangshan and Dongfang Yuan Kuei couldn't tell if he was lying. The awakening ceremony didn't show it? Li Jiangshan and Dongfang Yuan Kuei exchanged glances, as if they both had an answer in their hearts. As for Li Shengtian's claim that the water talent appeared inexplicably, they didn't believe it at all. Then what about those strange cultivation methods of yours? Dongfang Yuan Kuei asked again. Fortune. Forget it, the child has his own fortune, let's not pry any further. At this moment, Li Jiangshan spoke up. Li Shengtian thought to himself that it was still his grandfather who was sensible, while Dongfang Yuan Kuei insisted on digging deeper. Dongfang Yuan Kuei smiled calmly. Indeed, if I ask more, this little rascal will probably curse me in his heart. Li Shengtian shot him a glance, thinking how did this old man know he was cursing him? But Shengtian's situation is a bit troublesome. A hint of worry appeared on Dongfang Yuan Kuei's face. Li Jiangshan nodded. Yes, the previous 3 talents made those old fellows abroad restless. Now that they know my grandson has such talents, they will probably be completely unable to sit still. I know this. At this moment, Li Shengtian suddenly spoke up. I didn't dare to reveal my other talents before because I was afraid those old men would play tricks. Now, let them come. Oh, does my grandson have a plan? Li Jiangshan asked, puzzled. Li Shengtian nodded. It's a secret. Li Jiangshan said seriously, grandson, this is not a joke. You must understand that with your current talents, other countries might fear that our Huaxia will dominate, and it's possible they could send a 10th tier expert to assassinate you. I'm sure, Grandpa. Not to mention a 10th tier, even those foreign gods might not be able to hurt me. Li Shengtian was very confident because he had a heavenly treasure in his hands, which was the branch of the World Tree he had obtained earlier. The World Tree branch had absolute defense. After being integrated into his dantian, it would automatically generate a shield whenever an enemy tried to harm Li Shengtian, and this shield could not be broken unless the opponent had the strength to injure the World Tree. This gave Li Shengtian immense confidence, which is why he dared to reveal his water and lightning talents. Of course, the World Tree branches are not without their flaws. Once the shield is deployed, Li Shengtian is equally unable to attack outside, otherwise, it would be too overpowered, he could grind someone to death. Seeing Li Shengtian so confident, Li Jiangshan sighed, alright, but you must be extremely careful. Never let your guard down. I know, Li Shengtian nodded repeatedly, then looked at Lan Yun and the others. What I worry about most is those old-timers playing tricks on my family. You don't need to worry about that. I believe the Supreme Council will handle it well, and those guys can figure out that if they target others without resolving you, they won't have a way out when you grow stronger in the future. Dongfang Yuan Kuei comforted. The Supreme Council? Yes, Li Jiangshan patted Li Shengtian's shoulder. Your matter is too important. We will report it to the Supreme Council. Is it really necessary to alert the Supreme Council? Hey, you brat! Dongfang Yuan Kuei also gave Li Shengtian's shoulder a hard slap, as if intentionally seeking revenge, causing Li Shengtian to gasp in pain. You probably don't realize how extraordinary your talent is, do you? The council might directly designate you as the future star of Huaxia. Well, there's no time to waste. I'll report to the council immediately. You hurry and seal off the news from the academy, Li Jiangshan said to Dongfang Yuan Kuei before hurriedly leaving. Dongfang Yuan Kuei nodded and quickly went to handle the news within the academy. After Li Jiangshan and Dongfang Yuan Kuei left, Lu Qingcheng walked up to Li Shengtian and directly reached for his waist. Oomph, keeping so many things from me, you'll pay for it. Hearing this, Li Shengtian knew he probably couldn't escape a round of repair. Si Yimiao then hugged Li Shengtian's arm. Wow, darling, you're amazing. Brother Shengtian is so amazing. Yang Muyun's eyes sparkled with admiration, not hiding her affection at all. Luo Bing didn't say anything, but her gaze towards Li Shengtian was filled with tenderness. Ahem, sweetheart, aren't you going to introduce me to your friends? At this moment, Lan Yun interrupted the affectionate exchange. Mom, this is Yao Ji, and this is Luo Bing. Li Shengtian then introduced the girls to Lan Yun. Xing Mengqi stood aside, feeling quite uncomfortable. Li Shengtian hadn't looked at her even once so far, and she was afraid he was deliberately ignoring her, which would be very awkward. This is Xing Mengqi, my mentor. Only upon hearing Li Shengtian introduce her did Xing Mengqi finally breathe a sigh of relief. Our darling hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? Lanyan seemed to notice Xing Mengqi's discomfort and came over to take her hand. No, he's very well behaved. Then Lanyan started chatting with Xing Mengqi. Li Shengtian noticed this scene and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lu Qingcheng and the others also wanted to ask about Li Shengtian's talent, but thinking of what the old war god had said, they all kept silent. Sister Wanshu, long time no see. At this moment, Lu Qingcheng also pulled Li Wanshu, and soon Li Wanshu blended into the conversation with Lu Qingcheng, Si Yinyaoji, and the others. Instead, Li Shengtian, the only man present, was left out. Meanwhile, at the Supreme Council of Huaxia, Li Aoshi rushed over after receiving news from Li Jiangshan. At this time, the council was already filled with various members, and the chief had also arrived, with Li Jiangshan and Dongfang Yuan Kuei prominently among them. What exactly is going on? What happened to Shang Tian? Li Aoshi asked anxiously. Li War God, please take a seat. Old War God Li is about to speak, someone said, prompting Li Aoshi to quickly sit down. At this moment, Li Jiangshan stood up. I have gathered everyone here today to discuss matters concerning my grandson, Li Shengtian. Then Li Jiangshan and Dongfang Yuan Kuei recounted Li Shengtian's performance in the academy competition and his extraordinary talent. Everyone present at the Supreme Council was left in shock. 5-element talent? I can hardly believe it. If it weren't for the fact that old war god Li and Dean Dongfang said it personally, I wouldn't believe it either. It's terrifying. This has never happened in human history, right? At this moment, Li Jiangshan added, moreover, my grandson's lightning affinity is extremely strong. Both Dongfang Yuan Kuei and I have deeply felt this. That's right. Dongfang Yuan Kuei nodded. My grandson also said that he had the lightning affinity during the awakening ceremony, but the awakening tower didn't test it out, so we suspect that his lightning affinity might be. Li Jiangshan only said this, and all the council members widened their eyes, a glimmer of light flashing in the chief's eyes. Old war god Li means he has a talent like that of the alien prodigies? Li Jiangshan nodded. Hiss. Upon receiving the answer, the council members gasped, then rejoiced. That's great. The aliens have always claimed that our human race doesn't have such talents, but now one has finally appeared. Exactly. This might be the hope for the rise of our human race. We must protect Li Shengtian well. Let him grow up completely. Yes, with such a prodigy in our Huaxia, other countries might have to bear the blame for hindering the rise of the human race and will likely act against Li Shengtian. Not only that, but if the aliens find out, they might not sit still. Everyone, please be quiet. The chief's words instantly silenced the room. Then the chief stood up. I propose that we designate Li Shengtian as the first protected individual of Huaxia. Chief, what about you? The chief shook his head. He is more important than I am. If he grows up, he might be the hope of the human race. Everyone fell silent. The chief then slammed the table. It's settled. At this moment, Li Jiangshan spoke up. Chief, there's no need for that. Shengtian has said he has means to prevent assassination from 10th-tier experts. The only concern is those people targeting those close to him. The chief nodded. He may have his own means, but we must do what we should. As for those close to him, we will also protect them, allowing him to cultivate in peace. Hearing this, Li Jiangshan and Li Aoshi couldn't help but feel that although the chief was doing this to protect the future of Huaxia and the hope of humanity, it was also for their child. Li Jiangshan, thank you all. Thank you all. The chief raised his head to look out at the sky. We have been oppressed by the aliens for too long, but we cannot get used to being oppressed. Once we have the opportunity, we must stand up and resist, even if that opportunity seems slim. The chief's words left everyone present in silence, filled with anger at the actions of the aliens. Subsequently, a group of people began to discuss matters regarding Li Shengtian. Li Jiangshan was the first to stand up. There's no need to trouble the Li family. I won't hide anymore. I'll move back to the Li family to live. It's enough for this old bone of mine to guard the peace of the Li family. Dongfang Yuan Kuei also said, the safety of Li Shengtian at Huaxia Shanghai Academy will be entrusted to me, and besides, we have some old fellows in our academy as well. Li Aoshi wanted to personally protect his son, but he couldn't leave the Black Great Wall. In the end, everyone discussed and came up with a plan to ensure that Li Shengtian would not be threatened by foreign experts or aliens before he grew up. At the same time, Li Shengtian's information was classified as top secret, and all information about Li Shengtian could not be uploaded online. After the meeting, Li Aoshi wanted to go back to take a look at Li Shengtian, but news from the Black Great Wall called him back. Brother Li, wait. Lu Zhengwei caught up from behind. I really didn't expect that kid Shengtian to be so outstanding. It seems that marrying him to Qingcheng was indeed the right decision. Li Aoshi felt proud upon hearing this. Of course, just look at whose son he is. Lu Zhengwei's face darkened. If I say you're fat, you still get out of breath. Just afraid it might implicate your Lu family. Lu Zhengguo waved his hand. What are you talking about? Our two families are originally connected by the same roots, not to mention that now Qingcheng and Shengtian have a marriage contract? That's true, ha ha ha. Huaxia Shanghai Academy. Li Shengtian took the two girls, Lan Yun and Li Wanshu, on a tour of the academy, and then went to see the dormitory where he lived. The two girls soon said they had work and left. Before leaving, Li Wanshu told Li Shengtian to come home early during the break, as there would be a surprise. This made Li Shengtian feel a bit excited. The four girls, Lu Qingcheng and the others, seemed to notice Xing Mingqi's hesitance and took the opportunity to leave together with Lan Yun and Li Wanshu. At this moment, only Li Shengtian and Xing Mingqi were left in the dormitory. Shengtian, congratulations on becoming the youngest champion in the history of the academy. Xing Mingqi took a long time to say this. It's nothing. Li Shengtian's tone remained indifferent. Compared to the gentleness he had shown when talking to Lan Yun and Li Wanshu, Xing Mingqi immediately felt a sense of disparity. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Li Shengtian quietly looked at Xing Mingqi, while she lowered her head, her delicate fingers intertwining restlessly. Memories of their time together flashed through Xing Mingqi's mind, along with thoughts of Li Shengtian's extraordinary talent. She knew that if she didn't seize the opportunity with Li Shengtian, he would only drift further away from her, perhaps one day completely forgetting her, as he was never short of girls who could make him happy. It seemed she had made up her mind, and Xing Mingqi let out a long sigh. Actually, I like you. After summoning her courage to say this, she felt a lot lighter. I've been waiting for you to say that for a long time, Mengjia. Xing Mingqi looked up in shock, only to see Li Shengtian smiling at her, completely different from his previous cold demeanor. Her eyes immediately turned red, and she buried herself in Li Shengtian's embrace. You jerk! You did it on purpose. Do you know how hard it has been for me during this time? Feeling Li Shengtian's heartbeat, she could no longer hold back her tears. Li Shengtian gently stroked Xing Mingqi's hair. Don't blame me, Mengjia. If I didn't push you a little, when would you ever say this? I don't care. You're just bad. Xing Mingqi kept hitting Li Shengtian's chest with her small fists. Okay, I'm bad. Li Shengtian said indulgently. Xing Mingqi continued to vent her grievances from this period, and Li Shengtian could only let her release her feelings in his arms. After a while, Xing Mingqi finally stopped sobbing. You're such a big jerk, you don't even know how to comfort me. Seeing that Xing Mingqi was feeling a bit better, Li Shengtian leaned down and brought his face close to her ear. So how should I comfort you? Xing Mingqi felt a tickling sensation by her ear, and her ears turned red. Don't you know to say something nice to make me happy? I love you. Xing Mingqi's mind went blank, her thoughts completely derailed. By the time she reacted, her cherry lips had already been claimed by Li Shengtian. She wanted to resist, but her strength felt drained, her body soft and weak, so she could only close her eyes and let Li Shengtian do as he pleased. Jerk, where are your hands going? Soon, Xing Mingqi realized that Li Shengtian's hands were not behaving at all. No, don't touch my clothes. Soon, the room was filled with sounds that stirred the imagination. The sun rose in the east. The sunlight shone on Xing Mingqi's flushed face. She slowly opened her eyes to see Li Shengtian looking at her with a smile, his hands already misbehaving again. Jerk, you're back? Who told Mengjia to be so tempting? Still calling me Mengjia. Li Shengtian smirked. Then should I call you wife? Upon hearing this, Xing Mingqi's already rosy face turned even hotter. Who wants to be your wife? Don't call me that. Then how about darling? Call me whatever you want, but can you stop grabbing me? After a long night of struggle, Xing Mingqi was too tired and soon fell asleep again. Li Shengtian got up to eat something. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out, ding, reporting to the host, you have an unclaimed reward from last night. Would you like to claim it now? Reward? When was it issued? Why didn't I get a notification? Ding, reporting to the host, you were busy with the creation of life at that time, so the system automatically muted the notifications. Li Shengtian raised an eyebrow, so consider it? Let's claim it. Ding, congratulations to the host for being recognized as the hope of Huaxia, gaining the blessing of national fortune, and the system is issuing a national fortune gift package. Ding, national fortune blessing. Share the power of national fortune, enhance the host's luck, and the host can be immune to a certain extent from the fate of the destined protagonist, while the power of national fortune will protect the host and those close to the host. Li Shengtian was taken aback. Wouldn't this make it easier for him to deal with the destined protagonist in the future? Moreover, with the protection of national fortune, he could be more at ease regarding the safety of his family and his woman. National fortune gift package, 200 cultivation points, Heavenly Book, Modified Version, Divine, Great Windhand Seal, First Grade, Immortal Longevity Technique, Immortal Scroll, Divine, Swordsmanship Talent Enhancement, Heavenly and Earthly Creation Pills X3, Dragon Tendon and Tiger Bone Pills X5. Ding! Reminder to the host, Heavenly Book, Modified Version, confuse techniques below the subgod level that are small achievements and above, treating it as the host cultivating a single technique. Oh, doesn't that save a lot of cultivation points? System, fuse all techniques below the subgod level that are small achievements. Ding, successfully fused Cloud Sky Wind God Technique and 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Feather. Burning Technique can enhance techniques but cannot be fused. Fusion successful, unknown, super divine, please name it yourself. Li Shangtian was stunned. These techniques fused with the Heavenly Book resulted in a super divine technique? He then pondered carefully, let's call it Against Heaven. Li Shangtian chose this name because it reminded him of a saying, cultivation is indeed going against the heavens, and since he himself had a villainous fate and had to fight against the ridiculous destiny, Against Heaven was the most fitting name. After calming his thoughts, Li Shangtian turned his attention to the Immortal Longevity Technique. If I remember correctly, this is the mysterious technique of a certain someone who is afraid of death, right? Moreover, if Li Shangtian remembered correctly, this Immortal Longevity Technique also had 2 scrolls, the Longevity Scroll and the Eternal Scroll, which were significantly more powerful than the Immortal Scroll. With this in mind, Li Shangtian immediately opened the cultivation panel. Host, Li Shangtian Fate, Destiny Villain Spiritual Power Talent, Super Sequence Thunder Talent, Super Sequence Fire Talent, 0 Sequence Wind Talent, 0 Sequence Sword Talent, First Sequence Water Talent Realm, 4th Stage Level 4 Techniques, Against Heaven, Super Divine, Small Achievement, 3000 Cultivation Points for Great Achievement, Ultimate Great Sun, Divine, Entry. 100 cultivation points for small achievement, Immortal Longevity Technique, Immortal Scroll, Divine, 10 cultivation points for entry, 100 cultivation points for small achievement, Chaos Demon Heartseed, Divine, Small Achievement, 1000 cultivation points for great achievement, Burning Technique, fused with 3 types of subgod items, Heart Fallen Kunlun, subgod, Heavenly Blade Thunder, First Grade, Enlightenment Tea, 1 pound, World Tree Branch, no fixed level, Ink Chilan Battle Armor, subgod, Ancient Wood Spirit Resonance Cauldron, Spirit Gathering Pearl, Heavenly and Earthly Creation Pills X3, Dragon Tendon and Tiger Bone Pills X5, TSK. Li Shangtian clicked his tongue. Sometimes having too many powerful techniques can also be a headache. After spending 110 cultivation points to cultivate the Immortal Longevity Technique to a minor success, he also gained the Immortal Skin, Immortal Diamond, Immortal Tendons, Immortal Bones, Immortal Blood, and the 5 elements of immortality. Of course, its current power is still far from exaggerated. By the way, I almost forgot about the Great Windhand Seal. I consumed 60 cultivation points to directly integrate it into Defying Heaven. After merging the Great Windhand Seal, Li Shangtian found that the cultivation points required for the great success of Defying Heaven had increased to 3,200. Although it had risen, it was still significantly less compared to the points required for each individual cultivation. After handling these matters, Li Shangtian opened the system shop again. Originally, I was saving the destiny points to buy body refining techniques, but now with the Immortal Longevity Technique, it has alleviated my urgent needs. Li Shangtian scanned the weapon page. He had promised Luo Bing to give her a good sword, and a man's word must be kept. In the end, Li Shangtian chose a spirit sword named Emerald Moonfrost Flower, which was still of subdivine level, but it was somewhat inferior compared to the Heartfall Kunlun. After anchoring it, Li Shangtian once again immersed himself in cultivation, this time directly using the Heavenly Creation Pill and the Dragon Tendon Tiger Bone Pill along with the Enlightenment Tea. In the blink of an eye, the students of Huaxia Shanghai Academy bid farewell to the Mountain Gate and began their unique holiday life. Lu Qingcheng and Yang Munyan naturally returned to Kyoto with Li Shangtian. After the previous engagement incident, Si Niaoji was extremely disappointed with her father and did not want to go home to see him, so she decided to return to the Li family with Li Shangtian. Luo Bing, on the other hand, planned to go to the secret realm for training during the holiday, so Li Shangtian had to send Old Yen to accompany her. Although there were also experts dispatched by Huaxia secretly protecting her, having Old Yen with him was more reassuring. As for Xing Mengqi Academy, there was still a lot of work to be done, and her safety in the academy was guaranteed, as Dongfang Yuan Kuei had always been there. Soon, the group disembarked from the private plane and returned to the land of Kyoto. Lu Qingcheng and Yang Munyan both returned to their families, while Si Niaoji followed Li Shangtian back to the Li family. Wow, what a big house! No, it's clearly a palace, right? As the car drove through the gates of the Li family, Seen Yaoji gazed at the magnificent buildings and couldn't help but exclaim, "Young master, welcome back." In front of the largest building, Uncle Fu had been waiting there. Li Shangtian nodded. "Uncle Fu, please have someone prepare some daily necessities in the room next to mine. Yaoji will be living there from now on." "Understood, young master." Then, Li Shangtian took Seen Yaoji's small hand and walked into the castle-like building. Roar! Roar! As soon as they entered, a fiery red figure rushed straight towards Li Shangtian, who quickly pulled Seen Yaoji aside to avoid it. "Big Red, do you want to crush me?" Li Shangtian immediately recognized this as the Crimson Flame Golden Lion he had previously summoned. However, when he left, this little guy was just a tiny thing, and now its size was comparable to that of an adult ordinary magical beast, standing at least twice Li Shangtian's height. Moreover, it had already taken on the initial form of an adult Crimson Flame Golden Lion, looking quite imposing. What has this guy been eating? Li Shangtian was shocked when he checked with the system. He had entrusted the little guy to his grandfather for care when he left, and now it was already at the 5th level, which was absurd compared to his own rapid progress. Roar, roar, roar! The Crimson Flame Golden Lion happily jumped around Li Shangtian, then rubbed its massive head against him. Seen Yaoji was already stunned. It was her first time seeing such a large magical beast raised at home. "Dear, is this your pet?" "Yes, its name is Big Red." Li Shangtian nodded, then looked at the Crimson Flame Golden Lion. "Say hello." As an ancient fierce beast, Big Red's intelligence was much higher than that of ordinary magical beasts. It understood Li Shangtian's words but merely glanced at Seen Yaoji, snorting a breath of air from its nostrils, as if expressing its disdain. "Don't mind him, this guy is proud and arrogant." Li Shangtian smiled. He could only say that the Crimson Flame Golden Lion was naturally competitive. It was good enough that it didn't resort to violence. Not to mention Seen Yaoji, even Lan Yun Li Wanshu wouldn't get any respect from it. In the entire Li family, apart from himself, only his grandfather could make this guy submit. Afterward, Li Shangtian arranged for the servants to take Seen Yaoji to her assigned room. "Big Red, lie down." The Crimson Flame Golden Lion obediently lay down, and Li Shangtian climbed onto its back. I have to say, riding a mount is indeed cool. Fortunately, the Li family was large enough, otherwise, it would be impossible for Li Shangtian to ride the Crimson Flame Golden Lion at home. Before long, the man and beast leisurely arrived at the back courtyard of the Li family. At this moment, Li Jiangshan was alone in the pavilion, sipping tea and playing chess. Seeing Li Shangtian riding the Crimson Flame Golden Lion, he smiled and said, "Back already?" "Yeah, Grandpa. What did you feed this guy? It's growing so fast." Li Shangtian jumped off the Crimson Flame Golden Lion and sat down opposite Li Jiangshan. "I just give it some spiritual herbs and fruits every day. Mainly, this little thing has a powerful bloodline. That still shouldn't be so fast, right? That's how magical beasts are. They grow rapidly in the early stages, but later on, it becomes much harder for them to improve compared to humans." "I see." Li Shangtian understood. Otherwise, the Crimson Flame Golden Lion would be too overpowered, even more ridiculous than his own abilities. "Come, play a few games of chess with me." Li Shangtian then enjoyed some rare leisure time. That night, Lan Yun and Li Wanshu returned home from work, both with happy faces upon seeing Li Shangtian. When they learned that Li Shangtian had brought Seen Yaoji back, Li Wanshu's expression was somewhat strange. While Lan Yun pulled Li Shangtian aside to chat for a while, she asked if Li Shangtian's bringing another girl back would upset Lu Qingcheng, to which Li Shangtian honestly replied that Lu Qingcheng didn't mind. Lan Yun sighed, saying Lu Qingcheng was a good girl, and then reminded Li Shangtian not to be too fickle. Li Shangtian felt a bit awkward and could only nod repeatedly. After dinner, Li Wanshu mysteriously walked over to Li Shangtian and whispered in his ear, "Come to my room later." Upon hearing this, Li Shangtian raised an eyebrow, thinking, could it be a reward? Seen Yaoji had wanted Li Shangtian to sleep in her room, but he declined, thinking he still needed to go to Li Wanshu's. It should be noted that Li Shangtian had previously never turned anyone away, which puzzled Seen Yaoji, but she didn't say much. After Lan Yun and Seen Yaoji had gone to bed, Li Shangtian stealthily made his way to Li Wanshu's room. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Wanshu already lying on the bed, wrapped tightly in the quilt. "I thought you weren't coming?" Li Wanshu said softly. Li Shangtian walked over and could clearly see that Li Wanshu's little face was already flushed. "Sis, what did you call me for?" You lift the quilt and take a look." Li Wanshu's voice was as soft as a whisper, and she didn't dare to look at Li Shangtian. Li Shangtian was taken aback, then suddenly had a thought, and his fingers twitched with anticipation. He gently lifted the quilt, and the scene before him almost made him nosebleed. Under the dim, ambiguous light, Li Wanshu lay quietly on the bed, her long hair flowing like ink, with a few strands playfully falling on her fair collarbone. The fitted black silk straps wound up her slender legs, glimmering with a mysterious sheen in the soft light, like enticing vines in the dark night. Her exquisite lace top, interwoven with sheer fabric, perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure, half hidden yet exuding endless charm and allure. Her eyes sparkled with shyness and anticipation, filling the room with a seductive atmosphere. Li Shengtian quickly covered the quilt back up. "Sis, what are you doing? Do you like it?" Li Wanshu asked shyly. "Isn't this?" Li Wanshu looked at Li Shengtian with her captivating eyes. "I'm afraid you'll forget me one day. I want to give myself to you." "What are you talking about? How could I forget you? Besides, the two of us, isn't that inappropriate?" "What's inappropriate about it? We're not even real siblings, and besides, Mom raised me with the intention of giving me to you, to be your wife." Li Wanshu's voice grew softer as she spoke. "But you can't make things difficult for yourself because of that. Mom also said that if you have someone you like, you don't have to worry about me." "I do have someone I like," Li Wanshu said, looking at Li Shengtian. "It's you." Li Wanshu resorted to this tactic because recently, the number of girls around Li Shengtian had been increasing, and she was genuinely afraid that one day, there would be no place for her in his heart. Li Shengtian was on the verge of losing control. Then, "Come on, I bought this outfit just for you." Before Li Shengtian could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Li Wanshu. Looking at Li Wanshu's inviting demeanor, Li Shengtian felt that the atmosphere had reached a point where any further restraint would be foolish. He lunged forward. After a night of intense battle, Li Wanshu was left defenseless by Li Shengtian, who was empowered by the immortal longevity technique. She hadn't even woken up by breakfast time the next morning. Li Shengtian had to gently cover Li Wanshu with a blanket before getting up to head to the dining table. At that moment, Lan Yun had already gone to work at the company. Si Yinyao looked at Li Shengtian and recalled the sound she had heard last night, her face involuntarily flushing. "What's wrong? What kind of look is that?" Li Shengtian asked, puzzled. Si Yinyao smiled. "No wonder you didn't come to my room last night. Turns out you had an appointment. But I really didn't expect Sister Wanshu to be so formidable, able to battle with you all night." Si Yinyao and the other girls all knew the true relationship between Li Wanshu and Li Shengtian, so they didn't find it inappropriate. "Ahem, then you need to practice more." Li Shengtian quickly took a sip of milk. "Then, will you accompany me to practice tonight?" Si Yinyao leaned closer to Li Shengtian, her voice full of allure. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Li Shengtian's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Jing Zhenghua, who hadn't contacted him in a long time. "Hello, Commander Jing. Major Li, long time no see." Hearing the other party's title, Li Shengtian couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Major? Commander Jing, you must be mistaken." "Not at all. The last time you helped eliminate the church's influence in Kyoto, you were promoted to captain, and just a few days ago, you were promoted to major. I assume you must have accomplished something significant again?" Li Shengtian thought for a moment. He hadn't done anything major, but this should be an arrangement from the highest council. "I see. Is there something you need from me, Commander Jing? After all, you don't usually come without a reason." Li Shengtian teased. It's unavoidable. I'm usually very busy. I'll visit another day." If it were any other major, Jing Zhenghua wouldn't treat them this way. It was unique to Li Shengtian. Then Jing Zhenghua continued, "This time, the military has established a training camp, requiring each military district to select outstanding officers under 24 to participate. Afterward, some officers will be chosen to form special teams targeting the church and other illegal forces. We hope you can represent the Kyoto battle zone in this training camp." Li Shengtian frowned slightly upon hearing this. "Special team? Commander Jing, you know I'm still in school." "Of course I know, but that won't affect you. Generally, there aren't many tasks, and when needed, we will communicate with the academy, so it won't interfere with your training and studies." Since Jing Zhenghua had said so, Li Shengtian couldn't refuse. "All right, I agree." "Great. The training camp starts in 2 weeks. I'll send someone to pick you up then." Jing Zhenghua was very happy. He knew that Li Shengtian's talent was extraordinary, and even the higher-ups placed great importance on him. Sending Li Shengtian would definitely bring honor to the Beijing military district, and it was also the higher-ups' intention to send him to the training camp. "All right, Commander Jing, goodbye." "Goodbye." After hanging up the phone, Li Shengtian let out a long sigh. The troubles of a genius. Si Yinyao leaned over. "What are you saying?" "What troubles? It's nothing. In 2 weeks I have to attend a training camp, so I won't be able to stay home with you." Okay. Si Yinyao felt a bit down, but she also knew that it was impossible for Li Shengtian to always be with her. He had many things to do, and she needed to work hard on her own cultivation, so she couldn't fall too far behind. "Hurry and eat." Thinking this, Si Yinyao quickly fed Li Shengtian. "Why are you eating so fast? Time is tight. after we finish eating, come to my room, and we'll start right away. Even Li Shangtian was startled. After finishing breakfast, he was pulled into Si Yinyao's room, and soon strange sounds began to echo in the room. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Li Shangtian was dragged by Si Yinyao to practice every day. After that experience, Li Wanshu seemed to have become addicted, and upon learning that Li Shangtian was leaving again, she insisted on sparring with him every day. This nearly turned Li Shangtian into a dried corpse. During this time, Lu Qingcheng also came to find Li Shangtian. After a few days of warmth, Lu Qingcheng left again, saying she needed to seek some opportunities to enhance her strength, probably feeling pressured by Li Shangtian. Li Shangtian felt helpless about this. Lu Qingcheng was not just a pretty face, but a strong woman, a reborn female warrior, and she certainly wouldn't be willing to fall too far behind. The opportunities Lu Qingcheng sought were likely some she knew from her past life, and the system hadn't issued any tasks to seize opportunities. After all, Lu Qingcheng had already broken free from her fate and was still Li Shangtian's woman. What was there to seize? Li Shangtian also dispatched a 9th-tier expert to follow her, and Lu Qingcheng brought her own guards. Although she had broken free from her fate, her luck still remained, so her safety shouldn't be a problem. As for Yang Muyun, she felt immense pressure being with Li Shangtian and Lu Qingcheng, and as soon as she returned, she began to seclude herself to work hard on her cultivation. Bai Ruoxue and Sherdang often asked Li Shangtian when he would go to the Demon City, and Li Shangtian could only say he was too busy and would see them again during the National Spirit Martial Arts competition. Bai Ruoxue initially wanted to go to Kyoto to see Li Shangtian, but upon hearing his words, she intensified her training, thinking she couldn't be too low in rank or else Li Shangtian would look down on her. Sherdang had the same thought, but he hoped to be capable enough to do things for his boss. Before leaving, Li Aoshi called Li Shangtian to inform him that he would have Ying Yi accompany him. Although the highest council had listed Li Shangtian as the primary protected target, there were certainly many strong individuals guarding him in secret, but having Ying Yi with him made Li Aoshi feel more at ease. This was also the first time Li Shangtian met Ying Yi after awakening the system. Previously, when he was in the Demon City, Ying Yi had protected him in the shadows without showing himself. Ying Yi, dressed in black like those shadow guards, wore a mask, but just standing there, Li Shangtian could feel the murderous aura emanating from him. Soon, Li Shangtian boarded the plane prepared by Jing Zhonghua with De Hong in his arms. Is this the training camp? It looks pretty ordinary. I thought it would be a high-tech place. Li Shangtian stood at the entrance of the training camp, while Ying Yi had already hidden in the shadows, and Li Shangtian was holding the shrunk De Hong. It was no problem for an ancient fierce beast like De Hong to shrink its size at will. This training camp was located in a mountain range, surrounded by iron fences, with several watchtowers standing within. Soldiers could be seen patrolling both inside and around the camp, with sentries standing on either side of the main gate. Hey, are you here to attend the training camp too? Which military district are you from? At that moment, a soft and melodious voice sounded behind Li Shangtian. He turned around to see a capable beauty standing there. With a neat bob haircut, the ends slightly curled inward, her hair was fluffy and layered, accentuating her long neck. She wore a simple white crop top that fit snugly, highlighting her slender yet powerful waist. Her tight-fitting jeans were a deep blue, as profound as the night sky, perfectly wrapping around her long, straight legs, every line flowing naturally, as if she were a meticulously crafted work of art. She wore black ankle boots, the heels tapping lightly on the ground, exuding confidence with each stride. The corners of her mouth lifted, her eyes bright and lively, sparkling with charm. Li Shangtian immediately realized that such a beautiful woman was definitely not simple. System, check. Ding, name, Guan Inua Destiny, Protagonist of Destiny, Yichen, Spiritual Power Talent, Weapon System, Spear, First Sequence Realm, 4th Stage Level 3 Technique, Meteor Spear, 1st Grade. Li Shangtian thought to himself, as expected, and then the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Finally, the Protagonist of Destiny has arrived. Who knows how I managed without one? Seeing that Li Shangtian was ignoring her, Guan Inua felt a bit angry. Hey, I'm talking to you. Li Shangtian raised an eyebrow, his tone icy. Don't you think you should introduce yourself before asking others? Until he confirmed the relationship between this woman and someone named Yi Chen, Li Shangtian wouldn't show her any good face. After all, if this woman had any connection with the Protagonist of Destiny, it would be disgusting to speak to her kindly. Hearing Li Shangtian's words, Guan Inua felt he had a point. She shouldn't be so rude. My name is Guan Inua, from the Shishan Military District. Now you should tell me, right? After hearing this, Li Shangtian turned and walked toward the training camp's entrance. Li Shangtian, from the Kyoto Military District. Guan Inua ran up beside Li Shangtian. Wow, Kyoto Lord, what is your spiritual power talent? By the way, how old are you? is this a pet you're holding? Can I touch it? As she spoke, Wan Inue reached out to touch the big red one. Roar! The big red one growled fiercely. Even Lu Qingcheng, Xiyin, and Yao Ji were not allowed to touch the big red one, let alone a woman he had just met. Sorry, it usually doesn't let people touch it. Li Shengtian gently stroked the big red one's head but didn't look at Guan Inue. He found her a bit noisy. Are you officers here for the training camp? Please show your identification. 2 sentries stopped Li Shengtian and Guan Inue at the entrance. Li Shengtian naturally didn't make things difficult for them and immediately took out the officer's ID that Jing Zhonghua had given him a few days ago. The 2 sentries opened it and nearly dropped it. Good day, sir. Upon seeing the rank of major on Li Shengtian's ID, the 2 sentries immediately stood at attention and saluted. Li Shengtian returned the salute. Can I go in now? Please, sir. One sentry handed the ID back to Li Shengtian with both hands. After receiving his ID, Li Shengtian walked straight in. Guan Inue also took out her ID, but the 2 sentries did not react as they had with Li Shengtian. They simply saluted and let her enter. Guan Inue watched Li Shengtian's back. His rank must be higher than mine, but I wonder what it is. I'm at least a second lieutenant, but he looks younger than me. Thinking this, Guan Inue quickly caught up with Li Shengtian. Hey, what's your rank? It must be higher than my second lieutenant, right? You should call me sir. If you don't say, you don't say. I'll surpass you sooner or later, Guan Inue said defiantly. Soon, the 2 found their dormitories based on the information from their military districts. Jing Zhonghua had specifically arranged a single dormitory for Li Shengtian, otherwise, he really wouldn't be used to living with others, unless it was a beautiful girl. The dormitory environment is quite good, and it has everything one might need, except for a training room. Fortunately, Li Shengtian has his own ancient wood spirit cauldron and has stored quite a bit of spiritual liquid. He then changed into the tight training suit of the camp, which had a somewhat technological feel, with a surface resembling scale armor. It perfectly outlined Li Shengtian's strong and perfect body curves. All trainees, please gather at the training ground. All trainees, please gather at the training ground. Just as Li Shengtian sat down, the announcement for assembly came over the intercom. Without hesitation, he picked up the large red and headed to the training ground. By the time he arrived, a number of officers had already gathered there, and as soon as he arrived, Guan Inue ran over to his side. Noticing the impressive abs under Li Shengtian's training suit, Guan Inue nearly drooled. Hey, I heard our chief instructor is a female officer. What's the difference? Li Shengtian thought to himself, wondering if anyone was qualified to train him. How can there be no difference? A male instructor is a man, and a female instructor is a woman. Upon hearing this, a black line appeared on Li Shengtian's forehead. You might as well not say anything. Tap tap tap. At that moment, a series of footsteps sounded. A female officer walked to the front of the crowd, surrounded by several male officers. She wore a long trench coat in a beige color that exuded elegance and grace. The fitted cut perfectly outlined her tall and graceful figure, and the matching belt at her waist added a touch of sharpness. Under her military cap, her long black hair was neatly tied up with a few strands gently swaying in the breeze, accentuating her exquisite face. The collar of her coat was fastened meticulously, showcasing the rigor of a soldier. The cuffs of her trench coat were slightly rolled up, revealing her slender and fair wrists, and her black military boots were polished to a shine, each step taken with firmness and strength, as if she carried an undeniable powerful aura, yet still possessed the unique charm of femininity. The female officer scanned the crowd. You are the so-called prodigies selected from each military district? You have no discipline at all. Look at the chaos. This immediately sparked discontent among the crowd, and they began to stir restlessly. Quiet. Everyone line up properly. Though they were unwilling, they had to listen to the chief instructor, no matter what. Once everyone was lined up, the female officer stepped onto a makeshift wooden platform and continued. I know that in your respective military districts, you are praised as geniuses, but here, if you are a dragon, you must coil. If you are a tiger, you must lie low. Otherwise, get lost. As the female officer spoke, Li Shengtian scanned all those present. Oh, found you, Yi Chen. Ding, name, Yi Chen Fate, Protagonist of Destiny, 15,000, Spiritual Power Talent, First Sequence of Dark System Realm, 4th Stage 9th Level Technique, Blade of Darkness, 1st Grade, Golden Finger, Relic of a Fallen Alien God, Terror of the Dark Knight. Dark System? Quite rare. Only 4th Stage 9th Level? A weakling, not even as good as Mo Tiancheng. When Li Shengtian saw Yi Chen's golden finger, his brows furrowed. This guy actually has ties to an alien god? Killing you would be a service to the people. At the same time, Li Shengtian couldn't help but take it seriously. After seeing the phantom of an alien god last time, he realized that the alien race was far more complicated than he had thought. what are you looking at? At that moment, the female officer on the platform snapped. Li Shangtian was instantly pulled back to reality and turned to meet the female officer's gaze. What's your name? Li Shangtian. The female officer smiled upon hearing this. So you are Li Shangtian? That's me. Li Shangtian was not surprised that the female officer knew him. After all, he had many people paying attention to him. Did you hear what I just said? Report, I didn't hear. The female officer maintained her smile. Not bad. You still know to say report. The surrounding male officers had already tensed up. Every time a female officer showed such a smile, someone was bound to be in trouble. I'll say it again. My name is Ouyang Shui, and I am your chief instructor. Here, you must follow my rules. As she spoke, Ouyang Shui looked at Li Shangtian again. So, Li Shangtian, why did you bring a pet to the training camp? Report, it wasn't said that we couldn't bring one. Next to him, Guan Yinue quickly poked Li Shangtian. Li Shangtian seemed unfazed, still wearing that I won't bow to anyone expression. Very good, I like a rebellious spirit like yours. Go run 100 laps with a 50-pound weight. Upon hearing this, Li Shangtian nonchalantly left the line and ran onto the track. This guy, Ouyang Shui murmured as she watched Li Shangtian's figure. She then turned her gaze to the crowd. Here, you will undergo 100 times more grueling training. If you can't handle it, you might as well leave early. Not long after, Li Shangtian finished his 100 laps and returned to the line, but he wasn't even out of breath, which made Ouyang Shui frown slightly. You finished? Finished. Ouyang Shui then looked at a male instructor she had specifically assigned to keep an eye on Li Shangtian. The male instructor nodded. Ouyang Shui didn't press further. Fall in. She continued, among you, some are seen as the hope of the nation. Ouyang Shui's gaze inadvertently glanced at Li Shangtian, while others are the prodigies that even the church organizations fear and hate. She also cast a sidelong glance at Yi Chen. However, here, I hope you forget your identities and strictly follow the training camp's arrangements. The crowd exchanged glances, all wondering who the future star was and who the church's hated prodigy might be. At this moment, Ouyang Shui's voice rang out again. To foster competition and facilitate some future training, you 7 will form a team and select a captain to report to me. Start. After she finished speaking, a soldier brought up a chair, and Ouyang Shui sat down, crossing her long legs, her gaze sweeping over the officers below, particularly focusing on Yi Chen and Li Shangtian. Hey, let's form a team. Guan Yinue ran up to Li Shangtian. Sure. Li Shangtian had no interest in team formations. It didn't matter who he teamed up with. Delighted by Li Shangtian's response, Guan Yinue felt her sixth sense telling her that he was strong, and having him in the team would make it more powerful. Great, then I'll go find a few more team members. With that, Guan Yinue ran off. At this moment, Li Shangtian looked up at Ouyang Shui on the stage, just in time to meet her gaze, and the two locked eyes. Ding, name, Ouyang Shui Fate, Destiny Female Supporting Role, Yi Chen, Spiritual Power Talent, First Sequence Ice System, First Sequence Water System Realm, 6th Stage 8th Level Techniques, Frostfall, 1st Grade, Pure Heart Classic, 1st Grade. As expected, Ouyang Shui was the female supporting role aside from Guan Yinue. However, while Li Shangtian was focused on the system page, Ouyang Shui couldn't see him. They seemed to hold each other's gaze for a long time until Ouyang Shui's face finally flushed, and she looked away. The nearby male instructors almost gave Li Shangtian a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You kid is really something." Not long after, Guan Yinue returned with a few team members. Let me introduce, this is Li Shangtian from the Beijing Military District. She then looked at Li Shangtian. This is Wang Bing from the Kaiyun Military District. This is Zhuang Chaoqiang from the Donghu Military District. The first few were unremarkable, and Li Shangtian didn't pay much attention until he saw Zhuang Chaoqiang, his eyes lighting up. Oh, a person of fortune? Zhuang Chaoqiang had a Soil System 0 sequence talent and was also a person of fortune, so Li Shangtian immediately thought of recruiting him as a subordinate. Our team still needs one more person, Wang Bing said. Guan Yinue smiled bitterly upon hearing this, but several people I asked just now have already formed teams. Isn't there still one left? Zhuang Chaoqiang crossed his arms and looked at Yi Chen, who was standing not far away. Li Shangtian saw this and said nothing. Perhaps it would be easier to operate if Yi Chen was on his team. Hey, that kid, want to team up? Zhuang Chaoqiang shouted immediately. Yi Chen coldly glanced over, frowning. Li Shangtian revealed a barely perceptible smile, thinking that if Zhuang Chaoqiang weren't a person of fortune, he would probably be wiped out by Yi Chen. After all, he was the destined protagonist, famously known for the line, "You have already chosen the path to death." That student, do you want to team up? Guan Yinue asked again. Yi Chen scanned the surroundings, seeing that no other teams were looking for him to join. He had no choice but to join Guan Yinue's team. Classmate, why don't you introduce yourself first? Guan Yinue suggested. Yi Chen, Beiyan Military District, Yi Chen said coldly. Then let me introduce you to these few. No need, I'm not interested, Yi Chen interrupted before Guan Yingyue could finish. Li Shengtian raised an eyebrow, thinking this guy was even more pretentious than him. The others were also dissatisfied with Yi Chen's attitude, but seeing that everyone else had already formed teams, they could only accept Yi Chen. Oh, did those two form a team? That's interesting. Ouyang Shui noticed the commotion from Li Shengtian and the others and couldn't help but laugh. Then let's choose a team leader first? Guan Yingyue was also quite unhappy with Yi Chen's attitude but said nothing. I propose I be the team leader. Zhuang Chaoqiang raised his hand confidently. I also want to run for team leader, Guan Yingyue said, unwilling to fall behind. Li Shengtian smiled. He wasn't interested in any team leader business. Yi Chen glanced at Zhuang Chaoqiang and Guan Yingyue. The team leader should be someone strong and clever. I believe I fit that description. Guan Yingyue felt a bit angry. Was Yi Chen implying that she lacked brains and strength? Zhuang Chaoqiang immediately retorted, Who do you think you are? You think you deserve it? As he spoke, Zhuang Chaoqiang unleashed his spiritual power, and Yi Chen, not to be outdone, also released his spiritual power. Everyone present turned to watch, curious if the two would fight. Li Shengtian appeared to be watching a show. Whether they fought or not had nothing to do with him. Alright, everyone, let's keep the peace. Wang Bing quickly stepped in to mediate. Why don't we vote to decide? Guan Yingyue suggested. Okay, the others agreed. Unsurprisingly, the three who wanted to run for team leader all voted for themselves. I abstain, whoever becomes the leader, I'm fine with it, said a guy named Zhang Hu. Wang Bing voted for Guan Yingyue, while another named Zhou Bapi voted for Zhuang Chaoqiang. Yi Chen, however, had no support apart from himself. This made Yi Chen extremely angry, thinking these people were blind. Everyone looked at Li Shengtian. The crucial vote was in his hands. Yi Chen couldn't help but look over, hoping Li Shengtian would be sensible. Li Shengtian glanced over and happened to see Guan Yingyue winking at him, her face full of expectation. Li Shengtian helplessly said, I'll vote for Guan Yingyue. Yay! Guan Yingyue immediately jumped up happily. As for why Li Shengtian voted for Guan Yingyue, through brief exchanges, he had basically confirmed that Guan Yingyue and Yi Chen had no relationship, harmless and safe to consume. Humph! Yi Chen snorted coldly upon seeing that Li Shengtian did not vote for him. Then I'll go report to the chief instructor first, Guan Yingyue said as she jogged over to Ouyang Shui, while Li Shengtian and the others waited in place. On the stage, Guan Yingyue reported her team's members to Ouyang Shui. Ouyang Shui's gaze fell on Li Shengtian and Yi Chen, and she recalled Zhuang Chaoqiang, who had almost fought with Yi Chen earlier. She then looked at Guan Yingyue. Being the captain isn't easy with three troublemakers in the team. Guan Yingyue instantly understood that the troublemakers Ouyang Shui referred to were Yi Chen and Zhuang Chaoqiang. But who was the third? Chief Instructor, are the three troublemakers you mentioned Yi Chen and Zhuang Chaoqiang? Who's the other one? Ouyang Shui teased. The one who came with you, isn't he a troublemaker? Li Shengtian? He's not a troublemaker, Guan Yingyue replied confidently. Is that so? I hope you can be a good captain then. After saying this, Ouyang Shui signaled for Guan Yingyue to step down. When Guan Yingyue returned to the team, she noticed the atmosphere was unusually strange. Several people were silent, while other teams were chatting and laughing, yet they stood there without saying a word. Alright, since you have all been divided into teams, we will now begin the first task, Ouyang Shui announced as she stood up. So soon? We're starting already? I've heard this training camp is strange, and it seems to be true. What do you think the first task will be? Ouyang Shui looked at the murmuring crowd, a peculiar smile appearing on her face. I believe some of you may have felt a bit dissatisfied during the team division and captain selection process. Now, I give you the opportunity to challenge the person you are dissatisfied with. What? Isn't this just making us fight among ourselves? No, this will enhance harmony among team members. That's true, if there's any dissatisfaction, just settle it with a fight. Hey you, I've disliked you for a long time. Damn, step out for a fight. Ouyang Shui watched the fire she had ignited with satisfaction. Li Shengtian, holding the big red in his arms, thought that this training camp was indeed quite interesting. Yi Chen, do you dare to fight me? Zhuang Chaoqiang immediately challenged Yi Chen. Humph, you overestimate yourself, Yi Chen snorted coldly. The two then moved to an open area and started fighting. Hey, everyone, be a bit more civil, Wang Bing said, feeling a sense of frustration. Guan Yingyue couldn't do much. The two had almost fought earlier, and now letting them have a proper fight might be better. Li Shengtian stood by watching the show. It was rare to see the protagonist of destiny battling someone of fate. Guan Yingyue walked over to Li Shengtian. Aren't you going to persuade them? What should I persuade them about? If they want to fight, what does it have to do with me? Hearing Li Shengtian's words, Guan Yingyue became a bit angry. At least I'm the captain. Can't you help me out? I thought of you as a friend. Upon hearing this, Li Shangtian smirked. Alright, next time someone doesn't obey, I'll help you take them down, okay? Guan Yinue pouted. Sure, you just say you'll take them down, but I can't count on you. Li Shangtian smiled helplessly. His way of making people submit was through fighting. Reasoning never worked. Just then, Zhuang Chaoqiang was defeated. Li Shangtian also observed Yi Chen's moves. Yi Chen was more like an assassin-type cultivator. His moves were quick and unexpected. But don't think that just because you beat me, I'll submit, Zhuang Chaoqiang said angrily. Humph, a jumping clown, Yi Chen coldly replied, then looked at Li Shangtian. You come too. Clearly, Yi Chen remembered that Li Shangtian hadn't voted for him earlier, making him feel like a clown, and now he intended to take revenge. Oh, alright, Li Shangtian laughed. He hadn't even bothered Yi Chen yet the other side treated him like a soft persimmon. Li Shangtian, you can refuse, Guan Yinue said, worried that a grudge would form between Yi Chen and Li Shangtian since they were already at odds. Don't worry, you're next. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Guan Yinue became furious, her earlier worried expression shifting as she clenched her small fist at Li Shangtian. Teach him a good lesson. Li Shangtian put down the big red and stepped forward. Ding, system task, suppress Yi Chen's arrogance. It had been a long time since he heard a system task, and Li Shangtian felt a sense of familiarity. At that moment, Zhuang Chaoqiang passed by him. Brother, be careful of the shadow. Li Shangtian raised an eyebrow, not expecting Zhuang Chaoqiang to remind him. It seemed there was hope for recruiting a little brother. Take out your weapon. Yi Chen flicked the strange black blade in his hand. Li Shangtian, hearing this, didn't bother to chat with him and took out a silver long knife engraved with lightning patterns, the heavenly blade thunderclap that had been gathering dust in the system space for a long time. Li Shangtian wanted to have some fun with Yi Chen. Directly using the Heartfall Kunlun to bully someone was too boring. The weapon is quite good. Yi Chen glanced at the long knife in Li Shangtian's hand. But unfortunately, the person is lacking. After saying that, Yi Chen suddenly disappeared from his spot, moving like a shadow. Unfortunately, in Li Shangtian's eyes, he was still nowhere to hide. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Li Shangtian's mouth as he moved almost simultaneously with Yi Chen, as if two bolts of lightning were crossing in the air. Li Shangtian's heavenly blade thunderclap drew a brilliant silver trajectory in the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar, each slash precisely predicting Yi Chen's movements. Yi Chen's assassination skills were indeed exquisite. Every advance narrowly avoided Li Shangtian's attacks, but Li Shangtian seemed to always be one step ahead, neutralizing all his offensive moves. Blade of Darkness! Yi Chen shouted, the black blade in his hand seeming to be infused with a layer of spiritual power, becoming even darker and more profound. Yi Chen quickly flashed in front of Li Shangtian and slashed out. Li Shangtian quickly reacted, wanting to use Thunderclap to block, but suddenly felt a chill. Thunderous might! Li Shangtian murmured, and a violent thunder erupted from within him. Yi Chen hurriedly retreated. Li Shangtian swiftly turned and raised Thunderclap horizontally. Clang! From the shadow, a blade of the same shape as the one in Yi Chen's hand suddenly slashed towards Li Shangtian. So that's what it means. Now Li Shangtian understood why Zhuang Chaoqiang had warned him to be careful of the shadow. At that moment, Yi Chen shouted again and charged at Li Shangtian. However, this was just a deliberate opening that Li Shangtian had exposed. Just as Yi Chen thought he had found an opportunity to counterattack, Li Shangtian's heavenly blade thunderclap transformed into a shower of silver light, pouring down like a torrential rain, each strike containing the power of thunder, sealing off all of Yi Chen's escape routes. Bang! With a loud crash, Yi Chen could no longer evade, being sent flying by a single strike, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out blood, and the black blade in his hand slipped away. Hee, I thought you were strong, turns out you're just a little karami. Li Shangtian mocked mercilessly. Yi Chen's gaze turned cold, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he stood up. I haven't gotten serious yet. Don't be arrogant. As he spoke, the ring on Yi Chen's right thumb began to emit a powerful aura. Others didn't sense it, but Li Shangtian, who was close to Yi Chen, felt a slight palpitation. However, Li Shangtian showed no fear, also emanating spiritual pressure and a sense of destructive sword intent. Yi Chen was taken aback. Enough! Stop it! Ouyang Shui had long noticed the commotion and immediately intervened. According to the information she had, Yi Chen indeed hadn't gotten serious yet, and Li Shangtian hadn't either. He wasn't even using his best sword. Therefore, Ouyang Shui would not allow the two to continue fighting. Hearing this, Li Shangtian retracted his imposing aura, his gaze falling on the ring on Yi Chen's finger. It seems that's the relic of an alien deity. Humph, consider yourself lucky, Yi Chen retorted stubbornly. In fact, after Li Shangtian released his aura, Yi Chen himself wasn't absolutely sure he could defeat Li Shangtian. Afterwards, Ouyang Shui ordered the disbandment, letting the students familiarize themselves with the training camp environment and get to know their teammates better. Guan Yingyue originally thought about inviting a few teammates to gather for a meal in the cafeteria. Yi Chen left with a gloomy face, seemingly not planning to return. "Sorry, Captain, I won't be going either," Shuang Chaoxing said before leaving as well. Li Shangtian was called away by Ouyang Shui alone. Guan Yingyue looked at the remaining 3 team members and smiled bitterly. "It seems we can't gather after all. Maybe next time." The others nodded and then left one after another. Guan Yingyue watched their departing figures, feeling a bitterness in her heart. Why is it so hard to be a captain? It's not what I imagined. On the other side, Ouyang Shui called Li Shangtian into her office. "I heard you have exceptional talent, considered the first genius in human history since the revival of spiritual energy?" Ouyang Shui said as she sat down in her chair, her long legs crossed elegantly. "Hee, that's an overstatement," Li Shangtian replied, taking a seat without hesitation. "I'm curious just how strong your talent is to attract so much attention from the upper echelons of the Supreme Council," Ouyang Shui said, staring intently into Li Shangtian's eyes. "I'm not at liberty to disclose that," Li Shangtian replied. Hearing this, Ouyang Shui chuckled. "Alright, if you don't want to say, then forget it. However, I still want to remind you that no matter how strong your background or talent is, I hope you can listen to me here." Li Shangtian nodded. "I understand. I haven't broken any laws, have I?" "That's best," she said. After a moment of silence, Li Shangtian asked, "You know about Yi Chen's background, right?" Ouyang Shui thought Li Shangtian wanted to take revenge on Yi Chen for their earlier conflict. "I know, but I won't tell you." "You wouldn't want to take revenge on his family privately, would you?" Li Shangtian smiled bitterly. "Why do you think I'm such a petty person in your eyes? Then why are you asking about this?" Li Shangtian became serious. "The things he has might be related to the other races, don't you know?" Ouyang Shui frowned at his words. The higher-ups had informed her that Yi Chen had some past connections with the church but had turned over a new leaf. As for Yi Chen possessing items related to the other races, she truly didn't know. "What makes you say that?" Seeing that Ouyang Shui genuinely didn't know, Li Shangtian explained, "I once encountered the phantom of an otherworldly deity, and the aura Yi Chen released today was very similar to that of the otherworldly deity I encountered before." "What?" Ouyang Shui had to take this seriously since it involved otherworldly deities. "I understand. I will report this matter. I told you such important information, so you should at least tell me what Yi Chen's background is, right?" Ouyang Shui turned her head away, no comment. "If you won't say, then that's fine," Li Shangtian said, standing up directly. "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Please do." Hearing this, Li Shangtian turned and walked out of Ouyang Shui's office. It seems impossible to get information from her. In fact, Ouyang Shui's earlier statement was correct. Li Shangtian indeed wanted to target Yi Chen's family. Ever since he wiped out the entire All-Star family last time, he realized that killing the family of a destined protagonist wouldn't have severe consequences and could even weaken the protagonist's fate. Thus, Li Shangtian automatically awakened his passive ability, thinking that to surpass the destined protagonist, he should first eliminate their entire family, which he referred to as to surpass, first eliminate. Back at the dormitory, Li Shangtian made a call to Jing Zhonghua. "Major Li, what can I do for you?" "Commander Jing, I would like to ask for your help in retrieving some information." "Information? Tell me, as long as it's within my capability, I'll definitely help. There's someone in our training camp from the Beiyan military district named Yi Chen. Please help me get his information." "Alright, I'll look into it." Before long, the voice on the other end spoke again. "Found it. Yi Chen's information is still classified, but fortunately, the level isn't very high. I'll send it to you." "Great, thank you, Commander Jing." Then Li Shangtian said, "By the way, do you know about Ouyang Shui?" "Ouyang Shui? The chief instructor of your training camp?" "Yes. Just so happens that when I registered you earlier, I also received her information. I'll send it to you together." "Sure, thank you." After hanging up the phone, Li Shangtian checked the 2 pieces of information he received. First was Ouyang Shui's, which showed that she held the rank of major. Li Shangtian curled his lips. "That's just like me. I thought she was a big shot." He then learned that Ouyang Shui was a standout among the younger generation in the Tianshan military region, often on the front lines against the church, where the church's influence was quite rampant. Ouyang Shui had also been a member of a special team, but during one operation, all her teammates were sacrificed, and she was the only one who survived. It seems Ouyang Shui must hate the church to the bone. After getting a rough idea of Ouyang Shui's information, Li Shangtian opened the file on Yi Chen. There wasn't much information on Yi Chen, and Li Shangtian quickly finished reading it. After reading, Li Shangtian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The information stated that Yi Chen had once been the 11th seat of the church's 12 round table, codenamed Eris, but later defected from the church to walk the right path. Perhaps because of Yi Chen's defection, the church had been hunting him down ever since. The so-called 12 Round Table of the church consisted of 12 believers with special abilities, holding a status just below that of the church's priests. A washed-up destined protagonist? How interesting. Another thing that caught Li Xingtian's attention was that Yi Chen had a girlfriend, but he abandoned her to join the church when he was 20, only to later realize his mistakes. During this time, his girlfriend remained faithful to him and even gave birth to a son, but their lives were not easy. Therefore, after entering the military, Yi Chen would anonymously send money to the mother and son every month. Seeing this, Li Xingtian almost cried out, "That's so touching. I'll be a good person this time and help your wife and child escape their suffering." He then made a phone call. "Fu Bo, take care of this woman I sent you. Send 3 to 5 ninth-tier operatives, and remember to deal with her son as well. Do it thoroughly, scatter the ashes too." "Understood, young master." After everything was done, Li Xingtian felt he was too kind, even going out of his way to help Yi Chen's girlfriend and their son escape their painful life. Li Xingtian began to ponder the ring in Yi Chen's possession. The system had said it was a relic of an alien deity, and Yi Chen had been hunted by them ever since he defected from the church. It seemed that punishing Yi Chen for his betrayal was one aspect, but there was probably also the goal of reclaiming the ring. Only then did Li Xingtian open the system to check the rewards for defeating Yi Chen earlier. Ding, system task completed, reward settlement, destiny points 3000, cultivation points 100, ninefold thunderblade, first grade. Li Xingtian had a big question mark over his head. I just play with knives for fun. Why is the system giving me a knife technique? Whatever, more skills never hurt. He then unhesitatingly spent his cultivation points to cultivate the ninefold thunderblade to a minor success and integrated it into Against Heaven. Meanwhile, in a deserted area of the training camp, an officer walked to a secluded corner, looked around a few times to confirm no one was there, and took out a satellite phone from his pocket. "Lady Medusa, I have successfully infiltrated the Huaxia military training camp and confirmed that Eris is here." "Very good, keep an eye on him. Find the divine treasure." A seductive voice came from the other end of the line, as if one could be drawn in just by listening. "Understood." After hanging up, the officer sneaked away. The next morning, Li Xingtian was awakened by the blaring military horn. He discovered that while he was asleep, the system had sent a notification. "Ding, the protagonist Yi Chen's girlfriend and child have died. Fate descends 5000. Efficiency is impressive." Li Xingtian had only instructed Uncle Fu to send someone yesterday evening, and the task was completed just after 1 in the morning. At this moment, Li Xingtian couldn't help but anticipate Yi Chen's expression when he learned that his wife and child were dead. Soon, Li Xingtian tidied up his outfit and rushed to the training ground for assembly. Ouyang Shui was still sitting on the platform with her legs crossed as before. "It seems you all aren't too bad, at least you weren't late." Then Ouyang Shui continued, "Next, you will begin formal training, and all your results will be counted towards your final score." After saying this, Ouyang Shui left, and another strong male instructor stepped forward. "Hello, I am your martial arts instructor. My name is Wu Yong." The students couldn't help but feel puzzled. Martial arts? Does that mean teaching us how to use weapons? Everyone fights using spiritual power, relying on skills and techniques. Wu Yong looked at the students below and smiled. "I know you might think that we are already in the era of spiritual energy, and there's no need to learn about weapons. However, I want to tell you that the use of weapons in combat is extremely important. When your spiritual power is insufficient, you can only rely on your martial arts to fight against your enemies." "That's right." Upon hearing this, Wang Yinyu nodded vigorously. "What are you so excited about?" Li Xingtian laughed. "I think the instructor is right." Li Xingtian smiled wryly. "I am not talented, but I am proficient in all 18 weapons, and even the marshal recognizes this. I believe I can teach you enough." Hearing Wu Yong's words, the students erupted in amazement. "Wow, recognized by the marshal, he must be impressive. Yeah, it seems Instructor Wu really has the strength." Naturally, Wu Yong was pleased to hear the students' praise. "Alright, next I will select a few students to see your specific abilities." Wu Yong scanned the crowd and pointed. "That student, you look quite cool, it's you." Everyone followed Wu Yong's finger and saw Yi Chen standing there with his arms crossed, a look of disdain on his face. "Put." Guanyin you couldn't hold back her laughter. "Haha, so funny, he looks so cool, who understands, haha." Yi Chen glanced at Wu Yong and stepped forward. It wasn't until Yi Chen reached the platform that Guanyin Yu stopped, gripping Li Xingtian's arm tightly. "I can't take it anymore, Li Xingtian, this is too funny." "Then just laugh more, it's not like you don't like to laugh." At this moment, Wang Bing reminded, "That captain, he is still one of our team members, it's not good to act like this." Right, almost forgot." Guanyin Yu quickly straightened up, then twisted Li Xingtian's arm. "You should have reminded me. What use are you?" Li Xingtian smiled and said nothing. He would rather Guan Yin and Yi Chen be completely at odds. At this time, Yi Chen was already standing opposite Wu Yong. "What weapon are you using, student?" Yi Chen said nothing, only took out his oddly shaped black blade. "I've really never seen such a weapon, but it should be similar to a long dagger," Wu Yong said as he took out a long dagger. "Come on, let me see your strength, no spiritual power allowed." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen held the blade in one hand and charged at Wu Yong. "You overestimate yourself." In no time, bang! Under Wu Yong's continuous pressure, Yi Chen exposed a flaw and was kicked off the platform by Wu Yong. Put! Guan Yin once again gripped Li Xingtian's arm tightly. "I can't, this is too funny, overestimating oneself, ha." The other students also couldn't help but laugh. Yi Chen had been so arrogant before, they thought the martial arts instructor had met his match. But unexpectedly, Yi Chen turned out to be the clown. At this moment, Yi Chen wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in, fiercely slashing the ground with his blade, leaving a deep gash. "Ground, did I provoke you? Humph, one day, I will make you all pay." Yi Chen cursed softly as he returned to the group. Wu Yong frowned slightly and shook his head. This kid's temperament is lacking. He then scanned the crowd and fixed his gaze on Li Xingtian. "That student, would you like to give it a try?" Li Xingtian was not surprised. He knew he was a key focus for the instructors, and that woman Ouyang Shui had no good intentions. "Go for it!" Guan Yin cheered for Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian stepped onto the stage. "What weapon will you use?" After a moment's thought, Li Xingtian took out the thunder blade. "Oh, a sword? Ha! Coincidentally, that's my main weapon too." Wu Yong laughed as he saw Li Xingtian draw the thunder blade, then he also took out a sword. "Old rules, no spiritual power. You go first." Li Xingtian nodded and quickly charged at Wu Yong. Wu Yong felt the power behind Li Xingtian's strike and couldn't help but feel pleased. "Good one!" Bang! After a clash, Wu Yong's face was filled with surprise, his hands trembling slightly. "This kid has great strength. Come again." Li Xingtian took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination. Bang bang bang! Li Xingtian moved with agility, darting across the stage like a cheetah, each swing of his sword aimed to be precise and powerful. Bang! Another fierce collision occurred, and their figures crossed in a flash of blade light. Wu Yong's expression grew serious. He could feel that with each of Li Xingtian's attacks, he was improving, as if each failure was accumulating experience for an even more unpredictable next strike. "Good kid, you've got some skills," Wu Yong praised, though he was secretly astonished. He had thought that with his years of experience and superb martial arts, he could easily handle any student's challenge, but Li Xingtian's performance far exceeded his expectations. As time passed, their battle intensified. The students below watched in awe, having never seen such an exciting contest. Guan Yin was so nervous that she clenched her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Bang! After another evenly matched clash, both retreated a few steps. Wu Yong looked at Li Xingtian, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. "Kid, you're quite good. You almost beat me," Wu Yong said with a smile, his tone devoid of any condescension. Li Xingtian smiled slightly and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your guidance, instructor." Wu Yong nodded, his evaluation of Li Xingtian rising even higher. Not only was he exceptionally talented, but he was also humble and polite, far better than that Yi Chen. Clap clap clap. The students below erupted into enthusiastic applause. In the distance, Ouyang Shui had been watching the students training. Seeing this, she couldn't help but shake her head. It seems the higher-ups weren't wrong when they said this guy's talent is extraordinary. Impressive. Unlike some people who just get beaten down by Instructor Wu. After Li Xingtian stepped down from the stage, Guan Yin bounced over to him, naturally wrapping her arms around his, without a hint of awkwardness. Li Xingtian was not foolish enough to expose her. "Not bad, I'm not very skilled with the sword." "Ha, what do you mean?" "It's nothing," Guan Yin pouted. "I hate people who speak in riddles." Afterward, Guan Yin unfortunately found herself called up by Wu Yong and was thoroughly beaten. After Wu Yong had bloodily defeated more than 10 students, everyone finally conceded. "Instructor, no more. We know you're strong now." "Yeah, instructor, let's start training. If you call on more, I might be next." Hearing the students' shouts, Wu Yong nodded in satisfaction. "All right, then let's begin training." Wu Yong assigned different training tasks based on each student's weapon and proficiency. In the blink of an eye, the morning passed just like that. "Hurry up! If we're late, we won't get any good food." After finishing the morning training session, Guan Yin quickly pulled Li Xingtian towards the cafeteria. Li Xingtian felt helpless. He wanted to say that his dorm had a kitchen, and he could just cook for himself. However, feeling Guan Yin's warm little hand holding onto him, he could only go along with her. Wu Yong returned to the lounge where the instructors were resting. At that moment, Ouyang Shui was also there. "Old Wu, how was it? Did you have fun tormenting those trainees this morning? One instructor teased. Wu Yang laughed heartily. Ha, it was alright. He then looked at Ouyang Shui. Instructor Ouyang, I tried out those 2 trainees you told us to focus on. That Yi Qin is quite average, with a bad temper, but that Li Shengtian is not bad, he almost beat me. Ouyang Shui took a sip of tea. I didn't expect that about Yi Qin. The higher-ups said he has exceptional talent, but I certainly didn't see it. Hearing this, Wu Yang nodded. He also thought Yi Chen was just a so-so. As for Li Shengtian, Ouyang Shui said with a smile, Instructor Wu, you should have lost. Oh, what do you mean by that? Wu Yang asked, puzzled. The other instructors perked up with curiosity. Li Shengtian has first-tier swordsmanship talent. His best weapon is the sword, and it seems he has never used a knife before. What? The instructors were all taken aback. Wu Yang couldn't believe it. So you're saying he's not familiar with the knife at all? And he almost defeated me? At that moment, Wu Yang's confidence took a hit. Ouyang Shui noticed Wu Yang's thoughts. Don't compare yourself to that little monster. He has been called a once-in-a-century genius by the highest council. What can we compare with him? Ha, the highest council. The instructors felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Ouyang Shui hadn't mentioned this before. Ouyang Shui then looked at the instructors. Do you know who his father and grandfather are? The instructors shook their heads. His father is Li Zhanshan, and his grandfather is Li Lao Zhanshan. What? The instructors felt their emotions rocket. We can't compare, we can't compare. Right, we really can't compare. With this little guy's talent, becoming a war god is a sure thing. Won't we be instructors of the war god in the future? Hey, you can't say that. The instructors imagined that when Li Shengtian grew up to become a war god, they could proudly tell others that they were once the war god's instructors. That would be bragging for a lifetime. I'm telling you this not to have you curry favor with him, but to have you give him more training during practice. After all, with his talent, ordinary training won't do him any good, Ouyang Shui reminded. The instructors understood the reasoning and nodded repeatedly. Achoo! Li Shengtian suddenly sneezed. Who is thinking about me? Hey, I'm asking you a question. What does your family do? Guan Yinue said irritably when she saw Li Shengtian lost in thought. Li Shengtian glanced at her. A small business. What do you think we'll be training in the afternoon? I'm not an instructor. How would I know? Guess, you wouldn't head. Li Shengtian found the nickname quite amusing. Soon, lunchtime was over. The trainees gathered again in the training field. My name is Han Chang, your physical training instructor. This afternoon, we will have our physical training. Han Chang then explained the importance of physical fitness, and the trainees all agreed. The physical training officially began. It was just weighted running, carrying sandbags, and endurance training. However, Li Shengtian always felt that the instructor was targeting him. His training was always much more than the others. If others had a 50-pound weight, he had to carry 100 pounds. If others ran 2 kilometers, he had to run 4 kilometers. The key was that he wasn't allowed to use spiritual power. In short, no matter how targeted it was, if it weren't for Li Shengtian having the immortal longevity skill, he would have collapsed long ago. However, under the instructor's deliberate extra training, even Li Shengtian felt a bit tired, but he had to admit that it indeed had some benefits for his physical improvement. After finishing the afternoon physical training, Han Chang told everyone that there would be a theory class in the evening. Li Shengtian was already panting heavily. Guan Yinue ran over and laughed. Did you break a heavenly rule? Why does the instructor always give you extra training? I don't know, maybe he's jealous that I'm better looking than him. Stop joking, let's go eat first. We still have a theory class tonight. Li Shengtian nodded, internally complaining about Ouyang Shui, knowing it must be her doing. The days of training quickly passed. Today was the last day of the year. During this time, the trainees had martial arts training in the morning, physical training in the afternoon, and theory classes in the evening. They were living a life more exhausting than that of a corporate slave. Li Shengtian clearly felt that his swordsmanship had improved significantly, though it was still far from his mastery of the sword. As for why he didn't learn sword techniques from Wu Yong, it wasn't out of pride. He had seen Wu Yong teach other sword-wielding trainees, and his swordsmanship was definitely superior to Wu Yong's. Moreover, after the extra training from the coach, his physical strength had also increased considerably. As for the theory classes, Li Shengtian always fell asleep as soon as he lay down. On this day, the last martial arts training session, Wu Yong had each trainee spar with him to evaluate their performance. Li Shengtian, you go first. Seeing Wu Yong call his name first, Li Shengtian had no choice but to step forward. At this moment, Ouyang Shui in the distance also took notice. Come on, you go first, let me see your progress. Wu Yong's voice was steady and powerful, as if it could ignite the fighting spirit deep within. Li Shengtian nodded, and then his figure moved. suddenly charging towards Wu Yong like a cheetah. The flash of the blade cut through the air with a whistling sound, aiming directly for Wu Yong's vital points. Wu Yong remained calm, shifting his feet lightly, his body slipping away like a swimming fish, easily dodging Li Xingtian's attack. At the same time, his long knife swung out, the blade gleaming like lightning, pressing towards Li Xingtian's flank. Li Xingtian's heart tightened, but his body reacted quickly. Almost at the moment the blade's light brushed against his clothing, he rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding the strike. As he landed, he pushed off the ground and launched another attack, his knife techniques becoming increasingly fierce, each move targeting Wu Yong's vital points. Wu Yong was equally unyielding, countering each move with fluidity, engaging in a fierce battle with Li Xingtian. The two exchanged blows, the sound of metal clashing echoing, and the other trainees held their breath, afraid to miss any exciting moment. As time passed, both of their stamina gradually depleted, but Li Xingtian grew more and more courageous. After a fierce exchange, Li Xingtian suddenly retreated, appearing to be defeated and fleeing, but in reality, he was gathering strength for a final strike. Seeing this, Wu Yong thought he had an opportunity and immediately pursued. However, just as Wu Yong's blade was about to touch Li Xingtian's back, Li Xingtian's body shifted oddly to the side, and at an incredible angle, he swung his knife, the tip tracing a brilliant arc in the air, aiming for Wu Yong's throat. Wu Yong was taken aback, but years of combat experience allowed him to make the right judgment in this critical moment. He quickly retracted his knife, spinning around his body to narrowly evade the deadly strike. However, due to the large movement, his footing became chaotic, revealing a flaw. Li Xingtian seized this opportunity, leaping up and striking down with his knife, the blade like a dragon, unstoppable. Although Wu Yong exerted all his strength to block, he was still forced back several steps, his face pale. Good, Li Xingtian, you win. After Wu Yong steadied himself, he burst into hearty laughter, his eyes filled with admiration, while in his heart, he had formed a rough assessment of Li Xingtian. The afternoon's physical training was once again evaluated by Han Chang. Li Xingtian received high praise from Han Chang for his outstanding performance. After the theoretical exam in the evening, the trainees' training came to a temporary halt. That night, Ouyang Shui sat at her desk, looking at the recently sent performance reports of the trainees on her computer. The first name that stood out was Li Xingtian. Curiously, Ouyang Shui clicked on Li Xingtian's results. Full marks in martial arts training, full marks in physical training. Ouyang Shui nodded as she read. She had witnessed Li Xingtian's battle with Wu Yong earlier that day. For him to practice his swordsmanship to the point of defeating such an experienced instructor in such a short time was truly a testament to his unparalleled talent. Since the first day she had made Li Xingtian run 100 laps without him breaking a sweat, she had known his physical fitness was excellent, so the full marks were to be expected. Ouyang Shui then clicked on Li Xingtian's theoretical exam results and nearly smashed her computer in frustration. 9 points? No matter how inattentive he is, he shouldn't score in single digits. Ouyang Shui quickly took a sip of tea to calm herself. She was truly exasperated by Li Xingtian. She opened his exam paper to see what had happened. It turned out that Li Xingtian had randomly selected answers for the multiple-choice questions. As for the subjective questions, the first answer was Happy New Year, Instructor Wang Mei, the second was a blessing for Wu Yong, the third was for Han Chang, and for the last question, Li Xingtian had written a little essay to Ouyang Shui about always being 18 and hoping to find a boyfriend in the coming year. Ouyang Shui felt a mix of anger and helplessness as she read. As the new year approached, Li Xingtian was in the dormitory video calling Lan Yun and Li Wanshu, chatting about the events happening at the training camp. Soon after, he received messages from Lu Qingcheng and a few other girls. Lu Qingcheng, hubby, Happy New Year. I can't video call you in the secret realm, but you must work hard at the training camp. Si Yinyao, dear, Happy New Year. When are you coming back? I miss you. Yang Muyun, Happy New Year, brother Shangtian. It's a pity we can't celebrate together, but I'm working hard to be with you for every holiday in the future. Luo Bing, Happy New Year. Hubby, I'm waiting for you to come back. Xiang Mengqi, Happy New Year. Little rascal, wait for you to return to the academy by Ruoshua, Xingtian, Happy New Year. I really miss you. Boohoo. Seeing so many messages, Li Xingtian felt warmth in his heart. Although they were not by his side at that moment, they were always thinking of him. Wasn't that better than being a single dog spending New Year's alone like some authors? Similarly, Li Xingtian also received blessings from his younger brothers, including Sherdang, Zhubobo, and Ai Kuan, who said they would follow their boss to grow strong and create brilliance in the coming year. Li Xingtian couldn't help but smile wryly. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Li Xingtian, the training camp has prepared a New Year's Eve party. Let's go together. Guan Yinyue's cheerful voice came from outside the door. Coming, Li Xingtian replied as he got up and walked out. He saw that Guan Yinue had changed into the outfit she wore when she first arrived at the training camp, her graceful figure accentuated. "Let's go!" Guan Yinue directly took Li Xingtian's hand. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. At that moment, Yichen was alone in the dormitory, looking out at the lively scene outside. His roommates had all gone out to party, while he stayed behind. He couldn't help but think of his girlfriend and the son she had given birth to for him. "It's the end of the month, I should send them some money." However, Yichen found that he couldn't transfer money from his account, as it showed that the account did not exist. Yichen thought that his girlfriend had cancelled this bank card, so he called his superior, hoping he could help check his girlfriend's new account. "Well, Yichen, I originally wanted to wait until your training camp was over to tell you about this." Upon hearing this, Yichen's heart tightened. What exactly happened? Sigh, the voice on the other end sighed heavily. "Your girlfriend and child unfortunately died in a car accident not long ago." What? A thunderclap echoed in Yichen's mind, and he instantly felt weak all over. "You're joking with me, right?" Sigh, "My condolences." After saying that, the call was disconnected. Bang! The phone was smashed to the ground. At that moment, a red light flashed in Yichen's eyes, and he roared, "Who is it? Who the hell is it? I want you dead." The joy of the new year quickly passed. On this day, Ouyang Shui gathered the trainees in front of a cylindrical building. Ouyang Shui glanced at Yichen, knowing about his wife and child's fate, yet Yichen still wore the sky is the biggest, I am second expression, showing no signs of sadness. Ouyang Shui couldn't be bothered to care much. She then turned her gaze to Li Xingtian, recalling his impressive score of 9 in the theoretical exam, and couldn't help but smile wryly. "Today, you will undergo pressure training. Behind me is a special pressure chamber, where you will experience different levels of spiritual pressure." Ouyang Shui paused. "The purpose of this pressure training is to strengthen your willpower, so that when you encounter strong opponents, you won't be unable to stand." After Ouyang Shui finished speaking, another beautiful instructor stepped forward. "My name is Su Rongrong, and I will be in charge of your pressure training. You can choose different levels of pressure for training, with the lowest being level 5 and the highest level 9, corresponding to the spiritual pressure of practitioners at those levels. You will undergo 2 weeks of pressure training. Report." At this moment, Li Shengtian raised his hand. "What question does this student have?" Su Rongrong looked at Li Shengtian, revealing a lovely smile. Ouyang Shui couldn't help but look over, thinking Li Shengtian was up to something again. "I want to ask if I can withstand level 9 pressure directly. Do I still need to train?" "Ha!" Su Rongrong clearly didn't expect Li Shengtian to ask this, and immediately looked at Ouyang Shui. Ouyang Shui didn't hesitate and said, "If you can withstand level 9 pressure for 10 minutes, you will pass with full marks, and you won't need to participate in the subsequent training." "Oh, that's fine." Li Shengtian thought the training was too boring, and it would be more interesting to watch others exhaust themselves after passing the training. As for level 9 pressure, Li Shengtian was quite confident. After all, he had felt the pressure of alien deities, and now he had the immortal longevity technique, so he wasn't afraid. "Li Shengtian, you go first." Ouyang Shui called his name directly, wanting to see if he could withstand the level 9 pressure. Li Shengtian stepped out of the line and entered the pressure chamber. The other trainees couldn't help but feel nervous, especially Guan Yinue, whose small hands clenched tightly. The pressure chamber was empty, with only a mechanical voice sounding. "Please select pressure intensity and time. Note, if both knees touch the ground, it is considered a failure." Level 9. 10 minutes. Li Shengtian said without hesitation. "Level 9 spiritual pressure is being released, please prepare." At this moment, Li Shengtian also activated his spiritual energy. 5, 4, 1. In an instant, the level 9 pressure descended. Li Shengtian felt as if he was carrying a great mountain on his back, accompanied by a mental intimidation that made his legs involuntarily begin to bend. Immortal Diamond. Li Shengtian quickly activated the Immortal Longevity technique. Immortal Tendons. Immortal Bones. With each technique he activated, Li Shengtian straightened up a little. Immortal 5 Elements. With a furious roar from Li Shengtian, his legs had already supported his body. Next, Li Shengtian crazily channeled his spiritual power, even utilizing the spiritual liquid from the infinite Shumi mustard seed. Time passed second by second. Guan Yinue's palms were already drenched in sweat as she anxiously stared at the door of the pressure chamber. "Time's up, congratulations on passing." In an instant, the pressure of spiritual power was lifted, and Li Shengtian knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his entire body soaked in sweat. Outside the pressure chamber, Guan Yinue and the other students nervously watched the door. "How long has it been? Has it been 10 minutes? About that, I wonder if he passed." Just then, the door of the pressure chamber swung open. Li Shengtian strolled out leisurely. "How was it?" "Instructor Ouyang, you must keep your word." Li Shengtian looked at Ouyang Shui with a smile. Ouyang Shui was momentarily stunned. You passed? At that moment, Su Rongrong glanced at the tablet connected to the pressure chamber, paused for a moment, then exclaimed excitedly, Instructor Ouyang, he really passed. 9th level pressure, 10 minutes. Wow, he really passed. God, what kind of monster is this? I could barely last a breath under 9th level pressure before I knelt. The students were shocked to hear Su Rongrong confirm that Li Shengtian had indeed endured 10 minutes under 9th level pressure. Ouyang Shui felt no better. She considered herself a genius, but deep down, she knew she would have been helpless against 9th level pressure at Li Shengtian's age. After a long silence, Ouyang Shui composed herself. You kept your word, your pressure training is a perfect score, and you won't need to participate in pressure training anymore. Li Shengtian smiled and then walked back to the group. Guan Yingyue and several teammates immediately surrounded him. Wow, Li Shengtian, you are really amazing, Guan Yingyue exclaimed, shaking his arm with admiration in her eyes. Li Shengtian's outstanding performance during this time had caught her attention, and she developed some different feelings for him as she admired strong individuals. Li Shengtian noticed his favorability with Guan Yingyue had risen to 90 and found it slightly strange, attributing it to his own excellence. Brotherly, impressive. I, Zhuang Chaoxiang, rarely admire anyone, but you are one. Brotherly, you are the best, Wang Bing said, giving a thumbs up. Several teammates surrounded Li Shengtian, showering him with praise. Nearby, Yichen watched the spotlight on Li Shengtian with cold eyes, feeling a sense of competition rising in his heart. He thought, I, Yichen, am a genius among geniuses, how can I be outdone by him? So what if he lasted 10 minutes under 9th level pressure? What's there to be proud of? With that thought, Yichen spoke up. Everyone turned to look at him. However, Yichen felt no embarrassment. He enjoyed the attention he was receiving. Hey, Yichen, if you think you can do it too, go ahead and challenge him. No one is stopping you. Guan Yingyue found Yichen increasingly annoying and retorted without considering that he was her teammate. The captain is right. You can you up. No can no BB. Zhuang Chaoxiang had long been displeased with Yichen, and seeing him act so pretentious was unbearable. Brother Zhuang, is that how the saying goes? Wang Bing asked, puzzled. Just ignore it. It means that. Zhuang Chaoxiang then looked at Yichen. So, what? Are you going to challenge him? If not, you're a coward. Open your eyes and watch closely, Yichen said, striding directly toward the pressure chamber. Yichen, are you sure you want to challenge him? Ouyang Shui asked. Yichen nodded, I'm sure. I hope Instructor Ouyang will allow me to be exempt from future training as well. If you can pass, then naturally. With Ouyang Shui's response, Yichen entered the pressure tower without hesitation. Is he really going to challenge him? Can he do it? I think he's here to be a joke. I don't have high hopes for him. I think he's just a clown. The trainees were all questioning Yichen. Li Shengtian couldn't help but sigh. Is this what it means to be the chosen one? When he challenged others, no one said anything, but when Yichen wanted to challenge, it was a flood of doubts. Sure enough, the protagonist comes with a halo of ridicule. At the same time, not far away, an officer also witnessed this scene. His eyes darkened for a moment, then he stepped out. Soon, the officer arrived at the management department that specifically monitored the pressure room's situation. Old Fu? What are you doing here? The officer sitting in the monitoring room was puzzled when he saw the officer known as Old Fu enter. The minister asked me to come and check on you. The pressure training must be monitored carefully. The officer nodded. He knew this was important, as any accident in the pressure room could pose great danger to the trainees. Moreover, since Old Fu said the minister sent him, the officer didn't think much of it. Old Fu's gaze fell on the screen, fixated on Yichen appearing in the footage. Yichen walked into the pressure room, casually glanced around, and then heard a mechanical voice. Please select pressure intensity and duration. Note, kneeling on both knees means challenge failure. Yichen confidently replied, 9th level, 15 minutes. He deliberately chose 15 minutes to put Li Shengtian under pressure and to slap those trainees in the face. At this moment, Yichen was already imagining the expressions on those people's faces after he succeeded. He thoroughly enjoyed the plot of being doubted and then slapping faces. Countdown, 19, 18, 2, 1. The sudden overwhelming pressure made Yichen grunt, nearly causing him to kneel down. Yichen quickly activated all his spiritual energy to resist, but unfortunately, his meager energy had little effect against this pressure. It only slowed his descent, but he was still bending down, about to completely kneel on the ground. Damn, how can it be this strong? Yichen couldn't care about anything else. The ring on his finger erupted with even greater pressure, instantly countering the 9th level pressure in the room. Only then did Yi Chen have a chance to catch his breath and, disregarding everything else, easily stand up. Soon, Yi Chen realized that if he stood up so easily, it might raise suspicion, so he pretended to struggle against the pressure. Everything happened in just a few seconds, but Yi Chen was already panting. With the help of the ring to offset the pressure, he finally had time to think about how Li Shengtian had passed. Strange, this trainee actually stood up again. I thought he was done for. The officer in the monitoring room exclaimed when he saw Yi Chen standing up again. Old Fu's gaze was indeed fixed on the ring on Yi Chen's hand. He could feel that things seemed to be calling out to him. No, it should be said that a deity was calling him. So it was here, it has always been with you. Old Fu murmured. Old Fu, what are you saying? Nothing. Then Old Fu looked at Yi Chen's figure on the screen, his eyes darkening. Damn traitor! How dare you use the sacred treasure of the deity to show off? Thinking this, Old Fu began to operate on the computer under the curious gaze of another officer. Before long, the mechanical voice announced, 15 minutes are up, challenge successful. Yi Chen immediately retracted the aura from the ring, pretending to gasp for air. He stayed in the pressure room for a while longer before stepping out with heavy steps. As Yi Chen walked out of the pressure room, the trainees all cast bewildered looks at him. It seemed that Yi Chen had truly passed, which made the group of trainees who had just mocked him feel as if they had eaten a stone. Yi Chen glanced at Su Rongrong, who dumbly opened her mouth. Yi Chen challenged the 9th level pressure for 15 minutes and succeeded. Instructor Ouyang, you didn't let us down. As Yi Chen spoke, he revealed a self-assured smile that he thought was charming and gentle. Little did he know, Ouyang Shui didn't even glance at him, merely feeling astonished. She thought Li Shengtian was already exaggerated enough, but this Yi Chen was even more outrageous. It seems the higher-ups were right. This Yi Chen is indeed a once-in-a-million genius. At the same time, Ouyang Shui found it strange. Based on his previous performance, Yi Chen hadn't shown any remarkable achievements, so how did he suddenly shine today? Seeing that Ouyang Shui didn't respond, Yi Chen assumed she was already impressed by him. He then turned and walked back into the crowd. The other students remained silent, but inside, they felt a pang of discomfort. Perhaps it was Yi Chen's aura, or maybe it was his arrogant demeanor that made them unhappy. In any case, while Li Shengtian felt admiration for overcoming them, Yi Chen relished their discomfort. Yi Chen enjoyed watching their unwillingness to accept defeat, yet feeling helpless. So, what do you think? Are you convinced? Yi Chen approached Zhuang Chaoqiang and said coldly, Humph, who knows how you passed? I'm not convinced. Zhuang Chaoqiang shot him a glare. Lung fog, Yi Chen mocked, feeling quite pleased. He then walked over to Li Shengtian. Guan Yinyu, standing nearby, seemed to guess what Yi Chen wanted to say, tightly hugging Li Shengtian's arm and looking at Yi Chen with disdain. She now hated Yi Chen. Even if he achieved better results than Li Shengtian, she still disliked him. You're not that great either. I thought it would be more difficult. Yi Chen crossed his arms, looking at Li Shengtian with contempt. A flash of murderous intent crossed Li Shengtian's eyes as he pondered when he could take down Yi Chen, who dared to mock him. However, Li Shengtian didn't want to argue with Yi Chen. It was too childish. Alright, since Yi Chen has also passed the challenge, you will also receive full marks for pressure training, and you won't need to participate in the subsequent training, Ouyang Shui interjected in time. Thank you, Ouyang Jia. Yi Chen cupped his fists in gratitude. Upon hearing Yi Chen's address, Ouyang Shui frowned, about to reprimand him when a voice rang out from a distance. Wait! Old Fu approached with the officer from the monitoring room. Everyone turned to look, and Ouyang Shui recognized Old Fu and the officer, knowing they were from the management department. What's the matter? Old Fu walked straight up to Ouyang Shui, saluted, and then glanced at Yi Chen. Chief Instructor Ouyang, we are here to report that this student named Yi Chen cheated. What? Yi Chen cheated? Ha, I knew it. How could he be that impressive? Humph, some people can't keep up the act for more than a few minutes. Retribution has come, hasn't it? Hearing Old Fu's words, the students felt a glimmer of hope for a reversal and quickly jumped in to add fuel to the fire, venting their earlier frustrations. Li Shengtian glanced at Yi Chen out of the corner of his eye, finding it amusing. It seemed he wouldn't even need to take action himself. Yi Chen was startled by the accusation but forced himself to remain calm on the surface. Don't slander me. I passed the challenge fairly. If you keep defaming me, I'll take you to the military court. Old Fu sneered. You should indeed go to the military court. After all, cheating is also illegal in the military. Seeing that Old Fu was completely unafraid, Yi Chen began to panic, wondering if this person really had evidence. Alright, Old Fu, you say Yi Chen cheated. Do you have any evidence? Ouyang Shui remained rational. Chief Instructor Ouyang, please take a look. Old Fu took a tablet from the officer in the monitoring room and handed it to Ouyang Shui. She took it and examined it closely, her expression growing increasingly grim. The tablet displayed footage of Yi Chen during the challenge, along with the powerful force that was suddenly released according to the instrument scan. which clearly indicated that it was not Yi Chen's strength. This was enough to prove that Yi Chen had indeed passed the challenge through cheating methods. Ouyang Shui felt a surge of disgust in her heart. She had always been upright and straightforward, and what she hated the most was the church, followed closely by these despicable and treacherous little people. Yes, in Ouyang Shui's mind, Yi Chen had already been labeled as a treacherous villain. Yi Chen, do you have anything to explain? Ouyang Shui coldly looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's heart tightened, but he still struggled to say, Instructor Ouyang, it must be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Just look for yourself, it's all clear on this. The more Ouyang Shui thought about it, the angrier she became. She simply had Su Rongrong take the tablet down so that Yi Chen could see for himself, and then she passed the tablet around to the other students. Oh my, who is this? Isn't it the great Yi Chen? The cheating big shot, right? Look at this, the power that appeared later on the tablet is not Yi Chen's at all. He used another treasure to withstand the pressure. The students showed no mercy as they threw stones at Yi Chen while he was down. When it was the turn of Zhuang Chaoqiang and others, Zhuang Chaoqiang deliberately raised his voice. What is this? Lung fog. Guan Yinue already despised Yi Chen, and now she felt that having him in their team was a disgrace. No, this is fake. Why are you framing me? Yi Chen pointed at Lao Fu, saying fiercely, What do you mean? Do you doubt our fairness? The officer in the monitoring room immediately replied, then looked at Ouyang Shui and the group of students. I am a specialized personnel from the monitoring room, and I guarantee that this data is absolutely real. If there is any falsehood, I willingly accept any punishment from the military court. The students, who were already skeptical of Yi Chen, supported the officer's words even more. We believe. That's right. The training camp has been around for so many years, it wouldn't falsely accuse a student for no reason. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Yi Chen said, You are just jealous of me. Enough, Yi Chen. Ouyang Shui shouted angrily, Your results are cancelled. Of course, you can continue to stay in the training camp, but I will report your situation to the commander of the Beiyan military district, and he will decide how to handle it. Instructor Ouyang, I propose that the treasure Yi Chen used to cheat be temporarily confiscated, otherwise, what if he cheats again later? At this moment, Lao Fu spoke up. This was his other purpose. It was one thing to be annoyed by Yi Chen flaunting the divine treasure, and another to have more room to maneuver after confiscating it. Impossible. Yi Chen directly refused. This ring was something he had risked his life to bring out from the church, and it was his reliance for becoming stronger. How could he possibly hand it over? If you won't confiscate it, then you can just leave the training camp. You have been eliminated. Ouyang Shui showed no leniency. Yi Chen thought about how he had come to the training camp at the behest of the commander of the Beiyan military district to achieve good results. If he was eliminated and returned, coupled with the cheating incident, the commander would probably no longer value him. I'll hand it over. Yi Chen thought that since the ring had already recognized its master, only he could use it. It would be useless in anyone else's hands, so it wouldn't matter if he handed it over. Then, Yi Chen angrily took off the ring and handed it to Ouyang Shui. Lao Fu's gaze was fixed tightly on the ring, then quickly averted. Instructor Ouyang, I hope you will keep it safe. There was a hint of threat in Yi Chen's words. Ouyang Shui frowned. The training camp will keep it safe for you. But Yi Chen, you have really disappointed me. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and looked at Lao Fu. I remember you. Then Yi Chen thought of something. Instructor Ouyang, I request that the process of Li Xingtian's challenge be re-examined. I suspect he also cheated. Li Xingtian raised an eyebrow, surprised that he could be dragged into this while just eating melon seeds. This Yi Chen is so annoying. Guan Yinue no longer concealed her dislike for Yi Chen, and Zhuang Chaoqiang and others nodded in agreement. Li Shangtian, you didn't cheat, did you? Guan Yinue then looked at Li Shangtian, nervously asking. Li Shangtian took the opportunity to pinch her pretty face. Do I look like someone who cheats? Well, even though you're a bit mischievous, I trust your character, after all. Guan Yinue wanted to say that he was the man she liked. After all what? Oh, it's nothing. Guan Yinue's face turned red. Ouyang Shui was quite disappointed with Yi Chen's behavior, but since he said that, she couldn't refuse, otherwise, it would imply that Li Shangtian also cheated, and she would be covering for him. Lao Fu, could you two please review the process of Li Xingtian's challenge again? Send it to every student's phone. Ouyang Shui's action was to prove Li Xingtian's innocence, and she firmly believed that he would never cheat. Okay. Lao Fu and his companion immediately got to work, and soon everyone received the data sent by Lao Fu. After review, there are no issues with Li Xingtian's challenge process. An officer in the monitoring room announced loudly, Wow, so cool. Brother Li, is this some special technique? My goodness, even I, as a man, think it's cool. The information sent by Lao Fu included data and video from Li Shengtian's challenge. As Li Shengtian fully unleashed the immortal longevity technique, a faint shadow of the immortal celestial demon appeared behind him. This was one of the realms of the immortal diamond, initially manifesting as a giant elephant form, followed by the barbarian ghost form, celestial demon form, Azura form, and diamond form. Originally, Li Shengtian was only at the barbarian ghost form, but under the pressure of the 9th level, he was subtly on the verge of entering the celestial demon form. Therefore, the appearance of the celestial demon shadow undoubtedly made Li Shengtian's challenge process even more impressive. Li Shengtian, what technique is this? So cool! Guan Yinue looked at Li Shengtian with stars in her eyes. Li Shengtian smiled and said, "Want to learn? Our family's secret technique is only for my future wife." Ah! Guan Yinue's pretty face instantly turned red, thinking, is Li Shengtian hinting at me? Should I agree? Yichen, do you have anything to say now? Ouyang Shui said in a deep voice. Poof! Yichen coldly snorted, feeling very unconvinced, and then fled in embarrassment. As he passed by Li Shengtian, he heard Li Shengtian say, walking so slowly, "Is the road too peaceful?" Yi Chen turned his head and glared. "What do you mean? No stones. Don't be so arrogant." Yi Chen left with a fierce remark. "Ha, you're so mischievous." Guan Yinue pinched Li Shengtian's arm hard, laughing uncontrollably. Li Shengtian watched Yi Chen's retreating figure, but in his heart, he wondered, "System, Yi Chen's golden finger has been confiscated, won't his destiny decline?" Ding, reporting to the host, the Terror of the Night has already recognized Yi Chen as its master. The connection between them must be severed for Yi Chen to lose his golden finger. Do you have a way to sever it? Ding, reporting to the host, as long as the host obtains it, the system can forcibly sever the connection between the Terror of the Night and Yi Chen. Just as the system finished speaking, a system task arrived. Ding, system task. Plunder Yi Chen's golden finger, Terror of the Night. Li Shengtian nodded and then glanced at Ouyang Shui. I wonder if this woman will personally safeguard the ring. He had previously told Ouyang Shui that this ring was related to an alien deity, so she should take it seriously. It wouldn't be easy to quietly obtain the ring. Tisk, if I had known, I wouldn't have told her, really shooting myself in the foot. After the training ended, Li Shengtian returned to the dormitory and instructed Ding, who had been lurking nearby, to look for opportunities to see if he could retrieve the ring, but also told him not to act hastily, as Ouyang Shui's identity was special, and it would be difficult to handle later. Moreover, she was one of Li Shengtian's targets, and it wouldn't be good if she got hurt. Time passed quickly. The pressure training officially came to an end. These days, Li Shengtian watched as the other trainees worked themselves to exhaustion while he lounged in the sun, basking in the warmth. Occasionally, he would tease Guan Yinue or flirt with Ouyang Shui. Although he would often receive a scolding from Ouyang Shui, Li Shengtian found it amusing and continued his antics, eventually leading Ouyang Shui to give up on reprimanding him altogether. Yi Chen still had to follow the training, but after the last incident, the other trainees were all drawn to him, leaving Yi Chen completely isolated. However, he seemed to care little about it, and Li Shengtian could only conclude that this was likely due to a lack of love in his childhood, which he had long since grown accustomed to. In the final pressure training, Guan Yinue and the others achieved good results. What surprised Ouyang Shui the most was that Yi Chen's final score was actually second only to Li Shengtian's, which made her sigh. Clearly, he had decent talent but chose to go down the wrong path. On this day, Ouyang Shui gathered the trainees once more. The training camp is coming to an end soon. There are 2 more assessments left, a practical exercise and a wilderness survival exercise. Once these 2 assessments are completed, your training will be entirely finished. Hearing that the training was finally coming to an end, the trainees cheered. Great! It's finally ending. God knows how I've managed to endure these days. I'm finally leaving this heart-wrenching place. Guan Yinue quietly took Li Shengtian's hand. After the training camp, are you going back to Kyoto? Li Shengtian knew the girl was reluctant to part with him. I still need to join the special team. That's the task assigned to me. Then I want to join too. We'll still be teammates. Guan Yinue thought this way, and it meant she wouldn't have to separate from Li Shengtian. Li Shengtian merely smiled gently. Separation was inevitable. He couldn't take Guan Yinue with him everywhere, especially not at Shanghai Academy. Li, then I'll follow you too. Throughout the training camp, I've only respected you, Zhuang Chaocheng said upon hearing that Li Shengtian was joining the special team. Sure, Li Shengtian had intended to take Zhuang Chaocheng under his wing, and it was better for him to be in the same team. Tomorrow's practical exercise will have you divided into teams, where you will play the roles of the church's forces and the military's forces in opposition. This is also to help you think from multiple perspectives when dealing with church organizations in the future. Ouyang Shui then explained the church's usual methods in detail, her words dripping with unmasked hatred. The next day, Li Shengtian arrived at a cluster of abandoned buildings not far from the training camp. The practical exercise assessment would take place here, and Ouyang Shui instructed each team leader to draw lots to determine whether their team would play the church's forces or the military's forces. In the end, Guan Yingyue, thanks to her incredible luck, successfully drew the church's forces. Ha! Why is it the church? Guan Yingyue was clearly dissatisfied with her draw. She had hoped to play the military role. It's okay, Captain, we can still play the church well, Wang Bing comforted her in a timely manner. Yeah, Captain, besides, we have someone in our team who looks just like a villain from the church, Zhuang Chaosheng said, glancing at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes darkened instantly, and Li Shengtian looked at Zhuang Chaosheng with amusement, thinking that he had indeed hit the nail on the head. Ouyang Shui scanned the group. Next, you will go to your respective strongholds. The scenario is that the military has received news that the church is planning to assassinate an important official and will attempt to thwart the church's actions. That important official is in the central building, and the team playing the church will win if they successfully carry out the assassination, otherwise, the team playing the military will win. Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, the exercise began. Li Shengtian's team was assigned to the edge of the ruins. Each team's position was randomly assigned, but the opposing forces could communicate with each other. Our initial position isn't great. What should we do next? Guan Yingyue glanced at the map and then fixed her gaze on Li Shengtian. You're asking me? You're the captain, Li Shengtian joked. Guan Yingyue stamped her foot, annoyed. Oh, come on. I'm not that smart. Anyway, the command of our team is handed over to you. Hearing this, Li Shengtian's eyes briefly wandered to the impressive sight in front of Guan Yingyue, and he nodded to himself. Indeed, it's misplaced. Before Guan Yingyue could feel embarrassed, Li Shengtian directly picked up the walkie-talkie. This is Team 1, please respond. Hello, Team 2, this is Huang Yi, Team 3 received, this is Chang Jiang. With Li Shengtian starting, several team leaders began to respond over the walkie-talkie. Report position, I'm at F3, Huang Yi 2 at D6, Chang Jiang 3 at B4. Li Shengtian marked each team's position on the map, his mind racing. I'm Li Shengtian, listen to my commands from now on. Received. The other teams responded immediately upon hearing it was Li Shengtian. After all, everyone in the training camp, except for Yi Chen, had great respect for him. Team 5 is at A4, right? Charge directly at the central building. Report, this way Team 5 might be completely wiped out. Just charge, if luck is on your side, you'll complete the mission directly. If not, it's fine. Team 5 paused for a moment, received. Team 2, there's a tall building over there, right? Go up and scout the enemy's position. Huang Yi received. Other teams, stand by. After finishing, Li Shengtian looked at Guan Yingyue. Let's quickly head to Area A. Then, Li Shengtian's team swiftly made their way to the center of the ruins. This is Team 5. We've launched an attack. There's a small team in the central building. Should we continue the assault? This is Huang Yi. We've spotted 2 enemy teams, one at B3 and one at B7, heading towards Area A. Upon hearing this, Li Shengtian immediately ordered, Team 5, continue the assault. Team 3, block B3 immediately. Team 4, come from C5. I'm at C3, encircle the enemy team at B7. Quickly. Received. Li Shengtian led his team forward at full speed, completely unafraid of encountering the enemy's unseen team. He was eager to meet them. Before long, Li Shengtian and his team encountered an enemy squad. As soon as they met, both sides began to fight. However, under the pressure from Li Shengtian and his team, the enemy quickly fell apart. Retreat! The enemy team, realizing the situation was dire, attempted to escape, only to run into Team 4 that was rushing over. Together with Li Shengtian's team, they wiped out the enemy squad. This is Team 5, we've been ambushed from behind. Team 2, immediately assist Chang Jiang in wiping out the enemy team at B3. Team 5, hold your ground. If you can't hold, take a few more people with you to eliminate them. Understood. Then, Li Shengtian led his team and Team 4 towards the B3 area. At this moment, one of the eliminated team members approached the captain, puzzled. Captain, wait a minute, isn't Li Shengtian's team only 4 people, and there's also Yi Chen? The captain suddenly jolted. Oh no! He wanted to use the walkie-talkie to inform the other teams of this news, but their walkie-talkie was unusable after their team was eliminated. The captain smacked his lips. Damn it! Yi Chen is a freaking assassin. Meanwhile, in the training camp's monitoring room, Ouyang Shui led a group of instructors observing the movements of each team on the screen, as well as the conversations over the walkie-talkie. It's still that kid Li Shengtian. He's managed to unite several teams in an instant, while the enemy teams are still arguing. Just as Wu Yong finished speaking, a voice came from the military channel. Zhang Xiaobai, What is your team doing? Can't you even take out one enemy team with a sneak attack from behind? You know nothing. The other side is fighting like they have nothing to lose. I even had a teammate dragged down with them. Kai-Su, your team better not be hiding. Hurry to B3 and help me. There's still one enemy team that hasn't come out. What if they concentrate their fire on the central building? Damn, the last enemy team has come out. We're surrounded. Hurry and provide support. Hold on, we're coming. Ouyang Shui shook her head as she watched several teams playing the military faction. It's too chaotic. We've completely fallen into Li Xingtian's trap. Yeah, Han Chang nodded, and that Li Xingtian is ruthless enough to sacrifice a whole team to draw out the others. Right now, only Kai-Su's team doesn't know their position, but they'll find out soon. Han Chang glanced at Kai-Su's team heading towards the B3 area and Li Xingtian with Team 4 also moving in that direction. Listen to what he said. Hold on if you can. If you can't, take a few more out with you, a trainer joked. If I didn't know his background, I would really think he was from the church. Ouyang Shui's gaze fell on a red dot on the screen, the same color as Li Xingtian and the others, but it was steadily approaching the central building. She then sneered and murmured, "Humph, good job, Li Xingtian, you've learned the church's dirty tricks well." Meanwhile, Li Xingtian had already brought Guan Yingyue and a few from Team 4 to the B3 area. Wait a moment. The two teams found a place to hide. On the way, Team 5 sent the last message saying they had been completely wiped out. At this point, the enemy team that ambushed Team 5 was likely heading this way. The enemy team in B3 was about to be annihilated by Team 3 and the arriving Team 2. Just then, Kai-Su's team also arrived to join the fray. Alright, it's our turn to strike. Immediately, the two teams burst onto the scene. The enemy teams panicked. What the hell? Why are they all here? Aren't they going to the central building? Hey, I'm Kai-Su. Everyone from the enemy is here. Hurry and provide support. On our way. The team that had ambushed Team 5 immediately set off to assist. The team guarding the central building also decided to head out for rescue. They were already outnumbered, and if they lost two teams, they wouldn't be able to stop the enemy from attacking the central building. The captain of the eliminated military team, seeing the actions of his teammates, nearly had a heart attack. Idiots! Kai-Su and his crew are idiots too. Didn't they notice one of the enemy is missing? Not long after, all teams gathered in the B3 area for an intense battle. Damn, Li Xingtian is ridiculously strong. Kai-Su, you guys surround him with me. Coming! Li Xingtian looked at the few people surrounding him, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just then, Ouyang Shui's voice came through the broadcast to everyone's ears. Exercise over, the red team wins. Except for a few from Li Xingtian's team, everyone else, including the teams playing the church, was stunned. How did they win out of nowhere? What happened? How did we lose? The military teams exchanged confused glances, filled with doubt. Everyone then returned to the previous gathering place. Ouyang Shui stood in front with a dark expression. You teams have disappointed me greatly. You have no sense of teamwork and made a complete mess. The blue team members all lowered their heads. Just then, Yi Chen returned to Li Xingtian's team, and at that moment, they realized they had been ambushed. Report to the chief instructor, they played dirty. Kai-Su immediately felt indignant. Do you really expect to confront the true power of the church openly? Ouyang Shui's words instantly silenced everyone. In their minds, battles should be fought fairly, but the reality is that the church would never engage them head-on. Moreover, there is no cooperation among your blue teams at all. Even if the red side confronts you directly, you are definitely not their match. The blue team members nodded. It was indeed the case. During the battle in the B3 area, they had been at a disadvantage and were likely to be completely annihilated by the red side before they could openly kill the important officials in the central building. Think about it carefully, Ouyang Shui said, frustrated. She then looked at Li Xingtian. Come with me, Li Xingtian? Inside Ouyang Shui's office, she sat in her office chair, crossing her legs, her gaze fixed on Li Xingtian. You have quite the strategy, huh? Sacrificing Team 5 to lure out the other teams, surrounding them while striking from the east, and even sending Yi Chen to assassinate. Li Xingtian could not detect any praise in Ouyang Shui's tone. You flatter me, Instructor Ouyang. Am I praising you? Ouyang Shui shot him a glare. I want to know if one day you are in command of soldiers in battle, will you disregard their lives like this? Li Xingtian remained unperturbed. Position determines behavior. In the exercise, I was representing the church's stance. It's understandable to be inhumane. If I truly had the chance to command in battle, I would certainly adopt a more prudent approach. Humph, Ouyang Shui snorted lightly, somewhat satisfied with Li Xingtian's response. How did you come up with the idea of sending Yi Chen to assassinate? Aren't you two always at odds? That guy is just slacking off in the team. It's better to let him do something he's good at. Besides, a successful assassination is a great achievement. I don't think he would refuse. Ouyang Shui nodded at this, raising her opinion of Li Shangtian even higher. In truth, Li Shangtian simply found Yi Chen's sour face unpleasant and wanted to get rid of him by sending him to assassinate. Afterward, Ouyang Shui gave each student scores for the practical exercises. Of course, the red side scored higher overall, with Li Shangtian and Yi Chen receiving full marks. That night, Guan Yingyue pulled Li Shangtian aside, saying that the training camp was about to end and organized a social gathering, inviting all the students to attend. Li Shangtian had intended to go to sleep immediately, but he couldn't refuse Guan Yingyue and was forced to participate. While the students were celebrating, in a secluded corner, Old Fu took out a satellite phone from his pocket. Lady Medusa, the divine treasure is now in the hands of the training camp's chief instructor, Ouyang Shui. She seems to value it highly and has been personally guarding it. I can't make a move. What a waste, the voice on the other end cursed darkly. In a couple of days, Lord Poseidon and I will come personally. Yes, I will await your arrival, my lords. Old Fu then hung up the phone and left stealthily. There were 3 days of rest before the final outdoor survival assessment. During these 3 days, Li Shangtian was dragged around by Guan Yingyue, who, for some reason, whether it was because they were about to part ways or something else, insisted on having him accompany her. Guan Yingyue's feelings for Li Shangtian also rapidly intensified, just one last step away from completely winning him over. The final assessment arrived. Ouyang Shui once again stood on the wooden platform where she had first met these students. The last assessment is the outdoor survival test, which shouldn't be difficult for you. After this assessment, you will return to your respective military districts or join special teams. In any case, you will have to say goodbye to the training camp. Ouyang Shui's words immediately made the instructors and students feel reluctant. Bro, let's keep in touch. Come to our Donghu military district. I'll treat you to vinegar fish. Guan Yingyue also grabbed Li Shangtian's hand. What should we do, Li Shangtian? I really don't want to say goodbye to you. Just marry into my family, he replied. Wow! Wang Bing and the others chimed in at the right moment. You, what are you saying, with so many people? Guan Yingyue's face instantly turned red, burying her head into the mountain peak, not daring to let Li Shangtian see her embarrassment. Li Shangtian glanced at Guan Yingyue's mountain peak, secretly nodding, thinking, not bad, the kids will definitely not go hungry in the future. In the training camp, you may have some dissatisfaction, but these will all be your precious memories. I hope that after you go out, you can continue to carry forward the spirit of the training camp and create your own glorious chapters. After Ouyang Shui finished her lengthy speech, she finally got to the main topic. In the upcoming wilderness survival assessment, you will still be divided into teams. You must survive in the mountains without using spiritual power. Be aware that there are some low-level magical beasts in the forest, so be careful. Understanding the assessment rules clearly, the students entered the forest under the guidance of the instructors. Each person was equipped with a wristband that would detect the use of spiritual power and eliminate them if activated. At the same time, this wristband also had a positioning function, allowing for quick rescue from the training camp in case of danger. I know how to survive in the wild, just listen to my commands, Guan Yingyue said to a few team members after entering the forest, then looked at Li Shangtian. Li Shangtian, you have to listen to me too. Okay, I'll listen to you, Li Shangtian said indulgently. After all, this wilderness survival assessment wasn't particularly dangerous, so let Guan Yingyue have her fun. She hadn't really commanded anyone before. Poof! Yi Chen let out a soft laugh, as if mocking Guan Yingyue. Yi Chen, what are you laughing at? Guan Yingyue felt her good mood vanish instantly. Yi Chen's gaze fell on Guan Yingyue. You can only command these kinds of childish games. You! Guan Yingyue gritted her teeth, her little face turning red. Li Shangtian pulled Guan Yingyue into his arms, gently stroking her tender face. Don't mind him. He then looked at Yi Chen. You better behave, or I don't mind letting you know why the flowers are so red. Poof! Yi Chen snorted coldly but didn't dare to say anything further. He didn't have confidence in defeating Li Shangtian even when he had the ring, let alone now that it had been confiscated. Guan Yingyue felt warm inside, leaning against Li Shangtian's chest, feeling very secure. Alright, let's find a place to settle down first. Just as Li Shangtian and the others were undergoing the wilderness survival assessment, a group of people dressed in black appeared in the mountains outside the training camp. Leading them was a man in a sky-blue robe, accompanied by a stunning woman. The woman wore a form-fitting black leather outfit that tightly wrapped around her curvaceous figure, every curve outlined perfectly, exuding a mysterious and dangerous aura. The leather pants hugged her long, straight legs, smooth as a second skin, highlighting her enviable straight and tight lines, swaying gently with her steps, subtly radiating a cold sensuality. The long high-heeled boots on her feet had sharp, tall heels, and the shoe surface gleamed with a hard, cold luster, like a dagger in the dark night. The exquisite buckles and decorations on the shoe surface added a touch of luxury and allure. Her face was as delicate as a porcelain doll, yet carried an innate charm. Her eyes were long and deep, filled with countless emotions as they sparkled. The slightly raised corners of her eyes seemed to hide countless stories. Just a glance could draw one in deeply. Her thick, curled eyelashes fluttered like butterflies, and each blink seemed to whisper sweet nothings. Beneath the high bridge of her nose lay a pair of full, crimson lips, the color of blood, as if calling out for something, or perhaps warning others not to approach too easily. A cascade of large, wavy hair tumbled freely over her shoulders and back, swaying and undulating with her movements, like black satin dancing in the wind. Occasional glimmers of dyed strands sparkled among her hair, resembling twinkling stars in the night sky, adding a touch of wildness and defiance to her presence. "Medusa, contact the spider and have him prepare for extraction," said the man in the blue robe, his tone calm. "Yes," Medusa replied, immediately pulling out a satellite phone. "Lady Medusa, prepare for extraction, attack tonight." "Understood." Soon, the afterglow of the setting sun seemed to be slowly drawn away by an invisible hand, the sky transitioning from bright azure to a warm orange hue that gradually thinned out, and then that gray darkness seeped in like ink dropped into water, spreading and enveloping the entire sky, the light fading quietly. At this moment, Li Shengtian and the others were still by the campfire, grilling fresh fish they had just caught from the water, enjoying this rare moment of leisure, completely unaware that danger was silently approaching. In the training camp, Old Fu ambled over to the sentry post. "Old Fu, what are you doing here?" a sentry asked. "I'm just taking a look, stretching my legs. Just don't wander too far." The sentry was oblivious to the several figures in black creeping up around him. Before the sentry could say anything else, suddenly, a black-clad figure covered the sentry's mouth, and with a swift cut to his throat, he collapsed immediately. Enemy attack. The remaining sentries reacted, but were quickly assassinated by the silent black figures that had crept up behind them. The man in the blue robe and Medusa approached, and Old Fu tore off the mask from his face, revealing a visage tattooed with a spider. "Lord Poseidon, Lady Medusa, where is the divine treasure?" Poseidon asked directly. "With the chief instructor of the training camp, that Ouyang Shui." "Ouyang Shui, Poseidon snorted coldly, "Lead the way." "Yes, this old Han, pouring me so much liquor." Wu Yong grumbled as he emerged from the restroom. Then he suddenly noticed a crowd of people approaching from a distance. Wu Yong immediately became alert, squinting to see, and then was taken aback. Not good. Wu Yong quickly grabbed his instructor's walkie-talkie. "Enemy attack. It's the church people," quickly informed the chief instructor. Wu Yong suddenly felt a chill and swiftly dodged. With a loud boom, the spot where he had just stood was blown out into a large crater. Not a bad reaction. Poseidon had appeared before Wu Yong without him noticing. Wu Yong gritted his teeth and drew his saber. How dare a rat fight back? Meanwhile, the instructors who received Wu Yong's message immediately sounded the alarm, the siren echoing throughout the training camp. Ouyang Shui was sitting in her office when she suddenly heard the alarm. "Chief instructor, it's bad." Su Rongrong burst in, panicked. "The church people have come." "What?" Ouyang Shui immediately perked up, quickly organized the instructors to respond. Ouyang Shui ran to the door, suddenly stopped, and returned to grab Yi Chen's ring from the drawer, putting it on. If what Li Shengtian said is true, they must be here for this. Ouyang Shui steadied herself and quickly ran out. On the other side, the trainees in the mountains also heard the alarm from the training camp. Before they could think much, they heard Ouyang Shui's voice coming through the wristbands distributed by the camp. "The church organization is invading the training camp. You all stay in the mountains and do not come out. Is that clear?" After saying this, there was no further sound. The trainees were all in a panic. "What's going on? The church is invading the training camp? Damn it, we need to contact the military district quickly. Damn it, how could the church's people come?" Yi Chen immediately stood up and ran towards the training camp upon hearing Ouyang Shui's words. He knew very well what the church wanted. Wang Bing and the others didn't even have a chance to stop him. "Li Shengtian, what should we do?" Guan Yinue looked nervously at Li Shengtian. Li Shengtian showed no signs of panic at all. "You all listen to Instructor Ouyang and stay here." Saying this, Li Shengtian stood up. "What about you? What are you going to do?" Seeing Li Shengtian's movement, Guan Yinue quickly grabbed him. Li Shengtian gently brushed Guan Yinue's hand aside, pulling her into his embrace, then leaned down and kissed her cheek. "I have something to do. I won't get into trouble, don't worry. Just stay here obediently." After saying that, Li Shengtian also walked quickly towards the training camp. Guan Yinue looked at Li Shengtian's back, knowing she couldn't stop him, and could only pray in her heart, if something happens to you, I won't live either. Hearing this, a slight smile appeared on Li Shengtian's lips. Uncle Ing, what's going on? Li Shengtian asked as he walked. Ingyi appeared beside Li Shengtian without warning. The church's 7th seat Poseidon and 9th seat Medusa are leading over 100 followers to attack the training camp. Then why aren't you going to help? The guy the Supreme Council arranged to protect you has already gone. Li Shengtian nodded and then let Ingyi take him quickly towards the training camp. If they were late, it would be none of his business. At the training camp, Wu Yong nearly lost his life under Poseidon's strikes. Fortunately, Ouyang Shui arrived in time with a group of instructors to save Wu Yong. It's you! Ouyang Shui glared at Poseidon, as if her gaze could kill. Poseidon would have died countless times already. Seeing Ouyang Shui's eyes, Poseidon said, "Do you want to go down and see your teammates too? I want you to pay with your life." Ouyang Shui was furious, as if blinded by hatred, and actively attacked Poseidon. However, Poseidon easily deflected Ouyang Shui's attack, almost at the 7th level, but unfortunately, it's still not enough to avenge your teammates. Then Poseidon unleashed his peak 8th level spiritual power, causing the instructors to feel a wave of tension. Ouyang Shui attacked Poseidon recklessly, but it was nothing to him. Gradually, Ouyang Shui felt helpless inside. She also hated her own powerlessness. The murderer of her teammates was right in front of her, yet she was powerless to do anything. Go down and accompany your teammates. Poseidon's hand glowed blue as he attacked Ouyang Shui. Boom! A sudden attack exploded Poseidon's strike in midair. Had a few drinks to be this arrogant? Hearing the familiar voice, Ouyang Shui and the instructors turned to look. It was Li Shengtian accompanied by Ying Yi and another gray-robed elder holding a fan. The gray-robed elder was the expert sent by the Supreme Council to protect Li Shengtian. Thanks to Ying Yi's speed, he caught up before the gray-robed elder arrived. Otherwise, Li Shengtian wouldn't even have had the chance to show off. Li Shengtian, weren't you told to stay put? Why are you out here? Ouyang Shui shouted. Humph. At this moment, Poseidon snorted coldly, and blue light shot out again, this time aimed at Li Shengtian. The gray-robed elder stepped forward, waving his sleeve to deflect the attack. Poseidon frowned. Elder Chang, this is troublesome, Li Shengtian said lightly. Leave it to me. Elder Chang instantly appeared in front of Poseidon, who was shocked and quickly dodged. 9th level. Poseidon didn't know why a 9th level powerhouse appeared here, but he knew he was no match for him. Quick, retreat. Humph, can you escape? Elder Chang formed a seal, trapping everyone from the church, including Medusa, unable to escape. Poseidon glanced at them and immediately turned to flee, clearly not intending to care about those people anymore. Lord Poseidon, did I let you go? The old city pursued relentlessly. Poseidon knew he couldn't escape and fought with all his might against the old city. Instructor Ouyang, is the ground comfortable? Why are you kneeling there? Ouyang Shui maintained a single knee position until Li Shengtian walked in front of her, at which point she came to her senses. Get lost. Ouyang Shui tried to stand up, but having exhausted all her strength earlier, she had no energy left. At that moment, Li Shengtian reached out his hand, and after a moment of hesitation, Ouyang Shui took his hand. Ah! Just as she stood up, Ouyang Shui attempted to let go of Li Shengtian's hand, only to nearly fall again. Li Shengtian reacted quickly and pulled her, causing Ouyang Shui to tumble straight into his arms. What are you doing, you jerk? Ouyang Shui pushed him away, almost toppling backward again. In the end, she was still pulled back into his embrace. I'm telling you, Instructor Ouyang, I'm helping you here. Your attitude is really disappointing. Ouyang Shui fell silent at his words, for he was indeed right. If she hadn't resisted taking Li Shengtian's hand from the start, there wouldn't have been so many embarrassing moments later. You, let go of me first. Are you sure? Ouyang Shui realized that if Li Shengtian let go, she would fall again. Rong, come help me. Oh. Su Rong hurried over to support Ouyang Shui. At that moment, Ying Yi walked up beside Li Shengtian. When Li Shengtian and Ouyang Shui were hugging earlier, he had turned his head away, repeatedly chanting in his heart that he couldn't see it. Now he could finally approach. Li Shengtian, who are these two? Ouyang Shui glanced at Ying Yi in the old city fighting Poseidon. Oh, this one is an uncle sent by my family to protect me, and that one is the old city sent by the Supreme Council to protect me. Upon hearing this, the instructors were all astonished. The Supreme Council actually sent a 9th-tier powerhouse to protect Li Shengtian, showing how much they valued him. Moreover, this family member of Li Shengtian seemed unfathomable. At this time, the battle between the old city and Poseidon was nearing its end. I'm done playing with you. Go die. The old city immediately unleashed a stronger spiritual power. Poseidon was already battered and bruised, looking disheveled. His gaze darkened, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes as he looked at the old city. Ha, since I can't live, then none of you should live. Poseidon laughed maniacally and then began to make strange movements. Li Shengtian's expression tightened. Uncle Ing, stop him. Li Shangtian was all too familiar with this movement. The last time, that man in black had summoned the shadow of an alien deity in the same way. Ingi didn't hesitate and flashed in front of Poseidon, but unfortunately, he was still a step too late. In the sky, the previously calm clouds suddenly began to churn violently, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand. The pitch-black clouds pressed against each other, colliding and emitting a dull roar, like a roar from the abyss. In the center of the swirling dark clouds, a blinding blood-red light suddenly flared up, like a gaping wound, tearing apart the boundary between reality and hell. As the light burst forth, a massive figure slowly emerged behind Poseidon, exuding a strong aura of darkness, as if a tangible evil force distorting the surrounding space. Its skin resembled ancient obsidian, covered in bizarre patterns, each line seeming to tell of forgotten sinful curses. Ingi and the old city were directly blown away by this powerful force. The overwhelming pressure seemed to want to crush everyone. What a hassle, Li Shangtian said as he crushed the jade talisman he carried with him. He then looked at Ouyang Shui. Do you have the ring from Yi Chen on you? Ouyang Shui didn't know what Li Shangtian wanted the ring for, but she chose to trust him. It's here. Li Shangtian took the ring, and in an instant, the system began to sever the connection between the ring and Yi Chen. Yi Chen, hiding in the distance, felt the connection with the ring fading and grew anxious. However, looking at the terrifying shadow, he didn't dare to approach. When those people saw the divine shadow, they knelt down and shouted, "My God is eternal." However, the divine shadow's gaze fell upon the ring on Li Shangtian's hand. Li Shangtian noticed it as well. The terror of the dark night is completely severed from Yi Chen, but it can be re-acknowledged. Li Shangtian did not immediately acknowledge it. Instead, he activated the ring to release a pressure to counter the divine shadow's might, just like Yi Chen. He then immediately got up and started running, thinking, they want this thing to chase me. Seeing this, the divine shadow instantly vanished from its spot and went after Li Shangtian. Huff, Li Shangtian. Ouyang Shui gasped, looking sorrowfully in the direction Li Shangtian had left, her eyes reddening. You stay here. After saying this to the city elders, Ingi also chased after him. In the distance, Yi Chen moved as well. Li Shangtian was running ahead, while the alien deity controlled Poseidon to chase from behind. He fled, he pursued, he was trapped with no way to escape. And indeed, Li Shangtian was caught up by the alien deity's shadow. There was no way around it, the realm was a factor. But Li Shangtian was not flustered at all. Gujiga, Wakama Duna. Li Shangtian? I don't understand this language. System, what kind of bird language is this? Reporting to the host, it wants you to hand over the terror of the dark night. Li Shangtian looked at the alien deity's shadow, then raised his hand and gave a middle finger, hand over the password coin. The alien deity's shadow seemed to understand Li Shangtian's words, and a massive palm print came crashing down towards him. Boom! After a tremendous explosion, the alien deity's shadow still fixed its gaze on the spot where Li Shangtian had stood. Through the dust, Li Shangtian's figure gradually emerged. A barrier shimmering with golden light had formed around Li Shangtian. A $50 water bottle sells for $45? Gugyolo? The curious alien deity's shadow babbled something incomprehensible. Reporting to the host, it asks what you mean. A discounted water bottle, huh? The alien deity's shadow seemed to understand again, its red eyes widening in anger as it roared, Woola. Then a pillar of light shot straight towards Li Shangtian. Li Shangtian, however, calmly admired the descending light. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground was split open, yet Li Shangtian remained unharmed within the shield. Alien deity's shadow? Not even pretending? Just then, a flash of fire appeared in the sky. Li Aoshi descended once more like a fire god. This time, before Li Aoshi could speak, the alien deity's shadow glanced at Li Shangtian in confusion and immediately vanished. Meanwhile, Poseidon had long since perished, collapsing to the ground. I'm not saying you, kid, did you dig up the alien ancestors' graves? How long has it been since you encountered another one? Li Aoshi walked up to Li Shangtian. At this point, Li Shangtian had already retracted the World Tree Shield. How would I know? Maybe I'm just naturally good at dealing with aliens? Li Shangtian shrugged, just like a certain basketball star, I don't know. Then Li Shangtian asked, who was that alien deity just now? I feel like my brain isn't working well. It seems to be from the demon race. The previous one was from the underworld race. Li Shangtian nodded upon hearing this. He didn't recognize any of these races anyway. Was that the trump card you mentioned that even alien deities fear? Aha! Li Aoshi stroked his chin. Hey, not bad. If I had this kind of means back in the day, I could have verbally beaten those disrespectful old guys to death. The corner of Li Shangtian's eye twitched. Li Aoshi continued, alright, as long as you're fine. After saying this, Li Aoshi vanished without a trace. He came in a hurry, just as he left in a hurry. Young master, At this moment, Ingyi appeared before Li Shangtian, kneeling straight down. I failed to protect you, please punish me, young master. When Shadow One arrived nearby, it was just as the phantom of the alien deity struck down, but he was unable to approach due to the overwhelming pressure. Later, upon seeing Li Aoshi appear and exchange a few words with Li Shangtian before leaving, Li Shangtian helped Shadow One to his feet. It's alright, Uncle Shadow. The other party is just a phantom of an alien deity. There's nothing you could do. It really wasn't Shadow One's fault. Even Li Aoshi had to be cautious in front of the alien deity's phantom. So what could Shadow One do? Even though Li Shangtian said this, Shadow One still felt a deep sense of guilt. The family head had entrusted him with the task of protecting the young master, yet when real danger came, he was utterly helpless. If it weren't for Li Shangtian's own powerful means, he would have been the sinner. Seeing this, Li Shangtian didn't say anything further. Shadow One's loyalty to Li Aoshi and even to him was unquestionable, which was why he felt so remorseful. Li Shangtian couldn't help but think of the Dao tea he still had left unused. By the way, Uncle Shadow, you're just one step away from the 10th level, right? Yes, young master, but I have always been unable to break through the threshold. Li Shangtian nodded, then took out a couple of Dao teas from the system space. This might help you. Young master, I have already failed in my duties. How could I dare to accept your gifts? Shadow One lowered his head. Stop hesitating. Your breakthrough to the 10th level would be more beneficial for me. After some thought, Shadow One accepted the Dao tea. Thank you, young master. Then Li Shangtian's gaze fell into the distance. Come, accompany me to kill someone. Naturally, Li Shangtian was referring to Yi Chen. He had been keeping an eye on Yi Chen's movements, but after the alien deity disappeared, Yi Chen had also fled. However, Li Shangtian clearly wouldn't let him off the hook. Now that Yi Chen's golden finger had been taken, his destiny was reduced to just 3,000, and with Li Shangtian about to return to the capital, he had no time to play with him, so he had to eliminate the threat once and for all. Huff, Yi Chen, who had been running at high speed, finally stopped, panting heavily. He looked in the direction he had fled. Earlier, he had followed the phantom of the alien deity in Li Shangtian, unwilling to let go of his ring so easily, but upon witnessing the overwhelming power of the alien deity's phantom, he abandoned that thought. After seeing Li Shangtian remain unscathed under such an attack and the appearance of another man with a similarly terrifying aura, Yi Chen knew he had no chance left and could only flee quickly. Oh, isn't this Yi Chen? Why are you running? Li Shangtian suddenly appeared behind Yi Chen like a ghost. Yi Chen felt an inexplicable tension rise in his heart. I'm just afraid of that monster. Is that so? Then I'll send you to die. That way, you won't have to be afraid anymore. Li Shangtian wore a smile, but his voice sounded like a demon from the underworld. Why, you're joking, right? Yi Chen forced himself to appear calm. Oh, by the way, your girlfriend and child must be missing you down below. What? Yi Chen's eyes turned red, and he roared, you did this. Why? Put. The sudden pressure caused Yi Chen to spit out blood, collapsing to the ground like a dead dog. Humph, daring to disrespect the young master. Shadow One suddenly appeared beside Li Shangtian, clearly the one who had just acted. Why? Why do you want to kill me? Yi Chen knew he wouldn't survive today, but he couldn't understand why Li Shangtian wanted to kill him. Was it just because of those conflicts? Li Shangtian leaned down, pointing at Yi Chen's head, and spoke each word clearly. Don't forget, you were once Alice. Once an Alice, you will always be an A. Li, see, no. Yi Chen's eyes widened, genuinely believing that Li Shangtian wanted to kill him because he had once been a member of the church. Immediately, Li Shangtian summoned the Heartfall Kunlun, swinging his sword, and similarly gifted Yi Chen a package of dismemberment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the destined protagonist Yi Chen. System reward settlement, Destiny points 6,000, Cultivation points 200, Dragon and Phoenix Yin Young Technique, Subdivine, Azura Sword Embryo, Divine. Li Shangtian was slightly puzzled, then eagerly clicked on Dragon and Phoenix Yin Young Technique. After reading it, he felt a great sense of anticipation. From now on, he could be considered invincible in battle and growing stronger with each fight. The Dragon and Phoenix Yin Young Technique, as the name suggests, is a dual cultivation method that can enhance both parties' cultivation while also allowing them to comprehend the powers of Dragon and Phoenix and the principles of Yin and Yang. The most important aspect is that it won't tire you out. As for the Azura Sword Embryo, there's no need to elaborate. Its level speaks for itself. Its characteristic is that it grows stronger when facing powerful opponents and can absorb various spiritual metals and treasures, allowing it to draw on killing intent during battle, significantly enhancing its attacks. Ding! Reporting to the host, the Azura Sword embryo can merge with the Heartfall Kunlun. Would you like to merge? Merge. Ding, merge successful. Please name it. A name, Li Shangtian pondered for a moment, destiny. After setting fire to Yi Chan's remains, Li Shangtian returned to the training camp with Ying Yi. At this time, the students in the forest had already returned. Li Shangtian. Guan Yingyu rushed into Li Shangtian's arms. Whoa, I thought I would never see you again. Ouyang Shui and the instructors also gathered around. Li Shangtian had drawn away the alien divine shadow alone. How could they not worry? I'm fine. Li Shangtian gently stroked Guan Yinyu's hair. Really fine? Ouyang Shui's expression was filled with worry and guilt. She was concerned about Li Shangtian's safety and felt guilty for not being able to avenge her teammates, ultimately relying on Li Shangtian to step up and save her and the instructors. Really fine. Ouyang Shui nodded dumbly, unsure of what to say next. The other instructors felt the same way. Little guy, what about that monster? Chang Lao walked over and asked. My father came just now and drove that monster away. Chang Lao nodded. He knew who Li Shangtian's father was. What should we do with these people? You decide. Chang Lao then looked at the trapped Medusa and other church followers, indicating that it was up to Li Shangtian to decide. Li Shangtian embraced Guan Yinyu and walked up to these people, the little girl refusing to let go of him. He glanced around, his gaze landing on Medusa. Unlike the hatred and despair in the eyes of the other church followers, Medusa's eyes showed a hint of fear. Curious, Li Shangtian examined her and was surprised to find that Medusa had a small villainous fate. Seeing Li Shangtian staring at her, Medusa couldn't help but glare back. Li Shangtian raised an eyebrow. Alright, you dare to glare at me? Then you definitely can't die. He then turned to Ying Yi, take them all back, and whispered to Ying Yi, lock that Medusa in the Li family dungeon. Yes, young master. Before long, people from the Li family and the military arrived. The military also wanted to take these church followers away. So, Li Shangtian simply handed over the other church followers to them, leaving only Medusa. Desiring her body was one reason. Li Shangtian had other plans as well. The students in the training camp began to work together to repair the damaged areas. Meanwhile, Li Shangtian returned to his dormitory and took out the Night Terror to examine it closely. System, is there any side effect to making this thing recognize its master? Ding, reporting to the host, the system has handled everything cleanly, with no issues. Li Shangtian nodded. If the system said it was handled cleanly, then it must have had side effects when it was in Yi Chen's hands before. How do I make it recognize its master? Ding, reporting to the host, blood drop. Damn. Li Shangtian cursed inwardly. What a cliched way to recognize a master. But the next second, she gently drew a small cut on her finger, and a drop of fresh blood fell onto the ring, which instantly emitted a strong black light. Once the light faded, Li Shangtian immediately felt a connection between himself and the ring, and he also understood how to use it. Simply put, this ring was a storage ring of an alien deity, containing many valuable items from alien gods, such as techniques, treasures, and rare materials. However, Li Shangtian dared not use it, at least not openly, as these treasures were all infused with alien energy, which was likely the reason Yi Chen had not used it before. The ring also stored some of the power of the alien deity from its lifetime, which could come in handy at critical moments, such as the divine pressure it emitted, which was very useful. According to the system, there had originally been a trace of the alien deity's consciousness in the ring, but it had been erased by the system. Then, Li Shangtian took out the destiny forged from the fusion of the Heartfall Kunlun and the Azura Sword embryo, admiring it carefully. The blade resembled a deep abyss of ink night fused with coagulated blood, its entire body a mix of black and red, the deep black mysterious and unfathomable like an endless void, while the intense red seemed like blood ready to drip, strikingly vivid. The spine of the sword bore fine and sharp patterns that resembled demonic incantations, faintly exuding a chilling aura. At the guard, sharp barbs seemed to claw at everything that stood in its way. The handle was wrapped in rough and tight black python skin, and at the end, a blood-red gem flickered with a bloodthirsty light in the dim glow, as if sealing countless vengeful spirits' grievances. As it was slightly unsheathed, the air seemed to freeze with its fierce aura, the temperature around it plummeting, and a faint, mournful howling sound arose, as if the wailing of evil spirits from the nine hells, causing the world to change color, the winds to stir, and a murderous intent to surge forth, making one's heart tremble with fear, as if it were the sword of a demon god that ruled over death, destined to unleash a storm of blood and carnage wherever it went. The current destiny was already at a divine level. Li Shangtian took out a spare second-grade sword he had stored in the system space and gently tapped it against the edge of destiny. Swish! The second-grade sword was directly severed, the cut extremely smooth, showcasing how sharp destiny was. Li Shangtian quickly sheathed destiny, secretly marveling at the divine sword. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on Li Shangtian's door. He put away destiny and got up to open the door. There stood Guan Yinyu, already changed out of her training camp uniform. The fitted crop top perfectly wrapped around her slender upper body, revealing her waist that could be grasped with one hand, and her smooth, firm abdomen showed no excess flesh. The three-quarter denim shorts clung tightly to her long, straight legs, the frayed edges playful and casual, highlighting the graceful lines of her legs, from thigh to calf, radiating youthful vigor and vitality. She wore a pair of white sneakers, simple and clean, adding a touch of liveliness to her presence. Li Shengtian couldn't help but admire Guan Yinyu's long, smooth legs a few more times. "Yinyu, why are you here so late?" Li Shengtian guided Guan Yinyu to sit on the sofa. You're still going to leave, right?" Guan Yinyu's big eyes stared at Li Shengtian, filled with moisture. Li Shengtian paused for a moment and nodded, yes. Suddenly, Guan Yinyu lunged into Li Shengtian's arms. But I really can't bear to part with you. Then, Li Shengtian intended to tease her, but unexpectedly, Guan Yinyu tilted her head and pressed her cherry lips against his mouth. Li Shengtian was taken aback. He was usually the one to initiate kisses, yet bold Guan Yinyu dared to turn the tables? Immediately, Li Shengtian raised his hand to hold Guan Yinyu's head and fiercely deepened the kiss. After a long while, their lips parted. Guan Yinyu's pretty face was flushed, her watery eyes looking at Li Shengtian. "Can I be your wife? My wife is quite a few, isn't she?" Li Shengtian felt it necessary to tell Guan Yinyu this, and of course, he wasn't worried at all that she would leave because of it. "I don't care. I just want to be able to stay with you. I really don't want to leave you." As she spoke, tears glimmered in Guan Yinyu's eyes. Li Shengtian immediately picked her up in a princess carry. There's a saying that goes well, if you love her, don't let her tears flow from her eyes. Not long after, strange sounds echoed in Li Shengtian's room. The next day, the sun rose from the east, round and plump, as if it had been filled. Guan Yinyu had opened her hazy eyes and saw Li Shengtian still climbing the mountain. Her little face instantly flushed. "Hey, you, stop playing. We still have to select candidates for the special team today." Li Shengtian paused his actions. "Can you still walk?" Of course. Guan Yinyu had forced herself to get up and dress, and together with Li Shengtian, they headed to the training ground to gather. However, her walking posture was a bit strange. When they arrived in the lineup, a few people noticed that one person was missing. "Where's Yi Chen?" Wang Bing asked. Everyone shook their heads. Li Shengtian thought to himself that Yi Chen should be everywhere. He had scattered his ashes, so with a gust of wind, wasn't he everywhere? So they informed Ouyang Shui about Yi Chen's disappearance. Li Shengtian said, "After I drew away the shadow of the alien god yesterday, Yi Chen followed me. That alien god seemed not to harm him. He took his ring from me and then disappeared. With Yi Chen gone, how could he explain it? It was just Li Shengtian making things up." Ouyang Shui frowned slightly. "I understand. Let's gather first." On the way, Guan Yinyu and the others asked about Yi Chen, and Li Shengtian naturally shifted all the blame onto Yi Chen. "That damn Yi Chen, I knew he wasn't a good person, but I didn't expect him to be involved with the alien god," Shuang Chaoqiang said angrily. Afterward, Ouyang Shui provided some psychological comfort to the students regarding what happened last night. Then it was time to select members for the special team. To everyone's surprise, Ouyang Shui announced that she would be the captain of the special team. It seemed that the events of last night and the death of Poseidon had quite an impact on her. "Next, I will select a few outstanding students from among you to join the team. Of course, whether you want to or not is up to you." Then Ouyang Shui took out a list. Li Shengtian. Without a doubt, Li Shengtian was Ouyang Shui's first choice, not only because of his excellent performance but also due to the special feeling he brought to her. Guan Yinyu. Yay! Guan Yinyu immediately jumped up in joy, but unexpectedly, it triggered a painful spot, almost making her cry out. Li Shengtian quickly hugged Guan Yinyu, only to be twisted again by her at the waist. "It's all your fault." Shuang Chaoqiang. Besides Shuang Chaoqiang, Ouyang Shui also pointed out a few other outstanding students. Originally, Yi Chen was included, but now that he was missing, naturally, others were chosen instead. After finalizing the special team list, the training camp was officially concluded. Ouyang Shui called Li Shengtian to her office, and Guan Yinyu insisted on following, which was unavoidable. "The military district in Kyoto has informed me that you won't usually follow the team on missions, but can be called upon by Huaxia Mountain Sea Academy when needed, right?" Li Shengtian nodded. "Alright, there won't be much going on usually, so it won't delay your studies." Ouyang Shui also nodded in agreement. "What kind of academy is Huaxia Mountain Sea Academy?" Guan Yinyu blinked her big eyes at Li Shengtian and Ouyang Shui. Ouyang Shui immediately explained, "Huaxia Mountain Sea Academy is the true first institution of Huaxia, established at the beginning of the spiritual energy revival, and it doesn't cater to the public, only recruiting geniuses." "Wow, Li Shengtian, you're so amazing. Then how can you say you're attending an ordinary academy?" Guan Yinyu's eyes sparkled like little stars, Then she asked in confusion. Ouyang Shui seemed to think of something, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. What? He didn't even tell you these things? Aren't you two a couple? Li Shangtian immediately guessed that this woman was trying to set him up. Sure enough, Guan Yinue blinked. No, he said he attended an ordinary school, and his family runs a small business. His grandparents are retired at home, his father is an ordinary soldier, and his mother is a white-collar worker. Li Shangtian wanted to cover Guan Yinue's mouth. Please stop talking, auntie. Ouyang Shui directly covered her mouth and chuckled. Li Shangtian, is this how you introduce yourself to others? Ouyang Shui was full of amusement. What? Are you tired of being the Prince of Kyoto and want to be an ordinary person? Li Shangtian felt extremely embarrassed. Ouyang Shui, however, showed no mercy. Really? Li Shangtian? The old war god's grandfather and the world's most powerful healer grandmother are retired at home? The war god father guarding the Black Great Wall is an ordinary soldier? The leader of the largest business empire in Huaxia, his mother is a white-collar worker? Ah! Guan Yinue covered her mouth with both hands, looking at Li Shangtian in disbelief. She couldn't believe her man came from such a powerful family. Ahem, that Ouyang instructor, it's fine, we should get going. Li Shangtian quickly pulled Guan Yinue away, otherwise, Ouyang Shui would surely find a way to set him up. Of course, it was only because Li Shangtian had feelings for Ouyang Shui that he allowed her to tease him. After all, who would dare to joke with him? Ouyang Shui laughed out loud at the sight of Li Shangtian's embarrassed retreat. Then she realized that since her team was harmed by Poseidon, she hadn't laughed like this in a long time. And the one who brought about this change was Li Shangtian. Li Shangtian first let Guan Yinue go back to pack her things, otherwise, she would keep asking him questions. Then Li Shangtian found Zhuang Chaoshan and directly expressed his intentions. Although Zhuang Chaoshan was a bit arrogant, he was also a sensible person and respected Li Shangtian, so he immediately agreed to become Li Shangtian's follower. Li Shangtian successfully planted a magic seed in him and casually gave him some techniques and treasures. The matter of taking Zhuang Chaoshan as a little brother was thus completed. After handling everything, it was time for Li Shangtian to say goodbye to the training camp. Guan Yinue hugged Li Shangtian and cried for a long time, reluctant to let go. Later, Ouyang Shui came to help comfort her, saying that if she missed Li Shangtian in the future, she could go to the academy or the Li family to see him. Once Li Shangtian graduated from the academy, they could be together often. Hearing these words, Guan Yinue felt much better and secretly vowed to work hard to become stronger and keep up with Li Shangtian's pace. After bidding farewell to Ouyang Shui, she shared a deep kiss with Guan Yinue. Only then did Li Shangtian set off on his journey back to Kyoto. When Li Shangtian returned to the Li family in Kyoto, the sky had already darkened. He wanted to have a good time with Si Yinyao, but learned that she was in training, so he didn't disturb her. To make matters worse, Lan Yun and Li Wanshu were working overtime that night, and Su Xiaoya went to help them, likely returning very late. As a result, the large living room was now empty except for Li Shangtian and the big red dog, who was sound asleep on the sofa. Feeling bored, Li Shangtian suddenly remembered that he had left another person in the dungeon with Ying Yi. Li Shangtian became interested and got up to head to the dungeon. Li family's dungeon. It was not as dark and dreary as in TV dramas, instead, it was brightly lit and quite tidy. Mainly, the Li family's dungeon was generally unused, and someone was sent to take care of it every day. At this moment, in one of the cells, Medusa was bound by special material chains on both her hands and feet. Her long black hair covered her face, and her head drooped as if she had lost consciousness. Li Shangtian opened the cell door, and Medusa lifted her head upon hearing the noise. A pair of beautiful eyes, hidden beneath a curtain of hair, gazed at Li Shangtian with a hint of resentment, yet did not lose their composure to shout wildly. Li Shangtian stepped forward and gently brushed aside the hair from Medusa's face, revealing her enchanting features. At that moment, Medusa's complexion had turned somewhat pale, but it did not detract from her alluring beauty. Medusa, right? Is that your real name? Li Shangtian spoke lightly. Medusa, however, clenched her teeth tightly, staring fixedly at Li Shangtian without uttering a word. I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? Li Shangtian patted Medusa's delicate face twice, but she simply turned her head away. Oh, a bit proud, are we? Li Shangtian chuckled as he walked to the side. On a table in the cell lay various strange and peculiar objects. Li Shangtian casually picked one up. Look at all these toys, how about we try them out one by one? With that, Li Shangtian approached Medusa again. Medusa instantly panicked. You won't die a good death. Her voice carried a hint of fear and resentment, along with a touch of anger. However, Li Shangtian merely smiled, finally willing to speak. Won't die a good death? There are plenty of people who want me dead. As he spoke, Li Shangtian gradually closed the distance. At this moment, Medusa was truly frightened. You bastard! I will kill you! Her voice, filled with fear and hatred, now carried a slight tremor. Curse me, the more you curse, the more excited I get. Medusa felt that Li Shangtian was a devil. But no matter how she struggled, she could not break free from her restraints, only able to watch helplessly as Li Shangtian approached her. After a long while, Medusa's eyes had lost their focus. Her complexion, no longer pale, had turned quite rosy. Seeing this, Li Shangtian knew he had achieved his goal. He lifted Medusa's chin with one hand while the other activated the Chaos Demon Heart Seed, easily planting the demon seed within her. After doing this, Li Shangtian directly unlocked the chains binding Medusa's hands and feet, picking up the now limp Medusa and leaving the dungeon. In Li Shangtian's room. At this moment, Medusa still appeared dazed and numb. Do you still recognize me? Li Shangtian looked at Medusa with a half-smile. Master, Li Shangtian? Now it was Li Shangtian's turn to be confused. He hadn't taught her anything yet, so how could she directly call him master? The system hadn't mentioned that the Chaos Demon Heart Seed had this effect either. System, what's going on? Ding, reporting to the host. This is due to the fact that the other party's spirit had already collapsed when the demon seed was planted, causing it to take root deeply, and the other party's actions are entirely subconscious. Oh, subconscious, huh? Li Shangtian's gaze towards Medusa was filled with amusement. At this moment, Medusa's gaze towards Li Shangtian was also strange. Li Shangtian, known for his bad temper, often got into fights. Now he was fighting with Medusa again. Li Shangtian brandished his weapon, but it was not to harm. Medusa knelt, but it was not to beg for mercy. Soon, Medusa truly dropped her armor and began to plead for mercy. The next day, Li Shangtian woke up feeling refreshed. The first thing he did in the morning was shout Wang Wang, which was 4 words. When Li Shangtian arrived at the dining room, the 4 women Lan Yun, Li Wanshu, Su Xiaoya, and Si Yinyao were already enjoying breakfast. Su Xiaoya hurriedly brought a fresh breakfast to Li Shangtian. Lan Yun and Li Wanshu chatted with Li Shangtian for a while before heading off to work, but before leaving, Li Wanshu told Li Shangtian to wash up and wait. Only Si Yinyao and Su Xiaoya remained at home. Darling, I really miss you. When Lan Yun was around, Si Yinyao held back, but now that Lan Yun was gone, this woman directly pressed herself against Li Shangtian. Su Xiaoya, watching from the side, felt her face flush and couldn't help but cover her eyes. Yar, you come over too. Ha! Su Xiaoya nervously walked to Li Shangtian's side. He pulled her into his arms. Su Xiaoya's eyes widened. This was the first time Li Shangtian had kissed her. Gradually, Su Xiaoya's consciousness went blank. At this moment, Li Shangtian was embracing her, feeling incredibly satisfied. Darling, shall we go to my room? Si Yinyao said softly. Li Shangtian glanced at Su Xiaoya, indicating he would find Si Yinyao later. Alright, Si Yinyao could only suppress her longing. Then, Li Shangtian carried Su Xiaoya to her room. The youthful girl officially became a woman. Afterward, Li Shangtian moved on to Si Yinyao's room. This woman had not seen Li Shangtian for a long time and missed him dearly. This longing turned into madness. If it weren't for Li Shangtian having the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique, he might have almost succumbed. A few days later, Lu Qingchang returned from her journey of seeking opportunities. The moment she saw Li Shangtian, she leaped into his arms. Hubby, I missed you so much. Li Shangtian gently stroked Lu Qingchang's hair. I missed you too, my wife. Then Lu Qingchang could no longer contain her longing and directly kissed Li Shangtian passionately. At the same time, Li Shangtian was surprised by Lu Qingchang's significant improvement. In a short time, she had reached the 4th stage, level 8. Indicating she had gained quite a few opportunities during this period. That night, Li Shangtian taught Lu Qingchang the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique. Previously, he had already taught the technique to Si Yinyao, Li Wanshu, and Su Xiaoya, all of whom were astonished that such a miraculous technique existed in the world. Lu Qingchang experienced the enhancement brought by the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique for the first time and was taken aback. Lu Qingchang even questioned whether Li Shangtian intended to use the guise of cultivation to do something bad in the future. Li Shangtian smiled and said nothing. In the following period, Li Shangtian and the girls spent their days either cultivating or engaging in intimate activities. Li Shangtian spent his 360 cultivation points to elevate his realm to the 5th stage, level 1. As for the destiny points, he did not use them, as he had no immediate needs and preferred to save them for potential future use. Time flew by. With only a few days left before returning to the Shanghai Academy, Li Wanshu also took a few days off to stay home with Li Shangtian. Lu Qingchang and Si Yinyao paused their cultivation to enjoy a lovely holiday. One day, the weather was clear. Li Shangtian lay by the swimming pool, basking in the sun. Medusa was beside him, giving him a leg massage, while Su Xiaoya lay in his arms, feeding him fruit. In the pool, Lu Qingchang, Si Yinyao, and Li Wanshu were playing and chatting. Life was delightful. Ding ding ding, Li Xingtian's phone suddenly rang. Su Xiaoya handed it over. It was a call from Xing Mengqi. "Hello, Mengqi, my wife? The dean said you need to return to the academy early to confirm the list for the National Spirit Martial Arts Competition." "What does confirming the list have to do with me?" "Oh, just come back quickly. I miss you." Hearing this, Li Xingtian's lips curled slightly. "Alright, I'll return to the academy tomorrow." He then informed Lu Qingcheng and the others about the situation. Li Wanshu was quite reluctant. This time, Li Xingtian said he would take Su Xiaoya and Medusa back to the academy, and while Li Wanshu wanted to be with Li Xingtian, the group still needed her, so she could only envy them. That night, after discussing with the girls, the entire night belonged to Li Wanshu. Thinking that it might be a long time before she saw Li Xingtian again, Li Wanshu was quite wild that night and did not sleep at all. She only fell asleep the next morning. Li Xingtian did not wake Li Wanshu. He quietly left with the other girls in Dahong. Yang Muyun also received Li Xingtian's message and decided to return to the academy with them. To Li Xingtian's surprise, this little girl had also made significant progress, reaching the third stage, level 5. It was worth noting that during the holiday, Yang Muyun had not yet broken through to the third stage. At the same time, Li Shangtian had also made up his mind to find an opportunity to completely win over Yang Muyun. She was one of the earliest women to follow Li Shangtian, and until now, they had not had a true romantic relationship. Soon, the group returned to the academy in high spirits. Xing Mengqi had been waiting at the entrance of the secret realm. Upon seeing Li Shangtian, she happily rushed into his arms and gave him a kiss around his neck. Then, Xing Mengqi glanced at the several women around Li Shangtian and couldn't help but pinch the tender flesh at his waist. "You come back with 2 more sisters, really impressive. Aren't you afraid of being drained dry?" To this, Li Shangtian expressed that he was afraid before, but now he was completely unperturbed. At that moment, Xing Mengqi noticed the large red creature in Su Xiaoya's arms. "What kind of magical beast is this? I've never seen it before. It's my pet, just acting as a mount for a while. Its name is Da Wang, but it has a bad temper." Sure enough, as soon as Li Shangtian finished speaking, Da Wang bared its teeth at Xing Mengqi. After that, Xing Mengqi led Li Shangtian and the other women to the academy, booking a private room and a restaurant as a welcome banquet for them. "Is Bing Bing back yet?" Upon hearing this, Xing Mengqi rolled her eyes. "Not yet. They should be returning soon from the National Spirit Martial Competition." Li Shangtian understood, and then introduced Su Xiaoya and Medusa to Xing Mengqi, but for convenience, he gave Medusa a name, Kaling, because Medusa had told him she was raised by a teacher since childhood and had always been called Medusa without a proper name. Later, Xing Mengqi arranged accommodations for Su Xiaoya and Kaling, as she certainly wouldn't let the 2 women live with Li Shangtian. Lu Qingcheng and Si Yinyao also agreed. Li Shangtian felt helpless. It seemed his plan to keep a beauty hidden was ruined, so Li Shangtian could only return to his dormitory holding Da Huang. That night, just as Li Shangtian was about to sleep, he heard a knock on the door. When he opened it, he saw Xing Mengqi in a purple bodycon dress, her rounded thighs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, and wearing a pair of black high heels, standing at the door with a shy expression. Li Shangtian instantly understood why Xing Mengqi had arranged for Su Xiaoya and Kaling to leave. Xing Mengqi walked into the room, closed the door, and directly wrapped her arms around Li Shangtian's neck to kiss him. After a long while, their lips parted. Xing Mengqi looked at Li Shangtian with dreamy eyes. "I miss you so much." "I miss you too." Li Shangtian immediately picked up Xing Mengqi and tossed her onto the bed. Da Huang ran to the corner, covering its ears. The next day, Li Shangtian and the others met Dongfang Yuan Kuei. He handed Li Shangtian a list for the National Spirit Martial Competition. The first name on it was Li Shangtian's. Following that were names of several other students with strong qualifications and abilities, including Lu Qingcheng and the others. A few of Li Shangtian's younger brothers were also on the list. Dongfang Yuan Kuei then explained the situation of previous national spirit martial competitions to Li Shangtian and the others. Previously, our Huaxia Shanghai Academy looked down on participating in these competitions, but in recent years, some academies seem to think they can surpass us. Several academies, including the Kyoto Spirit Martial Academy and the Magic Capital Spirit Martial Academy, have jointly sent us invitations to compete, so we have to show a bit of our strength. As he spoke, Dongfang Yuan Kuei looked at Li Shangtian and the others. "I hope you all achieve excellent results in the National Spirit Martial Competition, to dampen their spirits and show them who is the top academy in Huaxia." Li Shangtian and the others nodded in response. After Dongfang Yuan Kuei reminded them of a few more things, they left the dean's office to continue their training, waiting for the National Spirit Martial Competition to arrive. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, the National Spirit Martial Competition was approaching. This grand event attracted the attention of countless people both domestically and internationally. What Li Shengtian did not expect was that this time the National Spirit Martial Arts Competition would be hosted by the Kyoto Spirit Martial Arts Academy, which meant he would be returning to Kyoto again. Luo Bing also returned from the secret realm. Naturally, they spent another warm night together. This National Spirit Martial Arts Competition was led by Xing Mengqi, with several other mentors assisting. Since there was no longer Wang Lifang targeting her, Xing Mengqi stood out among the many mentors with her own abilities. Moreover, with Li Shengtian winning the Academy's grand competition, Xing Mengqi's reputation soared even higher. This time, she was chosen to lead the team through a vote among the mentors. Thus, a group of people boarded a plane to Kyoto the day before the competition opened. On that day, Mo Tiancheng and other students checked into a 5-star hotel arranged by the academy. Li Shengtian, however, took a few girls back to the Li family home. Yang Muyun did not return to the Yang family but followed Li Shengtian back to the Li family, as he said it would be more convenient. Who would stay in a hotel when they were on their own turf? Since it was the first time for Xing Mengqi and Luo Bing to visit the Li family, they were both extremely nervous along the way. They had heard about the power of the Li family and were afraid that the family members might not like them. Finally, they arrived at the Li family complex. Xing Mengqi and Luo Bing's reactions were similar to those of Si Yinyao when she first visited the Li family. They were both awestruck by the grandeur of the Li family's buildings. Uncle Fu was still waiting at the entrance as before. "Young master, welcome back." Li Shengtian nodded, holding the nervous Xing Mengqi and Luo Bing's hands, and said, "Uncle Fu, please arrange a room for the two of them and Muyun, and don't forget their daily necessities." "Understood, young master." That evening, Lan Yun arranged a grand banquet. At that moment, Li Shengtian thought it would be perfect if Guan Yingyue were also there. As for Ouyang Xuan by Ruoxue, he hadn't won them over yet. Xing Mengqi and Luo Bing also met Li Jiangshan, a legend of Huaxia, and Li Xingtian's grandmother, the world's #1 healer, for the first time. After Li Jiangshan and his wife arrived, not only Xing Mengqi and Luo Bing but even Lu Qingcheng and the others felt nervous. Fortunately, the elderly couple was very pleased to see so many beautiful friends of Li Shengtian and even asked when they could hold their great-grandchild, causing the girls to blush. After dinner, Li Xingtian's grandmother and Lan Yun chatted with the girls. Only Li Shengtian and his grandfather Li Jiangshan were left. "You little rascal, you ran off to the magic city for so long because of a woman. I was worried you wouldn't find a wife in the future, but it seems you have quite the knack for it." It's just like that," Li Shengtian replied somewhat awkwardly. "But let me tell you, don't let her down. You represent the face of the Li family, don't do anything reckless," Li Jiangshan said seriously. "Grandpa, I understand." After that, Li Shengtian and Li Jiangshan talked about many things. It was late when everyone finally returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, after meeting up with Mo Tiancheng and the others, the group set off grandly towards the Kyoto Spirit Martial Arts Academy to attend the opening ceremony of the National Spirit Martial Arts Competition. At the entrance of the Kyoto Spirit Martial Arts Academy, it was already a sea of people, with participating teams from other academies and students from the Kyoto Spirit Martial Arts Academy. "Shang Tian," a clear voice called out. A graceful beauty appeared, dressed in a long white gown that flowed to the ground, the hem fluttering in the wind like a blooming white lotus. She wore a pair of exquisite high-heeled sandals, with tiny rhinestones embedded in the shoe surface, sparkling dazzlingly in the sunlight, each step producing a crisp and pleasant sound. At that moment, she was eagerly running towards him, her long hair flying wildly, a few strands playfully sticking to her flushed cheeks, and the fine beads of sweat on her forehead glistening in the sunlight, her face filled with uncontrollable excitement. "Ruoxue, slow down, don't fall." Bai Ruoxue disregarded everything and directly hugged Li Shengtian. "You weren't here when I was in Kyoto, and you didn't come to see me during the break in the Magic City." Bai Ruoxue's words seemed to carry a hint of grievance. "It's my fault, Li Shengtian said, gently stroking Bai Ruoxue's soft long hair. In truth, Bai Ruoxue didn't blame Li Shengtian. She knew he was a genius among geniuses and didn't have much free time. Ahem! Lu Qingcheng cleared her throat, and Bai Ruoxue suddenly realized that her behavior was quite inappropriate, quickly letting go of Li Shengtian. Lu Qingcheng gracefully walked to Li Shengtian's side and linked her arm with his. "Hubby, aren't you going to introduce us? This is Bai Ruoxue, the young lady of the Bai family from Magic City, and also a student of the Kyoto Spirit Martial Academy," Li Shengtian said, suppressing the pain in his waist. "Hello, Sister Qingcheng, I'm Bai Ruoxue said, extending her hand innocently. She had chatted with Li Shengtian on her phone before and knew a bit about his other women. Seeing that Bai Ruoxue had no ill intentions, Lu Qingcheng smiled and directly let go of Li Shengtian's hand to hold Bai Ruoxue's. "Ruoxue, let me introduce you to a few of my sisters." Li Shengtian felt relieved as he saw Bai Ruoxue quickly integrate with the other women. "Boss, you're the best." Xu Bobo quietly ran to Li Xingtian's side and gave him a thumbs up. Li Xingtian's face darkened. Do you want to die? Xu Bobo hurriedly slipped away upon seeing this. With Bai Ruoxue leading the way, everyone quickly found the venue for the National Spirit Martial Competition. They went straight to the area marked with the Huaxia Shanghai Academy sign and sat down. Ruoxue, what are you doing here? Lin Feng has been looking for you everywhere. A few women wearing Kyoto Spirit Martial badges approached Bai Ruoxue. What does he want with me? Bai Ruoxue said, a bit angrily, then looked at Li Xingtian. Xingtian, I have nothing to do with that Lin Feng. I don't know why he keeps bothering me. Of course I believe you. Li Xingtian gently stroked Bai Ruoxue's hair, already sentencing Lin Feng to death in his heart. Bai Ruoxue was his designated woman, and he certainly wouldn't let anyone else touch her. Ruoxue, who is this? Several women were captivated by Li Xingtian's handsome appearance. He's my boyfriend, Bai Ruoxue said, wrapping her arm around Li Xingtian's, as if declaring her ownership. The other women could only give up upon seeing this. Ruoxue, so you were here. At that moment, a very ordinary-looking man ran over. Seeing Bai Ruoxue and Li Xingtian's intimate actions, he immediately questioned, who is he? He's my boyfriend. And as for Lin Feng, what does it have to do with you? Bai Ruoxue, who had been gentle before, now appeared somewhat annoyed. Li Xingtian quietly squeezed Bai Ruoxue's small hand, and she finally calmed down. At the same time, Li Xingtian began to check with the system. Ding, name, Lin Feng Fate, Destiny Protagonist, 8000, Spiritual Power Talent, Ice System First Sequence Realm, 3rd Stage 9th Level Golden Finger, Transformation Rebirth of a 10th Level Monster Ice Emperor. Li Xingtian raised an eyebrow slightly. Trash, this Lin Feng was simply trash. An 8000 Destiny was even worse than Yi Chen, and his first sequence talent was weaker than his little brother Xu Bobo. The 3rd Stage 9th Level Realm was even more pathetic. The only thing worth Li Xingtian's attention was that Transformation Rebirth of a 10th Level Monster. That was a real treasure. Don't you like me? Why do you have a boyfriend? Who likes you? Don't be so self-important, okay? Then why did you help me before? Isn't it because you like me? Bai Ruoxue was speechless. I helped you just because I felt sorry for you. If I had known you were this annoying, I wouldn't have helped you. But, enough! Before Lin Feng could say anything else, Li Xingtian directly interrupted. Ruoxue is my girlfriend, understand? Get lost. Lin Feng still wouldn't give up. Ruoxue, come with me. Mentor Jiang and the others have already arrived. Even Bai Ruoxue, with her gentle personality, couldn't stand Lin Feng's persistent clinginess. Li Xingtian raised his sword-like eyebrows. Tisk, you're quite troublesome. With a gentle wave of his hand, Xu Bobo and the others surrounded Lin Feng. Kid, can't understand what our boss is saying, can you? Xu Bobo immediately scolded. You guys, this is Kyoto Lingwu. You who don't even know what academy you're from think you can take me on. Lin Feng was not afraid at all in Kyoto Lingwu. Don't know what academy? Ha ha ha. AI Koan and the others burst into laughter. Last chance, if you don't want to fight in front of Ruoxue, Li Xingtian said coldly. Humph, I don't believe you can do anything to me. Lin Feng stubbornly refused to believe in evil. Did you hear that? Li Xingtian looked at his little brothers. They instantly understood and moved closer to Lin Feng. What are you doing? They're hitting people. Outsiders are hitting people. Lin Feng shouted immediately when he saw they were really going to make a move. Xingtian, this is Kyoto Lingwu after all, Xing Mengqi quietly said, tugging at Li Xingtian's hand. Li Xingtian naturally knew that Xing Mengqi was worried about causing trouble. After all, she was the team leader and needed to consider the bigger picture. It's fine, it's just Kyoto Lingwu, this place isn't up to them to decide. He then looked at Xu Bobo and the others. What are you standing there for? Xing Mengqi no longer stopped them. Hearing this, Xu Bobo and the others immediately surrounded Lin Feng and started to beat him up. Xu Bobo was already at the 4th level, and AI Kun and Li Taimei were almost at the 4th level too. It was too easy to gang up on a 3rd level 9th rank Lin Feng. Ah, they're hitting me. Ah, Lin Feng's cries of despair instantly attracted the attention of many people. The onlookers stopped to watch, but no one came to help Lin Feng. Everyone, stop. At that moment, a shout rang out. A flamboyantly dressed man was seen walking over, holding onto a stunning woman, followed by a group of fierce-looking men, all wearing the Kyoto Lingwu badge on their chests. It's young Master Zhao Air. Don't call him young Master Air, he hates it when people add air. That's the second young master of the first-class Zhao family in Kyoto, Zhao Zong. These people are in trouble. Zhao Zong swaggered over to Xu Bobo and the others, holding the woman. Slap. Li Taimei, standing at the front, immediately received a slap from Zhao Zong. You dare hit me. Li Taimei glared at Zhao Zong. What's wrong with hitting you? Dare to act violently in my Kyoto Lingwu? Zhao Zong looked quite arrogant. Zhao Zong, who allowed you to make a move? At this moment, a stunning woman walked over with some Kyoto Lingwu students. Li Shengtian looked up. The woman walked over with an elegant and confident stride, her fitted suit accentuating her tall and slender figure, the perfect cut highlighting her capable yet feminine temperament. The form-fitting short skirt tightly wrapped around her curvy hips and slim waist, the hem just reaching her knees, swaying gently with each step, showcasing her enviable perfect body curve, as if it were a custom-made work of art, fully displaying the unique sensuality and charm of a woman. The high heels she wore, slender yet stable, supported her figure. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, with delicate features as if meticulously sculpted, bright and deep eyes that seemed to hide brilliant stars, lips adorned with just the right shade of lipstick, and her smooth hair cascading over her shoulders, with a hint of sorrow in her expression that was particularly captivating. "Instructor Jiang, these people are acting violently in our academy, and they won't let me fight back?" Zhao Zong immediately retorted. At this moment, Lin Feng hurried over, already bruised and battered. "Yeah, Xingjia, these people hit me for no reason." Jiang Qing frowned slightly. "Lin Feng, are you okay?" A female student among the group asked. She wore a classic khaki trench coat, the length just reaching mid-thigh, its smooth lines seemingly sketched by the wind. The flared hem revealed a fitted white shirt underneath. The most eye-catching aspect was her lower half. A black ultra-short skirt clung tightly to her skin, showcasing her long, straight legs without reservation. Those legs glistened with a healthy sheen under the sunlight, their lines as graceful as an ancient Greek sculpture. On her feet were a pair of matching black high heels. Her shoulder-length curly hair was voluminous and layered, with a few playful strands falling on either side of her cheeks, perfectly framing her slightly rounded face. Her eyes were like a clear spring, bright and transparent. "Xiao Shuajie, I'm fine," Lin Feng said, his face, beaten to a pulp, broke into a comical smile, almost making Xiao Zhirua laugh out loud. "Humph, Lin Feng, do you think others hit you for no reason? You must have done something to offend them." A beautiful woman next to Jiang Qing sneered, dressed almost identically to her. Unlike Jiang Qing, who had an aloof and unapproachable demeanor, this woman exuded a hint of allure. "Teacher Jiang Yu, please don't go looking for trouble," Lin Feng glared at the alluring woman. "We'll find out the truth," she replied. "What truth? It's wrong to hit people in our Jingdu Lingwu," Zhao Zong retorted upon hearing Jiang Yu's words. Jiang Yu bit her lip but didn't dare to argue back. She came from an ordinary family, while Zhao Zong's Zhao family had countless ways to ensure she would lose her job. "That's right, what Zhao Gu said is true. They don't take our Jingdu Lingwu seriously. I'm still Zhao Ji's brother, and they don't even respect Zhao Gu and the Zhao family." Lin Feng immediately chimed in. Zhao Zong seemed to enjoy Lin Feng's words. Li Shengtian had just finished looking at the profiles of the group. Jiang Qing, Lin Feng's destined female supporting character, a mentor at Jingdu Lingwu, and the younger sister of the head of the Jiang family, which had a long-standing cooperative relationship with the Li family. Xiao Zhirua, Lin Feng's destined female lead, a genius school beauty at Jingdu Lingwu. As for Jiang Yu, she was also a mentor at Jingdu Lingwu, but without much background. However, she had a villainous fate. Li Shengtian couldn't help but click his tongue. Now the destined protagonist, the female lead, the supporting female character, and the villain had all appeared, saving him the trouble of searching. At that moment, Bai Ruoxue walked out from beside Li Shengtian and approached Jiang Cheng. "Teacher Jiang, Lin Feng is talking nonsense. He has been pestering me all along. I told him to keep his distance, but he wouldn't stop. It was my boyfriend who had someone take action." Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng and Xiao Zhirua exchanged strange glances at Lin Feng. After all, he had also pestered them, but they hadn't paid much attention. "Lin Feng, is that true?" Jiang Qing frowned. "Lin Feng, now you have nothing to say, right?" Jiang Yu immediately mocked, recalling that her grudge with Lin Feng started because he had been pestering her, and she had directly told him that a toad shouldn't think about eating swan meat. "Well, that doesn't mean you can hit people. Hitting people is wrong, right, Zhao Gu?" Lin Feng insisted stubbornly. Zhao Zong, wanting to show off in front of the students and mentors, nodded. "That's right, in our Jingdu Lingwu, it's like a dragon coiling and a tiger crouching." "Zhao Er, so you think you're impressive now?" Li Shengtian spoke up, slowly standing from his seat. Previously, he had been blocked by Zhu Bobo and others, so the students of Jingdu Lingwu hadn't really noticed him. Gulyalu, Zhao Zong involuntarily swallowed hard upon hearing the sound. He would never forget it, and it haunted his nightmares. Zhao Zong turned his head in a daze, just in time to meet Li Shengtian's teasing gaze, and his heart sank. Li Lauda, what a coincidence, huh? Slap. Li Shengtian delivered a resounding slap to Zhao Zong's face. Zhao Zong covered his face, not daring to utter a word. "This is to return the slap you just gave me." Li Shengtian spoke as he raised his hand again. Zhao Zong quickly dodged, but upon seeing Li Shengtian's gaze, he obediently leaned his face forward. Smack! This time, both sides of Zhao Zong's face turned red. Now there's no excuse. Next time, don't act tough in front of me. Boss, if I had known you were here, would I dare to act like that? Zhao Zong mumbled. What did you say? Nothing. I won't dare again. Before Li Shengtian went to the Magic City, Zhao Zong was one of the few young rascals who often played with him. At that time, they all revolved around Li Shengtian, and Zhao Zong, being the second young master of the Zhao family, was called Zhao Laodi. The students of the Kyoto Spirit Martial Arts Academy were already stunned. After all, Zhao Zong was notorious for being a playboy, and even the dean didn't dare to be too strict with him. Yet this man could make Zhao Zong behave like this, which was simply jaw-dropping. Even Jiang Qing was secretly shocked. Even with the Jiang family's backing, she couldn't make Zhao Zong lower his stance like that. Thinking about how Zhao Zong just called this man Boss Li, Jiang Qing had already guessed Li Shengtian's identity. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled, looking at Li Shengtian with a hint of something else in her gaze. Ruoxue, come here. Oh, Bai Ruoxue obediently ran to Li Shengtian's side. Li Shengtian looked at Jiang Qing. The person who needed to be dealt with has been dealt with. Ruoxue will stay with me for now and return to your academy later. After saying that, Li Shengtian took Bai Ruoxue's hand and walked towards their seats. No way. You can't just let this go. Lin Feng shouted. Go to hell. How dare you shout at my big brother. Without saying a word, Zhao Zong kicked Lin Feng in the butt, sending him flying a few meters away, clearly using some force. Big brother, you don't need to worry, leave it to me. Zhao Zong patted his chest. Li Shengtian glanced over and took Bai Ruoxue back to their seats. Zhao Zong looked at Lin Feng, getting angrier the more he thought about it. He was the one who got slapped twice and was blaming him. Enough! Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Seeing Zhao Zong still wanting to hit Lin Feng, Jiang Qing quickly scolded him. Zhao Zong pouted, then let's give Instructor Jiang some face. We'll let him go this time. After saying that, Zhao Zong turned and walked towards Li Shengtian, instructing his few underlings, you guys go ahead, I'm going to chat with my big brother for a bit. Jiang Qing sighed as she looked at Li Shengtian in his seat. She knew Zhao Zong wasn't doing it for her sake, but because the Jiang family had dealings with the Li family. Otherwise, with Li Shengtian's tacit approval, Zhao Zong wouldn't dare to hit even his own brother, let alone just Lin Feng. Help Lin Feng up. We're going to the waiting area of the academy. After Jiang Qing finished speaking, she led the students towards the seating area of the Kyoto Spirit Martial Arts Academy. Xiao Zhiruo glanced at Lin Feng and sighed helplessly. She had thought Lin Feng was a bit annoying, but he was still a good person. Two male students reluctantly helped Lin Feng up. Before leaving, Lin Feng glared at Li Shengtian from a distance. Isn't it just a good family background? Sooner or later, I'll be better than all of you. Alright, what a daydream, one of the male students helping Lin Feng said disdainfully. On the other side, Zhao Zong flattered his way to Li Shengtian. Big brother, Jiang Qing wants to protect Lin Feng, and I can't do anything about it. The Jiang family has dealings with your Li family, and I don't dare to disrespect them. Next time, I'll find a chance to make him pay for bothering my sister-in-law. Bai Ruoxue's face flushed at his words. Zhao Zong was referring to her, right? Li Shengtian nodded, although he didn't expect Zhao Zong to do anything serious to Lin Feng. Stirring things up a bit was fine, as long as it didn't backfire on him. Big brother, since you went to the Magic City, how long has it been since we gathered? Tonight, I'll call Zhou Fu, Zhengque, and the others for a get-together. Zhou Fu, Zhengque, and a few others were the bullies in school along with Li Shengtian and Zhao Zong. Tonight at Tianshangrenjian, I'll call a few more female celebrities for you. I know you like that, Zhao Zong said with a smile. Zhao Zong, you bastard. Li Shengtian's forehead twitched with a black line. Sure enough, Xiang Mengqi's hand had already reached around Li Shengtian's waist. Lu Qingcheng revealed a gentle smile. Hubby, do you still like celebrities? Is that so, Li Shengtian? So you used to be quite the playboy, huh? Xiang Mengqi asked softly. Don't listen to him. I was very well behaved before, Li Shengtian chuckled awkwardly. Zhao Zong then realized something was wrong. He thought Li Shengtian's relationship with Bai Ruoxue was just a fling, but it seemed these two were also sisters-in-law, and his big brother had become a henpecked husband. Brother Shengtian was never well behaved. He skipped class every day to hang out with Zhao Zong and the others, often bullying others, and Yang Muyun honestly listed Li Shengtian's past misdeeds. Auntie, please stop. Li Shengtian felt like his waist was about to bleed. But brother Shengtian really didn't like celebrities back then. His favorite was Lu Ruyan, Yang Muyun added. I can testify. The young master really had no interest in other women at that time, though I don't know why he stopped liking Lu Ruyan later, Su Xiaoya chimed in. Lu Qingqing naturally knew about this, but she had never asked Li Shengtian why he suddenly stopped liking Lu Ruyan. It was from that time that Li Shengtian completely broke free from the trajectory of his past life. Since Muyun and Xiaoya have spoken, I'll let you off the hook, Xiang Mengqi said, releasing her hand. Lu Qingqing also let go. but we have to keep a close eye, otherwise, this lecture might find a few more sisters for us one day. Li Shengtian finally felt saved, casting a malicious glance at Zhao Zong. Zhao Zong's hair stood on end, he knew he was doomed. Big brother, enjoy your time with the sisters. If you need anything, just call me. I'm off. With that, Zhao Zong ran away like he was escaping. Afterward, Bai Ruoxue was the first to express curiosity about what Li Shengtian was like in the past. The girls all asked Yang Muyun and Su Xiaoya about Li Shengtian's past, as Yang Muyun had known him for a long time, and Su Xiaoya had grown up with him. Li Shengtian patted the big red head that had jumped onto his lap. Did they also tell you to scram? Looks like we're both in the same boat. Roar! The big red gestured for a while, and surprisingly, Li Shengtian understood. It seemed to say that women were meaningless, and fighting was more fun. Li Shengtian could only say that the big red didn't understand. Where wasn't there fighting? Before long, the National Spirit Martial Arts Competition officially commenced. The opening ceremony was like a boiling sea of joy, with the grand scene being broadcast live, presenting itself to audiences across the country in real time. Journalists from major media outlets wove through the crowd, carrying photography and videography equipment like long guns and short cannons, capturing every exciting moment in a race against time. Where the camera swept, there were the spirited figures of the competing teams and the enthusiastic faces of the audience. These images were transmitted rapidly via satellite to thousands of households across the nation, igniting the passion in every viewer's heart, allowing those far away to feel the shock and excitement of the national competition's opening. As a group of leaders took the stage, thunderous applause erupted. A beautiful host stepped up to the microphone. Teams from all corners of the world, and all viewers in the audience and on screen, the 70th National Spirit Martial Arts Competition opening ceremony is about to begin. First, we welcome you all. After the host concluded her speech and introduced the special guests, the Kyoto Spirit Martial Arts Academy had prepared several exciting performances. An elderly man with white hair stepped onto the stage. Hello everyone. I am Chu Ming, the president of the Kyoto Spirit Martial Arts Academy. Cheers erupted from the audience. Next, I will introduce the rules for this year's National Spirit Martial Arts Competition. The competition is divided into individual and team events, with the individual competition split into 4 groups for grades 1 to 4, and the team competition is not divided into groups. The individual competition is a challenge match, where a win earns 1 point and a loss deducts 1 point. Note that contestants can only challenge those ranked higher than themselves. The team competition is a points match, where each team faces different opponents. A win earns 3 points, a draw earns 1 point each, and a loss earns no points, with rankings based on total points. After that, Chu Ming explained some more competition rules. Now I announce that the 70th National Lingwu Competition officially begins. Oh. As Chu Ming's voice fell, the venue erupted in a wave of cheers. The online community was also buzzing. It's finally starting. It only happens once every 4 years. Yeah, I hope this year's participants are outstanding. My son is also here. He's from the Lingwu Academy in Magic City. Wow, that's impressive, bro. The female host stepped onto the stage. Next, we will proceed to the first round of the individual challenge match. Currently, each contestant has 0 points and can challenge any contestant. Those who wish to challenge should enter their names and select their opponents on the terminals of their respective academies. No one from the academies moved. No one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out, as losing first would be too embarrassing. At this moment, in the Kyoto Lingwu area, Lin Feng ran up to Jiang Qing. Sister Qing, I want to challenge. Jiang Qing frowned slightly. Lin Feng, are you sure? Losing the first match isn't a good start. I'm sure. After all, this is our Kyoto Lingwu's home ground. Let us take the lead. Lin Feng declared earnestly. Jiang Qing nodded. Lin Feng had a point. Otherwise, other academies would mock Kyoto Lingwu. Alright, choose your opponent wisely. Saying this, Jiang Qing handed her terminal to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng operated it for a while, he returned it to Jiang Qing. Upon seeing the opponent Lin Feng had chosen, Jiang Qing's brows furrowed even deeper. Bai Ruoxue seemed to guess who Lin Feng had chosen and leaned over to take a look. What's wrong with Lin Feng? So annoying. Bai Ruoxue's voice was not loud, but Jiang Qing and the others could hear it. Okay, let's proceed to the first match of this competition. The beautiful host received a message from backstage. Lin Feng from Kyoto Lingwu Academy challenges Li Shengtian from Huaxia Shanghai Academy. Huaxia Shanghai Academy? Never heard of it? I have a relative there. They say it's even stronger than Kyoto Lingwu, not open to the public, only recruiting geniuses. What? Is that true, bro? Really, my daughter is also there. The audience watching the match began discussing this unfamiliar academy. At the top of a super skyscraper, Mom, come quick. It's my brother's first match. Li Wanshu shouted. Coming. Lan Yun hurried over, they were too busy to watch every match of Li Shengtian and could only catch the live broadcast. Meanwhile, Li Aoshi at the Black Great Wall and the elderly Li Jiangshan at home were also paying attention to the match. In the Huaxia Shanghai Academy area, haha, this Lin Feng is hilarious. AI Kuan laughed upon hearing that Lin Feng was challenging his boss. What luck! Out of hundreds of people, he picked the strongest one. Shu Bobo felt his stomach hurt from laughing. Li Shengtian stood up and walked towards the stage. Go for it! A few girls cheered for Li Shengtian. In fact, they weren't worried at all that he would lose. Even a fourth-year student might not be able to defeat Li Shengtian. Li Shengtian stood on one side of the arena, calmly watching Lin Feng. Didn't expect this, did you? Just now, you relied on your subordinates to attack me, and now the retribution has come. Li Shengtian completely ignored Lin Feng's barking. Hurry up, let you go first with 3 moves. After all, this is your Kyoto Lingwu's territory. The audience at the venue and in front of the screen could hear their conversation. At this moment, they all felt that Li Shengtian was being a bit arrogant. Then watch closely. Ice Seal Break. Lin Feng brought his hands together, then spread them apart, unleashing a blue-green light beam. This action was somewhat reminiscent of the Kamehameha wave. Li Shengtian stood still, too lazy to move, his body bursting with thunder, the ground around him shattered, and even Lin Feng's light beam was not surprising. How could this be? Lin Feng was secretly shocked. One move, Li Shengtian said. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Ice blade. A massive ice blade condensed in Lin Feng's hand and swiftly fell towards Li Shengtian. Confinement, Li Shengtian murmured. As the ice blade approached him, it stopped falling, and Li Shengtian quietly raised his hand, flames swirling around it. Bang! The ice blade shattered, turning into countless sparkling particles. 2 moves. Lin Feng was a bit flustered. This was not what he had expected. He thought Li Shengtian was just a spoiled rich kid with a background. Absolute ice palm. Lin Feng gathered all his spiritual power and struck out the ice palm heading straight for Li Shengtian. Li Shengtian threw out a flurry of fire feathers, and in an instant, a group of fire feathers collided with the ice palm, causing an explosion. For this move, the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Feather, Li Shengtian had barely used any spiritual power, and he couldn't help but wonder how someone as weak as Lin Feng could become the destined protagonist. 3 moves, Li Shengtian said playfully, looking at Lin Feng as his figure slowly floated up. That palm of yours is really weak. Watch closely, I'll demonstrate just once. Li Shengtian formed complex and mysterious hand seals with both hands, and in an instant, a fierce wind howled. The air in front of him seemed to be violently torn apart by invisible hands, producing a sharp whistling sound and spinning wildly. Great wind seal! Li Shengtian murmured, and with a sudden thrust of his palms, a grayish-blue palm print shot out, moving so fast it created a sonic wave. In just a breath, the massive palm print was right in front of Lin Feng. Boom! A violent explosion rang out, and people widened their eyes in disbelief. Li Shengtian's strike looked incredibly powerful. The scene fell into a terrifying silence. As the dust settled, a massive palm-shaped pit had already been blasted into the arena, with Lin Feng embedded in the rock below, having turned into a bloodied figure, unconscious. Quick, save Lin Feng! Zhang Qing quickly came to her senses. Li Shengtian slowly descended, noticing the beautiful host was already stunned, and with a flick of his sleeve, he turned and walked off the stage. At that moment, the female host finally reacted. Li Shengtian from Huaxia Shanghai Academy wins. Oh! The audience erupted in unprecedented loud cheers, and Li Shengtian's name was deeply etched in everyone's memory. God! This is outrageous. Just now, I felt a hint of fear even through the screen. Is he really a first year? The online audience also began to discuss fervently. Li Shengtian had left them in shock. In front of the screen, Lan Yun and Li Wanshu exchanged smiles. Li Shengtian always made them incredibly proud. In the Kyoto Spirit Martial region, Zhang Qing looked at Lin Feng, who had been beaten into a bloody mess and had lost consciousness, her brows furrowing slightly. She was not angry that Li Shengtian had severely injured Lin Feng, but rather upset that Lin Feng had deliberately challenged Li Shengtian. She had already told Lin Feng to be cautious in choosing his opponents. The academy had clearly prepared information on competitors from other academies besides Huaxia Shanghai Academy, and Lin Feng could have chosen a simpler opponent, but he insisted on challenging Li Shengtian, whom he knew nothing about, because of previous events. If Zhang Qing had known earlier, she would have stopped Lin Feng, but at that time, she believed Lin Feng should choose his own opponent, and by the time Lin Feng returned the terminal to her, it was too late. Thinking this, Zhang Qing couldn't help but shake her head. Beside her, Bai Ruoxue and Xiao Zhiruo looked at Li Shengtian's figure, their eyes sparkling. Yes, not just Bai Ruoxue, but also Xiao Zhiruo. Originally, Xiao Zhiruo was the genius school beauty of Kyoto Spirit Martial, naturally admiring the strong. Li Shengtian was not only handsome and strong but also a first-year student, which made Xiao Zhirua curious. In the 100-yu spirit martial region, a man with shadowy eyes gazed in the direction of Li Xingtian's stage, murmuring, "Li Xingtian? Never heard of him in my past life, is this another variable? Lu Zhang, what are you looking at?" A lively and charming girl walked over. "Nothing. Why do you always have that stern face? Can't you smile a little?" Hearing the girl's words, Lu Xing secretly shook his head. With the beginning of the battle between Li Xingtian and Lin Feng, contestants from various academies began to issue challenges. Of course, no one dared to challenge Li Xingtian. His previous display had truly intimidated many. Yu from the Kyoto Spirit Martial Academy challenges Lu Qingcheng from the Huaxia Shanghai Academy. Upon hearing that Lu Qingcheng was being challenged, everyone turned to look at her. Lu Qingcheng helplessly glanced at Li Xingtian. "This is all your fault. They can't beat you and want to vent their frustration on your wife." Li Xingtian shrugged. "Is it my fault then?" Immediately, Lu Qingcheng stood up and walked towards the arena. "Do they think I'm a soft persimmon? I'll make them embarrass themselves even more." Hearing Lu Qingcheng's cold words, Li Xingtian knew that the challenger was in for a rough time. At the same time, on the Baiyu spirit martial side, Lu Zhang's eyes lit up upon hearing Lu Qingcheng's name. He quickly craned his neck to look at the arena. He saw Lu Qingcheng walking up to the stage at a leisurely pace, her windbreaker accentuating her queenly aura. "It really is you. That's great." Lu Zhang visibly became excited. "Lu Zhang, do you know that beauty?" the girl beside him asked. Lu Zhang smiled, memories flashing in his mind. "Yeah, I've known her for a long time." The girl bit her lip, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. "I've never seen you this happy before." The girl's voice was soft, but Lu Zhang could hear it. Lu Zhang was momentarily stunned, then returned to his icy demeanor. On the stage, the contestant named Yu glanced at Lu Qingcheng and was taken aback by her aura. You are Li Xingtian's woman, right? Don't deny it. I saw you two being very close before." Lu Qingcheng's red lips parted, her tone icy. "I don't deny it. Xingtian is my man. So, are you trying to take advantage of me because you can't do anything to my husband?" I just thought you were a girl too, so I challenged you," Yu retorted, caught off guard by Lu Qingcheng's words. The audience could hear their exchange. Upon hearing Lu Qingcheng's words, Lu Zhang felt the world spinning, his heart feeling as if it had been crushed. "No, it can't be like this, it must be a lie." The girl beside him, seeing Lu Zhang muttering like a madman, couldn't help but worry. "Lu Zhang? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You don't need to worry about it." Lu Zhang, feeling complicated inside, didn't notice the tears welling up in the girl's eyes. "Fine, if you don't want me to care." The girl turned her head away, holding back her tears. On the stage, Lu Qingcheng stopped wasting words. "Let's begin. I'll give you 3 moves." Li Xingtian couldn't help but smile slightly at Lu Qingcheng's words. You're being too much." Yu was instantly furious. Because Li Xingtian had humiliated Lin Feng in the same way, he had also humiliated their Kyoto Spirit Martial Academy. Thus, Yu immediately unleashed his spirit power and attacked Lu Qingcheng. However, Yu's attack was like child's play to Lu Qingcheng. Moments later, Lu Qingcheng easily dodged Yu's third move. Then she looked at Yu. "It's my turn now." Yu instantly became nervous. Lu Qingcheng's hands ignited with flames as she summoned her spirit power. "Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens," Lu Qingcheng murmured. Countless flames surged beneath her feet, transforming into a massive flaming phoenix. Yu felt as if everything in his sight was fire, momentarily stunned, and then frantically tried to use skills to block it. However, it was utterly ineffective against the gigantic fire phoenix. Yu screamed in despair as he was crushed by the flaming phoenix. Li Xingtian raised his eyebrows upon seeing the situation. As everyone looked closely, they saw that Yu's clothes were already burned to tatters, collapsed on the ground. Of course, this was because Lu Qingcheng had held back in the end, otherwise, Yu's condition would have been even worse, and her clothes would have been the least of her worries. Lu Qingcheng glanced at the beautiful host and then turned to walk down the stage. Oh! The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Lu Zhang glanced in the direction Lu Qingcheng had left, then stood up. "Lu Zhang, where are you going?" "To the restroom." In the Huaxia Shanghai Academy area, Lu Qingcheng walked straight towards Li Xingtian. She changed from the cold demeanor she had on stage to a sweet smile. Lu Qingcheng sat in Li Xingtian's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. "So, how was it, hubby? I didn't embarrass you, did I?" Li Xingtian affectionately pinched Lu Qingcheng's delicate face and then kissed her soft cheek. "Of course not, you made me proud." Then Li Xingtian changed the subject. "But, my wife, I really like that queenly aura you had on stage. Can you trample on me a bit?" Hearing this, Lu Qingcheng's face flushed. "Pervert." Li Xingtian leaned down, holding Lu Qingcheng's slim waist tightly against himself. kissing her alluring red lips. At that moment, Lu Zhang walked towards the Shanghai Academy area and happened to witness this scene. In an instant, Lu Zhang felt as if the sky had fallen on him. Xing Mengqi, sitting next to Li Shengtian, was too lazy to pay attention to the couple's affection, but when she turned her head, she happened to see Lu Zhang standing there in a daze. "This classmate, do you need something?" Everyone was drawn to Xing Mengqi's voice. They looked up and saw the dazed Lu Zhang. Li Shengtian and Lu Qingcheng stopped kissing. "Qingcheng," Lu Zhang murmured. Originally, Lu Qingcheng was in Li Shengtian's embrace, oblivious to the outside world, but upon hearing someone seemingly call her name, she turned to look. Upon seeing Lu Qingcheng was stunned. "Lu Zhang?" Seeing that Lu Qingcheng recognized him, Li Shengtian also looked over, his brows furrowing. Ding, name, Lu Zhang. Fate, Destiny. Male lead, Lu Qingcheng. Spiritual power talent, first sequence of Thunder System Realm, 4th stage level 3 technique. Golden Finger, rebirth. Return. In an instant, Li Shengtian realized that this Lu Zhang was likely someone who had been reborn alongside Lu Qingcheng from a previous life. And Li Shengtian immediately issued a kill order against Lu Zhang. Lu Qingcheng was Li Shengtian's favorite woman. Although Lu Qingcheng had already broken free from her destiny and would not have any relationship with Lu Zhang, just seeing Lu Zhang's fate with Lu Qingcheng's name made Li Shengtian feel uncomfortable. Thinking this, Li Shengtian's hand around Lu Qingcheng slowly moved down, grabbing a handful. "Wife, you know him?" Lu Qingcheng felt her face burning and wanted to get off Li Shengtian, but he held her tightly. "Hubby, please let me go first," Lu Qingcheng quietly pleaded in Li Shengtian's ear. Li Shengtian leaned close to Lu Qingcheng's small face. "Sure, wear that bunny girl outfit for me tonight. I'll agree to that, just let me go." Lu Qingcheng wished she could find a hole to hide in. Lu Zhang was her subordinate in her previous life, always following her to fend off foreign invasions. After her rebirth, she originally wanted to find Lu Zhang and a few other subordinates, only to realize she had no idea where they were from. In her previous life, her thoughts were all on fighting against foreign races, so finding Lu Zhang and the others was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Now, in front of her former subordinate, Lu Qingcheng felt extremely embarrassed. Li Shengtian felt it was enough and finally let go of Lu Qingcheng. Their intimacy was all seen by Lu Zhang, and at that moment, an unnamed anger ignited in his heart. "Ahem, Lu Zhang, do you remember me?" Lu Qingcheng asked seriously, though she already had the answer in her heart. Otherwise, Lu Zhang wouldn't have called her name. "Of course I remember." Lu Zhang's gaze remained fixed on Lu Qingcheng, and he now confirmed that Lu Qingcheng had also been reborn. Neither of them was particularly shocked. After all, they had both experienced rebirth, so why couldn't the other? Li Shengtian frowned and stood in front of Lu Qingcheng. "You're Lu Zhang, right? What do you want?" Seeing Li Shengtian, Lu Zhang's anger flared. "I'm looking for Qingcheng. What does it have to do with you? Qingcheng is my wife. What does it have to do with me?" Li Shengtian's tone was icy, then he changed his approach. "And by the way, is she really someone you can call?" Lu Qingcheng, sensing her man's jealousy rising, reached out to take Li Shengtian's hand. "I'll talk to him." Then Lu Qingcheng turned to Lu Zhang. "Shengtian is indeed my husband, you should call me by my full name." Lu Zhang felt as if struck by lightning, suppressing his indignation. "Let's find a private place to talk, I have a lot to say to you." "No way. If there's nothing else, you can leave," Li Shengtian interjected before Lu Qingcheng could speak. However, Lu Zhang seemed to ignore him, his gaze still on Lu Qingcheng. Lu Qingcheng felt quite troubled. She had many questions in her heart, and perhaps Lu Zhang knew the answers. "Husband, can I just talk to him for a bit? Just a moment, okay?" Lu Qingcheng looked at Li Shengtian with pleading eyes. Li Shengtian frowned slightly. "Is it absolutely necessary? Then I'll go with you." "He probably won't agree. Is there anything I can't know?" Lu Qingcheng was at a loss for words, then seemed to make up her mind. "I'll tell you everything tonight, okay? Including all my secrets." Worried that Li Shengtian might overthink, Lu Qingcheng stood on her tiptoes and kissed him in front of Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang's nails dug into his palms. Lu Qingcheng looked at Li Shengtian with soft eyes. "You know, I love you the most, and only you." 5 minutes. With Li Shengtian's permission, Lu Qingcheng smiled sweetly. Then she turned to Lu Zhang, her tone becoming flat. "Let's go." The two found a secluded corner. "What do you want to say?" At this point, Lu Qingcheng had regained her queenly demeanor, her tone still cold, showing no sign of leniency just because Lu Zhang had once been her subordinate. "What exactly is going on between you and that Li Shengtian?" Lu Zhang immediately questioned. Lu Qingcheng frowned slightly. "Don't tell me that's all you wanted to say. If it's not important, I'm leaving." "It is." Lu Zhang suppressed the myriad of words in his heart. "I've already spoken to the others. Only the two of us have been reborn." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingcheng felt puzzled. Why were they the only two who had been reborn? Lu Zhang continued. "Also, this life is very different from the last. Based on my past experiences, many prodigies have appeared, as if they suddenly emerged, they didn't exist in the previous life. They are the variables of our current life. Lu Qingqing nodded, her feelings deepening. Because her man was the biggest variable, since Li Shengtian entered her life, the trajectory of her past life had completely changed. But she didn't see this as a bad thing. Rather, she now felt that perhaps Li Shengtian was the destined son to lead humanity in countering the alien races. Is there anything else? Lu Zheng shook his head. That's all I know for now. So what exactly is going on between you and that Li Shengtian? Lu Qingqing's gaze had turned somewhat cold. My private matters are none of your business. Only the two of us have been reborn. Shouldn't we stick together? And Lu Zheng paused. And you know my feelings for you, right? Lu Qingqing's expression was already frosty. If you need help, I will naturally help you. As for your so-called feelings, that's just your own delusion. I hope you won't bring it up again. I have someone I care about now. With that, Lu Qingqing turned and walked away. Not far along, they stopped again. By the way, that forbidden technique, you must never attempt it. After that, Lu Qingqing disappeared from Lu Zheng's sight. Damn it! Why? You give me a chance to start over, yet you don't give me a chance. Lu Zheng punched the wall beside him, instantly creating a large dent, and blood flowed from his fist. On the other side, Li Shengtian took off his headphones. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lu Qingqing, he just wanted to know what she would say to Lu Zheng. As for the many prodigies that appeared in this life but not in the last, Li Shengtian guessed they might be the so-called fated protagonists or those with luck. But why was it like this? Li Shengtian asked the system, but the system indicated that revealing it now would attract the world's heavenly punishment, and he might not be able to protect himself then. Li Shengtian had no choice but to give up and wait until he was strong enough to discuss it later. After a while, Lu Qingqing sat back in Li Shengtian's lap. Honey, don't be angry. I really have nothing to do with that Lu Zheng. Lu Qingqing, fearing that Li Shengtian was still upset, nuzzled her face against his chest in a spoiled manner. I know, let's forget about it this time. But you are not allowed to be alone with any man other than me in the future. I promise there won't be a next time. Seeing that Li Shengtian was not angry, Lu Qingqing happily kissed him. What followed was the first-year personal challenge competition. Tomorrow would be the second year, and so on, until the first round of team competitions after completing a round of personal challenges. That night, after dinner, Li Shengtian and Lu Qingqing went straight back to his room. Li Shengtian held Lu Qingqing tightly, and she pressed herself closely against him. Go on. What secret do you want to tell me? Li Shengtian smiled at Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing hesitated for a moment. Honey, you might not believe this, but, actually, I have been reborn from the future. Li Shengtian didn't expect Lu Qingqing to tell him this directly. However, he was certainly happy inside, as it meant he had completely become her man in her heart. Seeing that Li Shengtian was silent, Lu Qingqing hurriedly said, I'm telling the truth. I don't know why I was reborn. Moreover, this life is very different from the one I experienced before. So what was I like in your future? Lu Qingqing pouted and then told Li Shengtian everything about her past life and the changes that occurred after her rebirth. So, I was just a loyal dog in my past life, which eventually led to the downfall of the Li family. Yes, so when I found out you awakened a powerful talent, I was particularly curious about you. Indeed, curiosity killed the cat. This life is in your hands now. Hearing this, Li Shengtian smiled. You can never escape from my grasp in this life. I won't escape. I want to cling to you. But I didn't expect my wife to be a 10th-tier female warrior. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing felt a bit despondent. What does it matter being a 10th-tier female warrior if I couldn't protect the human race? Li Shengtian patted Lu Qingqing's head. It's okay, this time I'm here. Lu Qingqing recalled the loneliness and helplessness of her past life, as if she had found support. Her nose turned sour, and she hugged Li Shengtian tightly, unable to hold back her tears. Honey, whoa, I really tried my best. Li Shengtian affectionately stroked Lu Qingqing's face. You've done very well. Don't put pressure on yourself. This time, just hide behind me and give me a baby. Lu Qingqing was very happy, truly happy. This time she didn't have to be alone. I'll give you a baby. Li Shengtian leaned in and kissed Lu Qingqing. This kiss lasted longer than any before, and Lu Qingqing even wanted to merge herself into Li Shengtian's body. After a long time, their lips parted. Lu Qingqing looked at Li Shengtian with tender eyes. Hubby, you didn't tell me why you're so amazing? Li Shengtian smiled. I have a cheat. You're lying. Then Lu Qingqing offered her red lips again. In fact, she didn't care why Li Shengtian had such powerful talent. She just needed to know that he loved her. However, Li Shengtian could only say, I told you, but you don't believe me. Wife, you promised to dress as a bunny girl for me. Pervert, I'm just spoiling you. Soon. Strange sounds echoed in Li Xingtian's room. The following days were filled with individual challenge matches for grades 2 to 4. Yi Niaoji and Luo Bing won all their battles, ranking second in the second grade leaderboard and first in the third grade leaderboard, respectively. Now Yi Niaoji was already at level 4, stage 1, while Luo Bing was close to level 5. More than enough to dominate their peers without any destined protagonist. As for why Yi Niaoji was only in second place, it was because of Lu Zhang. The fourth grade leaderboard was temporarily led by Mo Tiancheng. As for why it was temporary, it was because Xing Mengqi applied for Li Shengtian to join the fourth grade individual challenge matches, which was also the intention of Dongfang Yuan Kuei, saying that it would be better for Li Shengtian to practice more instead of always bullying the weak in the first grade. However, since this situation had never occurred in the National Spirit Martial Arts Competition, discussions were still ongoing and had not been officially approved. Once Li Shengtian entered the fourth grade group, if Mo Tiancheng could rank first, wouldn't Li Shengtian also be able to take first place? On the contrary, Li Shengtian was currently lagging far behind in the first grade leaderboard because after that battle, everyone avoided him, resulting in him only getting Lin Feng's 3 points. But it didn't matter, he could challenge those ranked higher. After the first round of individual challenges ended, the first round of team matches finally arrived. Each academy could select 2 teams to participate in the team matches, with 5 members per team. Originally, Xing Mengqi had arranged for Li Shengtian and several top students to form a team, but Li Shengtian immediately said he wanted to team up with Lu Qingqing and the others, leaving Xing Mengqi with no choice but to agree. Thus, Li Shengtian, Lu Qingqing, Luo Bing, Yi Niaoji, and Yang Muyun formed one team, while Mo Tiancheng, Lin Zimo, Zhubobo, and 2 other 4th grade students formed another team. On that day, at the National Spirit Martial Arts Competition venue, the seats were still packed. The beautiful host walked onto the stage. Today we will proceed with the first round of the team matches. Next, please look at the list of teams for the first round. A huge screen displayed the opponents of each team. Li Shengtian glanced at it, then smirked and turned to Lu Qingqing, asking, "Wife, you won't hold back later, right?" Their team was facing the first team from Baihui Spirit Martial Arts, which was Lu Zhang's team. Lu Qingqing shot him a flirtatious glance. "If you keep this up, I won't let you into my bed tonight." Wrong. Then the match began, and after several rounds of competition. Next up is the match between Huaxia Shanghai Academy Team 1 and Baihui Spirit Martial Arts Academy Team 1. The audience looked at the team list and couldn't help but wonder, does Huaxia Shanghai Academy's team not have a 4th grader leading? Yeah, but the opposing Baihui Spirit Martial Arts has 2 4th graders leading. I still have faith in Huaxia Shanghai Academy, not for any other reason, but because I see Li Shengtian's name. Is he the same Li Shengtian who looks just as handsome as the legendary reader? Exactly, I still vividly remember that match. On the arena, Lu Zhang looked at Li Shengtian deliberately holding Lu Qingqing and was instantly filled with anger. Lu Qingqing also understood what her man meant, but helplessly, she could only indulge him, like a little child. Li Shengtian smiled and then said, "Later, Muyun will assist from the back, Yaoji will protect Muyun, Xingcheng will attack from a distance, and I will fight up close with Bingbing." Yang Muyun is a healer, capable not only of healing wounds but also of restoring spiritual energy. Although Li Shengtian possesses liquid spiritual energy, the women, including Lu Qingqing, do not. This is also the reason why Yang Muyun can participate in the competition. There are not many healers at Huaxia Shanghai Academy, and Yang Muyun is already considered outstanding. The women all nodded. The competition begins. With the host's words, both teams unleashed their spiritual energy. "Go!" Lu Zhang shouted, and the group shot out like arrows released from a bow. Li Shengtian and his companions met them head-on. Lu Qingqing directly released the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Feather for a group attack, but the opponent also had a tank providing shields. Phoenix Dance in the 9 Heavens, Red Lotus Secret Technique. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing quickly cast her skills again. However, the opponent also had a ranged attacker, and Li Shengtian's group could only use their spiritual energy shields to defend. Another warrior-type contestant from the opposing team charged forward, aiming to take down Lu Qingqing first. Luo Bing immediately confronted him. Yang Muyun worked hard from behind to restore the spiritual energy of the others, except for Li Shengtian, as he had told her he didn't need her help. Yi Niaoji faced off against an assassin-type contestant from the opposing team who aimed to take down Yang Muyun first. Li Shengtian had a clear target, Lu Zhang. Upon seeing Li Shengtian, Lu Zhang's eyes turned red with anger, especially since Li Shengtian had just pretended to be intimate with Lu Qingqing in front of him. Li Shengtian! Lu Zhang roared as he charged at Li Shengtian with his spear raised. Li Shengtian smiled coldly. "Your demeanor is quite good, but unfortunately, your strength is lacking." As the words fell, a fierce wind rose around them, wildly converging on Li Xingtian's 2 fingers of his right hand. Extreme wind, meteor kill. A powerful beam of light shot out instantly, and Lu Zhang could feel the extraordinary nature of this strike, quickly dodging to avoid it. Whoosh! In that moment, Lu Zhang watched helplessly as the beam of light zipped past his face at incredible speed. Suddenly, Lu Zhang realized, but it was too late. The beam shot straight towards the ranged attacker on the opposing team. That cultivator tried to dodge, but having been blocked by Lu Zhang earlier, he didn't have time to evade. With the speed of the beam, there was no way to escape now. The cultivator raised a spiritual energy barrier to defend, but the moment it made contact, it shattered, and the beam struck him directly. Puff! The cultivator spat out blood and was sent flying. All of this happened in just a few breaths, and the other 3 teammates were stunned to see their ranged attacker go down so easily. The audience gasped at the sight. With the ranged cultivator out of the way, Lu Qingchang and the others found it even easier to attack. Li Shangtian. Lu Zhang was furious, charging in front of Li Shangtian with his spear crackling with lightning. Li Shangtian's lips curled into a slight smile, then he summoned Heaven's Mandate. In an instant, the surroundings seemed to darken, and boundless killing intent surged on the arena. Lu Qingchang also paused her attack, curiously looking at her man. Luo Bing, Xin Yaoheim, and Yang Muyun also turned to look, as the opposing team members were already shaken by the overwhelming killing intent and had retreated. Even the audience below felt their hearts race, as if death was right before them. Lu Zhang felt it most acutely. He broke out in a cold sweat, staring blankly at the sword in Li Xingtian's hand, feeling as if he had fallen into an abyss with just one glance. Li Shangtian. Lu Zhang gritted his teeth. After all, he was someone who had been reborn, and his willpower was still considerably strong. Sanlong roar. Lu Zhang's spear seemed to manifest a lightning dragon, and he thrust it forward, the dragon roaring as it flew towards Li Shangtian. Li Shangtian flicked his divine sword, Sword Chi rolling dragon wall. Countless sword energies transformed into swimming dragons. However, the sword energy contained a destructive sword intent, and the lightning dragon was instantly shredded. After executing the Sword Chi rolling dragon wall, Li Shangtian did not stop. He brushed his fingers along the sword's body. 9 heavens mystic abyss, transform into divine thunder. Destiny instantly soared into the sky, where a vast expanse of dark clouds gathered, with flashes of lightning flickering within. Majestic heavenly might, lead it with the sword. Boom! The violent lightning struck down in an instant, as if connecting the sword to the heavens. Both the audience present and those watching the live broadcast were stunned by this scene. What kind of spiritual technique is this? Before the crowd could express their astonishment, Destiny had already unleashed the fierce and violent power of thunder towards Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang was already in a daze. He knew very well that with his current realm, he could not withstand this blow. Boom! The thunder roared, and sand and stones flew everywhere, leaving the crowd in silence. As the dust settled, everyone looked up. They saw that Lu Zhang was unscathed. The entire arena had been split in half. Standing in front of Lu Zhang was Chu Ming, the dean of the Kyoto Spirit Martial Academy. It was Chu Ming who had blocked this strike for Lu Zhang. Otherwise, if someone had been killed, it would have reflected poorly on the Kyoto Spirit Martial Academy's reputation. You have been eliminated. Chu Ming turned to Lu Zhang and said, No, I haven't lost. I haven't lost yet. Lu Zhang shook his head, refusing to accept his defeat. A loss is a loss. Not acknowledging it is the behavior of a petty person, Chu Ming said, then looked at the other members of the Baiwa Spirit Martial team. Do you want to continue competing? A few team members smiled wryly. No, we concede. What a joke. Even their strongest member, Lu Zhang, couldn't withstand that strike from Li Shangtian, and Lu Zhang had basically been suppressed and beaten by Li Shangtian, who was still perfectly fine. What could they do? Chu Ming nodded, then disappeared from the arena. The beautiful host also reacted. The first team of Huaxia Shanghai Academy wins. Oh. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Who said this team couldn't compete without fourth-year students? So exciting. That Li Shangtian is a first year, right? He's not any less than a fourth year. The male god is so handsome. I want to have your babies. After leaving the arena, Li Shangtian and the others did not return to the academy area but went to the lounge. Each academy had its own separate lounge. Inside the Huaxia Shanghai Academy lounge, Xing Mengqi, Su Xiaoya, and Kai Ling had been waiting there. Lu Qingcheng and the others also gathered around Li Shangtian. Si Yinyao hugged Li Shangtian's arm. Darling, you were amazing. You took us to new heights. Brother Shangtian is the best. Yang Muyun's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lu Qingcheng leaned into Li Shangtian's embrace. Honey, what about that sword of yours? Luo Bing and Xing Mengqi also looked at Li Shangtian with anticipation, as this was what they wanted to ask. It's nothing, just a divine sword, Li Shangtian replied casually. Divine sword? The girls were puzzled. Usually, swords were only referred to as spirit swords. Lu Qingcheng thought of something. Honey, don't tell me that sword is of divine level? As she spoke, Lu Qingcheng's heart was already shaken. My wife is smart. What? Upon hearing Li Xingtian's answer, including Lu Qingcheng, the girls were so shocked they couldn't speak. A divine-level sword, let alone swords, in human history, only 3 divine weapons had ever appeared, belonging to the 3 great nations of Huaxia, Aurora, and Meili. Now that they learned their man possessed a divine-level weapon, how could they not be astonished? Honey, what exactly is going on? Lu Qingcheng meant to ask how Li Xingtian obtained this divine sword. Well, I was being chased, fell off a cliff, encountered a divine eagle, and it passed on the divine sword to me? The girls all rolled their eyes, but since Li Shengtian was unwilling to elaborate, they wouldn't press further. After all, he was their man. Shengtian, since it's a divine sword, you should keep it hidden, otherwise, it might attract unwanted attention, Xing Mengqi advised. It's fine, just use it less. If I don't say it, you all wouldn't believe it's a divine artifact. Would others believe it? Li Shengtian still had one sentence left unsaid. So what if he knew? Come and take it from me? A few girls nodded. Indeed, it was too absurd. After the team competition, there were a few days of rest before the next round of individual challenges. The approval for Li Xingtian to participate in the 4th grade group of the individual challenge had finally come through. Given Li Xingtian's strong performance in the team competition, the organizers of the National Spirit Martial Arts Competition had no reason to deny him entry into the 4th grade group. Meanwhile, Lu Qingcheng and the others planned to intensify their training during these days. Xiang Mengqi also had many matters to handle, leaving only Li Shengtian with free time. On this day, Li Shengtian looked at the messages sent by his subordinates and couldn't help but shake his head. Early on, after learning that Lin Feng was the destined protagonist, he had sent several experts to monitor Lin Feng, hoping to find out where Lin Feng had hidden the Ice Empress. Up until now, there had been no discoveries, indicating that Lin Feng was indeed very good at hiding. Hiding well, huh? I'll force you to bring it out, Li Shengtian smirked slightly. Afterward, Li Shengtian contacted Jiang Cheng and Xiao Zhirua through by Ruoxua. Jiang Cheng, aware of Li Shengtian's identity, always maintained a distance from him. Xiao Zhirua, however, was different. Li Shengtian's impressive performance had completely won over this talented school beauty. That day, Li Shengtian suddenly received a call from Jiang Cheng. Having met Jiang Cheng and Xiao Zhirua through by Ruoxua, they naturally had each other's contact information. Li Xiao, my brother found out that I know you. What? Is the head of the Jiang family not allowing us to know each other? No, it's just that tonight is my father's birthday banquet, and my brother said he must invite you to grace us with your presence. Alright, I understand. Jiang Qing sighed in relief upon hearing Li Xingtian's agreement. After all, her brother had insisted on inviting Li Shengtian. Okay, then I'll be waiting for you, Li Xiao. Jiang Qing's tone seemed a bit cheerful. After hanging up, Li Shengtian instructed his people to prepare a birthday gift. That evening, the Jiang family booked the largest and most luxurious hotel in Kyoto for Jiang Qing's father's birthday banquet. The guests invited were representatives from prominent families or well-known enterprises. As Jiang Qing's classmates, Bai Ruoxua, Xiao Zhirua, and Lin Feng were also invited. Today, Bai Ruoxua wore an exquisite white evening gown, paired with sparkling high heels. Xiao Zhirua dressed more casually in a black long dress, complemented by black high heels. Jiang Qing wore a noble chipa that accentuated her graceful figure, with ultra-thin flesh-colored stockings wrapping around her long, shapely legs, and also wore a pair of white high heels. The 3 girls instantly became the focus of attention, with many men wanting to approach them. However, the 3 girls had an air that discouraged strangers, causing many to give up. Xing Jie. A voice quickly attracted people's attention, and they saw Lin Feng swaggering and wearing a plaid shirt, ripped jeans, and slightly yellowed white sneakers. The other guests frowned slightly but said nothing. Everyone was well-mannered enough not to shout, and it seemed this person knew Miss Jiang. The 3 girls turned to look at Lin Feng. Bai Ruoxua immediately turned her head away upon seeing him. Xiao Zhirua merely nodded at Lin Feng and ignored him afterward. Jiang Qing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon seeing Lin Feng's attire. Yo, who is this? Isn't it Lin Feng? Are you here to beg? A man mocked Lin Feng upon seeing his outfit. Lin Feng was about to speak as he approached Jiang Qing, but upon turning to see who had spoken, he immediately shouted angrily, Duan, what do you mean by that? Duan's family also ran a small company, and he originally had no qualifications to attend this banquet, but he was also a student of Jiang Qing. You know exactly what I mean. It's your teacher's father's birthday, and you show up dressed like this? What's wrong with that? Do you have to dress formally to show respect? At least I have a kind heart, unlike some people who look good on the outside but have no idea what they're thinking inside. The argument between the two attracted the attention of many guests. After Lin Feng said this, the guests frowned. It was as if he had insulted them all. You! Du Wan was about to retort when he was interrupted by Jiang Qing. Alright, today is my father's birthday, so you all should calm down. Lin Feng thought Jiang Qing was helping him and flashed a self-satisfied smile as he walked up to her. Sister Qing, thank you. Jiang Qing frowned slightly. Thank me for what? At that moment, Jiang Qing's brother, the current head of the Jiang family, Jiang Chang, came out with Old Master Jiang, accompanied by a handsome young man. Qinger, this is Zhao Fei, the eldest son of the Zhao family. You two should get to know each other, Old Master Jiang said to Jiang Qing. Zhao Fei stepped forward, extended his hand, and glanced at Bai Ruoshui and Xiao Jiruo. Miss Jiang, I am Zhao Fei. I've admired you for a long time. Jiang Qing did not shake hands with Zhao Fei, she simply smiled. You flatter me, young Master Zhao. Zhao Fei awkwardly withdrew his hand. It seems Miss Jiang doesn't quite like me. At this moment, Old Master Jiang tried to smooth things over. Young Master Zhao, don't take it to heart. Qinger is just shy. You two can take your time to get to know each other. Ahem, father, let Qinger handle her own matters, Jiang Chang reminded, mainly because he had just learned that Jiang Chang knew Li Shengtian. If there was any relationship between them, and Li Shengtian got angry, the Jiang family would suffer. Fine, then let her decide for herself, Old Master Jiang sighed, looking at Jiang Qing, then turning to Zhao Fei, young Master Zhao, please don't mind. We also don't wish to interfere too much in Qinger's affairs. It requires your own effort. Zhao Fei understood Old Master Jiang's meaning. If he had the ability to pursue Jiang Qing, they wouldn't oppose it, but they couldn't help him either. Then I shall pursue Miss Jiang, Zhao Fei said with a smile. Just you? Sister Chang wouldn't be interested, Lin Feng suddenly interjected. Zhao Fei frowned, seeing Lin Feng's attire and a flash of disdain crossed his eyes. Who is this? My student, please don't mind him, young Master Zhao, Jiang Qing quickly said, signaling Lin Feng to remain silent. I see, but young people should still be careful, Zhao Fei said, looking at Lin Feng with a hint of threat in his words. Lin Feng was about to retort. Li Shengtian has arrived. Zhao Zong, the second young master of the Zhao family, has arrived. Zhou Fu, the eldest young master of the Zhou family, has arrived. Zheng Kuo, the young master of the Zhang family, has arrived. The guests all looked over. The newcomers were all significant figures. Li Shengtian appeared in a black suit, polished shoes, a tall figure, and a handsome face, exuding a kingly aura that made one want to bow down. Behind Li Shengtian were Zhao Zong, Zhou Fu, and Zheng Kuo, all dressed in luxurious suits. Some female guests couldn't help but be moved by Li Shengtian's looks. Shengtian. Bai Ruoshua waved happily upon seeing Li Shengtian arrive. Li Shengtian noticed her and walked over slowly with Zhao Zong and the others. Uncle Jiang, happy birthday, a small token of my appreciation, Li Shengtian said first to Old Master Jiang, as a servant presented a precious gift box. Happy birthday, Old Jiang, Zhao Zong and the others also offered their blessings and gifts. Thank you, my dear nephew. Thank you, young Master Zhao, young Master Zhou, and young Master Zhang, Old Master Jiang said happily as a servant accepted the gift box. Come, my dear nephew, it's been a long time since I've seen you. What brings you here today? Old Master Jiang beckoned. Li Shengtian stepped a bit closer. Sister Qing told me today is your birthday, otherwise, I wouldn't have known. Uncle Jiang, you should have notified me. Old Master Jiang was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Oh, you know Qinger? I thought you were busy. Afterward, Li Shengtian exchanged a few pleasantries with Old Master Jiang, who, being a straightforward person, said he needed to chat with other guests and asked Jiang Qing to entertain Li Shengtian. After Old Master Jiang and Jiang Chang walked away, Bai Ruoshua directly linked her arm with Li Shengtian's, and Xiao Jiruo also approached him. Before Li Shengtian could say anything, a group of guests surrounded him. Young Master Li, I'm Wang Hai from the Dauphin Group, we've met before. Young Master Li, I'm Suyu, the chairman of the Hongshan Group. Our group has always cooperated with the Li family. Even Bai Ruoshua, as a young lady from the Bai family in the Magic City, had never seen such a scene, and Xiao Jiruo was at a loss for what to do. Everyone, I have some matters to attend to, let's talk later, Li Shengtian said lightly. The crowd understood that he didn't want to engage with them at the moment and dispersed accordingly. At that moment, Zhao Fei walked over. Young Master Li, long time no see. Zhao Depengzi hasn't changed much, Li Shengtian replied. Zhao Zong asked, Zhao Fei, Dad sent me here, what are you doing? Zhao Fei smiled, naturally, I'm here to celebrate. That's not it, he wants to pursue Teacher Jiang, Bai Ruoshua immediately reported to Li Shengtian. Li Shengtian raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Seeing the dark look in Li Shengtian's eyes, Zhao Fei panicked. I was just joking with Miss Jiang. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Enjoy yourself, young Master Li." With that, Zhao Fei hurriedly left. Zhao Zong laughed. "He has the heart of a thief but lacks the courage. He dares to covet the woman my brother likes." At that moment, Zhou Fu kicked Zhao Zong's butt, and Zhao Zong quickly covered his mouth in response. Jiang Qing's face had turned red. Young Master Li, thank you." She was naturally referring to him helping her get rid of Zhao Fei. Li Shangtian smiled. "It's nothing. Xinjia, I helped you too. Why don't you thank me?" At that moment, Lin Feng jumped out. Jiang Qing felt a bit angry. Was Lin Feng really helping her? She was the one saving Lin Feng, okay? Otherwise, it would have been too easy for Zhao Fei to deal with Lin Feng. Poor Lin Feng still foolishly thought he was impressive. "Are you out here jumping around now that you're healed?" Lin Feng was instantly furious at Li Xingtian's words. "Don't be so smug. That day was just me being careless." Xiao Zhirua looked at Lin Feng without any emotion. She had long been disappointed in him. "Enough, Lin Feng." Jiang Qing couldn't stand it any longer. "Go have dinner with the other classmates, don't disturb us." "Xin Jie?" Lin Feng looked at Jiang Qing, meeting her cold gaze. "Oh." As Lin Feng left, Bai Ruoxua and Xiao Zhirua began chattering around Li Shangtian. Zhao Zong and the others also tactfully left. Li Shangtian enjoyed a pleasant conversation with Jiang Qing and the two girls, occasionally making them cover their mouths with laughter. Even Jiang Qing herself didn't notice that her way of addressing Li Shangtian gradually changed from Li Shangtian to Shangtian. Later, Bai Ruoxua took a few group photos and posted them on her social media. That night, Li Shangtian returned to the Li family. By this time, the few girls at home had already gone to rest. Li Shangtian sat on the sofa and chatted a bit with Guan Yingyue and Ouyang Shui, who were far away. The two girls would occasionally contact Li Shangtian. If it weren't for the fact that she considered Li Shangtian very busy, Guan Yingyue would have loved to chat with him all the time. After a while, Li Shangtian also prepared to rest. "Shangtian Gij," a soft voice sounded behind him. Li Shangtian turned around to see Yang Muyun standing behind him in a silk nightgown. "Muyun, you haven't gone to bed yet?" To his surprise, Yang Muyun didn't speak but reached out from behind the sofa to wrap her arms around Li Shangtian's neck. "Shangtian Gij, you want me, right?" Yang Muyun had Bai Ruoshua's contact information, and she had naturally seen the social media post Bai Ruoshua made. She felt very scared and unwilling in her heart. Clearly, she was the first to follow Li Shangtian, but now Li Shangtian had so many women and still did not want her, so she was afraid that Li Shangtian did not like her, did not want her. Li Shangtian also guessed Yang Muyun's thoughts. He stood up, walked to Yang Muyun's side, and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. "Muyun, are you thinking too much again?" Yang Muyun obediently leaned her head against Li Shangtian's chest. "I'm afraid brother Shangtian will not want me anymore. Compared to sister Qingcheng and the others, I'm really useless." Yang Muyun couldn't help but cry. Li Shangtian gently stroked Yang Muyun's head. "What are you talking about, silly? How could I not want you? You have a healing talent, and you'll be amazing when you grow up. Don't compare yourself to Qingcheng and the others. Besides, if it comes to it, I can always support you." Hearing Li Shangtian's words, Yang Muyun tightly hugged him and cried. After a long time, Yang Muyun finally stopped, raised her head, and looked at Li Shangtian with tearful big eyes. "Brother Shangtian, I want to completely become your woman." Li Shangtian gently caressed Yang Muyun's face and smiled. "Then don't be afraid of pain, okay? I'm not afraid." Immediately, Li Shangtian picked up Yang Muyun and walked toward his room. Soon, sounds from the two of them could be heard in the room. "Brother Shangtian, it hurts. Who just said they weren't afraid? It's too late to run now." A night without words. The next day, when Yang Muyun woke up, Li Shangtian was already gone. Then, Yang Muyun endured the pain and got up, but when she saw that red flower, she smiled. Not long after, Yang Muyun arrived in the living room, where Lu Qingcheng and the others were present. "Muyun, are you afraid of pain?" Si Yinyao teased. The girls all laughed, and Yang Muyun knew exactly what they were talking about, her pretty face turning red. "You guys are so annoying." This display made the girls laugh even more. At this moment, Li Shangtian was in the study looking at the messages sent by his subordinates. Lin Feng and Lu Zhan got together? How interesting, just in time to deal with them together. After a few days of rest, the second round of the individual challenge officially began. The first to compete was still the first-year group. Since Li Shangtian and Lu Qingcheng had no challengers after their last match, they could only take the initiative to challenge those ranked higher. After a few matches, Li Shangtian and Lu Qingcheng had already reached a tie for second place in the first-year individual challenge. Both the live audience and the online viewers were taken aback. It should be noted that others could manage 2 or 3 matches a day, which was already impressive, but Li Shangtian and Lu Qingcheng had played 9 matches this round, defeating everyone from 10th place and up in succession. almost all with one-hit kills, and now they just hadn't faced the first place yet. At this moment, in the Lingwu area of Magic City, the student currently ranked first in the first-year group clasped his hands together. Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits, please let the two immortals stop challenging. If they keep going, it'll be my turn. At this time, a student who was previously ranked 6th said, "You wish. We've all been beaten up by those two. Do you think you can escape?" Just then, the beautiful host announced, Li Shengtian from Huaxia Shanghai Academy challenges Wu Yun from Magic City Lingwu Academy. Ha ha ha. The 6th-ranked student immediately burst into laughter, patting Wu Yun on the shoulder. "Brother, good luck to you." Wu Yun was already numb because he knew very well that he was no match for Li Shengtian. After a sigh, Wu Yun quickly walked up to the stage. He then glanced at the beautiful host. "I concede." Li Shengtian looked at Wu Yun, thinking that this person was quite adaptable. Compared to those who had been severely injured by him and Lu Qingcheng, Wu Yun was much wiser, saving his strength to deal with opponents he could handle. The beautiful host announced, Li Shengtian from Huaxia Shanghai Academy wins. Wu Yun had not yet stepped off the stage when he heard the beautiful host call out, Lu Qingcheng from Huaxia Shanghai Academy challenges Wu Yun from Moto Lingwu Academy. I concede. Wu Yun said, not looking back and waving his hand. At this point, Li Shengtian and Lu Qingcheng were tied for first place. The individual challenge matches for the first-year group continued. During the subsequent matches, Li Shengtian also saw Lin Feng challenge other competitors. However, what Li Shengtian did not expect was that Lin Feng, as the destined protagonist, was unable to defeat anyone else. After several challenges, including the one against Li Shengtian, he had lost consecutively, and his score was already in the negative. The sky grew darker. Today's matches officially came to an end. "Dear, where are we going to eat? I'm so hungry," Si Yaoji said, hugging Li Shengtian's arm and asking in a spoiled tone. Li Shengtian turned to glance at Mo Tiancheng and his group of followers. "We haven't treated everyone since coming to Kyoto, so let's go to Yujingshuan." "It's on me." The crowd cheered at this. Although most of them were not from Kyoto, they had all heard of Yujingshuan's reputation as a nationally renowned high-end restaurant. "Long live the boss!" Shu Bobo and the others immediately cheered, and the other students followed suit, shouting "Long live!" Shengtian, with so many people, it's not a small number. Why not go to a regular restaurant? The academy can reimburse us, Xing Mengqi whispered. At this moment, Lu Qingqing stepped forward and smiled. "Sister Meng, are you still worried that this guy doesn't have money?" "It's fine, Mengqi, it's a small issue," Li Shengtian replied. "All right then." Hearing this, Xing Mengqi stopped saying more. "Let's go." Si Yaoji happily linked her arm with Li Shengtian's and pulled him along. On the way, Li Shengtian and the others coincidentally ran into the Kyoto Lingwu team, who also seemed to be going out for a meal. "Shengtian!" Ruoshua exclaimed as she saw Li Shengtian and immediately threw herself into his arms, as if she had long considered herself his girlfriend. Li Shengtian didn't mind at all. How could one refuse a beautiful girl throwing herself at him? Xiao Zhirua also walked up to Li Shengtian, and he naturally reached out to ruffle her hair, which she found perfectly fine. During the few days of rest, they had often interacted, and Li Shengtian had treated Xiao Zhirua this way from the start. Initially, she had been a bit shy, but she gradually got used to it. At this moment, Jiang Qing also led a group of students over, with Lin Feng naturally among them. Watching the intimate actions between Xiao Zhirua and Li Shengtian made him feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a stone. Jiang Yu was also present, her beautiful eyes fixed on Li Shengtian, but she did not dare to approach him. Zhao Zong quickly ran up to Li Shengtian. "Big brother, get lost." "Oh." Then Li Shengtian turned to Jiang Qing. "Xingqing, are you all going out for a meal too?" Since that night at the birthday banquet, Li Shengtian had been calling Jiang Qing this way, and she didn't mind. "Yes, are you?" Li Shengtian nodded. "Then let's go together." Jiang Qing thought for a moment. Letting the students interact with the talents from Huaxia Shanghai Academy was a good thing, and it would help resolve the previous conflicts caused by Lin Feng. Plus, she wanted to be with Li Shengtian. "All right, then let's go together." The students from Kyoto Lingwu were thrilled to learn they would be dining with Huaxia Shanghai Academy. On one hand, most of the Kyoto Lingwu students had no animosity towards Huaxia Shanghai Academy. They viewed the previous incident as Lin Feng's own fault. On the other hand, the students from Huaxia Shanghai Academy ranked at the top of various lists, truly outstanding talents, so mingling with them was naturally a good thing. Soon, a large group from both academies arrived at Yujingshuan. The students from Kyoto Lingwu were stunned. They had certainly heard of Yujingshuan's reputation, and dining here was quite expensive. Xiao Zhirua quietly asked Jiang Qing, "Sister Qing, we shouldn't expect our academy to reimburse us for eating here, right?" Jiang Qing nodded. She was ready to pay for herself. The students from Kyoto Lingwu seemed to have guessed that the academy wouldn't reimburse the meal, and it was likely that mentor Jiang Qing would have to foot the bill. They all stopped in their tracks, except for Zhao Zong, who continued to swagger behind Li Shengtian. The students from Huaxia Shanghai Academy halted and looked towards the students of Kyoto Lingwu. "Brotherly, how about we don't eat here?" one of the students suggested. Li Shengtian turned around. "What's going on?" Xiao Zhirua stepped up to Li Shengtian, looking troubled. The prices here are too high, and our academy doesn't reimburse." Li Shengtian raised his hand and pinched Xiao Zhirua's soft cheek. "Can you pay if you come to eat with me?" "It's on me." Xiao Zhirua's face turned crimson from Li Shengtian's action, and upon hearing his words, she quickly waved her hands. No, how can?" Before Xiao Zhirua could finish her sentence, Li Shengtian pinched her mouth shut. "Be good." Jiang Qing approached, wanting to say something, but was similarly silenced by Li Shengtian's grip on her mouth, leaving her no chance to speak. "You too, be good." Jiang Qing felt her face heat up from Li Shengtian's domineering behavior, turning red from her cheeks to her ears. Si Yinyao observed this and pouted. "It seems that besides Ruoxue, we're going to have 2 more sisters." Xing Mengqi sighed. "What else can we do? Ever since this bad guy got that strange technique from who knows where, all of us sisters are about to reach our limit. It's good to have more sisters to share the burden." Behind them, Jiang Yu watched Jiang Cheng and Li Shengtian so close, feeling quite uncomfortable. Why does everything good belong to Jiang Cheng? "I'm not willing." Then Li Shengtian released the 2 girls, and when he saw they were silent, he turned to the students from Kyoto Lingwu. "It's fine, this meal is on me. Everyone can eat freely." Zhao Zong added from the side. Yes, eat freely. This Yu Jingxuan is from my brother's family, and it doesn't cost anything." Seeing this, Li Shengtian kicked him. "You pay for yourself later." He then turned and walked towards the restaurant. "Big brother, I was wrong. Zhao Zong hurriedly followed. The students from Kyoto Lingwu were startled to hear that Yu Jingxuan belonged to Li Shengtian's family, then felt relieved. How hard could it be to slap Zhao Zong's big face? The students from Kyoto Lingwu looked at Jiang Qing, and seeing her nod, they cheered and followed. A group of them entered Yu Jingxuan. A somewhat plump middle-aged man accompanied by several beautiful women immediately came to greet them. "Young master, I am Wang Fa, the deputy manager of Yu Jingxuan. The luxurious hall on the top floor has been prepared for you." Li Shengtian nodded. "Where's the manager?" Wang Fa hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. "The manager is still in the office, with his female secretary." Li Shengtian sneered. "You're not bad. Tell the manager to get lost tomorrow. You take over." Without looking back, Li Shengtian walked inside. Wang Fa knew he had made the right bet and suppressed his excitement. "Thank you, young master." Jiang Yu saw how easily Li Shengtian decided the fate of the manager of such a high-end restaurant, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. On the top floor of Yu Jingxuan, a group of people enjoyed a rare top-notch feast. 2 groups chatted happily. Lin Feng used the excuse of not missing out on free food to eat and drink heartily, ignoring the students from Huaxia Shanghai Academy. It seemed that Lin Feng's protagonist aura was in effect. He Yu, who had previously challenged Lu Qingcheng, scolded Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, all you do is eat. It was because you provoked Ruoxue that we, Kyoto Lingwu, and the students from Huaxia Shanghai Academy have conflicts. Don't you think you should apologize to Ruoxue?" He Yu's words immediately drew agreement from the students of Kyoto Lingwu. "Exactly, Lin Feng. Today young Master Li is treating us to a meal to resolve the conflict. You should apologize." "That's right, you not only should apologize to junior sister Bai, but also to young Master Li. Look at him, like a starving ghost reincarnated." Lin Feng was inexplicably blamed by everyone. Li Shengtian was originally having a good conversation with a group of women and had no intention of making things difficult for Lin Feng or lowering his own status. When he heard the commotion, several people looked over, and Li Shengtian was also puzzled. What's going on? When everyone saw Li Shengtian approach, they stopped blaming him. He Yu immediately stepped forward and said, "Li Xiao, we think the reason for the previous incident is Lin Feng, and we want him to apologize to you and Ruoxue." Li Shengtian raised an eyebrow. The protagonist apologizing? That seemed a bit interesting. Actually, it's also because our Ruoxue is too beautiful. As for whether to apologize or not, it doesn't matter, Ruoxue and I don't care. Bai Ruoxue's face turned red upon hearing Li Shengtian's words. Si Yinyao teased, "Ruoxue, you're blushing? There will be more opportunities for you to blush in the future." Now Bai Ruoxue's face turned even redder. Lin Feng looked at everyone. "Did you hear that? He himself said he doesn't want me to apologize. You all should mind your own business." "Hoof." Jiang Yu sneered at Lin Feng's words. "Lin Feng, Li Xiao is giving you a way out. Don't be ungrateful." "Yeah, otherwise do you really think it's because Ruoxue is beautiful?" "Exactly. Can't you tell that Li Xiao is giving you face?" Lin Feng's face turned as red as a liver, pointing at Jiang Yu and the others. "You guys, you're going too far. It's clearly not my fault. Bai Ruoxue liked me before, he just forced his way in. Lin Feng, are you crazy? Bai Ruoxiu said angrily. Alright, Lin Feng, just say a little less, Jiang Cheng reminded him, as Lin Feng's continued outburst would offend everyone. At the same time, Jiang Cheng was increasingly disappointed in Lin Feng. His recent performance was truly terrible. Xiao Zhirua couldn't be bothered with Lin Feng at all. How he was doing had nothing to do with her. Li Shangtian was secretly amused. The protagonist of Destiny, did he even know what made Lin Feng stand out? Aside from not knowing where the Ice Emperor was hidden, Li Shangtian couldn't see any value in Lin Feng. Seeing that even Jiang Qing wasn't helping him, Lin Feng angrily threw down his food. Xingjie, you're the same. You're all excluding me. I'm not eating this anymore. Then Lin Feng looked at Li Shangtian. I don't need you to treat me. I won't eat food given to me for free. I'll pay for myself. After saying that, Lin Feng stormed off. After the commotion, everyone's spirits were somewhat dampened. Li Shangtian immediately said, alright, everyone, continue to eat and drink well. There's no need to be troubled over such trivial matters. Li Xiao is still magnanimous. That waste Lin Feng, being his classmate is simply a disgrace. He's really not a man. A real man is like Li Xiao. Then everyone continued to liven up, quickly forgetting about Lin Feng. Li Shangtian picked up his phone and sent a message to Wang Fa. The content was naturally to have Wang Fa collect Lin Feng's money. Since Lin Feng said he would pay, how could such a kind person as him not fulfill that? On the other side, Lin Feng was about to sneak away from Yu Jingxuan when he was stopped by Wang Fa and a group of bodyguards. This guest, you haven't paid for your meal yet. Lin Feng's heart sank at the words, I am your young master's guest. Your young master invited me to dinner, and you're asking me for money? Wang Fa chuckled inwardly, thinking what a big shot this kid was pretending to be. Guess who asked me to collect your money, and that your young master treated you? But as the manager of a high-end restaurant, Wang Fa had to maintain his composure. This guest, you just said you would pay for yourself. Are you planning to dine and dash? Are Yu Jingxuan's bodyguards know a thing or two about fighting? Several bodyguards surrounded Lin Feng menacingly, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. I'll pay, okay? Wang Fa took out a calculator. The 5-star lobster you just had, the Super Sea Cucumber King, the 1966 La Fight. A total of 125,000. I'll give you a discount, 120,000. Wang Fa added, by the way, we have surveillance on everything you just ate, so don't think you can skip out on the bill. Lin Feng felt dry in his mouth. He simply didn't have that much money, and playing tricks wouldn't work. I don't have that much money. Wang Fa smiled kindly, no problem, just break 2 of your legs. Seeing several bodyguards closing in, Lin Feng hurriedly said, I'll find someone to borrow it right away. Lin Feng then scrolled through his contacts on his phone, but apart from Jiang Qing, there was no one who could lend him that much money. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng sent a message to Jiang Qing. Meanwhile, Jiang Qing was happily chatting with Li Shangtian and others when she suddenly received Lin Feng's message, her brows furrowing immediately. She promptly sent Lin Feng 120,000 and then blocked his contact. Afterward, Jiang Qing sat next to Li Shangtian. You're so bad. Li Shangtian feigned ignorance. What did I do? Isn't it you who instructed Lin Feng to beg for money? Can my matters be called instructions? That was just fulfilling his wish. Jiang Qing didn't find Li Shangtian's actions annoying. Instead, she felt quite displeased with Lin Feng. Clearly lacking the capability, he still tried to put on a brave front, and in the end, he still came to her for help. Lin Feng had done this many times in the academy, and each time she had to bail him out. This time, she merely reminded him, and he acted like that, which was truly disappointing. Ding, Jiang Cheng, and Xiao Zhirua are completely disappointed in the destined protagonist Lin Feng, causing Lin Feng's destiny to drop to 4,000. Useless, so useless. Li Shangtian felt that this destined protagonist was really boring. 2 days passed. The second round of the personal challenge for the 4th grade group finally began. With the approval of the National Spirit Martial Arts Competition Committee, Li Shangtian officially joined the 4th grade competition. Since Li Shangtian had just joined, his points were still 0. Next, we will proceed with the second round of the personal challenge for the 4th grade group. Now, Li Shangtian from Huaxia Shanhai Academy will challenge Lao Jiang from Jinling Spirit Martial Arts Academy. Upon hearing the beautiful host's words, the audience was momentarily stunned. Li Shangtian? Isn't he a first year? Yeah, it can't be a coincidence, right? Is there a second Li Shangtian in Huaxia Shanhai Academy? As Li Shangtian stepped onto the stage, the audience confirmed that he really was participating in the 4th grade competition. The beautiful host also said, due to Li Shangtian's outstanding performance, the committee has approved him to participate in both the 1st and 4th grade personal challenges. The audience and contestants were shocked upon hearing this. Can he really handle participating in 2 groups at the same time? You wouldn't understand, the first grade group is just for easy wins. The focus is mainly on the fourth grade group. Doesn't anyone care who Li Xingtian's opponent is? That's currently the second on the leaderboard. Lao Jiang, isn't he the one who goes bang, bang, bang? In Kyoto Spirit Martial Arts, Jiang Qing, Xiao Zhirua, and Bai Ruoxue were unaware of Li Xingtian's specific strength and couldn't help but worry for him. At this moment, Li Xingtian and Lao Jiang were already standing on the arena. You are Li Xingtian? I've heard of you. You're very strong. Li Xingtian looked at the person in front of him, who was holding a long-handled weapon that looked somewhat like a spear. He then glanced at Lao Jiang's realm, which was 5th stage, 4th level, 1 level lower than Mo Tianxing back then. Come on, let me see your strength, Lao Jiang shouted, then ignited his weapon with flames and swiftly charged at Li Xingtian. Lao Jiang was indeed one of the top students in the 4th grade, not like the first grade group of easy wins. Li Xingtian didn't let his guard down and immediately summoned his destiny to fight back. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce clash of weapons, and gradually, Lao Jiang realized that his weapon seemed to be on the verge of being destroyed by Li Xingtian, with many cuts appearing on it. Lao Jiang was taken aback, thinking that he could no longer confront Li Xingtian head-on, and immediately retreated a distance. Li Xingtian looked at Lao Jiang, unsure of what he was planning. Suddenly, a large black dog flew out from Lao Jiang's hand and charged at Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian dodged, but to his surprise, Lao Jiang seemed to have an endless supply of these large black dogs. In no time, the audience saw Lao Jiang release countless dogs to bite Li Xingtian, all of which he managed to evade. Seeing this, Lao Jiang increased the flow of his spiritual energy, exclaiming, "I don't believe it." Li Xingtian, feeling helpless, was actually quite curious about what would happen if he were hit by one of these large black dogs, so he decided not to dodge anymore. As a large black dog charged at him, Li Xingtian immediately activated the Immortal Longevity technique, but to his surprise, the moment the dog touched him, it vanished. Li Xingtian was puzzled to find a mark on his chest. Lao Jiang shouted, "Finally marked. Let's turn the tide." Then, Lao Jiang disappeared from his spot and reappeared behind Li Xingtian in less than a breath. He swung his weapon at Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian quickly reacted, Immortal Celestial Demon Body. Roar! The phantom of the Immortal Celestial Demon appeared behind him. Puff! Lao Jiang was instantly sent flying. Li Xingtian turned to look at Lao Jiang, who was getting back up. Ha! Someone in the audience burst out laughing. "You've got to be kidding me. You turned the tide into a headwind." Cough, cough, cough. Lao Jiang coughed up some blood. "You are indeed strong, but I haven't lost yet." He then flashed back to Li Xingtian's front, and Li Xingtian activated his immortal muscles and bones, greatly increasing his strength. After colliding with Li Xingtian, Lao Jiang felt a numbness in his hands, and with a crisp sound, the weapon in his hand was severed. However, Lao Jiang was not discouraged and continued to swing his weapon at Li Xingtian, while an eye-like pattern appeared above his head. Li Xingtian could have taken the opportunity to finish him off, but he suddenly wanted to see what other tricks Lao Jiang had, otherwise, it would be too boring. Lao Jiang's eye pattern above his head emitted a glow, then shot out a beam of light. Open. Li Xingtian quickly dodged, but Lao Jiang kept pursuing him. Open. 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 Being relentlessly chased by Lao Jiang's open, Li Xingtian also began to feel bored. Fighting Kill Spiral Sword. A sword aura fire dragon spiraled up, and Li Xingtian instantly vanished into the tornado. Lao Jiang panicked at the sight, wanting to escape but was blocked by countless sword auras. Boom! Thunder roared, and Lao Jiang looked up to see dark clouds covering the sky, immediately recalling Li Xingtian's terrifying strike. "I concede," Lao Jiang shouted quickly, fearing he would be struck if he hesitated. Boom! The sword, carrying the might of thunder, still came down, but it struck beside Lao Jiang, causing no harm. The main issue was that Li Xingtian's skill had been unleashed and could not be cancelled. Then the fire tornado descended, and Lao Jiang stood trembling on the stage, the ground beside him already split open by a massive gash. Li Xingtian from Huaxia Shanghai Academy wins. Oh! The audience erupted in cheers. After all, Li Xingtian had defeated the second-ranked genius of the fourth-year group as a first-year student. How could they not be excited? Few seeing Li Xingtian win, Bai Ruoxue, Jiang Qing, and Xiao Zhirua all breathed a sigh of relief, feeling thrilled for him. Xiao Zhirua's beautiful eyes sparkled with stars. On the stage, Lao Jiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and walked up to Li Xingtian. "Impressive. I am in awe. I wonder if you would be interested in joining our Lao Juman." Li Xingtian raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so there are others as strong as you?" Lao Jiang patted his chest. "Yes, brother, there are 9 more like me." Li Xingtian waved his hand. "Forget it, I won't be joining you." After speaking, Li Xingtian turned and walked down the arena. He didn't want to be imprisoned. In the Lingwu region of the 100 Lu Zhang stared intently as Li Shengtian descended the stage. He then witnessed Li Shengtian embrace Lu Qingcheng and kiss her passionately. Lu Zhang gritted his teeth, his face turning red. Lu Zhang, what's wrong with you? Since the competition started, I felt that your condition is poor, a woman approached and asked. Wan Xin, my affairs are none of your business, Lu Zhang shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, Wan Xin's eyes turned red. Do as you please. If I care about you, I'm a little dog. With that, she turned and left. Lu Zheng continued to gaze toward the Huaxia Shanghai Academy. Just wait, once I cultivate that technique and trick the beast in that kid's hands into my possession, it will be your end.